Escape. Escape tonight to a raft in the South Pacific.
The Columbia Broadcasting System and its affiliated stations presents Escape, produced and directed by William N. Robeson. This, the last of the summer series, is The Fourth Man by John Russell. Noumea in the South Pacific. To a generation of French criminals, a word to be uttered in the same terrified breath with Devil's Island. The penal colony at Noumea, where the cutthroats, garrotters, and sadists from the dregs of French society were sent to a living death. Tonight we invite you to escape from Noumea in John Russell's The Fourth Man.
The raft stood to open sea. A mat of pandanus leaves served for its sail, and a paddle of wood for its helm. It was woven of reeds and bamboo sticks lashed upon triple rows of bladders, and it carried 4 men. 3 of them sat huddled together at the far end. Their bodies were blackened with dried blood, and the hair upon them was long and matted. They wore only the rags of blue convicts' uniforms. On wrist and ankle, they carried their mark, the dark and wrinkled stain of the manacles. There was Dubose, doctor, man of the world, murderer.
Friends, the thing is done.
And Fenneru, forger, ladies' man, weakling, coward.
Yes, we've escaped.
And the one known as the Parrot, thief and cutthroat.
So far, so good.
And by the way of celebration, gentlemen, may I offer you cigarettes?
Cigarettes?
Oh.
Doctor, you're a marvel, a magician. Look at them. White and fresh as though they just came from the package.
How did you do it?
Oh, every 6 months there are about 75 escapes from Noumea, and not more than one succeeds. Ours would be that one, I knew. And so, 3 weeks ago, I bribed the night guard for these very cigarettes, so that we might sit here, my friends, as we are doing, and celebrate.
I want a light.
A light for the pet.
Our doctor's a wonder. He thinks of everything. He gives us cigarettes, matches, and our freedom.
Wait till you've got your 2 feet on a pavement again. That'll be the time to sound off about freedom.
To wear starched collars again. To stroll with a girl, clean and fresh from her bath, down the Place de la Concorde, the Rue de Rivoli.
Suppose we get a storm.
It's not the season of storms.
Just the same. Suppose we get a storm.
Perroquet, my friend, you must not be so impatient. Remember, we were convicts back there, festering in oblivion. Now we are men raised from the dead.
Suppose we get a storm. You've got a gift of speech, Doctor. But where's the ship that was going to meet us here?
This is the day, as agreed. It will meet us.
The wind will blow us to China if we keep on.
We can't lie any closer to shore. There's a government launch at Torreon. And I doubt if the native trackers have given us up.
Careful, Parrot. The natives will eat you yet.
I've heard about that. Is it true, Doctor, that they'll keep all the runaways they can capture to fatten on?
Oh, they prefer the reward still. I doubt if they've entirely lost the habit of cannibalism.
Piece by piece, Parrot. First they'll sample you. Then they'll make a stew out of your brains. Oh, they won't miss a thing.
Shut up, Fenneru. The filthy brutes.
Oh, I almost forgot. We have one of them with us.
The 4th man was steering the raft. He sat crouched in the stern, his body glistening with spray. His huge dark hands held the steering paddle. He was motionless, like an idol, his eyes fixed on the course ahead. The 4th man on the raft.
You are looking at a Canuck, my friends. You will see nothing superior. No line of beauty to redeem the low angle of the forehead, the knobby joints of the body. Nature has stamped him with the mark of inferiority, and he has set the final seal himself with that twist of bark about his middle, that prong of pig ivory through his nose.
Yes, but nonetheless, he's a man, and there is a price on our heads. He could be taken as where he likes.
Calm yourself, Fenneru. This is a very simple animal, an infant, really.
Does that mean he couldn't double-cross us?
It does. He is bound by his duty. I made my bargain with his chief up the river, and this one is sent to deliver us on board our ship. That's the only interest he has in us.
And he'll do it?
He will. That is the nature of the native.
No, I don't trust him, not for a minute.
The brute. The animal. You! It's you I'm talking about. You dirty brute.
Save your breath, Parrot. He speaks no language, only a few noises, a few signs.
I don't feel right on the same raft with that.
Well, burn yourselves up in the sun if you like, but me, I'm going to crawl under a mat, get some sleep.
Yes, we should all sleep a little, conserve ourselves. And when we awake, our ship will be here. Our saucy little topsail schooner, a mast standing out against the sky, and we'll be on our way to France. Yes, sleep, my friends.
The two younger convicts dozed under the heat of the day, but not the doctor. He stood once again to sweep the skyline under his shaded hand. His plan had been so careful, so precise. He had counted absolutely on meeting the ship, a small schooner, one of those flitting, half-piratical traders of the Copra Islands that can be hired, like cabs in a dark street, for any sinister enterprise. And there was no ship, and there was no crossroads where one might sit and wait.
Good morning, Doctor.
It's afternoon, Fenneru.
Oh, yes, so it is. I slept like a corpse.
Hey, where's the ship, Doctor? It was going to be here when we woke up.
It will be.
Oh, I'm thirsty. I'm dying with thirst.
So we all, Fenneru.
Where's the flask? I'm roasted in the sun.
You'll just have to roast some more. This crew is put on rations.
Oh, what are you talking about? Where's that water?
I have it here.
So you have. Do you think it's yours?
No. It's ours, Parrot.
I want a drink, Doctor.
Think a little, Parrot. We have to guard our supplies like reasonable men. We don't know how long we may be floating here.
Oh, so that's how you talk now. You don't know how long. But you were sure enough when we started.
I am still sure. The ship will come. She cannot stay for us in one spot. She'll be cruising to and fro until she intercepts us. And we must wait.
That's good. Wait. And in the meantime, what? Fry here in this heat, our tongues hanging out, while you deal us out water drop by drop?
Perhaps.
No. The man doesn't live who can feed me with a spoon.
Unless you would die very speedily, we must guard our water. We can only do our best with what we have.
All right, Doctor. Do your best. Give me a drink.
You may have your share, of course. But be warned. When it's gone, don't come to us, to Fenneru and me.
Yes, what's fair is fair.
My drink.
Very well.
Oh, a thimbleful. One thimble.
This way we should have enough for 3 days, maybe more, with equal shares among the three of us.
That's right. There are only 3 of us.
You were thinking of him, Fenneru, of our pilot? He looks somewhat like us, doesn't he? But his body has never known clothes, his feet shoes. His heart has never known the swelling that comes with feelings of love or beauty. His mind has never known a single thought. Look at us three, gentlemen. You, Fennerow, a forger. You, Parrot, a thief. And I, Dr. Dubose, of Paris and Marseille, a murderer. And yet, we are civilized men, and this is a savage animal. And our provisions are for civilized men only.
The three men awoke to the second day on the raft. They looked and saw the far round horizon and the empty desert of the sea and their own long shadows that slipped slowly before them over its smooth, slow heaving. The land had sunk away from them in the night. The trap had been sprung. As the savage sun kindled upon them with the power of a burning glass, a calm fell, an absolute calm. The air hung, waited. The sea heaved and fell in polished undulations, and the sun shone, driving in under their eyelids like white-hot splinters. They crawled to the shelter of their mats, gasping, shriveling. And the water, the world of water, was slack and thick as oil.
Oh, how lonely it is.
Dr. Dubose,
Yes, Parrot?
look around you.
What do you mean?
Go on, look around. What do you see?
I see water, Parrot, and the horizon.
What?
Nothing else.
Oh, don't you see a ship? A saucy little schooner? Those were your words. Well, where is it? Why don't you see it?
It will come.
Will it comfort us to be dead when it comes?
You say that you count on your friends, but suppose they leave you to rot here. Leave Parrot and me to rot here. That would be a joke, eh, Doctor? To wait for a ship that will never come?
It will come. My friends will not fail me.
Why? How do you know? How can you be so sure?
There's a safety vault in Paris, full of papers to be opened at my death. Those papers contain confessions. No, gentlemen, my friends will not fail me. Parrot, a moment ago, you asked me what I saw.
Well,
There was something I neglected.
what's that?
I see a Canuck on this raft with us. He does not join us. He does not look at us. He sits on his heels in the way of the native, with his arms hugging his knees. He sits at the stern, motionless under the shattering sun, gazing out into vacancy. Whenever I raise my eyes, I see nothing else. Only this Canuck.
He seems to be enjoying himself quite well.
I was thinking so myself.
The cannibal. The savage.
He does not seem to suffer.
What's going on in his brain? What does he dream of there? He looks as though he hates us.
The dirty rat.
Maybe he's waiting for us to die. Maybe he's waiting for the reward. At least he wouldn't starve on the way home. He could deliver us piece by piece.
How does he do it, Doctor? Hasn't he any feeling?
I've been wondering. It may be that his fibers are tougher. His nerves.
But we've had water, and he hasn't.
And yet, see his skin. It's moist and fresh.
And his belly, fat as a football. Don't tell me this savage is thirsty. Is there any way he could steal our supplies?
Certainly not.
Suppose he has his own supplies, hidden.
What?
We'll see. Search the raft.
Come on, we'll learn his secret.
Here, look under the mats.
Tear it apart.
I'll push him aside.
Anything there?
No.
Gentlemen. We were mistaken. He has nothing hidden.
You're wrong about him, Doctor. You say he has no understanding. There's one thing he can understand. Pain!
Parrot, not so much. That's enough.
There's come. That'll teach you. Not so chipper now, are you? Not so happy with your luck. That'll make you feel...
Well, Parrot, you feel better now, don't you? Superior. Come back, my friends. Come back under the mats. The glare of the sun is not so bad there.
Oh, idiots.
What's the matter with our parrot now?
Idiots. Why do we look and look? The schooner can't help us now. If we're becalmed, then they are too.
Doctor, is that true?
Yes. We must hope for a breeze first.
Well, then why didn't you tell us? We trust you. Why do you keep on playing out the farce?
You are wise, Doctor. You are very wise.
Put down the knife, Parrot.
You know things we don't, and you keep them to yourself. All right, but be careful. If you think you'll use your wisdom to get the best of us, be careful, Doctor, because I still have the knife.
And so the days dragged by, the second, the third, and now it was the fourth day, and still there was no breeze, and still there was no ship.
Oh, Doctor.
Yes?
What do you stare at?
At him. At him, the native.
The Canuck. Why?
Look at him. And look at us. We are dying. Our powers are ebbing.
And him.
Naked, wild, brutish. He has yet to give the slightest sign of complaint or weakness.
Doctor, is this a man or a fiend?
A man. It is a man.
A miracle.
It is a man, and a very poor and wretched example of a man. Why, you'll find no lower type anywhere. Look at his cranial angle, the high ears, the heavy bones of his skull. Why, he's scarcely above an ape.
Then what?
He has a secret.
A secret?
But we see him. Every move he makes, every minute. What chance has he for a secret?
Absurd. Here are we three, children of the century, products of civilization. And here is this savage who belongs before the Stone Age. Is he to win this struggle? Absurd.
What kind of secret?
I can't say. Perhaps some method of breathing. Some strange posture he uses to cheat the sensations of the body. Such things are known among primitive peoples. Known and jealously guarded. Like the properties of certain drugs. The uses of hypnotism. Who knows?
We can know. We can find out.
Would you ask him? Useless. He would not tell. Why should he? We scorn him. We give him no share with us. We abuse him. And so he falls back upon his own expedients. They are the means by which he has survived from the depth of time, by which he may yet survive when all our wisdom is dust.
There are a number of ways of learning secrets. I know them all.
It would be useless. How could he stand any torture you might invent? You saw how he behaved before? No, that's not the way.
Oh, listen to my way. I'm tired of all this talk. You say he's a man. All right, then he has blood in his veins. At least we could drink.
No, it would be too hot. It would be salt.
Well, kill him then and throw him over the side. Let's be rid of the thing.
We gain nothing.
Then what do you want?
I want to beat him. That's what I want. To beat him at the game. For our own sakes, for our racial pride, we must. To outlast him. To prove ourselves his masters. Watch him. Watch him closely, my friends.
Watch? I'll watch all right, my good doctor. I'm not sleeping anymore, and leave you alone with that bottle.
The bottle. The bottle.
I've been meaning to discuss our rations with you.
Have you?
We're running very short. I'm afraid we must cut down again.
And what are we cut to?
Half a thimbleful.
No.
We must keep our wits.
I say no.
All right. Then we'll put it to a vote. You say no. I say yes. Fenneru.
Yes, anything, but give me mine now.
Then it's half a thimbleful for Monsieur Fenneru. Your share, Fenneru.
More, I'll die. Give me more.
No more today.
You must. Doctor.
No more today.
Look, a ship.
Oh, at last.
Where is it? I don't see any ship.
It's a trick. Look, Fenneru. He has the bottle. You dirty thief.
Look at him. You killed him with that oar.
What about the bottle?
Yes, there's some left. You caught him just in time.
And you caught the bottle just in time.
It seems I did.
And there is no ship. There will be no ship. We are done. Because of you and your dirty promises that brought us here. Doctor. Liar. Fool.
Don't come any closer. Unless you want this flask broken over your head.
No. Oh, I wouldn't want that.
Why, just think, Parrot. Why should you and I fight? We can see this trouble through and win yet. This calm can't last forever. Besides, there will be only two of us to divide the water now.
Yes, that's true, isn't it? Fenneru kindly leaves us his share, an inheritance. All right. I'll take mine now. My share. Right now, if you please. Later, we'll see.
So be it. Your share.
Many thanks. And now, Fenneru's share. To me, please.
As you say.
And now, another good doctor.
3. That's enough, Parrot.
No, doctor. It's not enough. Now I'll take the rest.
Parrot, stop my arm.
I'll kill you if you don't let go. Thank you. You see, I have manners, haven't I? And I have wisdom, too, because I fooled a very wise man. I toast you, Doctor. The best man wins. That was a bright idea of yours. The best...
So the best man wins, eh, Parrot? You forgot I'm a doctor, didn't you? You forgot that a man cannot go without water for 4 days, then drink his fill and live through it, huh? Go on, Parrot. Gasp out your worthless life. While I laugh. Yes, the best man always wins, Parrot. The best man...
So, best man wins, yes, Doctor. You forgot my knife, didn't you? Forgot me lying at your feet. Gave me up for dead, didn't you? But now it is I, Fenneru, who will outlast the two of you. Yes, my good doctor. The best man always wins.
Fenneru, you fool. The water, it's running out. Hey.
in. Come in.
Captain, longboat's back, sir.
All right, send Marteau in.
He's right here, sir.
Bad luck, sir. The raft was here all the time, not 10 miles away from us.
Ah, that calm. Well, where are they, the passengers?
We're too late. They're all dead.
All dead, huh?
Yes, one stabbed to death, another skull crushed, the other fried by the sun. They're all dead.
Well, then, all the better. Of course, there's nothing to feed.
Yeah, but how are you going to...
Hogsheads, my friend. The hogsheads in the afterhold. Fill them nicely with brine, and there we are.
I don't understand.
Oh, you're dull, Marteau, very dull. The gentleman's passage is all paid. Before we left Sydney, I contracted to bring back 3 escaped convicts. Well, I'll bring them back, pickled. So if you'll go back, Marteau, and bring them aboard for the trip, I'll be much obliged.
Very well, sir. Oh, there's a 4th man on the raft, Captain. A Kanak. He's still alive. What'll we do with him?
A Kanak? No word in my contract about any Kanak. Leave him there. He's only a savage.
And so Dr. DuBose and Fenneru and the parrot went aboard for the long trip to their beloved Paris, their bodies pitching and rolling gently in the huge vats of brine. On the raft, the 4th man raised his head slightly as a wind freshened from the west. He watched until the schooner turned, shaping away for Australia, and disappeared over the rim of the horizon. Then he spread his sail of pandana sleeves and headed his raft eastward, back toward New Caledonia, back toward home. Feeling somewhat dry after his exertion, the native plucked a hollow reed at random from the rushes on his raft. Slowly, lazily, he stretched himself at full length in his accustomed place at the stern. He thrust the reed down deep into one of the bladders underneath the raft, and slowly drank his fill of sweet water. He had a dozen such storage bladders remaining, built into the floats at intervals above the waterline, quite enough to last him safely home again.
Escape is produced and directed by William N. Robeson. The 4th Man by John Russell was adapted for radio by Irving Ravech, with Paul Frees as Dr. DuBose, Joe Kearns as Fenneru, and Nestor Paiva as Parrot. Bill Johnstone narrated. The special musical score was conceived and conducted by Cy Fewer. Escape has been presented by the Columbia Broadcasting System and its affiliated stations. Be sure to be with us next Monday night when the Radio Theater returns to the air with Betty Davis and Glenn Ford, starring in A Stolen Life. Remember, next Monday evening from 9 to 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, the Lux Radio Theater starts its 14th year over CBS. The play, A Stolen Life. The stars, Betty Davis and Glenn Ford. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Jessica Tandy and Hume Cronin in The Marriage. With the conviction that marriage remains the most popular domestic arrangement between friendly people, NBC takes pleasure in presenting one of the most distinguished couples of the American theater, Jessica Tandy and Hume Cronin, as Liz and Ben Marriott, bringing you the love and laughter of The Marriage.
It's always been a wonderful thing to me how people you think you know so well can suddenly show unexpected corners of their lives. It's as if a familiar room suddenly comes alive with secret panels leading to hidden passages between the walls. Perhaps the most striking example of this happened a few weeks ago. It was the middle of a Friday afternoon when the doorbell rang.
Oh, hello, Miss Marriott.
Bobby, hello.
Hello, I can go away if you're eating dinner or anything.
At 4 o'clock in the afternoon?
Oh, is it that early?
Emily isn't here, you know. She's spending the weekend with her grandmother in Connecticut.
Oh, that's nice.
Did you want to leave a message for her?
Oh, no, I haven't got anything to say to Emily. I mean, I always like to say something to Emily, but not anything special. I mean, not right now.
You mean you just dropped by?
That's it.
Oh, won't you come in?
Well, thanks. I better leave my rubbers outside.
Oh, that's all right.
They'll track.
You think so?
They're size 13.
Oh, maybe you'd better leave them outside.
Boo!
What's the matter?
My shoes came off with the rubbers.
Oh, just leave them, Bobby. Come on in.
I hope it's all right. I've got sweat socks on. I mean, they're clean. They're just called sweat socks. In case.
I see. Well, Bobby, how do you happen to be here this afternoon?
Oh, Mr. Harkness was afraid I'd be over tense.
Oh, over 10?
Yes. It shows when I dribble.
I should think it would.
I trip in the bucket.
Really?
Over my own ankles.
Bobby, has this something to do with basketball?
Of course. There's a game tomorrow afternoon with George Washington, so Mr. Harkness excused me from today's practice. He really doesn't think I'm a very good basketball player.
But you're the first-team center.
That's because I'm 6'3". Mr. Harkness said it was the first time a pituitary gland made the varsity.
That doesn't sound very kind of Mr. Harkness.
Oh, that's all right. It's true. I don't care very much for athletics anyway. Well, I better get my rubbers on and go.
Oh, wait a minute, Bobby.
I shouldn't keep you. Emily isn't here and all.
Bobby, Emily said she told you all about going away for the weekend.
Oh? Did she?
Bobby Logan, come on back here. Sit down. You didn't come over to tell me that you trip in the bucket.
You don't mind, Mrs. Marriott?
What is it, Bobby? What's bothering you? Is there something wrong between you and Emily?
Oh, no. We're very friendly. It's just that... Well, should you be cooking supper or something? I could come back later.
You're worried about something, Bobby. The best thing to do is to take a deep breath and get it off your chest.
Oh? Well...
Bobby, breathe out.
Oh, Mrs. Marriott, it's not that I've got anything against cheese. I don't happen to like Roquefort, but I don't have anything against cheese in general.
Bobby, I'd like to talk to you about just whatever it is, but I'm a little confused. Cheese?
Oh, that's my family's store. It's a dairy appetizer store, mostly cheese.
Oh, yes, the store your father owns.
No, they both work in it, Mom and Papa. That's the trouble. You see, I graduate this year, and I've got to decide what to do. Papa wants me to go into cheese with him, full time.
What do you want to do, Bobby?
Well, when I was in grade school, I used to go to the museum. The one with the Indians, not the one with Rembrandt.
The Museum of Natural History?
I used to just walk through there. You know those life-size scenes of Eskimos and Indians and Africans? I got to know them as if they were friends or something, really, and all the plant exhibits. Once I saved up to go to Boston to see the blown glass flowers in the Harvard Museum. You know, when you take a flower, just an ordinary flower, not even an orchid, and you take it apart and understand why it works and how, well, that's
very exciting.
Yes. I always wanted to do that, to really know all about something important like flowers and plants. I mean, it isn't really foolish. It's very important. Do you know that man is absolutely dependent on grass?
I've heard that.
Well, I suppose it does seem kind of funny. I mean, I'm 6'3" and I'm very gawky. It's kind of funny, me and flowers.
Oh, no, Bobby. Oh, no.
No?
You're really so right. Man is dependent on grass and flowers, and it isn't just because of food. You can't begin to understand life without knowing about the plants or the seasons. I think it's very important wanting to learn all about it.
You don't think it's adolescent?
Of course it's adolescent. To want to learn. Nobody would ever find out anything if they didn't dream of finally knowing.
Mama thinks it's impractical. She says I should know how to make sure the jobber doesn't deliver stale pot cheese.
But what could be more practical than science?
That's what makes it hard. Papa's a very excitable man. He only comes up to here on me. The height is from my mother's side, but he's very excitable.
Can't you make them understand how you feel, Bobby? Is that the trouble?
Well, I could get a scholarship to a small college, a basketball scholarship, but Mama says Papa will get upset if I don't go into the store.
Can't you tell her how important it is?
Oh, Mrs. Marriott, nobody tells Mama much. I don't know what to do, Mrs. Marriott. I can't talk to Papa. I tried to talk to Emily about it, but... well, she's less mature than I am.
Well, we should figure out something, Bobby. I think your ideas are very important and mature.
Mature? Mrs. Marriott, I was sure you'd... I didn't think you'd understand about...
In the living room, Ben.
Hey, I thought with the kids away you'd meet me at the door with a great passionate display of... Oh.
Hello, Mr. Marriott.
Hello, Bobby. I didn't know anybody was here.
Bobby just dropped in. Shall I kiss you, dear?
Never mind.
Well, I better be going.
Emily's in Connecticut, isn't she?
Oh, yes. Didn't you know?
I knew. Was there something particular that you wanted, Bobby?
Well, we were just talking.
Well, I guess Goodbye, Mrs. Marriott.
No, don't run away, Bobby. You know, we don't see much of you. You're always on your way out.
I know.
Well, why don't you stay for supper?
Oh, could I really? I'll have to call my folks.
Well, use the phone in the kitchen.
Well, that's very nice of you, Mr. Marriott.
What came over you?
Well, for one thing, I think it's a good idea to get to know Bobby a little better. Every time I see him, he's scraping the nap off the rug with the side of his shoe, waiting for Emily.
I've been learning a few things about him, Ben. He's quite a boy.
Besides, I have to go out for dinner.
Ben.
Well, this way you'll have somebody to talk to.
Ben, why didn't you phone? This is the third night in a row.
Darling, I didn't find out till very late.
How late?
3 o'clock.
Oh.
Look, Liz, I just forgot to call, that's all. Hochberg turned 4 cases over to me at once.
Ben, I'm furious. I'm absolutely...
Dear, I can't help it. Connolly asked me to go with him to a forum at the Columbia Law School.
But the first night we can have dinner alone together in heaven knows how long, honestly,
You
Ben.
won't be alone. You'll have Bobby Logan.
Oh.
Now, take it easy.
How could you be so inconsiderate?
Liz,
And don't think you're fooling me 1 minute.
Darling, you can't
if
go on
If this was the first time, I wouldn't care, but...
My mother says it's all right to stay.
Well, now it's all settled.
Are you sure I'm not in the way?
Oh, no. Mr. Marriott is very glad you're here at this point. If you'll excuse me, I'll put the sirloin steak on.
Oh, she's nice, isn't she?
Yes. Oh, yes, she's nice.
And she seems to understand things so quickly.
Did you notice that, Bobby?
Oh, yeah. She seems to just see right through you.
Invariably.
Hmm?
Bobby, you won't mind if I leave, do you? I have to go out in business. It came up very suddenly.
I know.
What do you mean, you know?
Oh, you just told me.
Oh. Yes, I did, didn't I? Well, I better put on a clean shirt.
You mean you won't be here?
Afraid not.
Oh. Oh.
Well, it's all right, isn't it?
Oh, yes, it's fine. Fine.
You don't have to be as enthusiastic about it as all that.
All right.
Well, have a nice dinner.
Bobby and I had dinner. He wolfed his way through steak, pausing at intervals to apologize for eating. He must have bitten down on the one piece of garlic in the salad. At any rate, he looked more startled than warranted by a mere cucumber. After dinner, I brought my coffee in the living room by the fire and tucked my feet under me on the couch. Bobby sat on the edge of his chair and rearranged all the odds and ends on the coffee table several times.
Well, I suppose I should go. I mean, you must have lots of other things to do.
Oh, no, I have the whole evening free. Do you mind if I smoke?
Oh, no. I'm not allowed because of training. Anyway, I don't like to.
Bobby, you don't look very comfortable. Would you like to take off your tie?
Yes. I mean, I'd better not.
Why not?
Oh, my collar button is off. The tie holds it together.
Oh, I won't mind, really.
Everything about me is like that.
Like what?
Well, I mean, it looks all right on top, but there's always something missing. You know, I told you about what I want to do? About science and all? I said I wanted to be like Pasteur or Ehrlich. You know what the real truth is?
What is the real truth, Bobby?
I don't live up to it. I know I don't. I'm a real phony, you know. I only got 87 at midterm in zoology. I didn't even study.
87 isn't bad.
Yeah, but I should do better. I mean, if I'm supposed to be so idealistic about it, 87 is just good.
I see what you mean, Bobby.
Even in basketball. I know I should be better. I could be, but I'm not. And in other things.
What other things?
Well, other things. I mean, like girls. You know, I'm afraid of them. I could kick myself. I mean, with the other fellas, you always talk, you know, but it isn't true. I'm just a phony. I even fool myself. People don't know what a phony I am. Emily doesn't know. I hope.
You're not really a phony, Bobby.
Oh, yes. You don't know.
But nobody can live up to their own ideals. It's the same way with me. I know I should be very patient and understanding with Ben and the children, but, I get cross when I do the wrong things. I feel the same way you do afterwards.
You do?
Sometimes I can't stand myself.
Oh, yes, that's it.
But you have to decide that you're doing the best you can. You have to like yourself pretty well.
Well, I don't. I don't see how anybody else could if I really told them.
Well, you told me, and I still like you.
Oh. Do you really, Mrs. Marriott?
Of course. Would you hand me the lighter, Bobby?
I'll light it for you, Mrs. Marriott.
Thank you, Bobby.
Liz!
In here, Ben.
Say, Bobby must have forgotten his rubbers. They're still in... Oh, hello, Bobby.
Hello, Mr. Marriott. I'm still here.
Yes, I noticed. Did you have a good dinner?
It was swell. Mrs. Marriott loaned me a toothbrush.
A toothbrush?
He bit into the garlic.
Well, what have you been doing all evening?
Talking.
Yeah. That's nice.
Oh, well, I better be going, I suppose.
It was a very interesting evening, Bobby.
Yeah, I'll get my rubbers.
Liz, before I forget, I hate to do this to you, but we've got to change those theater tickets for tomorrow night.
Why?
I'll tell you later.
Ben, we bought those tickets a month in advance.
I can't help it, dear.
Ben, first tonight, and then... Oh,
Liz,
Ben.
darling, don't make a scene. We'll talk about it later.
We planned this weekend so carefully. How many times a year do you think we can have Mother take the children for a whole weekend?
Liz, please.
Tonight was bad enough, but...
When you get started like this, you just won't listen.
I don't want to listen.
Will you try to understand, darling? You're being absolutely unreasonable.
You shouldn't say that to Mrs. Marriott.
I thought you left, Bobby.
I was putting on my rubbers, and you shouldn't say that.
What?
She's very understanding. She's the most understanding person that ever understood.
I'm glad you think so highly of Mrs. Marriott, Bobby.
Oh, don't laugh at me. I think you were very inconsiderate going away tonight. I heard. I think you don't appreciate just how wonderful a woman she is.
Now, look, Bobby.
Oh, I know. I'm only a child, but maybe in some ways I'm more mature than some middle-aged people. At least I can appreciate a fine, sensitive woman. Goodbye.
Well.
I forgot my hat.
What's got into him?
Chivalry, I think.
Did you serve him anything to drink?
Milk.
I've never known that kid to talk like that.
He was protecting me.
From what?
From you.
You're kidding.
Oh, no. He thought you were being cruel to me. As a matter of fact, you were.
About those tickets? Now, look, Liz, I didn't want to go into it in front of Bobby, but Connolly asked us to dinner. I had to say yes.
Couldn't you have told him that we had... Oh, I guess you couldn't.
I'm sorry, Liz. We can exchange the tickets for some other night.
I'm sorry, too, Ben. It's just that I was so disappointed. The whole weekend is turning out to be such a bust. Oh, well. Want some coffee?
I've got a pint of ice cream in my coat pocket.
What's it doing in there?
I was afraid if I took it out, we'd have to ask Bobby to spend the night.
Now, don't you say anything about Bobby. I think he's a very fine boy, and he understands me perfectly. He appreciates me.
That does prove he has good taste, doesn't it? Yes. Now, you two must have had a lot to say to each other.
As a matter of fact, we did. Emily and Pete came back Sunday night. Monday after school, Emily came home and moped for the rest of the afternoon. Just before supper, I called her into the kitchen.
You want me to set the table, Mom?
In a minute. Emily, everything go all right at school today?
Oh, sure.
Oh. Did you run into Bobby Logan today?
He sprained his ankle Saturday in the game.
Tripped in the bucket?
Uh-huh. He was all taped up.
Oh, that's too bad.
I suppose so. It made him a big hero.
Something wrong between you and Bobby?
Wrong? Wrong?
Wrong.
Well, I didn't go after him because he was a senior or anything. He doesn't have to throw it up to me.
What happened?
If he wants to go out with a senior girl, all right. All right.
What senior girl?
I don't know. He must have been out with one Friday night.
Friday night? Did he say that?
Well, I asked him about Ellie's party next week. He said it wasn't any use. He's seen what a mature woman could be.
Oh, dear.
He said he was spoiled for immature girls. Immature. Some of the things he doesn't know.
That's why you think he went out with a senior Friday night?
Well, what else? Golly, I don't see how 1 or 2 years could make that much difference. Well, it doesn't really matter to me. Do you want me to set the table now, Mom?
On and came right in.
I came to apologize to you, Mrs. Marriott. I really shouldn't have said that about him.
Ben? Oh, that's all right, Bobby. I think you didn't quite understand what was going on.
Oh, sure I did. I think it's very characteristic of you to cover up.
I'm not covering up, Bobby.
You must be. I mean, you're so sensitive, you must have been awfully hurt.
No, Bobby. When you're married as long as Ben and I have been, things do flare up every once in a while. But they flare down again. Right after you left, we had ice cream together.
Ice cream?
Vanilla fudge.
Oh.
Bobby, why don't you stay for supper again? Emily will be home soon.
No, I'd better not. It's no use.
What's no use?
Emily seems so young.
She is young. So are you.
I know. That's why it's no use.
Bobby, you and I the other night had a moment when we really understood each other.
Yes, we did. I'll never forget that, Mrs. Marriott.
But we're not the only people who can be that sensitive. Ben is.
He is?
Oh, for goodness sake, don't ever tell him I told you, but every once in a while he writes me poems.
He does? Oh, gosh.
And Emily.
Emily?
I don't suppose I should say this either, but she's very fond of you. And don't tell her I said so.
Oh, no.
I think, Bobby, she gets a kind of understanding from you that Ben and I can't give her. Young people have to pull away from their parents. I have a feeling Emily has to come to somebody else sometimes because she can't talk to us when she has problems.
I didn't know Emily has problems.
Oh, yes.
Oh.
I know I feel much better when she can go to somebody who will listen and be sensitive enough to understand.
Yes, I suppose so.
Two people who like each other, whether they're adults in love or young people sort of half in love, they have to need each other.
I suppose so.
Hi, Mom.
Hello, Emily.
Pete's playing roller hockey in the gutter again. Oh. Hello, Bobby.
Hello, Emily.
Bobby came over to see you.
I did? Oh, yes, I did. Emily, I didn't want you to think that I didn't want to go to Ellie's party with you.
What did you expect me to think? You said that
Well, I say some pretty dopey things sometimes.
You certainly do.
Anyway,
Yes?
if you're not doing anything next Saturday night, would you like to go to Ellie's party with me?
I think it would be quite nice. I'd love to, Bobby.
Well, now I better get supper ready. You're staying, aren't you, Bobby?
Huh? Oh, yes.
Then I'll leave the garlic out of the salad.
Ben and Liz Marriott will be back in just a moment. In the meantime, let us extend an invitation on behalf of our stars, Jessica Tandy and Hume Cronin, as well as the National Broadcasting Company, to all of you to drop by next week at this time for another half-hour observation and transcription of The Marriage, written by Ernest Kenoy with Denise Alexander, heard as Emily, and William Redfield as Bobby Logan. And to those of you who have been so generous in writing either to the network or to the stars to express your appreciation of The Marriage, Jessica Tandy and Hume Cronin extend warm thanks. The Marriage is an NBC radio production directed by Edward King. This is Bob Denton speaking.
Ben, they've been washing the dishes in there for 2.5 hours.
A lot of dishes.
What are they doing?
He's talking and she's being understanding. I wonder now, where did she learn to do that?
It's hereditary.
Right now, perhaps in your own neighborhood, there's a youngster learning to walk with the aid of heavy steel braces on his legs. Why? Infantile paralysis. Yes, infantile paralysis struck down more than 35,000 new victims last year. But this year, there is new hope. This year, mass human tests of a new trial vaccine may lead to a permanent polio preventive, may mean the end of polio. These tests, the largest in medical history, must be paid for. Gamma globulin for temporary protection against polio this year, while the vaccine is being tested, must also be paid for. And thousands upon thousands of crippled children fighting to recover from the paralyzing blow of polio need help. And that, too, must be paid for. Never before could your merciful hand do so much for so many. Join the 1954 March of Dimes today. And remember, give double. Tonight, hear Edward G. Robinson in NBC's Star Playhouse on the NBC Radio Network.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
Our story begins on a bright and cheery morning when Muffy Van Drielen's mood is anything but. Ordinarily, Muffy is a refined and reserved woman, not prone to outbursts of great emotion. We'll have to pardon her today, for Muffy is flustered, upset, and embarrassed. But, as you will soon learn, she has good reason. The well-to-do widow has summoned the police detective Harry Warren to her palatial residence to relate a most unfortunate tale of woe.
This is terribly difficult for you, Detective Warren.
Just take your time, Mrs. Van Drielen.
Talking about them makes me feel more like a fool.
Exactly what did happen?
He seemed so gentle, so nice and considerate. Whoever thought he would turn out to be such a scoundrel?
Yes, I'd be interested in knowing the man's name, Mrs. Van Drielen.
It's Mercato. Andrew Mercato.
Well, it's possible the name is just an alias. You know that.
It wouldn't surprise me one bit. But that's probably just like everything else about him.
How did Mr. Mercato make your acquaintance?
This may sound like an odd place to strike up a friendship, but we met at the Oaklawn Cemetery.
What brought you out there?
It was the first anniversary of my dear Leonard's passing. You have no idea how I missed him.
I'm sure it's been very difficult for you.
It was an appropriate day to visit, so I drove out there and put some flowers on Leonard's grave. As I started to leave, this man joined me.
You mean Mr. Mikado?
Yes. He saw that I'd been crying and offered me a handkerchief.
That's kind of him. Did this Mr. Mikado tell you what he was doing at the cemetery?
Well, he was there to pay his respects to his departed wife, Eleanor, I believe.
That was quite a coincidence.
Yes, quite. We talked as we walked to the parking area. As we were about to go to our respective automobiles, Andre asked me if we might have dinner one evening.
And you agreed?
Well, Andre was most charming, and I'd been feeling very lonely.
You and this Mr. Mikado became close friends, I take it.
To the point that when Andre asked for my hand in marriage, I accepted. Bravely and gracefully. Do you know Judge Harlan?
Just by reputation only.
Well, Roscoe Harlan is a long-time family friend. Andre and I agreed that an elaborate ceremony would not be in good taste, so we were to be wed in the judge's chambers.
I see. Only Mr. Mikado never showed up.
I'm still waiting. I've never been so humiliated in all my life.
Yes, well, I'm sorry things didn't work out for you, Mrs. Van.
Yes, so am I. Andre and I had such wonderful times.
I'm really not sure that I'm the person you should be telling all this to, ma'am.
Why not? You're a police officer.
Yes, well, breach of promise is not a criminal offense.
Andre didn't only abscond with my heart, Detective. 10,000 of my dollars are also in his possession at the moment. I'm sorry, sir, that you'll have to return one of those books to the shelf.
Yeah, how come?
It's library policy that a person can remove only 2 books from the same section.
All right, I'll put one back.
I believe you're next, Mr. Bishop. Nice to see you again.
Well, good morning, Miss Harris. How are you this lovely day?
Fine. Just fine. How can I help you today?
Yes, there is a particular issue of the Herald Chronicle I'm interested in seeing.
Of course. But if the issue is dated more than 3 months ago, I'll have to locate it in a microfilm file.
Well, you'd better get out your catalog then.
Which particular edition are you interested in?
The one dated exactly a year ago today.
You're all set, Mr. Bishop. I've fitted the microfilm containing the material you wish to read onto the viewer. All you have to do to see each page individually is turn this knob. Oh, but you've done this before, so I'm sure you'll manage just fine.
Yes, I'm sure that I will. Thank you. Just fast forward this thing to that part of the paper that always brightens my day, the obituaries. Well, here's something. Marcus Croft, president of Croft Enterprises, was laid to rest today after suffering a fatal heart attack. Croft, a self-made man, single-handedly turned a small textile business into one of the largest retail chains in this part of the country. Croft is survived by his wife, Winifred. Burial will take place at the Shady Grove Cemetery. Well, I'm sure it'll be easy enough to find that one.
The punk finally confessed to those burglaries, Captain, and I'll have the report on your desk before I go off duty for the day. Goodbye, Captain.
So, you made a good bust after all, Petey.
Hey, look who's back. How's your case coming, Harry? Was Mrs. Van Dreelen able to provide any halfway decent leads, huh?
That poor woman was very badly shaken up.
Well, whoever is pulling its con is a first-class creep. How many rich dames has he drawn into his web so far?
Mrs. Van Dreelen makes number 4.
Now, are you positive it's the same gold digger who's setting all these hearts aflutter?
Well, it has to be, Petey. The M.O. is the same in every case, down to the last detail.
This dude must be a real charmer.
Well, when I get my hands on this Romeo Mercado, or whatever his real name is, it's going to be quite a while before he has another date.
Well, he's good for 3 to 5 years on every count. How much do you figure he's taking these women for, huh?
About $40,000. Maybe more.
He gets them to write out those checks as easy as if they were making up a grocery list, huh? What a racket.
Well, you have to give the guy credit. He does his homework. He always picks women who have been widowed, but not too recently.
Oh, so it's a good bet. It is Mark's a right to hear a little sweet talk and have someone around to make them feel less lonely, huh?
Right. He wines and dines them. And then he pops the big question. What more could they want?
Nothing. That's why they fall for a scam.
Yeah, and then, when he tells them he's got this big business deal brewing, these ladies have the resources. So they must be only too happy to hand over a chunk of their inheritance. Funny thing, as upset as Mrs. Van Veelen is about being taken, she talks as if she still cares for this clown.
Oh, ain't love wonderful?
One thing I still can't figure out is how he meets these women so easily.
Well, he's just a smoothie.
Listen, Petey. He's met each one while they were paying a visit to their husband's grave.
A cemetery doesn't sound like the best place to hang around if you want to meet girls. Well, yeah, I'll give you that.
If I can figure out how he knows they're going to be there, paying their respects, that might provide me with the link I need to lead me to him.
I wish you luck, Harry.
Darling Marcus, I can't believe it's been a whole year since you've been gone. Not a day, not an hour goes by that I don't think of you. My life is so empty without you. I miss you terribly.
Pardon me, ma'am.
Good heavens. Who are you?
Well, I'm sorry if I startled you.
That's all right. I didn't hear you.
Please forgive my intrusion. I simply could not help but notice the beautiful flowers you laid on that headstone.
Marcus always enjoyed freshly cut flowers.
Yes, and these surroundings are so peaceful and full of natural beauty. It just seems a shame that the living who come here are never able to truly appreciate it.
That's true enough, I suppose.
Are you leaving now?
I was about to, yes.
But I'm on my way to the gate as well. May I walk with you?
If you'd like.
Your late husband rests here, I assume.
Yes. We were married for 27 years.
Are you here often?
Yes, fairly regularly. It gives me comfort to visit, to be near Marcus. Oh, there's little else in my life now.
Well, I too frequently feel the need to be close to my departed wife. My dear Martine reposes in a lovely spot, just beyond that grassy knoll.
You have my deepest sympathy.
Thank you. It was a year ago today that I lost her. It seemed only proper that I be here to commemorate this sorrowful anniversary.
A year ago today? Now, there's a coincidence.
Oh, I'm afraid I don't understand.
Today marks the first anniversary of the death of my husband as well.
Oh, really? It's unfortunate that we share such sad common ground. My goodness. Please, how rude of me. I've neglected to introduce myself. I am Armand Grenville.
My name's Croft. Winifred Croft.
I am most pleased to make your acquaintance, Mrs. Croft.
Thank you.
I think you're the first person I've spoken with since I've been alone who could truly understand my ordeal.
My car is right over there. Thank you for walking me to the gate.
Oh, no. It's been my pleasure. And thank you for listening to the ramblings of a rather lonely old man.
Oh, you shouldn't think of yourself in that way, Mr. Grenville. Not at all.
No, you see, I've not spoken to anyone the way I just did since I lost my martini. You're very easy to speak to.
Well, I hope I've helped you feel a bit better.
Yes, you have. Very much so. You're a most charming woman.
Thank you.
Mrs. Croft, I may be totally out of line in making this request, but might you join me for lunch?
Lunch? Well, I don't know.
My intentions are perfectly honorable, I assure you.
Oh, of course they are.
At the very least, perhaps we can help each other forget our unhappiness. At least for the time it takes to die.
Oh, I don't suppose there could be any harm, Mr. Grenville. I accept your invitation. Well, now, history seems to be repeating itself. Mr. Augustus Bishop, alias Andre Mercato, and now Andre Grenville, has deftly managed to make the acquaintance of yet another wealthy widow. But is Winifred Croft as vulnerable to her suitor's charms as her predecessor? Or will she see through the larcenous Lothario's roots and draw the line before she draws a check? We'll learn more as our story progresses in Act 2. Winifred Croft, partaking of that luncheon, could be likened to Adam partaking of the apple offered by Eve. Neither thought any harm could come of it. A starry-eyed Winifred is still oblivious to the consequences of her actions. A whirlwind courtship has taken place. This particular night, Winifred has prepared a sumptuous candlelit dinner at her home. Armand is enjoying the meal greatly. And why not? Since, figuratively speaking, he has the widow eating out of the palm of his hand. Was dinner to your satisfaction?
Oh, everything was superb. You outdid yourself.
I'm glad you liked it.
The food as well as the company keeps getting better and better.
That's very nice to hear.
I owe you a great deal of gratitude, Winifred.
What did I do?
Well, I've begun to enjoy life again. And it's all because of you.
You've returned the favor, Armand, many times over.
We've known each other but a very brief time. I never thought it would happen again, and certainly not so quickly.
Armand, what are you saying?
I've fallen in love with you, Winifred. I'm in love with you, and I want to marry you.
What?
I didn't mean to propose so crudely.
I'm not sure I can believe I'm hearing this.
Oh, no, if I've offended you, I am truly sorry.
Well, you still have nothing to apologize for.
Well, does that mean you'd consider becoming my wife?
Well, I am quite fond of you, Armand. You know that.
Oh, you don't have to give me your answer now. Just take all the time you feel is necessary.
Do you think they'd approve?
Well, whom are you referring to?
Your Martine and my Marcus.
Winifred, our happiness was important to them when they were alive. I'm positive that's not changed. There's no doubt in my mind that we have their blessing.
I believe you're right, Armand. I accept your proposal. I will marry you.
Oh, that is a wonderful, small, dignified ceremony. How does that sound?
Quite proper. Considering the circumstance.
I'll begin to make the arrangements first thing in the morning.
Fine.
What about the honeymoon?
What about it?
How about a cruise to an isle in the Caribbean?
That sounds lovely. You know, all of a sudden, I'm beginning to feel very excited about this. It's as if I were a girl of 20 again.
Oh, I only wish I could give you a cruise around the world. That would be more in line with what you're accustomed to, I'm sure.
You shouldn't even consider such things. I've been well provided for.
I want to provide for you, Winnie.
We'll manage just fine.
Oh, I do all right, but I'd be doing a whole lot better if I hadn't boxed myself into a rather frustrating situation.
What do you mean?
Well, a long-time business associate of mine contacted me the other day. He has a venture in the works that, well, simply cannot miss.
Oh, that sounds encouraging.
Oh, yes, anything my friend touches turns to gold. And he wants to let me in on the deal.
Oh, why aren't you happy about it?
Well, at the moment, I'm what they refer to in the financial circles as cash poor. You see, all my capital is tied up in other investments, and it would be, well, impossible to shake any of it loose right now.
Oh, that is unfortunate.
Yes. You know, I just had an idea. Your late husband used to speculate in investments of this sort all the time. How would you like to carry on the family tradition?
How would I do that?
You could participate in the venture.
Oh, I don't know the first thing about high finance. Marcus handles all the business affairs.
Well, that is where I can help you. Now, I would act as the liaison between yourself and my friend.
But that still leaves you out in the cold.
Well, not if I accept, say, 10% of the profits. It's a finder's fee.
This idea of becoming a businesswoman intrigues me. Only I'm not sure I like your suggestion regarding the division of profit.
Oh, well, I'd take nothing gladly. Helping you will be rewarded nothing.
Since we'll be sharing everything about our lives from now on, it seems only fair that we share whatever gains are gotten from this deal 50-50. Tell me how much is needed, and I'll write the check.
Mrs. Van Veelen, follow-up visits of this sort are routine, but sometimes they can be very productive.
That seems absolutely no help.
Well, you're trying, and that's all I can ask.
The names you're mentioning absolutely nothing to me. Should I know these women?
Prior to your unfortunate experience, Paula Johnson and Jeanette Reagan were involved with a man we believe was your Mr. Mikado.
They were swindled, too.
Yeah, that appears to be the case.
Perhaps I should get together with these women. We could form some kind of a club.
There appears to be absolutely no connection between the three of you. Yet one has to exist.
What makes you so sure of that?
Well, out of all the women in this area, widowed recently, how did this man know the precise day you would be visiting your husband's grave sites?
That's a good question.
I can uncover his source of information. I would be that much closer to apprehending him.
Excuse me. Hello?
Muffy, is that you?
Who's calling?
I'm not surprised you don't recognize my voice. It's been ages since we've spoken. This is Winnie Crop from the country club.
Oh, Winnie, yes, hello. Could you hold on for just 1 second? Detective, is our business concluded? I would like to take this call.
I have no more questions, at least not now. But if you recall anything that might be of help, would you please contact me?
Certainly, and I'd appreciate being kept up on all the progress of your investigation.
Thank you. I'll show myself out. Good night.
How are you, Winnie?
Couldn't be better, actually.
Oh, that's nice to hear. I'm sorry we lost touch. I removed myself totally from the country club scene after Leonard died.
I did my own disappearing act after I lost Marcus.
And to what do I owe the pleasure of this call?
I have some wonderful news. I wanted to share it with an old friend.
I could use some happy news at this point, Winnie.
Are you ready for this? I'm going to remarry.
Really? Winnie, I'm very happy for you. Congratulations.
It all happened so suddenly.
Well, from the sound of your voice, you must be someone very special.
Oh, he is, Muffy. I bet you've never met anyone like him.
I'm intrigued. Tell me all about this knight in shining armor.
Well, for starters, you'll never guess where I met him.
When did you say that you and Mr. Grenville were planning to be married?
Oh, I expect to be Mrs. Armand Grenville within a week, or 2 at the most.
Look, Winnie, would it be possible for me to come over to your house right now?
Isn't it a bit late to pay a social call?
It's important that we talk. Very important. The last thing I want to do is hurt you, Winnie. You're not going to like what I have to tell you.
You're frightening me.
Winnie, you won't be marrying Armand Grenville.
How can you say such a thing?
We're engaged. The wedding will never take place. Believe me. Are you all right, Winnie?
Oh, I never expected to hear a story like the one you just told me. Is it possible there's some mistake?
Oh, the pattern is all too clear. This man has as much intention of marrying you as he did me.
I can't believe it. I simply can't.
Well, but you must, Winnie. Your Armand is most certainly my Andre.
Why would he tell us both that he loved us if he didn't?
Our suitor loved something about us, all right. Our money. The man is a taker, and we've been taken, but good.
I'll call the police.
Don't you touch that phone. You'll do no such thing.
I don't understand.
We're going to take care of that two-timing gold digger all by ourselves.
I don't think the captain's going to be too happy about this progress report, Harry.
Sounds more like a non-progress report. Well, I'm doing the best I can, Petey.
Mrs. Dreeland and the others haven't given you all that much to go on.
I could only figure out where Loverboy planned to strike next.
You can't stake out every cemetery, Harry.
Well, I hate to sit on my hands. I guess about all I can do is wait for the phone to ring.
And who's going to be on the other end of the line, huh?
The next intended contributor to Loverboy's health and welfare plan. Before she writes any checks, hopefully.
Yeah, well, how is that going to happen?
I don't know. Maybe the guy will pick up a mark who's not taken in as easily as the others were. Maybe she'll smell the rat and contact us.
You're grasping at straws, Harry.
Petey, if you have any bright ideas, I'd be more than happy to listen to them. If not, then just as soon you buried your nose in the sports page again.
Harry, this is a red letter day. My Hawks have all but clinched the championship.
Listen, Peter, you're getting a little ahead of yourself, aren't you? It's only mid-season.
You know the old saying, the team that's in first at the halfway point in the schedule is a cinch for the championship.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't throw any victory parties just yet, Pete. There's 40 games to go, and the Blue Devils are only a game behind.
Harry, the Hawks are a lock. It's going to be just like last season.
What do you mean, just like last season?
Well, a year ago today, the Hawks were in first, and they copped the top spot at the end of the year. It's going to happen again.
Petey, you got your facts a little mixed up. This time last year, the Hawks were in a terrible slump. They were in third place, not first.
Harry, you're telling the biggest Hawks fan in this town that he doesn't know what he's talking about?
We all make mistakes.
Well, questioning me about my team is yours.
Let's not make a big deal out of nothing, huh, Petey?
Sawbuck says I'm right, huh?
I'll take you out for a cup of coffee, but that's about it.
Well, it's a bet.
All right. Okay. So, now, how do we find out where the team stood exactly a year ago today?
Well, the paper always prints the standings.
I may be a bit of a pack rat, but I don't have 365 back issues of the Herald Chronicles sitting around my house.
I know where they do.
Where?
They keep all the past issues on file on microfilm down at the library.
Inadvertently, Detective Warren has just been handed an invaluable piece of information. If his powers of deduction are up to snuff, We may soon be hot on the trail of our elusive conman. However, Marty and Winifred are also looking for the man who done them wrong. Now, if the police reach Bishop first, he'll be arrested. But what will be his fate if the ladies make the initial sighting? It sounded like they were planning to mete out their own form of justice. We'll see who wins the race as our story races to its conclusion in Act 3. In the case of the wager between Harry and his friend Judy, the revelation of certain facts will cost one of them the price of a cup of coffee. I doubt either one will mind paying that debt. But if certain facts pertaining to the activities of Augustus Bishop should be uncovered, his debt to society will prove infinitely more costly. At Petey's suggestion, Harry has gone to the library. Would anyone care to wager how many scores this fact-finding mission will settle?
Hey, Petey, I called to tell you that I owe you that cup of coffee.
I told you when it comes to the Hawks, I'm a walking encyclopedia, huh?
Yeah. I'll be more than happy to pay off, especially if my hunch about those other anniversaries is right.
Division Headquarters, Sergeant Kelly speaking.
It's me again, Petey. Hey, guess what?
The dates coincide.
Yeah, I went through the back issues. Every victim was met at the cemetery by this charmer on the first anniversary of their husband's death.
Well, my con man come up with a pretty clever angle, huh?
Figures the women would only show up to pay their respects the year to the day that they lost their husbands, right?
So all this guy had to do was check the obituaries, pick the richest dude to pass on, and then head out to his gravesite, huh?
Right. Sounds simple, right? Doesn't it?
Harry, we may know how this guy set these women up, but we aren't any closer to figuring out who he is.
That's where you're wrong, Petey. Miss Harris, has anyone else requested the same microfilm material as I just looked at?
How would I know that?
Well, you're in charge of this section of the library, and...
True. But it would be impossible for me to recall every roll of microfilm that's been taken out.
Could I see the sign-out book? The dates and names would be recorded in there. Here's my identification and badge.
Oh, you're a police officer.
Yes, and I'm on duty, Miss Harris.
This is highly irregular.
I'm sure that you have your rules, but refusing me access to that book is only wasting precious time. Because I can easily get a court order that will force you to let me see it.
It's in my office. Have a seat, I'll get it.
Thank you.
How did this happen? If detective sees that record book, my next job will be in a prison library.
Hello?
Oh, thank goodness you're home.
Rosie, what's up?
The jig is up, Augie. We've got trouble, big trouble. The cop is here asking questions. All the wrong questions.
You think he knows?
I know he knows.
You told me this scam was flawless.
I guess I was wrong.
I told you we were pushing our luck.
Do you want to haggle over whose fault this is? Or do you want to stay one step ahead of the law?
Well, what do we do now?
Well, maybe I'll go out in a few minutes and tell this flatfoot I couldn't find the information he wanted.
But will he believe you?
Not for a minute. But it'll buy you time to pack. Stuff everything in the suitcases. I'll be over as soon as I can, and we'll bid this city a fond farewell.
Where are you, Rosie? It's been 20 minutes. Let's get a move on. It's about time. Good heavens.
Hello, Andre. Armand, it's so nice to see you again.
Winifred. What are you both doing here?
Why, our friend appears surprised to see us, Winnie.
I do hope it's a pleasant surprise, Armand. Or is it Augustus? Augustus Bishop?
Well, how did you find out my name? How did you find me?
Oh, it was quite simple, actually.
Do you remember that day not too long ago when you offered to light my after-dinner cigarette?
Oh, no, I always did that.
Oh, yes, you were so gallant. Only this particular day, the silver table lighter was out of butane. So you reached into your pocket and took out a pack of matches and completed the task.
Yes, get to the point.
You left the matches behind. When it became necessary to locate you, we took a chance and paid a visit to the tavern advertised on the cover of that matchbook.
It's rather a seedy place. I was disappointed to learn that you frequent such an undesirable establishment.
The proprietor of the watering hole was reluctant to admit you to anyone answering your description. But you would be surprised how a $20 bill can jog a man's memory.
Jerry told you for a lousy $20.
Well, since you owe him $40, he saw it as a way to cut his losses in half.
Well, ladies, I would love to chit-chat, but I am in a bit of a hurry.
This won't take long.
Look, I am sorry that things didn't work out, but these things happen.
Don't try to patronize us. You played us for fools long enough.
What do you want?
We've come to settle the debt.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You owe us each $10,000.
You gave me that money.
You duped us into writing those checks. We want our money back.
Well, I'm afraid I can't oblige you.
Why not?
It's gone. Most of it is, anyway. Look, just consider it a bad debt. It's tax deductible.
How dare you make light of this? You toyed with our sections and took our money. We're not about to forgive and forget.
Well, I can't give you back what I don't have.
Then you leave us no choice but to put Plan B into effect.
Plan B? Yes. Well, what is Plan B?
We are going to take care of you, Mr. Bishop. All your worries will soon be over.
How's that?
Have you ever been to Florida, Mr. Bishop?
Well, what is in Florida?
Palm trees, lovely beaches, and a warm sun that shines all year round. Not like here.
Winnie and I are going to be in Florida.
We've purchased condominiums in an exclusive retirement village. You're coming with us.
I am what?
We've given this matter a great deal of thought. You are a scoundrel, and you really do belong in jail.
But you also have a certain charm about you, one that brought a great deal of pleasure to the lonely lives we were leading. So you will come to Mills to Florence, Bishop. Once there, you will be in our employ, working off your considerable debt.
Well, how am I supposed to do that?
You are to be available to us at any given time. Should we go shopping, you'll drive and carry packages. When we go to dinner, you'll order and keep up your end of the conversation. At the pool, we'll make sure we have all the necessary amenities.
I am to be your servant. That's what this job amounts to.
We'll refer to you as our companion, if that sounds more palatable.
Well, what if I refuse?
We may not be the ideal female companionship you're seeking, Mr. Bishop. But your social life will be considerably better in Florida than in the state penitentiary.
Oh, no, you wouldn't send me there. You couldn't be that heartless.
Unless you agree to our terms, you leave us no alternative but to inform the police of your illicit activity.
What you are doing is tantamount to blackmail.
We like to think of this arrangement as prepayment for services to be rendered.
Rosie, it is about time.
What's going on here?
Be polite, Mr. Bishop. Introduce us to your friends.
Ollie, who are these biddies?
I beg your pardon?
Rosie, you have just insulted Winifred Cross and Muffy Van Freeland.
How did your little harem find you?
Oh, does it matter?
What are they doing here?
We came to make Mr. Bishop an offer.
The ladies want me to go to Florida with them.
Why?
So I can work off the money I owe them by catering to them hand and foot. Oh, you really cooked up a great scheme, Rosie.
You're not going anywhere.
If I say no, they'll tell the cops.
Augie, you're not considering going with them.
What are my choices?
Who could that be?
It's probably the welcome wagon from the retirement village.
Who is it?
Detective Warren, Miss Harris.
Oh, open the door, Rosie. The more, the merrier.
Oh, come in, Detective. Nice to see you again, Detective.
Well, hello, Mrs. Van Vreelen. I didn't expect to find you here. It appears as if I have crashed a party with a very interesting guest list.
I'd like you to meet my friend, Winifred Croft.
A pleasure, Detective.
Hello, Mrs. Croft. I've not been introduced to this gentleman, but I believe I know him by reputation.
Yes, Augustus Bishop at your service, Detective.
Mr. Bishop, you wouldn't happen to go by the names Andre Mercado and Armand Grenville when it suits your purposes?
Well, they are my twin brothers. People get us confused all the time.
You made very good time getting over here, Detective.
Well, when you didn't return with that Steinout book, I began to get suspicious. When the head librarian told me you left suddenly with a splitting headache.
I suppose I should have been more subtle.
The library provided me with your address.
We would have been long gone by now if it wasn't for Augie's fan club.
Detective, I'm afraid you've made this trip for nothing.
Mrs. Van Vreelen, this man did steal your money.
Well, Mr. Bishop's past behavior has been rather criminal, but we just had a lovely talk. He's seen the error of his ways, so much so that he's agreed to make full restitution. Isn't that right, Mr. Bishop?
Yes. The matter of those checks was nothing more than an unfortunate misunderstanding.
I've appreciated your efforts in my behalf, Detective. But as it turns out, I won't be pressing any charges.
But, Mrs. Van Vreelen, you can't do that. I can't allow you to.
The decision has been made.
But this man is a liar and a thief. How can you let him go unpunished?
It's the practical solution.
Practical. Well, whatever bargain you struck, it cannot be worth it.
Detective, you have no further business here, so I suggest you leave and pursue some wanted criminals.
Mrs. Van Vreelen, I'm not going to let this matter drop simply because...
You heard the lady. The matter is settled.
Are you really going to let this man go free, Mrs. Van Vreelen?
It's what I want, Detective. Please respect my wishes.
Muffy, I have an idea. One that will ensure that the Detective Warren will close the case and keep it closed.
And what is that, Mr. Bishop?
Well, if you and Winnie and the others sign a statement attesting to the fact that the money you gave me was for a business transaction, which it is, as it turns out, the police will have no recourse but to consider the matter closed.
Well, I would be willing to do that. How about you, Winnie?
I don't see why not.
Oh, wonderful. Now, take this pad from my desk.
Ladies, you're making a very big mistake.
Yes. Now, here's the pen.
Where did you get this pen?
What?
How did you come into possession of this pen?
Well, I'm not sure. You gave it to me as a gift.
I did no such thing.
Well, it isn't really important. Now, it's just a pen.
Mr. Bishop, how could you? How could I? Well, I gave that pen to my late husband as a gift the first Christmas we spent together as man and wife. Leonard cherished that pen so that he kept it displayed prominently on his desk in his study. As a matter of fact, the only time Leonard used that writing instrument was to send a card or personal note to me.
Oh, but I'm sorry. I didn't know.
You stole that pen?
No, I must have picked it up by accident. Oh, here, take it back. There's no harm done.
Mr. Bishop, I reconciled myself to overlooking your taking my money because the dollars were replaceable. But it's become apparent that you want to steal my memories as well. That I cannot and will not condone.
But I meant no harm. You have got to forgive me.
I am going to sign a statement, Mr. Bishop. But one with a slightly different content than you have in mind. It won't keep you out of jail. It's going to put you in.
Detective Warren was only too willing to satisfy Mrs. Van Vreelen's desire to sign on the dotted line. She made the formal complaint official with a stroke of pen that was worthy of John Hancock himself. In a way, Muffy was signing her own Declaration of Independence. The money lost was irretrievable, but the self-respect she gained by not allowing herself to be taken advantage of was worth much more than can be measured in dollars and cents. I shall return shortly. The ability to provide for the needs of another can be a blessing. In Augustus Bishop's case, it turned out to be a curse. Had Augustus selected only one wealthy widow, he would have been well taken care of, and might even find true happiness. Instead, he now sits in a jail cell, contemplating the error of his ways. Personally, I'm not sure if Bishop will think twice about stealing another heart when he's set free. But I'm quite sure it will be a long time before he pulses another penny. Our cast included Elspeth Eric, Fred Gwynn, Edith Juster, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now a preview of our next tale.
You're a smart thing. I was watching you during the trial. Why not, eh? There was nothing better to look at. You knew what it was all about.
Yes.
You knew it was nothing personal with me. I had nothing against your husband. I was only doing a job.
Yes, I felt that.
And I got caught, like they say, with the smoking pistol. Why'd you want to see me?
I want you to help me.
Help you?
Please, don't refuse me. Don't turn me down. I have nowhere else to go.
How could I help you?
You didn't kill my husband. Oh, you pulled the trigger, but like the gun itself, you were only an instrument. The real killer, the responsible murderer, is the person who hired you. And I intend to spend the rest of my life to bring him to justice.
This is Tammy Grimes inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Cooking has now become the most popular pastime or avocation in this country. At least 80% of the men do some.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Danny Kaye and Virginia Mayo in Wonder Man. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. If you ever manage a resort hotel, you'll find that your worst enemy is rain. Those dismal indoor days that start your guests departing for the city. A certain hotel in the Catskills hired an inventive gentleman who solved that problem by donning funny-looking hats, clowning through the halls, and throwing himself, if necessary, fully clothed into the fish pond for the entertainment of discouraged guests. From that beginning, Danny Kaye has soared to a phenomenal success on stage and radio, and co-starred in 2 screen hits with his leading lady of tonight, Virginia Mayo. They appear in their original screen roles in Samuel Goldwyn's Wonder Man, released by RKO. To give you as much of Danny Kaye as possible, we divide him in 2 and present him in our play as twins, identical in looks, but very opposite in temperament. For things that look alike may prove quite different in performance. One of our friendly listeners in Georgia writes me, I am a teacher of first grade at school, and every day before lunch we have washing time. One morning I brought 2 standard-sized cakes of soap, one for the boys and one for the girls. When I gave it to the children, I told them I had 2 kinds, Lux and another, and the girls could have first choice. Without hesitation, every girl said Lux. So you see, our Georgia peaches, even as early as the first grade, learn what's good for their complexions. Thanks to Miss Harvard of Unadilla, Georgia, and congratulations to her well-trained and discerning pupils. It's time for our curtain, and Act One of Wonder Man, starring Danny Kaye as Edwin Dingle and his brother Buster, and Virginia Mayo as Ellen.
Oh, what a tangled web we weave when first we practice to deceive. Sir Walter Scott's Mom in Canto 6, stanza 17. How aptly do these words describe the events I'm about to relate, although on second thought, perhaps Marcus Aurelius Antonius sums it up even better in his celebrated Meditations. You will recall his admonition, get used to thinking there is nothing nature loves so well as to change our existing forms to make new ones like them. He goes on to declare, time is...
Mr. Dingle?
Yes?
This is the Lux Radio Theater. We present plays here.
I beg your pardon?
Could you get to the point a little faster?
The point?
Who you are, how all this began, a sort of setting of the scene.
Oh, yes, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Dingle.
My name is Edwin Dingle. It is my wont to spend time in the Higbee Memorial Research Library gathering material for my forthcoming publication. Oh, that I had devoted a few moments to the world around me, too. How much better prepared I would have been for what occurred. For example, last Tuesday night, while I was contemplating Plutarch's Consolation to Apollonius, contemplations of a vastly different nature were occurring in the district attorney's office.
There's no doubt about it, Grossett. 10 Grand Jackson murdered Tutu Laverne.
Yes, boss, but what can we do about it?
Finally get the goods on that gangster, and what happens? They let him out on bail.
But the trial comes up soon. All we got to do is put Buzzy Ballou on the witness stand. Ballou witnessed the murder, didn't he?
Yes, but I am worried. Ballou puts on his act every night at the Pelican Club. 10 Grand Jackson knows that.
Well, I've tried to get that crazy comic to accept police protection, but you know how he is. You can't get Ballou to worry about anything, including his life.
Well, while that was going on in the district attorney's office and while I was in the library poring over Plutarch, the individual referred to as Buzzy Ballou was in a dressing room at the Pelican Club, presenting a costly engagement ring to a comely young lady named Midge.
Buzzy. Oh, it's beautiful, and you're wonderful, and I love you, but I'm certainly glad you're not twins.
What?
I said I'm glad you're not twins.
But I am.
You have a twin?
Sure, my brother Edwin. I haven't seen him in years.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah, on the level, Midge.
Maybe I ought to marry him.
Nah, you wouldn't like him, honey. He's a bookworm. I'm just a worm.
Buzzy.
Yeah, and I'd better crawl into my costume before the boss steps on me. I'll see you in a few minutes, huh, baby?
What a guy.
Hiya, boss man.
Cut out the clown and get into your costume.
Hello, Monty.
Oh, hello, Midge.
Monty, look, after all these years.
Ring.
And we're getting married tomorrow. Well, I guess the man means business this time.
Well, from the size of the diamond, that's either love or his horse came in.
He hasn't had a winner in a month.
You got one tonight, honey.
Thanks, Monty.
Well, I suppose you're going to say you'll always be a sister to me.
Monty.
Skip it. I'll tell you one thing, though. If he ever tries to take the act to Reno, I'll be waiting.
I know you will. Monty, I'm worried. Did you see the papers? They've released 10 Grand Jackson on bail.
Yeah. And I don't care what Buzzy says. I'm calling the cops. Whether he wants it or not, he's going to have protection.
Oh, thanks, Monty. Thanks.
Coming, Monty, old fella. Come in.
Oh, this here's the florist, Mr. Ballou.
Who?
I got 24 lilies for you.
Oh, you got the wrong room, Jack. I don't need any lilies.
You will in a minute. 10 grand don't like you, Mr. Ballou.
Did you say 10 grand?
Yeah. Oh, this is going to hate me as much as it's going to hate you.
Back up the truck, Torso. Let's get him out of here.
I repeat, while all this was ensuing, I, Edwin Dingle, was in the Higbee Memorial Research Library. But suddenly a most peculiar feeling came over me. I heard music, strange music, eerie, bewildering. And when I glanced up, there was Miss Ellen Shanley, the librarian, staring at me.
Mr. Dingle, what's the matter?
Music. I hear music.
You do?
Wait a minute. Now it's gone.
Mr. Dingle, you've been working too hard. And what's this you've been writing?
Oh, just some notes on the Paleozoic era.
Paleozoic era? But, Mr. Dingle...
Yes?
Look what you've written. Is this a code or something?
Buzzy. Buzzy? Buzzy? Buzzy?
You've written nothing but buzzies all over the paper.
How odd.
You hear music, you write buzzy.
Oh, and I have difficulty with my breathing, too. I feel cold and a little moldy.
You'd better go home and take your temperature.
Don't worry about me, Miss Shanley. It's probably nothing but my acrophobia.
Acrophobia?
Oh, yes. Worst case in the history of psychiatry.
You're leaving now?
I think I'd better.
But you'll be back tomorrow.
Oh, by all means, Miss Shanley. I love the smell of leather bindings. Miss Shanley, I've been wondering if you'd have dinner with me.
Oh, I'd love to.
You would?
Oh, yes.
Good. Sometime around the 1st of next month.
Oh.
It's a financial problem. Something to do with my allowance.
Oh, well, you could have dinner with me tonight. Oh, if you'd get something warm inside of you, maybe you wouldn't be hearing that music and feeling damp.
Oh, I just couldn't.
Oh, I've got millions of canned things.
You have? I love canned things.
Wonderful.
By the way,
Mr. Dingle, what is acrophobia?
Oh, it's morbid fear of women.
Oh. Well, is there any cure for it?
Oh, yes, decidedly. Decidedly.
Well, if you don't mind waiting, I'll be ready in a minute, and then we can go to my place together.
Oh, decidedly, Miss Shanley. Decidedly.
Well, dinner's almost ready, Mr. Dingle. You know, I've been thinking. You have the most extraordinary mind I've ever heard of.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
You're very modest, aren't you?
Yes, I guess I am.
Well, look, you're laughing. Well, I bet that's the first time you've laughed since you've discovered Professor Zimmel's inaccuracies in his history of the Phoenician Wars.
I guess it is at that.
Mr. Dingle.
I'd be happier if you called me Edwin.
Well, Edwin, then. Edwin, do you always wear your hair parted in the middle?
I think so. Why?
I never saw anybody who looked good with their hair that way, except maybe Hedy Lamarr.
You know, it's a funny thing. My brother used to wear his hair parted in the middle.
Yeah?
And when he changed the way he combed his hair, it changed his whole life.
It did?
Yes. Yes, he ran away from home and went on the stage. I hadn't seen him in years. We're monozygotic twins, you know.
For heaven's sakes, what are those?
Oh, nothing to be alarmed about. Super identical, that's all. It's a very rare biological phenomenon.
Well, I hope your brother's as nice as you are.
Thank you, Miss Hanley.
Dear.
What's the matter? Something
I
wrong?
forgot the potato salad.
Oh.
Oh, how can we eat frankfurters without potato salad?
Well, I could run down to the delicatessen. It's just around.
Oh, would you mind? There's one just around the corner. Schmidt's Delicatessen.
Oh, all right. I'll hurry, Miss Shanley. I'll be right back.
Oh, thank you, Edwin. Be careful.
Oh, don't worry about me.
Oh.
A pint?
Oh, yes, that'll be fine.
Oh, fine. A pint of potato salad. Schmidt's Delicatessen. Can't eat frankfurters without potato salad. Schmidt's Delicatessen. Again, that peculiar music was teeming through my brain, and that name, Buzzy, and now another name. Prospect Park. Buzzy, Prospect Park. Buzzy, Prospect Park. I proceeded toward Schmidt's Delicatessen, little knowing my feet were leading me into a skein of incredible events.
Hey, all right. What is it? What do you want?
Oh, good evening, Mr. Schmidt. Miss Shanley sent me. She wants a pint of... Oh, that music. Prospect Park.
Huh? What? Mister, look. Prospect Park is in Brooklyn. We never carry Prospect Park. Maybe instead you take a pound of Bronx Zoo?
No.
No?
No.
I pay my taxes. I don't order the milk. I vote the straight Democratic Party, and you come in and find a pint of Prospect Park.
Oh, I've got to go. Prospect Park. Buzzy, he keeps calling me. I've got to get to the Buzzy Park. I've got to get to the Buzzy Park. Buzzy. Prospect Park. Something is drawing me to Prospect Park like a magnet. An irresistible Buzzy.
You live here in Brooklyn, mister?
What? Oh, no.
Then why are you going to Brooklyn?
Oh, but I'm not.
The bus is.
Oh, no. The bus is going to Schmidt's Delicatessen.
It is? What for?
Potato salad. Potato salad? Ellen, she's waiting for me. Driver, stop the bus.
Yeah, what's the matter?
Oh, I don't want to go to Brooklyn, driver.
Well, none of us want to, Bud, but we all gotta go sooner or later.
No, stop the bus. I demand you let me out.
Okay, Jack, this is out.
Where am I?
Prospect Park. See you again sometime.
Prospect Park. So quiet. There's a bench there next to the lake. Maybe if I sit down and rest. Yes. I'll sit down and rest.
Edwin! I've been waiting for you.
Who's calling me?
Edwin!
In the lake. Someone in the lake's calling me.
They threw me in the lake, Edwin.
Who is it? Where are you?
I'm right behind you.
Right behind... Buster. Buster, this is wonderful.
Are you kidding? It's murder.
Well, after 10 years to meet you here in Brooklyn. You once told me you wouldn't be found dead in Brooklyn.
Well, that was the only way it could get me here, kid. You know, Eddie, you haven't changed a bit. You still look just like me.
Well, thank you very much, Buster. You look just like me.
All the time, Edwin. Sharp as a tack, all the time.
But what are you doing here?
Eddie, did you ever see a murder?
Murder? Good heavens, no.
Well, I did. I told the district attorney and they picked up 10 grand Jackson on suspicion, but before I could swear out a statement, he got out on bail and swore he'd knock me off.
Oh, well, that places you in a very precarious position.
Well, not any longer, kid. They killed me a few hours ago.
Buster, you know I don't appreciate that kind of humor.
Honest, kid, I'm dead.
Am I to believe you're an apparition?
Oh, believe what you want, kid. Just watch this. You see this big statue here? Well, watch, and I'll walk right through it.
Buster, be careful. You'll bump your nose. Buster, this is the most... Buster!
You see, kid, it's a cinch.
Oh, it's impossible. An optical illusion, that's what it is. Buster, haven't you outgrown those practical jokes?
Now, look, Eddie, you gotta believe me. I need your help.
Well, I'd do anything for you, Buster, but I refuse to believe you're not alive. I can see you. I can hear every word you say.
Well, look, I can't explain it, Eddie. Maybe it's because we're super identical twins. I don't know. All I know is that you can see and hear me, but nobody else can.
Well, this is most awkward. I knew you'd come to no good when you left home, Buster Dingle.
Buster Dingle? I changed my name years ago. Didn't you ever hear of Bussy Ballou?
Buzzy? Oh, that name, it's been going through my mind for hours.
Certainly, they've been trying to contact you ever since they knocked me off.
That's why I was drawn to this spot. Thales of Miletus Paradox.
Come again?
The control of spiritual magnetic forces over the material. Thales was right.
Well, pay the man the $64. I don't know from Thales. All I know is that I got you here to help me fry that rat, 10 grand Jackson. Now, Eddie, you've got to put 10 grand in the electric chair.
Not so loud, Buster. There's a sailor and this girl. They're going to sit on the bench.
Don't worry, kid. They don't even know I'm alive. I mean, dead.
Oh, of course. Pardon me, Buster.
Now, get this, kid. Nobody knows that 10 grand had me bumped off, see? Now, people probably think I've just disappeared. So you've got to take my place. Now, all you have to do is to be me day and night until the trial is over.
But there's 10 grand Jackson. If he had you killed and he thinks I'm you, he'll most certainly kill you. I mean me. No. Oh, dear.
Well, you're not scared, are you?
Fear is not in the Dingle lexicon, Buster.
Well, then what are you worried about? I can handle everything. No telling what I can do once I really learn the ropes. Didn't I bring you here when you want a potato salad?
Potato salad. Potato salad? Oh, I have to go, Buster.
Take it easy, kid. Look, they're staring at you, the sailor and his girl.
Oh, good evening.
Hey, Harry, let's get out of here. That fella, he's talking to himself.
Yeah, Brooklyn's full up.
They don't see you. They don't hear you. Then you are dead, Buster.
Well, now, what's this?
What I don't understand is... Buster, what are you doing?
Now, stop it, Harry.
What's the matter?
I said stop it.
Hey, what's the idea of hitting me? I didn't do nothing.
Oh, no, not much.
Okay, I'm going.
Go on, go.
I'll wait in the car. If you ain't there in 5 minutes, I'm going.
Hiya, babe. You read any good books lately?
Don't be vulgar.
Vulgar? He got fresh with me, so I slapped him.
I'm sorry, miss. I wasn't talking to you.
Oh, what a setup when I think of all the time I wasted living.
Please be serious. Did you say you sing and dance in a nightclub?
Well, I work in a bakery, but a lot of people take me for Lana Turner.
You can fool me, honey. Please stop that. How am I ever going to take your place?
Take my place? In the bakery?
Will you kindly stay out of this conversation?
Why, you talk to me first, you masher.
Oh, no.
Now, look, you started all this. You made me come here. Now you want to have fun with me.
Fun? Well, of all the... Harry! Oh, this guy's getting fresh with me.
You asking for trouble, Bud?
Yes, if it's trouble, Bud.
Now, stop it. Let's settle this alone. You come up to my room like you used to.
Take off your glasses.
Oh, very well. But why?
But why, he says. This, but why? Hey, you see, honey, you can't trust nobody these days except in us sailors. Come on, baby.
Oh, I have a vague feeling this is not going to work out, Buster.
Oh, come on now, kid. I'll take care of you if you get in any real trouble. Why, in my new setup, all I probably have to do is to go... And I'll be able to make people disappear, stop bullets, all kinds of stuff. Now, you get right down to the Pelican Club and start taking my place.
But, Buster, it's futile. I haven't the slightest knowledge of how to execute a song or a dance.
Well, stop worrying, will you? I got a gimmick.
What's a gimmick?
Well, it's a cinch. Anytime you need me, you'll hear the music. You remember the music?
Oh, yes, distinctly.
Okay, when you hear the music, I'll step inside of you and use your body.
Whenever I hear the music, you'll step inside of me and use my body? What do you mean you'll use my body?
I'll give you a demonstration, kid, like this, see?
Oh, no, Buster. Oh, what do you do? Buster, get out of me, Buster. I must talk to you immediately, Buster. Stop. Will you get out of me? Buster, please, you can't do this to me. I warn you, this masquerade will be palpably inadequate. Palpably inadequate. Palpably inadequate. Palpably inadequate. Oh, now stop making me sing, Buster. I have no desire. Oh, you should be ashamed of yourself, Buster.
Well, I gotta go now, Eddie, and so do you. Pelican Club. So long, kid.
Buster, come back here.
Roll him in the aisles, Eddie boy.
Buster. In a moment, we'll return with the second act of Wonder Man, starring Danny Kaye and Virginia Mayo. Meanwhile, here's our Hollywood reporter, Libby Collins. What's the special news tonight, Libby?
Well, I've just seen a picture, Mr. Keeley, that you might call extra special. It's Paramount's The Virginians. Has an all-star cast, Joel McCrea, Brian Donlevy, and Honey Tufts, with Barbara Britton as the lovely leading lady.
The sets are really spectacular, aren't they?
Yes, our California scenery made a magnificent background, just right for a Western thriller. And the costumes, too. Just wait till you see Barbara Britton in some of those full-skirted dresses of 1885 with the hourglass silhouette. Lucky for her, she has such a tiny waistline.
I've seen the picture, too, Libby, and I never saw a star look lovelier in Technicolor. Barbara's a real beauty, isn't she?
No, she is that, Mr. Kennedy. Huge blue eyes, natural blonde hair, and a complexion that's famous as one of the loveliest in Hollywood.
I'll make a bet with you, Libby. I'll bet I know what complexion care she uses.
Oh, you can't lose on that one, Mr. Kennedy. What else could it be but Daily Lux toilet soap facials? And I can tell you that soft, luminous skin of hers is a wonderful tribute to gentle Lux soap care.
I think our feminine audience might be interested to know how easy it is to give their skin the same care 9 out of 10 screen stars depend on.
Here's exactly how Barbara Britton takes her active lather facials. She covers her face with lots of the creamy Lux soap lather and works it well in. Then she rinses, first with warm water and then cold, and pats her skin dry with a soft towel. Quick and easy, but it certainly does the trick, Barbara says.
These beauty facials really do make skin lovelier. Recent tests by skin specialists proved it. Actually, 3 out of 4 complexions became softer, smoother, with Daily Lux Soap Care. Now, here's a tip for women everywhere. Why not try Hollywood's own beauty soap? Begin your active lather facials tomorrow. See if you're not delighted with Lux Toilet Soap's creamy, beautifying lather and the fresh new loveliness it gives your skin. Our curtain rises on Act 2 of Wonder Man, starring Danny Kaye and Virginia Mayo. And here's your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Now, let's see, where were we? Oh, yes, Prospect Park, Brooklyn, where Edwin Dingle, seeking a pint of potato salad, encountered instead the highly animated ghost of his brother, Buzzy Ballou. In this...
I beg your pardon, were you a witness to these events?
Why, no, of course not, Mr. Dingle. I was only trying...
Please, you worry about Lux. I'll worry about what happened next.
Well, this is highly irregular, Mr. Dingle.
so were my experiences. I, Edwin Dingle, had to go to a cabaret and pose as my brother. Why was this masquerade necessary? Because I was the only one who knew that Buster had been murdered. Only by artfully concealing this knowledge could the cause of justice triumph. Full of misgivings, I entered the stage door of the Pelican Club.
Hey, Marty! He just came in.
Who just came in?
Like Buzzy Baloo. Look at him. Careful, boss. I bet he's pulling some new kind of gang.
All right, Buzzy, I see you.
Good evening.
And who do you think you're fooling with those cheaters?
I'll thank you to return those cheaters.
All right. But eyeglasses won't help you. Midge will slug you with them on or off.
Midge? Midge who?
Why don't you stop? Hey, where have you been? She's been crying her eyes out. That the way to treat your future wife?
Wife? Oh, wife. Oh, yes. Well, you see,
Listen, Buzzy, are you going to marry her tomorrow or not?
Tomorrow?
Yes.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course. Certainly.
Okay. I'll be a good Joe. Slip her a kiss and square the beef so she'll know you're really on the up and up.
Very well. I'll be a good Joe and slip her a kiss and square the beef so she'll know I'm on the up.
Where are you going?
And up. To converse with Midge.
In here, you screwball. In here.
Oh.
Come in.
See you later.
Well, good evening.
Good evening. You are Midge?
I thought it all out, Buzzy. You can take back your ring and... But you've got some nerve kissing me.
Oh, I just slipped you that Joe to indicate that I'm a square beef and that everything is on the ascendancy.
Someday you won't get away with this clowning, Buzzy. It's a good thing I'm almost as wacky as you are.
Can I bring it in here, Mr. Blue?
Yes, waiter, what do you want?
I've got your sandwich, Mr. Blue. Should I bring it in here?
I beg your pardon?
Just your regular sandwich and some potato salad.
Potato salad? Oh, she's waiting for me. Excuse me, there's an urgent matter I must tend to immediately.
Buzzy.
Telephone, I must get to a telephone.
And that's the guy I'm going to marry tomorrow.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ellen, but numerous complications have arisen,
all you
and
had to do was to go to Schmidt's Delicatessen.
But I know, Ellen, I know. I'll explain it to you later.
I've been waiting for hours. You might have phoned before this.
Oh, but I couldn't, honestly.
I hear music. You're in a nightclub.
Oh, but you don't understand. I'm
well,
not.
I hope you and your girlfriend have a lovely time. And from now on, I'd be much obliged if you did your studying in another library.
But
Goodbye.
Ellen, hello. Oh, dear.
Well, you better get going, Buzzy. You're on in a few minutes.
Oh?
Hey, guess who's out in front tonight? 10 Grand Jackson.
Who?
10 Grand Jackson. Gave him a ringside table.
Oh, no. 10 grand. Oh, I simply can't. I won't.
All right, now hurry up and change. Midge is just starting her number, and you're on next.
Buster.
Part of my heart said no, no, no. The other part said let's go.
All alone tonight, Mr. Jackson?
That's right, all alone.
I hope your drink is satisfactory.
Everything's fine. Just beat it.
Yes, sir. Hiya, boss. Me and Torso here. We come for a dough.
Thought I said to see me in my office.
We got a blow. We're getting out of town.
Sure you took care of Balloon?
We took the package to Prospect Park. It's at the bottom of the lake.
Okay.
You think it's a good idea you coming here tonight?
Oh, I'm just curious who Monty's going to put in his place. I'm going to miss Buzzy. He was a great little performer.
Part of my heart that said no, no. Suddenly all of you, cause the one I saw in love with loved me so.
That's all right, folks. That's all right. She's going to be back later. Right now, here's a man who follows Midge in more ways than one. The star of the Pelican Club, Buzzy Baloo. All yours, Buzzy boy. Come on out and let that spotlight shine.
Buster, where are you? Please, Buster.
Wait a minute.
It can't be Buzzy
Under
Baloo.
Give me back my dough.
Fools?
Shut up. I'm getting a load of
The
this
village
guy.
smithy stands. The smith, a mighty he, with large and sinewy hands. Oh, Buster. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that perhaps some explanation is due. You see, I'm not. That is, when unfortunately, I simply can't. Oh, the music. There it is, the music. Oh, Buster, am I glad to see you. Where in the world have you been? I thought you'd never get here. Hey, you're the biggest hunk of no talent I've ever seen. You better let me get inside of you before you ruin my reputation. Oh, Buster. Okay, let's go now. You know, folks, it's like the little Eskimo girl said. It takes me a little while to get warmed up. Now, what do you say we start things jumping with a little number, huh? You know, kind of get things cooking? How about the Bolly Boogie? You think you'd like that, huh?
Oh, you lucky, lucky people. Oh, Buzzy boy, you're dynamite. I gotta get more dough.
Somewhere off the coast of Java fell a little piece of lava that grew up to be the island known as Bali. Every native girl looks sorta like the farmer's daughter oughta, and for dancing they are simply off their trolley. But they hadn't seen a new step since Methuselah did the two-step on their isolated island. They were way up beat from jive. They were closeted till a storm deposited on the beach at Jive. And Jack from Lower Basin Street, he went up and got a lookin', and he said, hey, hey, what's cookin'? This here joint is jumpin', but with melancholy. So he took their native movements, added in the groove improvements, and here's the way it's played on the Bali Hit Parade. Pataka boing boing yak pataka soup flute, pataka boing boing yak pataka reed beat, pataka boing boing yak pataka live jive, a high choo choo Chattanooga Bali Boogie, a waka song. Lick, lick, a waka song, song, a waka, hip step, a waka song, song, a waka, live jive, a high choo-choo Chattanooga Bali Boogie. Now if you can't dig the chatter with the greatest of these, it really doesn't matter. Here's the translation, please. A yaka bataka boing boing, a waka song, song, me. Shoot the pinky to me stinky, bataka boing. Slick, lick, bataka boing boing, yak bataka reed beat, bataka boing boing, yak bataka live jive, a high choo-choo Chattanooga Bali Boogie. How do they get a Bali Boogie? Thank you very much. Oh, I see a particular friend of mine is here tonight, 10 Grand Jackson. Hiya, 10 Grand. See you in the hot seat, pal.
That's the guy you said you bumped off.
Boss, we did cross my heart.
Yeah, sure. Now, look, you guys, if you two amateurs can't do this job, I'll get a couple of professionals who can. I want Baloo taken care of.
A little later that night, Monty summoned all of his entertainers to a supper party. Buster, that is I. No, Buster, sat next to Midge. I must add there was an abundance of champagne on the table.
All right, quiet, everybody, quiet. I have the doubtful pleasure of announcing that Midge and Buzzy are going to get married. Yep, the unhappy event takes place tomorrow afternoon at 4 o'clock at that little church around the corner.
Hey, you know something? I've got an even bigger surprise. Yeah, well, this time I'm going to be there.
And I've got a surprise for you. If you're late, even 5 minutes late, I'm going to marry Monty.
And so help me, I'll set his clock back. Boys and girls, let's drink to the late Buzzy Baloo.
In all candor, I must relate that several toasts were consumed. I, Edwin Dingle, never touch alcohol, but my brother Buster was inhabiting my body, and I must say he took unfair advantage of it. He was getting both of us quite intoxicated.
Go on, Buzzy boy. What were you going to say?
Well, I'll tell you, honey. I want to propose a toast, too. I want to propose a toast to my little bride, Ellen. I mean, Midge. Ooh, I'm getting pretty dizzy. Well, it's tomorrow afternoon at the little library around the corner. For better or for worse, in riches and in health, till potato salad do us part. Edwin. Oh. I feel awful. I'll never let you take another drink while I'm inside of you. Never, do you hear? Oh, brother, I wish I were dead. not kind of Buster to leave me in my condition. Monty assisted me to my dressing room, Buster's dressing room, and left me to what he calls sleep it off. When I awakened, I stole furtively away from the still celebrating guests and hastened to my quarters at the YMCA. Unfortunately, this time I overslept. And it was not until mid-afternoon. That's why I phoned. I tried to get away, but I couldn't on account of Midge because we were engaged to be married. That is, Buzzy and Midge were to be married. But I was Buzzy then.
Oh, well, who are you now?
Oh, I'm myself now. But I don't know how long it will last.
All right, I've heard your story. You may leave.
Oh, I'm sorry, but you must come with me. I'm taking you to the church.
What church?
Well, I'll get the girl who's waiting there to marry me to tell you how when I was Buzzy Ballou I got mixed up in this because Buzzy was supposed to marry her. So when I'm not Buzzy, why should I have to? We'll face the whole thing together.
Oh, we will.
All I'll do is... Ellen, look.
Huh?
Those two men, they're staring at me.
You're as nutty as a fruitcake.
We've been looking for you, young fella.
Oh, now, just a moment.
Now, you see this badge? District Attorney's office.
Why? What's he done?
That's between him and the DA, miss. Come along, you.
Goodbye, Ellen. Goodbye. I'm terribly sorry about the potato salad, and maybe if you could get a chance, you could visit me and bring me a little fresh fruit, maybe.
And to think, only yesterday he was just a nice, sweet, ordinary genius.
Well, let's get down to business, Mr. Ballou. You told me you had the goods on 10 Grand Jackson for that murder last week.
Yes, but I can't make a statement yet.
Why not?
I'm waiting for something to happen. Buster.
Oh, what to happen?
Buster, please, Buster. Doesn't look as if it's going to happen, Mr. O'Brien.
Oh, now, calm down. Now, you saw Jackson at the scene of the murder, didn't you?
Oh, yes. I surprised him in flagrante delicto.
Well, good. Proceed.
Well, I ripped off my stint at the Pelican Club, where I'm engaged as a song and dance entertainer.
Yes?
Yes. I was a little bit brought down, so I decided to take a walk.
I see.
Whereupon I see this hoodlum, 10 Grand, drive up in an armored car. He was stalking his victim, a tall, thin man with a red beard. There was a hail of lead, and the victim fell, fatally pierced through the pericardial region. There you are, Mr. O'Brien. It's an open and shut case. May I go now?
Oh, just a minute, Mr. Ballou. Just one or two minor details.
Oh, well, it was quite dark. I may have slipped up on a detail or two.
In the first place, the tall, thin man with a red beard was a short, fat fan dancer named Choo-Choo Laverne.
Oh, amazing. Her disguise was perfect.
And in the second place, she was strangled, not shot. Mr. Ballou, you told me you knew the name under which Choo-Choo Laverne rented the safe deposit box. You said it contains evidence of 10 Grand's counterfeiting racket. Now, what was the girl's real name? And no more of your phony quibbling.
That's her name, phony quibbling. Fanny quibbling. Buster!
Buster, you keep yelling about. Somebody higher up, eh?
Yes, that's it. Somebody higher up, and I wish you'd hurry and come down. Buster!
Now, you listen to me, Ballou. Are you trying to wreck my political career?
No.
You're involved with 10 Grand Jackson.
No.
You're a member of his mob. They're paying you off to do this to me.
No, Buster!
I'll give you just one more chance. To help me, I'll railroad you for withholding evidence.
All right, I'll tell the truth.
Well, that's more like it.
Well, I went to Schmidt's Delicatessen, but the music made me feel cold and damp, and the potato salad turned into Prospect Park.
What?
Well, then I jumped off the bus, and there was Buster walking through a statue because he was dead.
Holy jumping Republicans. Throw this maniac out of here and drop the charges against 10 Grand Jackson.
But, boy...
We've got no case.
You can't drop the charges. 10 Grand did it. Buster will tell you. Buster, please come down and get inside of me. Please hurry, Buster, please.
Take him away. I can't stand the sight of him.
No, they'll kill me, too. I want police protection.
Police protection? I'm issuing an order to every policeman to arrest you on sight. Shoot you if necessary if you so much as go near a cop. Now throw that idiot out of here.
But, Mr. O'Brien...
Mr. O'Brien.
The situation was fraught with peril and ignominy. Cast out into the street, I consulted my watch. It was 5 o'clock. I was an hour late for the wedding. I recalled Midge's emphatic words.
If you're late, even 5 minutes late, I'm going to marry Monty.
There was no use in going to the church. I walked willy-nilly down the street, turned the corner, and bumped right into them. A pair of grim-visaged thugs. They uttered certain low, polysyllabic words and attempted to halt me.
I broke from their grasp and ran.
It's him, Torso. He's been singing to the DA again.
Get on, Kemp. He's getting away.
Not this time he ain't. What's this, Torso?
Hello. Hello. But I just have to talk with the district attorney.
Sorry, miss. He's gone.
That young man he arrested, he's not really out of his mind. It's my fault. I upset him because he's not used to girls.
You'll have to talk to Mr. O'Brien.
But when will he be back?
He won't. He's going to the opera tonight.
The opera? But maybe he was telling the truth. Maybe his life is in danger. What will he do?
Sorry.
Oh, Edwin. Oh, poor, poor Edwin.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In just a moment, we'll bring you the third act of Wonder Man, starring Danny Kaye and Virginia Mayo. Amateur dramatics, as a rule, are good experience and lots of fun. But not often does the star of the class play step from college into a screen career. Miss Jacqueline White did, though, and she's here tonight to tell us about it. Jacqueline, I'm curious to know, what was the name of the class play that started you to success?
It was Our Wilderness, Mr. Keeley. An executive of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios was at the performance, and he offered me a screen test.
Which you passed with flying colors, apparently. And now you have a long-term contract with the studio.
I've been in 8 pictures since then, but I still feel I have much to learn about acting.
You have some wonderful stars as inspiration out at your studio.
Oh, yes. I spent a lot of time on the set while they were shooting A.J. Cronin's The Green Years. It gave me a chance to watch Charles Coburn in the role of grandfather. I've always admired him so much.
Great, isn't he? And there's some fine opportunities for younger stars, too, in The Green Years. Tom Drake and Beverly Tyler, for instance, do a grand job. It's an inspiration to any producer to see talented young people take their careers so seriously.
Especially when they're blessed with good looks as well as talent. Miss White, I shouldn't think camera close-ups would ever have any terrors for you. Not with that lovely blonde hair and a complexion that even by Hollywood standards is dazzling.
You're very kind, Mr. Kennedy. You won't be surprised when I say I'm a Lux girl. An enthusiastic one, too. Lux soap gives my skin just the care it needs.
Thank you, Miss Jacqueline White. There's a reason why so many famous screen stars, so many lovely young starlets recommend Lux toilet soap. It's a real beauty soap made of the finest ingredients. Thrifty, too. Each satin smooth cake lasts and lasts. Lovely women everywhere will tell you Lux toilet soap makes a delightful bath soap, too. Here's what screen stars say.
The creamy, active lather makes daintiness sure. And you'll love the flower-like fragrance a Lux Soap Beauty Bath leaves on your skin.
We continue with Act 3 of Wonder Man, starring Danny Kaye as both Edwin Dingle and Buster Bellew, and Virginia Mayo as Ellen. Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
Well, Mr. Dingle? Mr. Dingle.
Can't you see I'm preoccupied?
Aren't you going to give us a preface to our third act?
Oh, I can't. I'm trying to escape. Those characters are pursuing me, Chimp and Torso. They're still shooting at me. Buster, do something. Buster!
It appears Mr. Dingle is correct. 10 Grand Jackson's gunmen are hot on his heels. But Mr. Dingle, in an amazing exhibition of running and dodging, finds a temporary refuge. On a fire escape outside Ellen Shanley's apartment, he taps frantically on the window pane.
Who's there? Who's at the window? Who is it? Mr. Dingle.
Uh-huh. 2 gentlemen are after me. They're watching the front door. I had to come up this way.
If a policeman sees
Don't
you...
mention the police. They have orders to shoot me on sight.
That I can understand. Well, goodbye.
Don't shut the window. Please. Listen, I was just with the district attorney.
Edwin Dingle, you're the biggest liar in the whole world. I happen to know the district attorney is on his way to the opera.
Ellen, please don't doubt me. I couldn't lie to you. I couldn't lie to anyone about whom I feel. That is, whom I feel such a feeling as I feel.
I'd like to believe you, Edwin.
Then may I come in for a minute?
Not until I've heard what you have to say.
Well, my brother Buster is Buzzy Bellew. He was killed last night, and I told his ghost I'd help him out. But I didn't think he'd keep getting inside of me, so...
Oh.
Ellen, please.
You're positively shameless, Edwin. Maybe when you're ready to tell the truth, I'll listen.
I'm telling the truth.
There's someone at the door, so please climb down and go away. Come in.
All right, sister. Where is he?
Oh, my goodness.
Come on. Where's he at?
He? Who?
Your boyfriend.
Please, those guns. There's nobody here.
Let's take a look around, Tosa.
What's that? Who made that noise?
Oh, I did. I was just tapping on the radiator. See? Like this. Oh.
I can't say as though I follow you, sister.
Well, it's cold. When I rap loud enough, the janitor turns the heat on. Oh, well, that's the janitor knocking back.
It's very interesting, very.
Well, there must be some mistake. I know he's peculiar, but Mr. Dingle wouldn't hurt a fly.
Dingle. Who is Mr. Dingle?
Well, you said my boyfriend, didn't you?
How do you like that? She's two-timing Buzzy Ballou while he's two-timing Midge Malone.
Buzzy Ballou. And he was telling the truth. I mean, isn't Buzzy Ballou dead?
He crossed us up. We bump him off, and he bounces back.
Dead, huh? How much do you know, babe?
Yeah, we want to ask you some questions.
All right. I don't know why I should protect Ballou if he's two-timing me. He knows you're after him, so he's leaving for Chicago on the 8:20 from Grand Central.
That's him, Torso. That's him.
Edwin, get out of here, Edwin.
Get away, Chip.
You go in the fire.
Edwin, he's got firearms. Be careful.
Once again, I was fleeing for my life. I turned the corner, and back at Schmidt's Delicatessen, I found sanctuary behind the pickled herring barrels. But I was not alone. Waiting there for me was Buster. How you doing, kid? Oh, Buster, at last you're here. I've been trying to make it for some time, Edwin, but I had a hangover that was out of this world. Now, look, kid, never take another drink while I'm inside you, will you? Oh, you must help me, Buster. My life is in jeopardy. Kid, I got bad news for you. I can't help you anymore. Oh, but you simply must. They're coming after me. Just go like you said you would and make them disappear. I wish I could, pal, but you see, I've run out of ectoplasm. Oh, no. From now on, kid, you're strictly on your own. But what shall I do? Buster, perhaps if you give me the evidence on 10 Grand Jackson, I could get it to the district attorney. He's attending the opera. Okay. Now, here's the dope. The girl who was murdered was Choo Choo Laverne, the fan dancer. Yeah, that's it. Now, when she threatened to spill the beans to the cops about 10 Grand's counterfeiting, he hit her over the head with a beer bottle and choked her. I remember. Beer bottle. She threatened to tell the police. Now, I saw 10 Grand carrying her out. Now, Choo Choo Laverne's real name was Minnie Smith. Now, remember that, Edwin. Minnie Smith. And she hid the evidence she had on 10 Grand in a safe deposit box under that name. Minnie Smith. Oh, Buster, I wish you could arrange to accompany me to,
Which way did he go?
Oh. What's that?
I hear him, Chip. He's talking to somebody.
Well, kid, if you get out of this one, you'll be a new man. And if you don't, I'll be seeing you. Buster, don't go. Come back, Buster. Come back. Buster!
Reservations for tonight's performance at window 4.
Tickets, please. First aisle to the left. Stairway to the right, madam. Oh, just a second, miss.
Oh, please, I don't have a ticket, but you must let me in.
That's impossible, miss.
I've got to see the district attorney.
Well, you'll have to take that up with the manager right over there.
Thank you.
Tickets, please. First aisle to the right. Second aisle to the... Ticket, mister.
Oh, I have no ticket and I haven't any money, but I simply must get in.
No, you know better than that.
Oh, but there's somebody in there I have to see. And besides, look, they're after me.
You're blocking the line.
But you don't understand. I have to get in. Ellen!
Edwin, it's them!
No, Ellen, it is they. In all cases, the copulative verb takes the same case and the predicate as... Buster! Buster! This was becoming monotonous. I dashed to the street and fled into the first open door. It was the stage entrance into the opera house. I found an empty dressing room, put on a costume to disguise myself, and casually joined a group of singers backstage. The singers apparently had been waiting for someone. The moment they saw me, they lifted me to their shoulders and triumphantly bore me to the stage. Unfortunately, I had put on the costume and disguise of the baritone soloist. What madness was this? What strange folly. On stage was a rather stout soprano. In the orchestra pit, the conductor frantically pointed his baton at us. Well, when you gotta sing, you have to sing.
barfa, si qualche, si sperda, Sinatra.
A bells that a jingle-luna, jangle-luna, jingle-luna, sing-a-luna, sing-a-luna, on 3 o'clock. Boing, boing, boing. This masquerade couldn't continue. I started off stage, but there in the wings stood Chimp and Torso. They couldn't shoot. The chorus stood between them and me. But if they couldn't shoot, I couldn't leave. Glancing up there in the box, I saw Mr. O'Brien, the district attorney. Ellen was with him. Here was my opportunity to deliver Buster's message.
Tararara-boom, D.A. D.A.
Il coro mi scende, hey,
hey,
diventi mi.
Si mi.
Così t'accenderò.
To kill oh gangster, oh nab me, grab me, stab me. O'Brien! 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 Help!
And a torso they after me. Help, 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 But Ellen was right. Chimp and Torso were arrested. 10 Grand Jackson was convicted. Buster was avenged, and Ellen and I, well, I no longer live at the YMCA, if you know what I mean.
Edwin.
Yes, darling.
We've been married a whole hour now, Edwin.
Uh-huh.
You know, I read in Martin's notes on American geology that the tremendous flow of water over Niagara Falls removes the suballuvial soil at the rate of 2 3/10 feet a year.
Suballuvial, that is. You know, honey, what you need is to get away from those musty old books. Suballuvial.
Edwin, that doesn't sound like you at all.
Oh, I'm not going to be like me at all anymore, suballuvial. I guess there'll always be a little bit of suballuvial inside of me.
Edwin, do you think, Buzz, you'll be dropping in on us for the rest of our lives?
Oh, no, honey. I don't think we'll ever hear from suballuvial again.
No, stop, Edwin.
But, Ellen, I'm not doing anything.
Edwin, you're tickling me.
Oh, but that's what...
Buster!
I'm a little devil, ain't I?
that Buster Blue and Edwin Dingle are merged into a life of harmony, we turn our spotlight on their arch impersonator, Danny Kaye, who joins his leading lady, Miss Virginia Mayo, for a curtain call. Danny, how did you like playing twins?
Oh, well, it sort of had me beside myself, Bill.
Well, you and Virginia make a great team. And I know our audience is looking forward to your next co-starring picture for Sam Goldwyn.
Have you seen it, the kid from Brooklyn, Mr. Keeley?
At the preview Tuesday, Virginia, enjoyed it immensely. Danny certainly knocks himself out on those fight routines, and that's no pun. But, Danny, I didn't see you at the preview.
No, I couldn't make it, Bill. I got tied up.
You mean you missed your own picture, Danny? How come?
Well, in the early afternoons, I have to wheel my baby brother Bertie in his baby buggy.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. This afternoon, I was wheeling Brother Bertie in his baby buggy when the bumper of the baby buggy behind bumped into Bertie's baby buggy bumper. Well, when the rubber bumper bumped, the bumpy in the baby bumper, but it's in the bumpy back, so I had to unbump the buggies and put the rubber back in Bertie's baby buggy bumper.
Just what was that again?
Well...
Again, what was it the first time?
Subliblio.
You know, if I moved my mouth that fast, I'd be afraid I'd dislocate my face.
And we'd never like anything to happen to that face, Virginia, or that lovely complexion. I'm safe in saying that it is a Lux complexion, aren't I?
Indeed it is, Mr. Keeley. I've used Lux soap without missing a day. It's a wonderful complexion care.
And I'm sure that care was apparent when Sam Goldwyn picked you for the Goldwyn Girl. Do you use Lux soap, Danny?
Mm-hmm.
Every Sunday night, I bathe my baby brother Bertie in his rubber baby bath and let those Lux soap suds soak baby brother Bertie till he get.
You mean baby brother Bertie balks at his sabbatical ablutions, barring being bathed with baby brother Bertie's best beloved brand of bath soap?
Yes, I mean that baby... Oh, now, wait a minute. That's too much competition. Now, tell us what you're doing next week, Bill.
Next Monday night, we bring to this stage an old favorite of the Lux Radio Theater. Wallace Beery co-starred with Marjorie Main in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's rollicking screen hit, Barnacle Bill. Wally appears as a lovable, lusty fisherman whose life is one of dubious adventure and whose story is mixed with sentiment and humor, salted heavily with the excitement of the waterfront.
It ought to make a wonderful treat for your listeners, Mr. Keeley. Good night.
Good night. You are wonderful in Wonder Man. 8 months ago, we celebrated peace. But there's one war that never ends. Man's war against humanity's distress, against disaster, flood and famine, accident and suffering. We fight that war beneath the banner of the Red Cross. And it is up to all of us to share the burden. This month especially, give to your Red Cross. Give generously. No check you write, no dollar you contribute should reward you with more satisfaction. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Wally Beery and Marjorie Main in Barnacle Bill. This is William Keeley saying goodnight to you from Hollywood.
This week, America salutes the motion picture industry and the stars of film and radio who gave their time and talent to the cause of victory. From the War and Navy Department, special plaques are being awarded, representing the thanks of millions of servicemen and women. They'll go not only to Hollywood screen stars for their personal efforts in the sale of war bonds, hospital appearances, and overseas entertainment, but also to the motion picture studios in gratitude for millions of dollars worth of films donated for the entertainment of our fighting forces. Danny Kaye can be heard in his own radio program every Friday evening over this network. This program is broadcast to our men in uniform overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Barnacle Bill.
Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the sounds of suspense. Welcome to the world of your own terrifying imagination. So many catastrophic things happen in this world because a lady asks a gentleman a question and then refuses to accept his answer. For instance, the Lady Eve. What great harm could it do if I took just the tiniest bite of that apple? Or the lady named Pandora. Why would it be a calamity if I should sneak just a quick little peek into that box? Now add to the list a charming young lady named Millie. She also has a question.
Why can't I have the bracelet, Kevin?
It belongs to the temple.
Oh, nonsense. It's been lying here in the jungle for at least 1,000 years. Who'd miss it?
Its owner, the beast goddess.
Oh, come on, Kevin.
And you know what she does with people who steal her property. She turns them into animals.
Really?
Well, it's the local legend, Millie. Now, you just take that little bracelet off your arm and put it back exactly where you found it.
Sure.
Millie, I mean it.
Sure, Kevin. Sure.
Our mystery drama, The Sign of the Beast, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Lois Smith. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One. What is the difference between man and beast? There are those who ask, is there a difference? It wasn't very long ago that man himself was a beast, a carnivorous hunter with an insatiable appetite for raw meat. True, quite a bit has happened since. We've learned manners, we've invented civilization and culture, we've created a conscience, a code of morals, a system of ethics. But how deep do all these things go? Does the beast still slumber in each of us, waiting patiently, biding its time, ready at any moment to assert its mastery with fang and claw? This is going to be a very vital question for the very pretty and vivacious young lady who at this moment is riding in a helicopter. The copter is hovering over a large clearing deep in a South American jungle.
Here you are, Millie.
Thanks a million, Larry.
It's a sure bet Kevin and Professor Jorgensen won't thank me.
Better lift up out of here before they make you take me back.
You know, Millie, I don't think I'm doing you a favor.
Just toss my duffel bag over the side.
What's more, it could cost me my job. Company's coming.
And leading the parade, the adorable Kevin himself.
Well, all ashore is going ashore. This ship's sailing right now.
Thanks again, Larry. And if I ever leave Kevin, I'll marry you.
Gee, and I thought you liked me. Now jump out fast.
And furthermore,
you haven't even kissed me.
Look, I'm very angry about this, Millie.
You could still kiss me, Kevin.
You promised to stay at the base camp.
That was last week.
But we're moving into the jungle tomorrow.
Kevin, we've already been through all the arguments. Category A, danger from animals. Well, I brought the 405 Anson Carterets, and I'm a better shot than you are.
Now listen, Millie.
Category B, danger from rare, unknown, mysterious, incurable tropic diseases. You have just as much chance of getting one as I do.
Dr. Jorgensen will be furious.
Your Dr. Jorgensen is my Uncle Bert. I can handle him.
It isn't a matter of handling people.
Well, it's true, you know. Millie can always handle me.
Uncle Bert, I love you. A kiss to see me.
Dr. Jorgensen will have to radio that idiot Larry.
I'm not going back, Kevin.
Won't you make her see reason?
I warned you about this, Kevin. Last year, when you said to me, how about an introduction to that good-looking niece of yours, I told you the problems, but you would have her.
And I'm worth it.
Oh, Millie, it's only because I love you so much.
Uncle Bert, why don't we leave Achilles here to sulk in his tent while you show me around the camp?
Oh, and there's somebody you should know, that tall, powerful-looking fellow. His name is Imara. He's our straw boss. Imara, whenever you want something done, you...
Yes, Dr. Jorgensen.
Imara, this is Kevin's wife. Her name is Millie.
How do you do, Amara?
It is an honor to meet you, Millie.
Imara is in charge of setting up, taking down, and moving the whole camp.
Ah, well, I can see he does a splendid job.
Oh, no. The fact is he does a very bad job.
What? What did you say?
I said he does a poor and unsatisfactory job.
Uncle Bert.
Oh, it's the truth.
But everything looks to be so neat. so orderly.
Actually, Imara is unbelievably incompetent. He deserves to be fired.
I think that's unfair and heartless.
Excuse me, Millie. Imara, please go to Kevin's tent and bring Millie's .405 rifle.
Yes, Doctor. At once.
Uncle Bert.
No, before you say another word.
How could you be so heartless?
You must understand, Imara, his primitive superstitions, his beliefs.
But he's not some ignorant savage. You can tell by his speech. He's obviously educated. Must you insult him?
Millie, you simply cannot compliment these natives.
These natives? Oh, my, aren't we condescending? And why must we not compliment them? Will it spoil them as servants? Will it drive up the pay scale?
Oh, Millie, where to begin? In Imara's religion, he is surrounded by a host of jealous, angry, implacable gods and goddesses. They do not tolerate praise for human beings.
That's nonsense.
One man's nonsense is another man's devoutly held belief. You terrify Imara when you praise him. Therefore, on this expedition, never. There's a charm in being, quirky, kooky, offbeat. Just obey orders. Don't, under any circumstances, praise anybody. Understand?
Yes, Uncle Bert, I understand.
Things are bad enough. In the first place, you're a woman.
I like that.
You need some prestige. That's why I sent him for the rifle. Hit some tin cans, break a few bottles at 300 yards, and you'll be one of the boys.
Uncle Bert, you actually are a male chauvinist. Who would have suspected it?
Well, I have to pack away my instruments. Can I trust you not to get into any trouble?
Implicitly.
Very bad shot, Millie.
And now, I'll break that bottle next to it.
Oh, that was terrible.
Not bad, if I do say so myself. And that's every bit of 250 yards. Now, you see those 3 cans?
You are a very poor shooter, Millie.
That's nothing. You should see me when I'm in practice. Oh, my. I didn't know we had children in the camp. Who's that youngster by the kitchen tent?
It is my little boy. He stays here with me till we leave the jungle.
What's his name?
His name is Isara.
Isara. Oh, what a lovely name.
No, it is an unpleasant name.
I should think you'd be proud.
Proud? Me? Proud? Why do you say I'm proud?
Oh, because he's such a handsome child.
No, he is plain, he is ugly.
He seems so intelligent. Notice how patiently he lines up those stones and shells.
No, you're stupid, I swear to you. He has no sense. He disgraces his mother and me.
What are you saying, Amar?
This child is a fool. Anyone can see that. Now, I must go.
Where?
I must go clean the rifle. I must go.
Well, what made him so upset? Oh, now I remember.
Amira, you may serve the coffee.
I know the cuisine has left something to be desired these past few days, Millie.
Oh, none of this bothers me. I can live on tea and toast, fruit and vegetables.
By tomorrow sometime, we'll come to the ancient temple, the forbidden ground.
I have the cameras ready.
I must caution you, Millie. We were permitted to come here only because I promised the chief, who is my blood brother.
We do have a wild family, don't we,
that
Uncle
we
Bert?
will not defile the holy grounds. Now, all around you'll see scattered ornaments, bric-a-brac, all sorts of things. Touch nothing.
Uncle Bert, I hardly have to be told.
We can photograph anything, everything, but it all belongs to the goddess, the beast goddess.
It'd be dangerous to touch anything anyhow. You see, dear, this is very possessive.
I don't know why I have to be treated like a child and indoctrinated with lessons in basic honesty. I've been on digs with you before, Uncle
You
Bert.
take anything that belongs to the beast goddess, and she'll transform you into a wild animal.
What's that, Uncle Bert? Those drums.
You get used to it. It's just the native telegraph service.
What are they saying?
Oh, I never learned to read them exactly. I can just get the general idea. I think it's news of death.
Death?
Yes, it's someone's death.
How can you tell?
Well, the basic rhythm speaks of death. And since it's a very repeat, it's probably, well, the death of a child.
A child?
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Millie, is something wrong?
Oh, I have a headache. I think I'd better turn in.
Amira, let's put the scaffold here. I want to climb this wall and study the inscription. Millie! Darling, you feel better?
Yes, I suppose so. I'll just have to live with this headache.
Helen, come here a minute.
Okay.
I'm Mara.
Yes, Millie.
Your little boy, Sarah, he's dead, isn't he?
Yes. How did you know?
I know. I'm sorry.
I thank you.
I mean, I hope you don't...
Yes, Millie.
I hope you don't think I'm responsible.
Why should I think that, Millie?
Because... I don't know. Yes, I do. It's because I praised him just a few days ago, and you seemed so upset about it.
I was upset?
Oh, yes, very much. And Dr. Jorgensen told me...
I know. I know what he told you. But my little boy, Sarah, died of fever. The way so many children here do. Suddenly, without warning.
Then you don't blame me.
I blame you? No. I am not the...
I felt terrible.
I was afraid you might.
You see, in our culture, we believe in praise, especially when it comes to children. We automatically say nice things about children.
I understand. And have a gift for you.
For me?
We have a custom. When we make someone feel bad, we must give that person a gift. And the person must accept.
Oh, that's such a lovely bracelet. Where did you get it?
Here.
Oh, but we're not supposed to...
There are thousands of pieces of ornament. Who would know? Place it on your wrist. Ah, see how pretty it looks.
Oh.
Wherever you look, thousands of beautiful things. This is the very last. Besides, it is the custom. You see, you would have to explain why I gave it.
I understand.
And it would make them uncomfortable. Because everything they have come to believe about superstition would be wrong.
Millie!
What is it, Kevin?
Bring the camera. I want to shoot these inscriptions.
Thank you again, Amara. And it will be our secret. I'm coming, Kevin.
Yes. Go to him. Go to your husband, arrogant, heedless, ignorant woman. You have defied my gods and killed my son. Your punishment has been decreed. It has already begun.
Well, Aymara is obviously a man of parts, and he's already shown us quite a few of them so far. The punishment that has just begun will be expanded and continued when we return shortly with Act Two. Is it entirely valid to suggest that the best way to... There seems to be some historical basis for it. Archaeologist Kevin has ordered his wife Millie not to touch any of the artifacts or ornaments found in his latest discovery. And now, he finds it impossible to take his eyes off her wrist.
Is this the section of the temple wall you want me to film, Kevin? Kevin, what are you looking at?
What's that on your wrist?
Oh, well, it's just...
Millie, Dr. Jorgensen told you. I told you. Under no circumstances were you to touch anything.
Well,
You not only touched it, you're wearing it.
Look, these silly superstitions.
Where did you get it?
Kevin, I don't like that tone of voice.
Hey, what are you two quarreling about?
Show him, Millie.
Oh.
Uncle Bert, Listen.
I must ask you, Millie. Where did you get it?
I found it.
You found it here?
Well, around.
Millie, I can tell by the workmanship. It was made by an ancient priest of the temple. It has the same symbols.
What's all the fuss?
Millie, I thought we all understood.
Why can't I have the bracelet?
Because it belongs to the temple.
Nonsense. It's been lying around the jungle for at least 1,000 years. Who'd miss it?
Its owner, the beast goddess.
Kevin, are you serious? Listen, go ahead. Tell me the rest of it. Tell me she turns people who steal her property into animals.
Amira, let's put the...
We're looking a point, Millie.
If it were made of gold or silver or precious stones, I could understand, but it's just a twisted piece of copper.
Well, for all I know, we're being watched. If so, you can expect a poisoned arrow through your throat any second.
You know, I listened to the two of you, and I...
Millie, your trouble is that you don't listen.
Now, let's not have an argument. I gave my word. That's all there is to it. Millie, you will take that bracelet off your wrist and put it back. Put it back exactly where you found it.
Sure.
I mean it, Millie.
Well, sure, Uncle Bert. Sure.
Here. These are the symbols the Incas used for weddings.
Well, could they have originated this far north and east, Dr. Jorgensen?
Millie, photograph this section of the wall.
Yes. I need some more film. I'll be back in a second.
Well, you don't have to go. We'll send Amira.
No, it's all right. I just want to stop off at the kitchen tent. I think I need a snack.
We just had breakfast.
I know, but I'm hungry.
Are you sure you feel all right, Millie?
Oh, I'm fine. Just a little hungry. That's all.
Millie, about yesterday.
What about yesterday?
The bracelet.
Oh, that. Forget it, Uncle Bert.
I know that you see so much just lying around. It seems silly to make a fuss over some trinket, but...
I'm willing to forget it, if you are. Hi, Mara.
Yes, Millie.
Where's the cook?
He will be back soon.
I was wondering if there's anything to eat.
What would you like?
Well, I'd like some meat.
I could cook a slice.
Oh, would you please, Amara, and hurry?
Will this be enough?
Just throw it on the fire.
Yes, Millie.
That's good. Oh, that smells good. Be careful, don't burn it.
I just put it...
No, you're burning it. Amara, that's good. It's good. Right now, just the way it is. I tell you, it's fine.
Yes, Millie. Let me get you a plate and a knife and a fork.
Oh, hurry.
Here you are, Millie.
Eyeball. Put up some more.
Kevin.
What is it, Amara?
You asked me to prepare a list of supplies for the helicopter.
Yes, good. Let me write it down.
First, we need fresh meat.
Okay, fresh meat. Wait a minute. Didn't Larry fly some up just a couple of days ago?
Yes, Kevin.
Oh, we should have at least enough for the rest of the week.
The cook says he has only enough for tonight's meal.
Oh, that's impossible.
Would you like to see, Kevin?
I take your word for it. But is someone stealing meat?
I cannot say, Kevin.
Well, I know we eat a lot of it, but still, All right, put down meat. And this time, get plenty of it.
Is there any more meat, Amara?
I will go see.
Meat since I've known you.
Aren't you going to finish yours, Kevin?
Well, I've had enough.
Let me have your plate.
The air out here must agree with you, Millie.
I'm starved, Uncle Bert. I don't understand it.
You must be famished. Honey, you haven't had meat in so long, you've forgotten how to eat it. You have to chew it before you swallow.
Excuse me. Here are some chops.
Take them back. They're too well done. I want some rare.
I'm sorry. This is all we have.
Tell him to put up some more.
There is no more meat.
Well, that's right. Larry's due in with supplies in the helicopter.
When will he be here?
Well, I don't know. Sometime today.
Why don't I take the 405 and shoot us a deer or something we can eat?
Millie, are you all right?
Of course I'm all right. Now, why do you ask?
Well, don't snap my head off.
Millie, you'd better get some rest. You're tired.
I'm not tired. I'm hungry.
Millie, darling, something's wrong.
Why?
Well, because this isn't like you, that's all.
Kevin, I don't know. I have such a pain in my stomach.
What kind of pain?
Hunger, that's the only way I can describe it.
But you shouldn't be hungry.
I can't help it. I have this terrible craving for food. Oh, no, not for food, for meat, for red meat. Oh, Kevin, Uncle Bert, I'm frightened.
Take her to a tent, Kevin. Take her to a tent. We'll give her a sedative.
Oh, yes. Maybe that'll be best. Maybe that pain will go away.
Yeah, come on, dear. Now, come on.
Kevin, you'll wake me when Larry gets here in the helicopter with the meat.
Sure.
Promise.
Yes, dear, I promise.
Is she asleep, Kevin?
Yes, finally. Dr. Jorgensen, what's wrong?
I don't know.
I've never seen her hysterical. Are you as worried as I am?
I'm worried enough to want to get her to Rio, to a hospital.
Let's radio Larry to get that damn helicopter here pronto.
I just spoke to Larry. We have a problem. It seems the helicopter needs some repairs.
What kind of repairs, for God's sake?
I don't know. It was technical. Larry's working on it.
Larry, he's an idiot. If he hadn't brought her here...
It's our fault, yours and mine. We let her stay.
What are we going to do?
You say she's asleep. Well, all she needs is rest. Maybe when she wakes up, she'll be better.
Kevin.
I'm here, dear. I'm here.
Oh, I was so sleepy.
I know.
It's dark out. What time is it?
Well, it's almost midnight.
You let me sleep. You didn't wake me.
I couldn't.
But Larry was here and he brought the meat.
No, dear. The helicopter's out of order.
Oh, Kevin, I am so hungry.
Well, I knew you'd be hungry when you woke up, so I'll make you an egg sandwich.
No, I want some meat.
But there isn't any.
There's plenty of meat.
Where, Millie?
All around you. Out there. There's deer. There's wild pig. Can't you smell it?
Oh, no, Millie...
Let me have the 405. We'll be able to feast.
You can't go... No, in the morning.
You can't hunt in the morning. Always hunt at night.
Darling.
That's the time.
Now, listen. Here are some pills to calm you.
Kevin, something's wrong with me. I don't know what. I say things I don't understand. I have urges. Oh, I can't even describe. Hold my hand.
Yes, dear. What is it, darling? What is it?
Oh, my wrist! My wrist! It's burning! Oh, it's on fire!
What's the matter, Millie?
Look at her wrist.
Oh, that's a very ugly-looking irritation. How did you get it, Millie?
Oh, I don't remember. I don't know. Oh, Uncle Bert, I don't know anything.
I'm out. Here. Now, Millie, you must try to be calm. Try, dear.
Yes, Uncle Bert, I'll try.
Now, tell me, how did you hurt your wrist?
I don't remember.
Try to think. Try to remember.
You probably have an infection, some kind of bruise.
I don't have an infection. I'm not sick. I'm hungry. Do you understand? I'm hungry.
You want me, Dr. Jorgensen?
I'm all right. Bring the medical kit.
I'm hungry.
Well, the first thing we have to do is put a penicillin ointment on that bruise.
She's feverish, ravenous appetite for meat, bruise on wrist. Could be anything. She could have scraped it against a bramble, anything.
Or an insect. Dr. Jorgensen, we have to get her out of here. Now, radio Larry. Tell him it's an emergency. We have to do something.
Don't lose your head.
Listen, Millie.
Kevin, won't you get me something to eat?
Yes, dear, I will.
I have the medicines, Dr. Jorgensen.
Good.
Oh, Kevin, you don't love me.
I think we'd better put her to sleep. Hold your arm still, Millie, dear.
No, you want to stab me. I'm going to bleed.
Hold her arm, Kevin.
No, stop.
I'm all right. I want to ask you a question.
Yes, Dr. Jorgensen.
Have you ever seen anything like this?
Yes.
Where? When?
Once, it was a man. He had invaded these holy grounds. He had stolen a jewel from the beast goddess.
Yes? Go on.
He then became a beast. He disappeared into the jungle, and he was never seen again.
Thank you, Amar. You may leave. This kind of superstition we can do without.
Maybe. And don't bite my head off. Maybe there's something to it.
Something to what?
To what he's saying. Oh, I know. Primitive superstition. But look at us. You and me. Between us, we carry a considerable supply of the knowledge of the civilized world. Between us, we have degrees in medicine, anthropology, chemistry, sociology. Can we explain it?
Are you saying the legend is true, that Millie has offended the beast goddess, being punished?
I don't know what I'm saying. But look at her. Look how troubled, how agitated she is. She's flushed, breathing rapidly. She could burst through that sedative any minute.
Kevin, I'm so hungry.
Try to rest, darling.
I'm going to get on the radio.
The helicopter is out of order.
We're past all that. I'm going to speak with the hospital in Rio. I'll describe her symptoms. They'll arrange to get her there.
My wrist. Oh, my wrist. Oh.
Doctor.
It's burning. Oh.
Look at her wrist. Look at her wrist. Something's on it.
Oh.
It's a design. It's the shape of that bracelet.
Kevin, it's your imagination.
Is it? Look. Do you see that symbol? It's on every ornament worn by the goddess. The design decorates her dress.
It's just a raw, ugly scar with some very wavy lines.
But it's her sign. The sign of the beast goddess. The sign of the beast.
It could be a coincidence.
Do you believe that? Tell me, do you believe it?
Kevin, I don't know what to believe.
Well, you've got a pretty good handful of advanced college degrees in that tent. Most of them in the sciences. And it's surprising how quickly knowledge abdicates in the face of the unknown terrors of the jungle. Can science be just a veneer also? I'll return shortly with Act 3. Hamlet said that there were more things under heaven and earth than were dreamed of in philosophy. Hamlet should be with us in a tent, deep in a South American jungle, amidst the ruins of an ancient temple, because there are more things than any of us can dream of.
Is she still asleep?
I think so.
She shouldn't be left alone.
I'll go back in the tent in a second. Dr. Jorgensen, I just had to find out. Were you able to radio the hospital?
Kevin, it's 2 o'clock in the morning.
Well, what's the difference?
My contact there, the chief of medicine, he's due at 7.
Can't he be reached?
Kevin, he's returning from vacation. He's on the road. It's only 5 hours. Don't worry.
Poor Millie. You know, she really didn't mean any harm. And there are scads of this stuff lying around.
I know.
It's a pretty little thing. Who'd miss it? She didn't think it was stealing.
Kevin, don't talk as if...
As if what?
As if you believe this is the revenge of the beast goddess.
Can you rule it out?
Kevin.
If they can't send a copter for her, I'll carry her out of here on my back. Those damn drums, what are they saying?
Is it important?
I'm getting so jumpy. What are the drums saying?
Oh, nothing.
That isn't so, Dr. Jorgensen.
Why do you make an issue out of it?
Why do you refuse to tell me? Now, you can read those drums the way I can read a telegram. Now, what are you trying to keep from me?
It's just that I thought the agitated state you're in right now...
Well, don't make it worse. What are those drums saying?
Well, it has to do with revenge.
Revenge? What was that? Well, those are rifle shots.
Well, who'd be firing at this hour?
Come on. Millie! Millie! Oh, she's gone.
She's got a rifle.
Amira, wake everybody up. Rouse the camp. We have to find Millie.
Millie! Careful now. Watch every footstep.
It's a good thing there's a moon.
Millie, where are you?
Those shots came from just about here.
Why did she go out?
Oh, let's quit pretending. You know why she went out. To hunt.
At night? Why?
Because she's hungry.
Oh, Kevin.
When are we going to face it? Admit it.
Millie, can't you hear us?
Look.
Where? Oh, no. No, she can't be dead.
Millie.
She seems to be breathing. There's blood all over her.
But it isn't her blood. She must have shot this deer and... Millie. Are you all right?
I feel so nice and warm.
Have you reached the doctor yet?
Yes, Kevin. They're sending a copter. It'll be here late this afternoon or tomorrow morning.
Oh, that's great.
They're doing the best they can.
Oh, sure.
I'll be reasonable.
Reasonable, huh? My wife is being destroyed before my eyes.
It seems there is, or they think that this might be a very unusual disease.
Oh, come on.
It's an infection. She might have picked it up from the bracelet.
What are you talking about?
It could have scratched her when she put it on.
And?
Well, it's been lying here for hundreds of years. All kinds of parasites, microorganisms. Anyhow, it seems this disease creates enormous cravings for protein.
And what does your man suggest?
Massive doses of penicillin.
Well, do we have enough?
I hope so. I'm Amar.
Yes, Dr. Jorgensen.
Bring me the medical chest.
Kevin?
She's awake. I'm coming, dear.
Kevin.
No, Millie, now lie still. Don't get up.
Oh, I feel so comfy.
How's your wrist?
My wrist? Oh, it's okay. It only hurts when I feel hungry.
And you're not hungry now?
No. Oh, you know, I had such a crazy dream. I better not tell you.
You've got to. You've aroused my curiosity.
You won't believe it.
You try me.
Don't laugh, promise.
I promise.
Well, I dreamed I went out into the jungle alone at night. Oh, there's a picture for you. Imagine me alone in the jungle at night. Anyway, I dreamed I shot this, I think it was an antelope. Something like that.
Yes.
And I was so hungry, I ate it right there.
What a dream.
Oh, you know, I felt so full just before, but just talking about food seems to give me an appetite.
How about some tea and toast?
Tea and toast? Ooh, how about a nice chop? Or steak? Rare, very rare.
Well, Larry's been unable to fly up the supply.
Doesn't matter, I can go out and shoot.
Later, Millie, later. You're not hungry now, are you?
Oh, well, not very, but in a little while.
Okay. Then just a little while, huh? Promised.
Okay, I promise.
Where have you been, Doctor? I've been waiting in the tent.
Don't leave her alone again, Kevin.
Where's that penicillin?
That's just the problem.
What problem? Look, we just can't have any more problems.
We do. The penicillin is gone.
That's impossible.
All the bottles of penicillin solution, all the tablets, gone.
But how?
I don't know.
Are any other supplies missing?
No, everything's here.
Kevin!
Go to her quickly.
The penicillin.
Amara brought me the chest. The drug was missing.
We have spares in the supply depot.
I looked. Gone from there, too.
Kevin!
Kevin! I'm hungry! Oh, Kevin, you don't know my stomach hurts! And my wrist, it's on fire!
Millie, everything will be all right.
Sure, yes! Just let me take the 405 and shoot something!
No, Millie, no.
Kevin, I'm going!
Millie, try to get some rest.
I don't need rest! I need food! I need meat!
Please, Millie, lie back. Rest.
Take your hands off me!
Millie.
Let go of me!
Help me. Somebody give me a hand.
But I'm tired. Amara, get some rope.
Let go of me! Let go!
Where's that damn helicopter?
He could never find us at night. It'll have to wait till morning.
I don't know if she can wait until morning. Listen, we don't have medicine. Let's try the other thing.
What other thing?
The legend. Maybe we can placate the goddess.
Kevin.
Is there anything else we can do? Now, there's something happening here. The penicillin is gone. How do you account for it?
We may have forgotten to pack it.
Nonsense. Last night, you said the drums were talking about revenge. Revenge for who? For what? And what are they saying tonight?
It's revenge.
Kevin! Come in here!
I'm coming.
Kevin, I want the 405. Untie me.
No, Millie. What did you do with it?
Untie me.
What did you do with it? The bracelet. You didn't put it back, did you?
I'm hungry. I'll die, Kevin. I'll die.
I'll untie you. If you just tell me, where did you put the bracelet? I'll get you some meat.
Yes. Oh, Kevin, yes.
The bracelet. The bracelet.
It's in my makeup kit. Oh, no, untie me. Let me hunt.
Where did you find the bracelet?
You promised to untie me.
Where did you find the bracelet?
I must go hunting. Oh, Kevin.
Where did you find the bracelet, Millie?
I didn't find it.
Tell me the truth or I'll never untie it.
I didn't find it.
I'll leave you here to starve.
Amara.
What about Amara?
I promised him I wouldn't tell.
What about Amara?
He gave me the bracelet. Oh, Kevin, untie me. Please, untie me.
Amara, you will tell us where you hid that penicillin, or I'll blow your brains out.
You may kill me.
That's not the way.
Let me beat it out of him.
For the past 2 nights, Amara, the drums have talked of revenge. Whose revenge?
Mine.
Upon whom?
Millie.
For what reason?
She killed my only son.
How?
She made the gods jealous. She spoke of his beauty, his intelligence, his skills. The gods were angry.
Of course, but she didn't know any better.
It made no difference to my son. He died.
And your revenge?
I gave her a bracelet. I tricked her. I fooled her. I made her take it.
Where did you find the bracelet? So that we may return it with a suitable prayer and beg forgiveness from the goddess.
I will not say.
Stand aside, Doctor. It's my turn.
You may kill me.
No, he won't kill you.
Who says I won't kill him?
Be quiet. No one will kill you. But I am a blood brother to your chief. I will tell him that you committed a sacrilege. I will tell him that you stole a bracelet from the goddess for an evil purpose. Now you may go, Amara.
What do you mean, he may go?
He'll be disgraced for life. His wife, his parents, his brothers and sisters, all will be driven from the village into the jungle. No one will speak to him. Why do you stay here, Amara? We have no further use for you. Oh, I believe we owe you a month's wages. Here, plus 2 weeks' notice.
The bracelet. It was taken. I took it from the arm of the statue of the goddess.
Now repeat this, Millie.
Why do I have to go through this mumbo-jumbo?
Oh, just do it, Millie.
Now, place the bracelet on the wrist of the statue.
Ugly old girl, isn't she?
Millie.
Okay.
Now say, forgive my sin.
What sin? Okay. Forgive my sin. What else?
That's all. That says it.
Well, that's a relief. I must have been a trial to you boys. What happened to me, anyhow? The way you were shooting penicillin into me.
How are you now, darling?
Okay, I guess. Oh, but I'm so hungry.
Hungry?
Starved.
For what? Meat?
Meat? Since when did I ever eat meat? Just point me at some tea and toast, and salad, and fruit. I might even have an egg.
It's always good not to put all your eggs in one basket. Always have another course of action in reserve. What cured Millie? The atonement before the goddess and the return of the bracelet? Or the penicillin? Or both? I'll be back shortly.
Chesterton Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, Major Domo of this mansion of the mysterious and the macabre. This is the story of a search for a wild talent. You'll learn all there is to know about wild talents very soon, and you won't like it. In a sense, this is a treasure hunt. But the prize isn't money or jewels or pirate gold. No, nothing like that. And there isn't any ancient treasure map. No, just a very modern telephone directory which a man carries with him in his car as he drives from address to address throughout the city.
Mr. Buchanan?
Yeah?
May I come up, please?
Who are you?
My name is Davis. John Davis.
What do you want?
I want to offer you a reward, Mr. Buchanan. $5,000.
What?
You heard me. $5,000. If.
If what?
Well, why don't you let me come up and tell you?
$5,000? Okay, come on up.
Our mystery drama, The Boy Wonder, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Alfred Bester and stars William Redfield and Robert Dryden. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The treasure hunter is named Marion Perkins Warbeck. He is an intense young man, afflicted with an education and inspired by a purpose which most people would regard as lunatic. But then they don't know about wild talent. Marion Warbeck has been telling lies about himself and his search all through the city. And he's lying now to Jason Buchanan.
Yeah? It's me, Mr. Buchanan. John Davis, with that reward.
$5,000.
Right, but I said if. May I come in?
Sure.
This way. Thanks.
Now, what's all this, anyway?
Nice apartment, Mr. Buchanan. Looks lived in. You got a family?
Yeah. Now, about that $5,000. Is this some kind of fancy put on?
Oh, no, not at all. I'm from the Science Institute.
Never heard of it.
Well, that's understandable. We're a very quiet organization devoted to research, but we're big, Mr. Buchanan.
So? What about the $5,000 reward?
Well, we've got a new research program fully funded to check out the flying saucer mystery.
Flying saucers?
Yes. You've heard of them.
Yeah, who hasn't? But
oh, I know. You don't take the report seriously, but we do. Very seriously. You see, we're trying to put together firm reports of flying saucer sightings, and we're offering a $5,000 reward to reliable witnesses who will be willing to come forward and give evidence.
You guys must be crazy.
No, not at all. Have you ever seen a flying saucer?
No.
Oh, that's too bad.
Anyway, that's a lot of bunk. Flying saucers?
Well, you're entitled to your opinion. Have your children ever seen them?
What?
Your children. You do have children, don't you?
Yeah, but they...
How many?
2. Them flying saucers never...
Are either of school age?
What?
Your children, school. Do they go to school?
Yeah, the boy's 28, the girl's 24. They finished school long ago.
Oh, I see. Either of them married?
Both.
Do they have families?
What's this got to do
Just
with...
answer the question, Mr. Buchanan. Do you have grandchildren?
Yeah, 5.
Ah, living in this city?
No, they didn't like it here, so the families took off.
I see. Too bad.
But about them flying saucers, you scientists, doctors, ought to...
We are. Thank you very much, Mr. Buchanan. Sorry about that $5,000. Don't bother to see me out. Well, that takes care of Mr. Jason Buchanan. Who's next? Let me see. Huh, here we are. Alfred Buchanan, 776 Post Road. Yes, as listed.
Who is it?
Is Mr. Buchanan in, please?
No. Go away.
Is this Mrs. Buchanan?
Yes. Go away.
My name is Cook, Mrs. Buchanan. David Cook. May I come in, please?
I don't let strangers in when my husband's away.
I'm here about free prizes, Mrs. Buchanan.
What? Free?
Prizes?
For who?
You?
From who?
Well, if you'll take the chain off and let me in, Mrs. Buchanan, I'll explain.
Well, you don't look like a crook.
I'm not, ma'am, on my honor. I always tell the truth.
Come in, Mr. What'd you say your name was?
Cook, David Cook.
This way.
Thank you.
Want some coffee?
No, thank you.
Sit there. No. What's all this about prizes? Free prizes.
Well, I'm from Worldwide Broadcasters.
Never heard of them.
Oh, you will, ma'am, you will. We're preparing a list of names for prize competitions. People who would be willing to appear on shows and win prizes. You know about that, of course.
I sure do.
Would you be willing?
Who wouldn't?
Oh, indeed, yes, who wouldn't? Have you ever won a prize in a contest?
No, I never, because I never got a chance.
Well, maybe you will now, Mrs. Buchanan. Did your husband...
Did my husband what?
Ever win a prize?
Who, Al? Never. He never got a chance either.
Well, maybe he will, too. And what about your children?
Children?
Your children. Have they ever won prizes?
Ain't got no children.
Oh. Nephews named Buchanan?
Ain't got no nephews. Just me and Alf, Mr. I forget your name.
Wook. D.H. Wook. Thank you very much, Miss Buchanan. You'll be hearing from us. Private Brownstone, very elegant, very posh. This might be the hot lead, right? Well, that will be high class, too.
Yes?
I beg your pardon. Sorry to intrude. Would it be possible to see Mr. Foster Buchanan, please?
At this hour?
Well, I know it's rather unconventional, but I'm from the Business Safety Council, and I...
Are you, indeed?
Oh, yes, I am, indeed. And if you'll tell Mr. Buchanan that I won't take more than 5 minutes...
I'm Buchanan.
Well, how do you do, sir? My name is Acorn. Roger Acorn. I'm here from the Safety Council.
I heard you, Mr. Acorn. Do come in.
Thank you, sir.
This way, Mr. Acorn. Tonight is servants' night out, so I'm managing myself. I think we'll be comfortable here. Can I offer you a brandy and soda? I'm about to begin myself.
No, thank you, Mr. Buchanan.
You said 5 minutes.
For what?
I have great faith in the Business Safety Council. Our bulwark against the inroads of arrogant chicanery.
Well, the purpose of this interview is to inquire whether you have ever been defrauded by, in your words, arrogant chicanery.
The attempt has been made, Mr.
Acorn. Ronald Acorn.
To be sure. Attempts have been made, Mr. Acorn. I have never been victimized.
Your wife?
Never.
Your children? You do have children?
My son is hardly old enough to qualify as a victim of confidence tricksters.
Indeed. Interesting. Well, how old is he, Mr. Buchanan?
He's 10 years of age.
Well, is it possible that he's been tricked at school? There are crooks who specialize in victimizing children, as we know at the Safety Council.
Not at my son's school. He's well protected from such riffraff.
What school is that, sir?
Germantown.
One of the best. One of the very best. Did he ever attend a city public school?
Good heavens, never.
I see. Any other children, Mr. Buchanan?
A daughter, 17.
At present in Paris, studying at the Sorbonne. Well, thank you, Mr. Buchanan. I think my time's up. Thank you for your cooperation. I'll see myself out. Enjoy your brandy and soda.
Hey, mister.
Well, who? Who, me?
Yeah, you, mister. Oh, would you mind helping a lady in distress?
Lady in distress. Come on, they haven't used that expression since the Civil War.
Oh, honest, mister, I'm in the craziest kind of jam, and I'm scared.
Look, I've got exactly $7.50 on me. You're wasting your time.
Oh, this isn't a con, mister. Honest, it's a real jam.
Oh, it better be good.
I was driving home, and I had to stop for a right back there on the corner. See?
Yeah?
Suddenly a guy jumps out of my car.
Yeah?
He yanks up in the back door.
Yeah?
And he slams and beats it.
And that's your jam?
No, it's what he left behind.
Uh-huh. And what did he leave behind?
A gun.
A what?
I couldn't figure it. So the first thing I did was look in the back to see if he ripped off anything. He didn't.
He didn't.
All he did was leave a gun.
And I don't believe it.
The gun's there. I saw it. I didn't dare touch it. I didn't even go near it. I got out and ran for a cop. Then you come out of that house, so I ran to you.
Are you telling the truth?
Why would I lie? Am I trying to hit you for anything?
No.
So come and look for yourself. Maybe you can figure out what I should do. Trouble is the last thing I want. Come on.
Well, I still don't believe you, Miss...
Daisy Telford.
I still don't believe you, Miss Telford, but I'm incredibly curious. My one vice.
Would I make up a story for the sake of $7.50?
You didn't know how much I had on me.
You look like you have more.
That hurts. Frankly, no.
So trust me a little. Here, this is my car. Go ahead. Look.
You said the back of the car?
On the floor.
Well, I don't see any gun.
On the far side, behind the driver's seat.
On the far side. A gun on the floor, she says. Dropped by a mysterious stranger.
Oh, Joe. You didn't have to hit him so hard. He's such a nice guy.
Daisy, baby, when Joe Davenport cools him, he cools him for keeps. Okay, let's move it out. Mr. Harrod's waiting. Come on, rise and shine. Everybody up.
All right, that'll do, Joe. I think he's coming around.
You shouldn't have clobbered him so hard. He's such a
It's
nice...
all yours, Mr. Harris.
Mr. Warbeck. Mr. Warbeck, can you hear me? Can you respond? I won't keep you very long. You'll leave laden with apologies. Just as soon as you tell me what kind of crook you are and who's behind you.
What?
Crook? Who? Mr. Warbeck, please, pull yourself together, or Joe will have to resume with his muscle, which can't be very pleasant.
I can make it a lot less pleasant, Mr. Harris.
Mr. Warbeck, can you tell me why you, ostensibly a harmless school teacher, have suddenly decided to cut yourself in on my Buchanan caper?
The trouble with a treasure hunt, even if it's only for a boy wonder with a wild talent, is that you may blunder into something totally unexpected. But you don't know about wild talents and their incredible value yet. You'll find out in the second act, which will begin in just a few moments. You're on a treasure hunt which involves people named Buchanan. You're trapped, slugged, and wake up in what appears to be a respectable legal office. A thief type named Joe is slapping you back to consciousness. A pretty girl named Daisy is trying to protect you. A hearty legal type named Herod wants to know all about you and your connection with people named Buchanan.
Mr. Warbeck, why have you, ostensibly a harmless school teacher, suddenly taken it upon yourself to cut in on my Buchanan caper?
Come, Mr. Warbeck. No stalling, please. My name's Herod. Walter Herod, attorney at law. I've been going through your wallet. Your name is Warbeck. Marion Perkin Warbeck. Right?
Yeah, that's right. My name's Warbeck, but I never admit the Marion to strangers.
Why this interest in the Buchanan?
Why yours?
I'm asking the questions. Joe's been tailing you. You've seen 5 Buchanans per night. 30 so far. What's your angle?
You got no right to kidnap me and grill me.
Your papers and ID tell me that you're a teacher by profession. Assistant principal of a public school. I thought teachers were supposed to be legitimate. How did you get mixed up in the inheritance caper?
Caper?
Racket. The inheritance racket. The heirs of Buchanan caper. What are you using? The personal approach?
I don't know what you're talking about. I honestly don't know.
You're stepping on my toes, Warbeck, and I don't buy it. I'm taking $75,000 a year out of this caper, and I'm not going to let you cut in.
Now, look, I'm an educated man. Mention Galileo or the lesser Cavalier poets, and I'm right up there with you. But there are gaps in my education, and this is one of them. I can't handle the situation. Too many unknowns.
All right, I'm going to spell it out for you, Warbeck, so we'll know exactly where we stand. And you won't be able to dummy up.
Please do.
The inheritance racket is an old, long-term con. It operates like so. The story is that James Buchanan,
15th President of the United States?
Yes, the same one. Buchanan was a bachelor. The story is that he died intestate, leaving a fortune for heirs unknown.
Thrilling news.
Today, at compound interest, that estate is worth hundreds of millions. Understand?
So far.
Anybody named Buchanan is a sucker for this setup. I send them a letter. Tell them there's a chance that they may be one of the heirs. And do they want me to investigate and protect their possible share in the estate? It only costs a small yearly retainer. Most of them buy it. And now you...
Wait a minute. Don't belabor the obvious. I can draw a conclusion. You found out I was checking Buchanan families. You think I'm trying to operate the same racket. A caper? You think I'm trying to cut in? Cut in? Yes, cut in on you?
Well, aren't you?
Oh, heavenly guardian angel, that this should happen to me. Thank you. Thank you. I'll be forever grateful.
I think you must have made him a little crazy with that clapper, Joe.
Well, aren't you trying to cut in?
No. I'm not cutting in on you, Mr. Herod. Look, you will accompany me to my office in the school, and I will show you why I'm interested in the Buchanan.
Now, just a minute, Warbeck. I said I'd make it up to you.
We'll have to use your car, Miss Telford. Mine's probably been towed away by now. Herod, I'm going into partnership with you 3. You've got what I need to locate one particular Buchanan. He's 10 years old, and he's worth millions more than your phony $100 million. Oh, this is my office. Come in.
Aren't they going to ask about us being here at 9?
No, Miss Telford. I often work late.
Call this closet an office?
Oh, we aren't very generous to teachers, Joe. Sit down, everybody, if you can find somewhere. And this, Miss Telford and gentlemen, is my buried treasure.
You've got $1 million stashed in that file?
No, Mr. Herod, just a composition.
A composition?
Worth $1 million more than your Buchanan fortune.
I think this clown is putting us on.
Quiet, Joe. We owe him his favor. Go ahead, Mr. Warbeck.
Thank you. Now, a school assistant principal has to supervise classes. He reviews work, estimates progress, irons out student problems, and so on. I do this by random samplings. We have 900 pupils in this school. I can't supervise them individually.
Is he supposed to be saying something?
He is, Joe. Just listen.
I'm waiting for the money talk.
Here it is, Joe. Looking through some fifth-grade work last month, I came across this fantastic composition. It was written by Stuart Buchanan of the fifth grade. His age must be 10 or thereabouts. Now, the composition is entitled My Vacation. I'll read it to you, and you'll understand why Stuart Buchanan must be found.
This is the money?
Yes, Joe, this is the money. My Vacation by Stuart Buchanan. This summer, I visited my friends. I have 4 friends, and they're very nice. First, there is Tommy, who lives in the country, and he is an astronomer. Tommy built his own telescope out of glass 6 inches across, which he ground himself. He looks at the stars every night, and he lets me look even when it is raining cats and dogs.
Wait a minute, Warbeck, are you putting us on?
Patience? Now, let's see. Cats and dogs. We could see the stars because Tommy made a thing for over the end of the telescope which shoots up like a searchlight and makes a hole in the sky to see right through the rain and everything to the stars. Well, Mr. Herod, what do you think of Tommy, the astronomer?
I don't understand this at all.
Well, it couldn't be simpler. Tommy gets bored waiting for clear nights. He invented something that cuts through clouds, a funnel of vacuum, so he can use his telescope in all weather. And what it amounts to is a disintegration beam.
How do you say?
The hell I don't. Next friend of Stuart's, and I quote, Then I went to Ann Mary and stayed 1 whole week. It was fun because Ann Mary has a spinach changer for spinach and beets and string beans.
What the devil is a spinach changer?
Spinach changer. Spelling isn't one of Stuart's talents. Where was I? Oh, yes, here. When her mother made us eat them, Ann Mary pressed the button, and they stayed the same outside, only inside they became cake, cherry and strawberry. I asked Ann Mary how, and she said it was by Enhev.
You've lost me.
Simple. Ann Mary doesn't like vegetables. So, she's just as smart as Tommy, the astronomer. She's invented a matter transmuter. She transmutes spinach into cake, cherry or strawberry. Cake she eats with pleasure. So does Stuart.
And you're crazy, Warbeck.
Not me. The kids. They're geniuses. There's only one label for them. They're wild talents.
Wild talent? What's wild talent?
Later. Let's finish up with Lazy Ethel. I continue to read Stuart's composition. My friend George has a sister Ethel who is the laziest girl I ever saw. She is big and fat and hates to walk. So when her mother sends her to the store, Ethel thinks to the store and thinks home with all the packages and has to hang around George's room hiding until it will look like she walked both ways. George and I make fun of her because she is fat and lazy, but she gets into movies for free. The end.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Great little girl, Ethel. She's too lazy to walk, so she teleports. Then she has to hide with her packages while George and Stuart make fun of her.
Teleport?
That's right, Miss Telford. She moves from place to place by thinking her way there.
There ain't no such thing.
There wasn't until Lazy Ethel came along. There wasn't any disintegration beam until Tommy the astronomer invented one. And Ann Mary invented a matter transmuter because she doesn't like spinach. That, friends, is wild talent. Children accomplishing incredible things for childish reasons.
I still don't believe it. That kid's got a wild imagination, that's all.
Possibly.
You just give me 5 minutes with this Stuart Buchanan. I'm a lawyer, and I'll find out.
I had the same idea myself. I'm a teacher, and I can find out, but I can't.
Why not?
Because Stuart Buchanan's done the impossible. He's disappeared. Lock, stock, and barrel. Gone without a trace. He can't be found.
Well, which proves he was lying. You caught him in the lie, and he ran.
You still think this was just his imagination, Mr. Herod?
Well, what else?
I'll tell you what else. And that part about Ann Mary. Where is it?
It's the one who doesn't like spinach.
That's the one, Miss Telford. Here. Now, quote. Ann Mary pressed the button, and they stayed the same outside, only inside they became cake, cherry, and strawberry. I asked Ann Mary how, and she said it was by Enhev, end quote. That's E-N-H-V.
So, that's a kid's gibberish word.
No, Herod. That's how Ann Mary transmuted manna.
Well, with a kook word like enva?
Come on. No, not enva, Joe. It took time, but I figured it out. That's Planck's quantum equation. E equals NHV. One of the most abstruse concepts in theoretical physics. Well, Herod?
The kid invented that, too. There's coincidence.
That sound likely?
Well, then he read it somewhere.
10-year-old reading quantum mechanics? Nonsense.
Oh, damn it, you let me hit that kid for 5 minutes.
Me too, but he's disappeared. That's why I've been checking every Buchanan in the phone book, trying to locate him. The day I read this composition and sent down for Stewart to have a talk with him, he disappeared into thin air and hasn't been seen since.
Well, what about his family?
Trouble disappeared, too. What's more, every record of their location had disappeared. A few people remember them vaguely, but that's all.
They split, huh?
Oh, the very word, Joe. Thank you. Well, what a situation. Here's a child who makes friends with child geniuses. They're making fantastic discoveries for childish purposes. Who knows? Maybe Stewart's got other friends with wilder talent.
Is this Stewart a wild talent, too?
Probably. Kids generally hang out with their peer group that shares the same interests and talents.
And what kind of genius is he?
I don't know. A genius for disappearing, maybe. He blabbed like a child in his composition. When I sent for him, he got scared like a child, ran away, and covered his tracks.
How did he get into the school file?
I don't know. All I know is he destroyed anything that might lead to it. Stewart has run away, and we have got to find him.
Just to find out, is he smart?
No, Miss Telford, to find his friends. He's the only lead. Surely I don't have to explain. What would the Pentagon pay for a disintegration beam? How many millions would an element transmuter be worth? If we could teleport, travel by mind alone, how powerful would we be?
My goodness.
Mr. Harris, this professor's almost got me convinced.
How about you?
Mr. Warbeck, your caper makes us look like pikers. Thanks for letting us cut in on you. We'll pay off. We'll find that kid.
It's been suggested that children are really alien creatures, thinking their own strange thoughts to themselves and performing incomprehensible alien acts in their own private world, which no grown-up is ever permitted to enter. Is Stewart Buchanan a doorway to this alien world? And if he's found, what will his world be like? Act 3 will tell us in just a few moments. Are Stewart Buchanan's friends working miracles with their wild talents, discovering disintegration beams, matter transmuters, teleportation? If not, does he have a wild imagination? And if he merely imagined all this, why and how has he disappeared without a trace? The only answer is to find Stewart Buchanan and question him. Walter Herod, attorney at law, is explaining to the boy's teacher how this can be done.
It's not possible for anyone to vanish without a trace, Warbeck.
Even a genius with a wild talent for crime?
You've been blundering around chasing after Buchanans in the phone book. There are other angles. You don't run after a missing person. You look around on his back trail for something he dropped.
A genius wouldn't drop anything.
All right, let's grant the kid's a genius. But a kid's a kid. He must have overlooked something. He forgot about that composition. And we'll find that something. Now, where's that school of yours located?
Jefferson Park.
Any busing?
No.
Then it's a neighborhood school. The kid's family must have lived around there. Let's go. Over there, Professor. The 800 block. Stop.
Oh, what's this address?
Jefferson Park Post Office substation. You move out of a neighborhood, you file a change of address card with your post office. Now, wait.
Well?
No.
And what's this?
Election board. All voters are registered. If a voter moves from one election district to another, provision is usually made that a record of the transfer be kept.
Ah, clever. Stewart could hardly think of that.
Yeah, I'm hoping. Wait for me.
Well?
No.
Now what?
Gas and Electric Company. All subscribers must transfer their accounts if they move. If they move out of town, they usually ask for their deposit back. They're a record.
If Stuart Buchanan can break into Consolidated and destroy their records, he's a better man than I am.
We'll see. Wait.
Don't tell me he's a better man than I am.
Yes. All right, let's go. Motor Bureau.
No, huh?
No. All right, let's go back to my office. I can't stand any more disappointments.
Hi, Mr. Harris. Hi, Professor. Any luck?
No. You?
Well, maybe yes, maybe no.
Please, don't be mysterious, Joe.
I'm not. I'm spooky.
What about?
Well, me and Daisy and Charlie the Clown been covering the Jefferson Park maid.
What? You let Charlie in on this caper?
No. Just brought him along for window dressing. He gets along great with kids.
Yes, and?
Idea was to locate one of this Stewart's little pals and find out where the kid went.
Well, did you?
Nah. But Charlie located the block where the Stewart kid used to live.
Good.
Daisy took off to find out what real estate company handles the block.
Ah, that was smart.
And Charlie the Clown took a powder.
He what?
Disappeared. 1 minute he was with me,
the next he was gone. Did you see him go?
No. He was walking behind me. When I turned around to tell him something, he just wasn't there.
Holy saints, what have we got ourselves into?
You think Stuart Buchanan had something to do with his disappearance?
What else can I think?
Well, there's got to be some rational explanation. We're going up to the Jefferson neighborhood, Joe, and look for Charlie. Warbeck, stay here and mind the store.
Office of Walter Herod, attorney at law.
Oh? This isn't Mr. Harris.
Miss Telford?
Yes, you must be the professor.
In person.
Could you put Mr. Harris on?
Not here.
Then Joe Davenport.
Same answer. They both left to do some looking.
I shouldn't say it on the phone, but you know who?
Yes.
Well, I did some finding.
Not you know who.
No, but close. I've got him here.
Got who, Daisy?
The manager of the RG Realty Company. He was in charge of the building where you know who used to live.
Daisy, you're a marvel. Bring him up to the office right away.
I can't. He hasn't got time.
That's all right. Then I'll come to him. Where are you now?
The Bristol Cafe. Third booth from the back. You'll recognize me by my black coffee without sugar. Over here, Professor.
Oh, I got here as fast as I could. Where's the manager of RG Realty? Couldn't he wait?
Oh, he's still here at the bar.
What did you get from him so far?
Well, he doesn't remember the family much. Kind of vague, you know?
Yeah.
He remembers the family signed a lease for a 4-room apartment in the Jefferson Arms.
Uh-huh. Did he show you the lease?
He couldn't.
Why not?
It wasn't in the files. It was gone.
Oh, I might have known.
Every everything about the family was gone.
We've been wondering what kind of wild talent Stuart Buchanan has. Maybe the boy is a thief genius. How does he get at every trace, every record, and destroy it? Now, what's taking R.G. Realty so long at that bar for? Are you sure he didn't take a powder? Run out on you?
No, his hat and coat are hanging right here. He must be at the bar, in a check jacket. Oh, I don't see any check jacket. Do you?
No. 3 men there, and nobody checked. Daisy, I'm afraid we've lost another.
Oh.
I think he's knocking us off one by one.
All right, Warbeck, cool it. So the kids licked us straight down the line. Well, I've got a gimmick. They lived in Jefferson Arms. Look up the house phone number in the book.
I know it. There was a Buchanan listed at that address, and I checked them.
Well?
Moved out, gone. The janitor told me.
Great. That's our solid lead. Call the janitor.
Well, he told me everything he knew, and it was nothing. Buchanan lived there, left, period. Hello? Oh, Mr. Rysdale, I'm that teacher, Mr. Warbeck, who talked to you before about... Yes, that's right. Well, I've got a friend here who wants to ask you something else. There you are, Herod.
Hello. Yeah, well, listen, sir. When anybody moves in or out of a building, the janitor... the super... takes down the name of the movers in case they damage the building. Well, yes, I'm a lawyer. I know this. It's to protect the building in case an action has to be brought, right? Yes, that's right. Now, who moved the Buchanans out? Yes, I'll wait. Yes? Oh, thanks. We've got it made. Made. The Avon Moving Company, truck number G4. Now, this is why you're here, Daisy. Warbeck and I couldn't get anything from the Avon movers. They had no record of moving the Buchanan family.
Well, the kid was pretty thorough.
I'm dying to meet him.
But they did have a record of the men who worked truck G4 that day. We contacted one of them, and he's going to meet us here in this bar after he quits.
What for?
Tell us everything he can remember about the job.
Including where he moved the Buchanans to.
So why me? You want I should ask him something?
No, Daisy. I want you should soften him up. You know, ask him. Here, hold it. This must be the guy. Oh, good evening, Mr. Moore. It is Mr. Moore.
Yeah, Patty Moore. Are you the lawyer guy?
Yes, Herod.
I've been thinking about what you asked me on the phone. And I asked the rest of the crew, all we can remember about that Jefferson Park job is that it was an all-day proposition.
Why all day?
Because it took us all the way to hell and gone from Chesterton Park.
Where to?
Old Town suburb.
Old Town?
What street in Old Town, Mr. Moore?
Maple something. Maple Road.
What number?
I couldn't remember.
Kid again.
Well, we know the street, and I think Daisy may be able to coax Moore into remembering the number. Daisy, love, why don't you and your friend Patty Moore... Daisy?
Where'd she go? She was right there. She just up and
gone. Just like that. Gone. You got that Old Town street map, Joe?
Right here. There's Maple Row. 12 blocks long. See?
All right. 12 blocks, 4 apiece. We cover every house and every apartment. Now, we've got to be careful. It looks like any time anybody threatens to get close to the kid, he wipes them out, yes?
No argument here.
All right, so we drive out to Old Town, park, start the screening operation, but we meet at the car every half hour and check in, right?
It'll take forever. There's 1 million kids per square inch in Old Town.
There's $1 million a day in it for us if we find him. Now, let's move it.
Professor, present and accounted for, thank heavens.
Where's Joe?
Coming. I got mixed up in a stickball game.
Did you case the kids playing in the street, Professor?
I looked them over. No Stuart Buchanan.
And we don't know whether the kids playing on Maple Row live on Maple Row, so we stick to the apartment search. Any leads so far, Joe?
Nope.
Professor?
Negative.
Nothing in mind yet. All right, let's keep trying. Any luck, Professor?
Not yet. You?
No. Where's Joe?
Last time I saw him, he was down the street trying to sidestep a posse game.
Only girls play posse.
Only girls. No Stuart Buchanan.
Where the devil is Joe?
Is he always on time?
Always.
Well, maybe got a hot lead.
You believe that?
I want to believe it.
What do you really believe?
That Joe got too close.
And the kid got it.
But how?
Same way he got Charlie the Clown, and that manager, and Daisy.
Maybe Joe got scared and quit.
No, not on $1 million.
Herod, how does the kid do it? I'm scared.
So am I. You want to quit now?
We can't. If the boy's that dangerous, we've got to find him.
Oh, we know what to do. We both cover Joe's sector. I'll take the right side of Maple Row, you take the left. We meet here every half hour, and we'll be strictly on time.
If Stuart Buchanan lets us.
And if one of us is late, honk the horn as a reminder. Make it 2 long, 1 short. Got that? Let's go.
Maybe that murders people, wipes them out like Daisy, and what is going to happen when Stuart Buchanan grows up? What's going to happen when the rest of them grow up? He's somewhere in Herod's sector, right side of Maple Row. This block, destroying us one by one, smiling to himself, a vicious, killing genius. Stuart! Stuart Buchanan, can you hear me? I'm here, Stuart, waiting for you. Stuart, 85, 90, 95, 100. Anybody round my base is it? Stuart Buchanan, come out. Come out. Wherever you...
Stuart Buchanan, come out, wherever you are. Where is he? In an alley behind Maple Row, deeply involved in a game of hide and seek, aged 10, wearing sweater, jeans, and sneakers, hiding behind ash cans, determined not to be caught. He looks up at the sunset sky and sees the evening star and whispers, "Starlight, star bright, first star I see tonight. Wish I may, wish I might. Grant me the wish I wish tonight. I wish that anybody who tries to bother me would go away forever." I'll be back shortly. Stuart Buchanan is unaware that he has disposed of Warbeck, Herrick, Joe, Daisy, and scores of others who disappeared forever. That he has forced his parents to move from Jefferson Park. That he has wiped out almost every trace of himself in his innocent desire to be left alone and happy. He is unaware that he is a genius with a wild talent. The power of this boy wonder is for wishing and making his wishes come true. And I sincerely hope that none of you has a wild talent in your family. Our cast included William Redfield, Robert Dryden, Ken Harvey, Martha Greenhouse, and Dan Ocko. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Section 42 of G.K. Chesterton's newspaper columns, The New Witness, 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. G.K. Chesterton's newspaper columns, The New Witness, 1921, by G.K. Chesterton. At the sign of the world's end, the ugliness of utopia. It is a pity that the people who are trying to attack the worst sort of Bolshevism have got hold of the very worst way of doing it. I have been called a reactionary, and in one sense I am a reactionary. But I am quite sure there is one golden rule for all good little reactionaries to learn. It is no good to give a superficial answer to a fundamental suggestion, even if it is fundamentally false. Indeed, if it is fundamentally false, it is all the more necessary to answer it with what is fundamentally true. There is no answer to anything radical, even radically wrong, except being more radical still. If the other man has dug deep enough to have almost torn the plant up by its roots, we must dig deeper and see that it brings its own soil with it, so that it can live. If the enemy is mining, we must be countermining, and the countermining must be undermining. If the wrong sort of revolutionist is indeed undermining society, he will most certainly blow up society unless we can undermine him. The revolutionist will win unless we can be more revolutionary than he, in the fundamental sense of being at once more skeptical and more visionary. Now, our real hold on the skeptic is almost always in this, that there is something which he does not doubt, and we do. Challenged upon his own first principles, he finds the whole of his movement checked. Thus, for instance, as long as we tell the Bolshevist that his ideal is a beautiful and bewitching illusion, he will lead men to worse fates in the future, if they follow it now. He will not altogether unnaturally say that it seems odd to refuse to follow an ideal because it is beautiful, and that even by our own account there is as yet nothing to show that it is deceptive. But if we tell him at the beginning that we think his ideal is ugly, that it is ugly as an ideal and not merely as a reality, and that as it is ugly in itself, we are naturally not going to be bothered to follow it. If we tell him that, he is brought to a much more serious standstill. In order to convert us, at any rate, he has to show that his ideal is not ugly, but beautiful and worth following. Now, the modern materialist will find it much more difficult to charm like a poet than to plan plausibly like a company promoter. He will be less insinuating when he woos like a lover than when he takes chances like a tipster. It is not really so difficult for him to convince people that his idea is attainable, that he has figured it all out, like a man with a financial tip or a system for Monte Carlo. But we, by hypothesis, are not telling him that his idea is unattainable. We are telling him we do not want to attain it, whether it is attainable or not. What he has to create in us is a motive, that is, a thing that makes other things move. And it is not an easy business to create a motive. Not half so easy as to assume a motive and explain a plan. What he has to do, if he can, is what the great prophets and religious founders did. He has to make a sort of music in the air, to which things stir and march, even when they have seemed stiff as hedges or rooted as trees. And the modern economic materialist is no Orpheus. In short, it is easier to refute Bolshevism as an ideal than Bolshevism as a business proposition. And this for a very vital and interesting reason. That business can be mystifying, whereas idealism must be plain. Anyone can see this by imagining any working example. Suppose a man knocks at the door with a proposition for providing everybody with a pair of stilts, so that they can henceforth all walk about undefiled by mud and breathing a purer air on a level with the tops of trees. It would take a long time to prove to him that he cannot provide everybody with stilts. You might spend many happy hours with him in your library, looking up encyclopedias, uncovering papers with calculations, before you had proved to him from the census, or the reports of the timber trade, or the blue books on afforestation, that the thing was impossible. Perhaps it isn't impossible, an idea to be kept in mind about the other ideal also. If you want to get rid of the gentleman selling stilts at the door, it is much quicker to tell him that you don't want any stilts, that you don't like stilts, and that he has aroused no stilt motive like music in your mind, or in short that walking on stilts forms no part of your ideal. In short, the idealistic answer is short, sharp, and practical, whereas the practical answer is long-winded, elaborate, and tiresome. If a man proposes to take you to Johannesburg on one of those new amphibio-automatic oil bicycles, which are, for all I know, among the brightest and briskest business propositions advertised in that brilliant seat of culture, it will take a long time to disprove to the tout that the bicycle can travel over land and sea. It will need very complicated scientific calculation to demonstrate that the design is a swindle, though since it emanates from the high places of imperial and scientific finance, it very probably is. It is much simpler to tell him the truth that burns immortally in the breast of every plain, true-hearted Englishman. It is better to tell him that you do not want to go to Johannesburg, any more than to hell. That is what I have to say to the Bolshevist about the Bolshevist utopia. But the point here is that it would take a long time to go into the merits and demerits of the bicycle, whereas it takes a very short time indeed to dismiss the merits and demerits of the South African city. To get to the ideal is to get to the goal, and be done with it. To linger on the practical process may be interminable. The idealistic method is businesslike. The businesslike method is the devil of a business. In the same way, the really swift and simple modes of attack on Marxian materialism and collectivism is simply pointing out that it is ugly, not proving that it is unpractical. It is in preventing people from desiring what the innovators think desirable, much more than in merely prophesying whether they can get what they desire. For a prophecy, however practical, is always arbitrary and mystical, whereas a desire is a definite and objective fact, like a dog or door-knocker. All men know what they want, but only inspired seers know whether they can get it. If men want property and liberty and the life of the distributive state, as we maintain, we will attempt to follow it up by proving it to be practical and probable. But if men do not want collectivism and regimentation and compulsory labor and the rest of the Bolshevist utopia, then it will be a waste of our time to prove it impossible. None of us will sit down to discuss the baffling difficulties of starting a pestilence or the little hitches and worries in the way of procuring a mad dog. There is a truth, probably unconscious, in the common phrase that utopian revolutionists hope to make a new heaven and a new earth. It is true that nobody makes a new earth without first making a new heaven, and this is no more specially true when the heaven is full of gods and angels than when the heaven is empty of everything but ether and stardust. It is quite as true when the heaven is only an abyss or bottomless pit of space. It is quite as true when the heaven is rather like hell. The higher thing, towering over the earth and typifying the general nature of the universe, is still the dominant condition and determining factor in all the earthly regulations and reforms. The heaven of the atheist makes the earth of the atheist, as much as the heaven of the saint makes the earth of the saint. The basis of the whole Marxian business is the religion of monism and materialism. Every man gets his economics from his religion. Only this religion is so laboriously topsy-turvy as to teach the opposite. The notion that the religion came from the economics. The answer to this is really quite simple. The Marxian socialist says that mental states come only from material conditions, to which I reply that his material conditions are bad by his own account, and therefore his mental conclusions are wrong by his own argument. If the situation makes the soul, and if it is a bad situation to be a proletarian, then it is probably a worse situation to be a class-conscious proletarian. If capitalism is a mood of material origin, socialism is a mood of the very same material origin, and that admittedly a very bad and misleading origin. If economics produces ethics, we have no more reason to trust the psychology of a proletarian brought up in a capitalist state than that of a capitalist brought up in a capitalist state. The truth is that this is one intrinsically impossible and intolerable school of thought, because it is thought against thinking. The man who says that ideas are mere material results has in that very sentence destroyed all ideas, including that one. But there is an even deeper element among these elements of the case. It is perhaps the element of emotion rather than thought. Why should a man want to maintain that his will is a blind plant of the swamp, or that his ideals are idols made of mud? Why should men desire to entertain such a dogma as the materialist version of history? I do not speak here of puzzle-headed skeptics who reluctantly digest such dogmas, because they cannot reason their way out of them, but of men who shout them like a war cry and intone them like a creed. We can only say that there seems to be some such pessimistic perversity and spiritual suicide, and that this sect must be counted among the strange sects so afflicted. In practical fact, I think they are often fighting against very real plutocratic tyranny. But in truth, there are two very different fights against tyranny. There is the revolt against the tyrant by the slave, and there is the revolt against the tyrant by the free man. What Nietzsche said of Christianity, what was emphatically not true of Christianity, actually is true of Marxian materialism. It is a slave morality, a protest against particular authorities made by the spirit of slavery, and not by the spirit of liberty. For if it were really working from the love of freedom, it would certainly begin with free will. End of section 42.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
The Jack Benny Program.
At 50, American.
Fine tobacco is what counts in a cigarette. And
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes,
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts.
Year after year, at auction after auction, independent tobacco experts, men who spend their lives buying, selling, and handling tobacco, can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. Real Lucky Strike tobacco. Fine tobacco that means real deep down smoking enjoyment for you.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
At 50, 59, American.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, yours truly, Don Wilson, and our guest stars, Victor Moore, Peter Lind Hayes, and Frank Capra.
Well, if it isn't yours truly, Don Wilson.
Hello, Rochester. Is Mr. Benny in?
No, Mr. Benny took Miss Livingston to the movies.
Oh, well, when he comes back, will you tell him that... Say, Rochester, did you bake a cake or something? I smell melted butter.
Oh, that. Well, you see, every time Mr. Benny goes to the movies, I make him a bag of popcorn.
That's ridiculous. Why doesn't he buy it at the theater? With butter and everything, it must cost more to make your popcorn at home.
Theoretically, yes, but actually, no.
What do you mean?
Well, I make 2 bags, and he sells one of them to Miss Livingston.
Oh, I see. Well, in that way, you break even.
Break even? Since the OPA went off, we're showing a profit.
But, Rochester, don't you take a loss on the kernels that don't pop?
Mr. Benny will pop them if he has to take them to a blast furnace.
Well, as long as Jack isn't home, I think I'll run along.
If you care to wait, he ought to be back any minute now. They went to the neighborhood theater.
Gosh, Jack, I'm sure glad you took me to see It's a Wonderful Life. I think it's a marvelous picture.
Yeah.
I thought the direction was great. Jimmy Stewart was sensational.
Yeah, sensational.
Jimmy gave that part just what it needed. I thought his acting was superb.
All right, so his acting was superb. He's supposed to be a great actor. That's what he got paid for.
Well, Jack, I saw your last picture.
I returned the money. So don't be so smart. Anyway, Mary, don't get me wrong. I like the picture, It's a Wonderful Life, but it's awfully hard to believe that part where Jimmy Stewart's angel comes down and shows him what would have happened if he hadn't been born. I don't know, it's too fantastic.
Oh, you've been mad at pictures ever since they put out Bank Night.
I have not. It's just that I don't...
Oh, Jack, let's stop and look in this jewelry window.
Okay.
Gee, what gorgeous jewelry they have here.
Uh-huh.
Oh, Jack.
What?
Look at that beautiful engagement ring.
Mary, are you hinting?
Uh-huh.
Well, it won't do you any good. I'll never wear it. Come on, Mary, let's go.
No, I want to look at all these things in the window.
Okay.
Oh, Martha.
What is it, Emily?
Isn't that Jack Benny standing over there?
Well, I declare. My, but he's handsome. Every time I see him, I get weak and wobbly all over.
Oh, Martha.
It's the truth, Emily. He really sends me. And if I was 20 years younger, I'd go. Emily, who's that girl with Mr. Benny?
Why, that's Mary Livingston.
Look how tight she's holding on to his arm. I'd like to go over and pull her hair out.
Oh, stop being so irritable. You've been acting like this ever since Van Johnson got married.
You should talk, Emily. You broke your baseball bat when Lippy married Lorraine. Anyway, I think Jack Benny is...
Quiet. Here they come.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Well, hello there. Isn't it rather late for you girls to be out?
Girls.
Come on, Mary. Let's go. Gee, Mary, Wilshire Boulevard looks beautiful at night, doesn't it?
Yeah, all the light and... Say, Jack, isn't that Frank Capra?
Who?
Frank Capra, the man who directs the picture we just saw. It's a Wonderful Life.
Yes, it is. Hello, Frank.
Hello, Jack. Mary?
Well, this is a coincidence, Frank. We just came from seeing your picture.
Really? I go to that theater every day.
You go to see your picture every day?
No, I just go for the newsreel. I love to hear the governors of Georgia talk.
Oh, I see.
Mr. Capra, I want to congratulate you on your direction of It's a Wonderful Life. I thought it was great.
Thank you, Mary. How'd you like it, Jack?
Oh, I thought it was fine, Frank, but that part about the guardian angel was just a little too unbelievable.
Well, Jack, in the picture I didn't try to show what did happen. I tried to show what could happen if someone had never been born.
I know,
For example, what do you think would have happened if you'd never been born?
Well...
There'd be a lot more money in circulation.
Mary, stop. But all in all, Frank, I did think it was a very entertaining picture.
I'm glad you enjoyed it, Jack. Well, I have to run along now.
Oh, just a minute, Frank. I'm glad we ran into each other because I've been wanting to talk to you about a picture for me.
For you?
Yes, you see, the studios have all been after me, but I thought that you, with your great insight into human nature, might better capture my personality.
Jack, I'm late already.
Think of it, Frank, think of it. Frank Capra presents Jack Benny in King Lear. Then there's a tremendous blast of trumpets, and the scene opens with me in royal robes walking majestically toward the throne. Can't you just see it, Frank? Can't you? Can't you?
Jack, let go of his collar. His face is turning blue.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Wow. Well, smog or no smog, it's good to be breathing again.
What?
Well, so long, King Lear. See you later. Goodbye, Mary.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Frank. Come on, Mary. I'll walk you home.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Oh, quiet. Rochester! Oh, Rochester!
Is that you, boss?
Yes.
Mr. Wilson dropped by, but I told him you were at the movies and he wouldn't wait.
Oh, well, I'll see you tomorrow. Come here a minute and... Rochester, what's that penny on the table?
Huh? Oh, while Mr. Wilson was here, he stepped into the bathroom and weighed himself.
Good. How much does Mr. Wilson weigh now?
I don't know, but you got a lot of broken tile in the bathroom. Say, boss, how'd you like the picture?
It's a Wonderful Life? Oh, very much, Rochester, but a little too fantastic. You know, the angel and everything. I don't know. Say, Rochester, I'm a little sick to my stomach. I'm going to the medicine cabinet and take something. There it is. A couple of swallows of this, and I'll feel much better. This ought to fix me up. Oh, darn it, I dropped the glass. Well, I'll just drink a little out of the bottle and... Oh, my goodness. Look at that label. This is iodine. I almost poisoned myself. Oh, boy, am I glad I dropped the glass. What a lucky accident.
That was no accident, Jack.
Huh?
I knocked the glass out of your hand.
You knocked the... Wait a minute. How did you get in here? Who are you?
I'm your guardian angel.
What? My guardian angel?
Yes, I've been watching over you all of your life. I've guided you and I've protected you.
Guided me? Protected me?
Yes, I governed every move you ever made.
Oh, you mean it's you who kept me from spending my money?
No, you've done pretty well with that yourself.
Thank you. But you saved my life, and you don't even know me.
Oh, you're wrong, Jack. I know everything about you. Remember when you were 7 years old, you broke a window and you blamed it on your sister, Florence?
Yeah. Yes, that's right.
And remember when you were 10 years old, how proud you were when you put on your first toupee?
That was for a school play.
Well, the play is over. Take it off.
Say, you do know a lot of things about me. Well, Angel, it was nice of you to save my life, and come again sometime. Huh?
Oh, I can't go yet, because, you see, I was sent down here to prove something to you.
Prove what?
I'm going to show you what would have happened if you had never been born.
You mean like what I saw in the picture tonight?
Yes. Come with me.
No. I'm not coming with you. No, sir, I'm afraid.
Oh, you're nothing to fear. Come on now, come on.
I'm not coming with you. Let go of my arm. Let go of my arm. Rochester! Rochester! That's funny. Rochester!
You have no Rochester.
What do you mean I have no Rochester? You've been my butler for 10 years.
No, he hasn't. You've never been born.
You mean there's no Jack Benny?
That's right. Now come. Come with me.
Hey, where are we? What are we doing in this department store?
This is the May Company.
Oh, yes. And there's Mary behind the stocking counter, like she used to be years ago. What is she doing back here?
She never left here. You see, you were never born to take her away.
Gee, she looks good.
Well, of course, she's been eating regularly.
Oh, this whole thing is crazy. I'm going over to Mary and ask her myself. Oh, Mary! Mary!
Yes, sir? What can I do for you?
What are you doing behind the stocking counter? Why aren't you on the radio?
Well, that's a new approach. They generally ask me why I'm not in pictures.
But, Mary, please, don't you recognize me? Don't you know me? Have you forgotten all about our radio work?
What radio work?
What work? Are you crazy? What do you do every Sunday afternoon at 4 o'clock?
I take a bath. Do you mind?
Mary, please listen to me.
I'll thank you not to be so familiar. Please call me by my last name.
Okay. Now, listen, Miss Livingston.
It's Mrs. Klingenpeel. Mrs. Herman Klingenpeel.
Mrs.? You're married? I can't believe... Just a little while ago, you tried to buy me an engagement ring. You can't be married.
Well, ask my husband. He's the floor walker.
What?
Here he comes now.
Oh, yes. Mister?
Yes?
Is this true? Are you two married?
Well, if we're not, we certainly gypped the bride and groom program out of a 2-week honeymoon.
Oh, stop. Mary, this is all a terrible mistake. Angel, where are you?
Just a minute. I'm opening a charge account.
Well, what's taking you so long?
They don't believe my address.
Never mind that now. Take me out of here. Take me to Dennis Day. He'll know me.
All right, Jack. Hold on. Here we go.
Angel, what are we doing here in New York City?
Why, don't you recognize this place? This is Studio H in NBC.
Oh, yeah. And there's Dennis Day walking up to the microphone. Oh, Dennis!
Sorry, Pop. No autograph.
I don't want your autograph. Dennis, don't you recognize me? I'm Jack Benny.
Who?
Benny. Jack Benny. Listen. Can it be the trees that fill the breeze with rare and magic perfume?
I don't know about the perfume, but your singing stinks.
Angel. Angel, he doesn't even know me.
Of course he doesn't know you. Jack Benny doesn't exist.
Doesn't?
You are still waiting to be born.
Waiting to be born? That's ridiculous. Look at my hair. It's gray.
Yeah, you've been waiting a long time.
Dennis, think a minute. I'm Jack Benny, the man you work for.
Oh, no, mister, you're wrong. I work for that man over there, the one with the baggy eyes.
Where?
Thank you, and welcome to... Hey, what's going on here? I've got a program to do, and I don't need any outside help.
Why, Why, you're Fred Allen.
You were expecting maybe Uncle Remus?
Now, wait a minute, Fred, wait a minute. Don't you pretend you never met me either.
I'm sorry. I don't believe I ever had the pleasure.
Pleasure? Fred, look at me. I'm Jack Benny. The man you hate.
Me? Me hate anybody. Why, everyone knows Fred Allen loves the whole world. I love my writers. I love the NBC vice presidents and the censors, too. I love the little lads and lassies who ask me for my autograph as they wipe their little noses on my sleeve. And believe me, sir, I love you, too.
Angel, there must be something wrong. Fred Allen doesn't hate anybody.
Certainly, you weren't born yet.
Wait a minute, Fred. You and Dennis are just pretending you don't know me. But the rest of your cast will.
The rest of my cast? There are no other performers on my program, just Dennis and myself.
Oh, yeah? What about Senator Claghorn and Titus Moody and Ajax Cassidy?
Why, I thought everybody knew Dennis plays all those parts.
You mean Dennis is Senator Claghorn?
I'm from the South, son. I just got back from a party, and I'm in my cup. Dixie, that is.
Wait a minute. And he's Titus Moody?
Howdy, Bub.
Dennis, and you play Ajax Cassidy, too? How do you feel playing all those parts?
Oh, terrible, 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 terrible. And I'm not long for this world.
Now, cut that out. Angel, there must be someone who knows me. I know. Take me to see Don Wilson. He's worked for me for 14 years. He'll remember me. Don's been with me through thick and thick. I mean thin.
All right, Jack, I'll take you to see Mr. Wilson.
Gee, you're such an obliging angel. Don't you mind taking me from one person to another?
No, I get mortal to mortal pay.
Oh, good. Well, come on, let's go.
Well, here we are in Lexington, Kentucky.
Lexington, Kentucky?
Yes, there's Mr. Wilson sitting on the porch. He owns this big tobacco plantation.
Hey, Don Wilson.
Colonel Wilson to you, sir. Waukegan, Illinois, named Benny. Nice people. Always wished they had a son.
They had a son. It's me.
Well, I don't know anything about that, but if you'll excuse me, I gotta talk to my tobacco pickers. Here they come.
The tobacco pickers?
Yes. Hello, fellas. You all.
You all? Don. Colonel Wilson. Hemo boy. That's my quartet, the Sportsmen.
I don't know anything about a quartet, sir, but these boys are happy in their work picking that fine, that light, that naturally mild Lucky Strike tobacco.
Don.
And they keep singing all the time, always singing. Way down upon the Swanee River, far, far away.
LSMFTO.
There's where my heart is turning ever. There's where the auctioneers play. Where Effie Boone and Speedy Rick learn to sing and chant. LSMFTO. There's where my heart is turning ever. There's where the old folks stay. Effie Boone and Speedy still longing for
sailors, don't walk away.
They've gone, Jack. Are you convinced now?
Yeah, I'm convinced. Angel, take me back home, please.
No, not yet, Jack. There's one more place I'd like to show you. Come.
Where are we? What town is this?
Nashville, Tennessee.
Nashville, Tennessee. Hey, why, that's where Phil Harris comes from.
Yeah, and this is the nightclub where he works.
Phil Harris works in this awful dump?
Yes, you see, you weren't born, so you never took him away from here.
Well, I'm glad. This is where he belongs. Let's go in and see him.
All right. Follow me right down these stairs.
Gosh, what a crummy nightclub. Look at the name of it. The Ruis Club.
What about it?
Ruis spelled backwards is sewer.
That makes very little difference to Mr. Harris. He can't even spell frontwards. Come on, Jack. Follow me down these stairs.
Way down. All right, watch your step. Let's rest. If I go down any farther, I'll get the bend.
Well, I don't like this any more than you do. I'm an angel, and the further down I go, the nearer I get to enemy territory.
Well, I guess it's just a few more steps down. Here we are.
Won't you come with me to Alabama? Let's go see my dear old mammy. She's frying eggs and broiling hammy, and that's what I like about the South. There you can make no mistakey, where those nerves are never shaky. Ought to taste her layer cakey, and that's what I like about the South.
Angel, isn't that awful?
Yes, that's why we sent you so much thunder. We're trying to drown him out.
Thanks.
Well, folks, here I am again, your favorite master of ceremonies, Phil Harris. Funny thing happened to me today, folks. Guy walked up to me and said, Mr. Harris, where'd you get that black eye? So I told him it was a birthmark, and he said, a birthmark? And I said, yeah, I got the wrong birth. Don't explain it to him, lady. If you don't get it, just let him suffer. Let him lay there. Don't tell him nothing.
Well, Phil Harris.
Pardon me, folks. There's an old heckler down here in the front row. Yeah? What do you want, Bob?
Phil, look at me. Look at me, Phil. Don't you recognize me?
I never saw you before in my life, Buster.
But I'm Jack Benny. I'm your boss.
What do you mean, boss? I own this joint myself. Lock, stock, and demi-john. That barrel. Don't tell me what to keep my bourbon in.
All right, so you don't work for me, but what does Alice think about you being here?
Who?
Alice Faye, your wife.
Alice Faye, the moving picture star, married to me?
Yes.
Hey, waiter, what's the idea of selling this old gentleman more than one zombie?
Look, I'm not drunk. Aren't you married to Alice Faye?
Of course I ain't. That's my little wife right over there. Hey, baby, come here. I'd like you to meet someone.
Any friend of yours is a friend of mine, talent boy.
Well, wait a minute. You should know me. You're my girlfriend. You're Gladys Zabisco.
Gladys Zabisco Harris, if you please, and I never went out with you in my life.
Look, honey, maybe you went out with a guy on a blind date.
I'd never get that blind.
But you must remember me. Look at me. Look.
Come on, Jack. I think we better be going again.
Well, all right, Angel. But I'm not licked yet. I'll prove to you that I was born.
Well, I'll give you one last chance. Where do you want me to take you now?
Let's see. I know. Take me to Warner Brothers Studios. They'll know me there.
Well, Jack, here we are at the studio.
Yeah, and there's the executive officer. Let's go in and see the Warner Brothers. See, listen to him laugh. Listen to him. Listen to him. Why are the Warner Brothers so happy?
Because you were never born, so you didn't make the horn blows at midnight.
Oh, I see. Listen to me, Mr. Warner. Listen to me. Stop laughing. Stop laughing. Quiet, quiet, quiet. Where do they go? Where do they... Oh, Angel. Angel. Angel, where are you?
Here I am, boss.
Huh? Oh, hello, Rochester.
I rushed in here when I heard a glass crash.
Oh, yes. I just dropped my medicine.
Your medicine? The boss, that bottle in your hand is iodine.
I know. I was just putting it back. Thanks, Rochester. Ladies and gentlemen, the part of the angel was played by Victor Moore, who will soon be seen in that wonderful picture It Happened on Fifth Avenue. Fred Allen was impersonated by Peter Lynn Hayes, while Frank Capra appeared through the courtesy of Mr. Capra. The bottle of iodine came from the corner drugstore.
Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, here is my good friend, Basil Rysdale.
As you listen to the chant of the tobacco auctioneer, remember LSMFT.
American.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts.
Mr. Floyd Green Clay of Versailles, Kentucky, has been an independent tobacco warehouseman for 26 years. He said,
I've seen American buy tobacco that's ripe and mild. Tobacco with real flavor and mellowness. And I know you can't beat that fine tobacco for top smoking enjoyment. I've smoked Lucky's myself for 17 years.
Remember, at auction after auction, year after year, independent tobacco experts like Mr. Clay can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. No doubt about it.
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes?
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, and fine tobacco means real, deep-down smoking enjoyment for you.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Say, Rochester, have you ever had a feeling that there's somebody watching everything you do? You know, somebody who knows every move you make, knows everywhere you go, even when you think he doesn't?
Yes, boy.
You know who it is?
Yes, now we should cut it out.
I don't mean that. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
Father, what is it? I must tell you where the treasure is. It is hidden in... No! Keep him out! There at the window. What is it? That face! The sign of the fall.
I can still hear those words echoing in my memory, for in a sense they changed my life. My name is Watson, Dr. Watson, and I was privileged to share the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. I will tell you how we first came across the sign of the four. I can see it still. Our rooms in Baker Street, and Sherlock Holmes, and in such detail you will be there yourself. If I may collect my thoughts for just a moment.
My mind rebels at stagnation, Watson. Give me the most abstruse cryptogram or the most intricate analysis, and I'm in my own proper atmosphere. But I abhor the dull routine of existence. That's why I've chosen my own particular profession. Or rather, created it, for I'm the only one in the world.
You're the only unofficial detective?
The only unofficial consulting detective. The work itself is my highest reward. But, Watson, you've had some experience of my methods at work.
I was never so struck by anything in my life. I even embodied the experience in a small brochure with the somewhat fantastic title of Study in Scarlet.
I read it. Honestly, I cannot congratulate you on it.
Oh?
Detection is or ought to be an exact science and should be treated in the same cold and unemotional manner. You have attempted to tinge it with romanticism, which produces much the same effect as if you worked a love story into the fifth proposition of Euclid.
But the romance was there.
My practice has extended recently to the continent. I was consulted last week by Francois Lavilla, who, as you probably know, has come rather to the front lately in the French detective service. He's now translating my small works into French.
Your work?
Yes. I've been guilty of several monographs. Here, for example, is one upon the distinction between the ashes of the various tobaccos. In it, I enumerate 140 forms of cigar, cigarette, and pipe tobacco.
140?
Here is my monograph upon the tracing of footsteps, with some remarks upon the uses of plaster of Paris as a preserver of impressions. But I weary with my hobby.
No, not at all. But you were speaking just now of observation and deduction. Surely the one, to some extent, implies the other.
By no means. Observation shows me that you've been to the Wigmore Street post office this morning. But deduction lets me know that when there you dispatched a telegram. Observation tells me that you have a little reddish mold adhering to your instep. Now, just opposite the Wigmore Street post office, they've taken up the pavement and thrown up some earth which lies in such a way that it's difficult to avoid treading in it on entering. The earth is of this peculiar reddish tint, which is found, as far as I know, nowhere else in the neighborhood.
Bravo. But how did you deduce the telegram?
Well, of course, I knew that you'd not written a letter since I sat opposite you all the morning. I see also in your open desk there that you have a sheet of stamps and a thick bundle of postcards. Well, what could you go into the post office for, then, but to send a wire? Eliminate all other factors, and the one which remains must be the truth.
Dear me.
See, Watson, how the yellow fog swirls down the street and drifts across the dun-colored houses? What could be more hopelessly prosaic and material? What's the use of having powers, Doctor, when one has no field upon which to exert them? Crime is commonplace, existence is commonplace, and no qualities save those which are commonplace had any function upon earth.
What is it, Mrs. Hudson?
A young lady for Mr. Holmes, sir.
I have no appointments.
Here's her card, sir.
Oh, Miss Mary Morstan. I have no recollection of the name. Oh, very well. Ask her to step in, Mrs. Hudson.
Very good, sir. Will you go in, please, Miss Morstan?
Thank you.
Pray come in, madam.
It's good of you to see me, Mr. Holmes.
This is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, Doctor?
How do you do, Miss Morstan? Will you take the basket chair?
Thank you. I've come to you, Mr. Holmes, because you once enabled my employer, Mrs. Cecil Forrester, to unravel a little domestic complication. She was much impressed by your kindness and skill.
Mrs. Cecil Forrester. Oh, yes, I believe that I was of some slight service to her.
Mr. Holmes, I can hardly imagine anything more strange than the situation in which I find myself.
Then pray state your case.
Briefly, the facts are these. My father was an officer in an Indian regiment who sent me home when I was quite a child. My mother was dead, and I had no relative in England. So I was placed in a comfortable establishment in Edinburgh. When I was 17 years of age, my father arrived in London on leave and directed me to come down at once. On reaching the Langham Hotel, I was informed that Captain Morstan had gone out the night before and had not returned. From that day to this, no word has ever been heard of my unfortunate father.
The date?
He disappeared on the 3rd of December, 1878.
1878. Nearly 10 years ago. His luggage?
There was nothing in it to suggest a clue.
Had he any friends in London?
Well, only one that we know of. Major Sholto of his own regiment, the 34th Bombay Infantry.
Sholto.
Major Sholto had retired some little time before my father came home. He lived at Upper Norwood.
Upper Norwood?
We communicated with him, of course, but he didn't even know that his brother officer was now in England.
I see.
I haven't yet described to you the most singular part. About 6 years ago, in 1882 to be exact, an advertisement appeared in the Times asking for the address of Miss Mary Morstan.
1882.
I had just entered the family of Mrs. Cecil Forrester as governess, and by her advice, I published my address in the advertisement column. The same day, there arrived through the post a small cardboard box addressed to me. It contained a very large and lustrous pearl.
Remarkable.
No word of writing was enclosed. Every year since then, on the same date, there has come a box containing a similar pearl, without any clue as to the sender. You can see for yourselves that they are very handsome.
This is most interesting. Has anything else happened?
Yes. This morning I received this letter.
Oh, thank you. The envelope too, please.
Of course.
Thank you. Postmark London, SW, date July 7th. Man's thumb mark on the corner. Probably postman. Best quality paper. Envelopes at 6p a packet. Particular man in his stationery. No address.
What's it say, though, Holmes?
Be at the third pillar from the left outside the Lyceum Theatre tonight at 7 o'clock. If you are distrustful, bring 2 friends. You are a wronged woman and shall have justice. Do not bring police. If you do, all will be in vain. Signed, your unknown friend.
What do you intend to do, Miss Morstan?
That is exactly what I want to know, Mr. Holmes.
We shall most certainly go. You and I and... Yes, Dr. Watson's the very man. We've worked together before.
Oh, you're both very kind. If I'm here at 6, will it do?
You must not be later.
No.
Oh, there is one point, however. Is this handwriting the same as that upon the pearl box addresses?
I have them all here.
You're certainly a model client. Let's see now. These are disguised hands. But they're undoubtedly by the same person. Well, we shall look out for you at 6. Au revoir, then.
Au revoir.
Good afternoon. I say, what a very attractive woman.
My dear Watson, it's of the first importance not to allow your judgment to be biased by personal qualities. I assure you that the most winning woman I ever knew was hanged for poisoning 3 little children for their insurance money.
Yes, but in this case...
I never make exceptions. An exception disproves the rule. Well, I'm going out now. I have a few references to look up. I shall be back in an hour. No, my dear Watson, there's no great mystery in this matter. The facts appear to admit of only one explanation.
But you haven't solved it already.
I've just found on consulting the back files of the Times that Major Sholto of Upper Norwood, late 34th Bombay Infantry, died on the 28th of April, 1882.
I may be very obtuse, Holmes, but I fail to see what this suggests.
No? You surprise me. Captain Morstan disappears. His only acquaintance in London is Major Sholto. 4 years later, Sholto dies. Within a week of his death, Captain Morstan's daughter receives a valuable present, which is repeated from year to year, and now culminates in a letter which describes her as a wronged woman. Why should the presents begin immediately after Sholto's death, unless it is that Sholto's heir knows something of the mystery and desires to make compensation?
Yes, but the letter speaks of giving her justice. What justice can she have? It's too much to suppose that her father is still alive.
There are certainly difficulties, but our expedition of tonight will solve them all. I think that's a four-wheeler. Yes, and there's Miss Morstan inside. Are you all ready?
I'm ready, Holmes.
Yes, Major Sholto was a very particular friend of Papa's. They were in command of the convict guard on the Andaman Islands.
The Andaman, eh?
By the way, Mr. Holmes, a curious paper was found in Papa's desk. I don't suppose it's of the slightest importance, but I thought you might care to see it.
Oh, thank you. Seems to be a plan for part of a large building. At one point, here, you see, there's a small cross done in red ink. In the left-hand corner, there's a curious hieroglyphic like 4 crosses in a line with their arms touching. And beside that, there's written in very rough and coarse characters, the sign of the 4. Jonathan Small, Mohammed Singh, Abdullah Khan, Dost Akbar. Preserve it carefully, Miss Morstan.
I shall.
I suspect that this matter may turn out to be much deeper and more subtle than I at first supposed.
That's right. This one.
And I fancy this is our man.
Are you the party who have come with Miss Morstan?
I am Miss Morstan, and these 2 gentlemen are my friends.
I was to ask you to give me your word, miss, that neither of your companions is a policeman.
I give you my word.
Thank you, miss. If you'll follow me, the cab's over here. Oh, I lost my bearings ages ago.
Wandsworth Road.
I don't know how you'll do it, Holmes.
Stockport Place. Cold Harbour Lane. Dear me. Our quest doesn't appear to be taking us to very fashionable regions.
The staff awaits you.
Show them his bit, Kippuga. Show them straight into me.
You are coming this way, please.
Your servant, Miss Morstan. Your servant, gentlemen. Pray step into my little sanctum. My name is Thaddeus Sholto. These gentlemen?
This is Mr. Sherlock Holmes, and this Dr. Watson.
How do you do, sir?
Oh, a doctor, eh? I'm a great sufferer, and I've long had suspicions as to my mitral valve. Had your father, Miss Morstan, refrained from throwing strain upon his heart, he might have been alive now.
Really, sir, pray have some consideration for the lady.
I knew in my heart that he was dead.
Miss Morstan, I can give you every information, and what is more, I can do you justice, and I will, whatever Brother Bartholomew may say. But let us have no outsiders, no police or officials.
Whatever you may choose to say will go no further.
Thank you.
Mr. Sholto, it's getting late, and I should like the interview to be as short as possible.
Well, at the best, it must take some time, for we shall certainly have to go to Norwood and see Brother Bartholomew. He's very angry with me for taking the course which has seemed right to me.
Norwood, then wouldn't it be as well to start at once?
Well, I must prepare you by laying the facts before you.
Then pray do so, sir.
My father, Major John Sholto, retired from the Indian Army some 11 years ago and came to Pondicherry Lodge, Upper Norwood, with a considerable sum of money, a large collection of valuable curiosities, and a staff of native servants. My twin brother Bartholomew and I were the only children. I very well remember the sensation which was caused by the disappearance of Captain Morstan. We read the details in the papers, but never for an instant did we suspect that my father had the whole secret hidden in his breast. We did know, however, that some mystery overhung our father. Early in 1882, my father received a letter from India, which was a great shock to him. From that day, he sickened to his death. Towards the end of April, we were informed that he wished to make a last communication to us. Sons, the only one thing which weighs upon my mind at this supreme moment is my treatment of poor Morstan's orphan, Mary. At least half of the treasure should have been hers. You, my sons, will give her a fair share of the Agra treasure. Father, when we were in India, Morstan and I, through a remarkable chain of circumstances, came into possession of a considerable treasure. I brought it over to England, and on the night of Morstan's arrival, he came straight here to claim his share. We had a difference of opinion. Morstan sprang out of his chair, and then he suddenly pressed his hand to his side and fell backwards. I found, to my horror, that he was dead. Good God. I was still stooping over him when I saw my servant, Melchizedek, in the doorway. Do not fear, Saab, he said. No one need know that you have killed him. I did not kill him, said I. Melchizedek shook his head and smiled. I heard you quarreling, Saab, said he. And I heard enough to decide me. If my own servant couldn't believe my innocence, how could I hope to make it good before 12 foolish tradesmen in a jury box? And then, well, Melchizedek and I disposed of the body that night. And within a few days, the London newspapers were full of the mysterious disappearance of Captain Morstan. Father, what is it? I must tell you where the treasure is. It is hidden in... No! Keep him out! There, at the window. What is it? That face! The sign of the four.
Can you describe the face of the window, Mr. Sholto?
Bearded, hairy, with cruel eyes, and an expression of concentrated evil. When we returned from the window, we found that my father's pulse had ceased to beat. In the morning, we found his window open, his cupboards and boxes rifled, and on his chest there was fixed a torn piece of paper with the words, "The sign of the four."
Ah,
sign of the four.
And the treasure?
For weeks and months, my brother and I dug in every part of the garden. Oh, it was maddening to think that the hiding place was on my father's lips at the very moment he died. To this day, I have seen only one piece of it, that little chaplet over there.
This?
Yes, Doctor.
Some of the pearls are missing from it.
Well, after my father's death, I persuaded Bartholomew to let me find out Miss Morstan's address and send her a detached pearl at intervals, so that at least we might make part of the restitution my father had wished.
That was a kindly thought, Mr. Sholto.
Oh, not at all. We were your trustees. Well, that was the view I took of it, though Bartholomew could not altogether see it in that light. So I left Pondicherry Lodge.
And may I ask now, Mr. Sholto, exactly why you brought us here this evening?
Because yesterday I learned that the treasure had been discovered.
Discovered?
It only remains for us to drive to Norwood and demand that Brother Bartholomew give us our share. I explained my views to him last night, so we shall be expected, if not very welcome.
Mr. Shorter, you have done well. We had best put the matter through without delay.
Very well, Mr. Holmes. A cab will be waiting outside.
How did your brother find the treasure?
Oh, Bartholomew was a clever fellow. He worked out the cubic space of the house. He found that the height of the building was 74 feet. But on adding together the heights of all the separate rooms and the spaces between, he could not bring the total to more than 70 feet. The 4 feet unaccounted for could only be at the top of the building. He knocked a hole in the ceiling of the highest room, and there, sure enough, the treasure chest stood in the center. He computes the value of the jewels at not less than £500,000 sterling.
£1,000,000?
Oh, no.
Then Miss Morstan must be about the richest heiress in the country.
I believe you're right, Watson.
Well, let us be going. Perhaps we shall see for ourselves.
Who is there? It's I, McMurdo. Sure you know my knock by this time.
Oh, aye.
That you, Mr. Thaddeus? But who are these others with you?
Well, I told my brother last night that I should bring some friends.
I'm very sorry, Mr. Thaddeus. I don't know any of your friends.
Oh, yes, you do, McMurdo.
Eh? Not Mr. Sherlock Holmes. In you come, sir, in you come. You and your friends. Very sorry, Mr. Thaddeus, but Master's orders are very strict.
Oh, well, come along then. We've wasted enough time.
If you'll just follow me, ma'am and gents, I'll light the way up to the house with my lantern.
I can't understand it. I distinctly told Bartholomew that we should be here, and yet there's no light in his window.
I see the glint of a light in that little window beside the door.
Ah, that's the housekeeper's room. That is where old Mrs. Burnstone sits.
What's that?
What?
I was sure I could... Yes, listen.
Huh?
It's a woman crying.
You're right, by Jove. Oh, Mr. Holmes, something seems to be amiss. Oh, will you come into the house with me, please?
Certainly.
I think I'm a little afraid.
Nothing to fear, Miss Morstan, I assure you. Would you care to take my hand?
I do... Oh, yes. Thank you, Dr. Watson.
There. Better now?
Much better.
Miss Morstan, I feel I feel we should follow them.
Oh, now, Mrs. Burnstone, what is the matter?
Oh, Mr. Thaddeus, sir, there is something amiss with Mr. Bartholomew.
My brother?
He's locked himself in and won't answer me. All day I've wanted to hear from him, and so an hour ago I went up and peeked through the keyhole. You must go up quickly. You must go up and look for yourself.
Oh, dear.
Give me your lantern, McMurdo, and you stay here with Miss Morstan.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Shorter, Watson, come with me quickly.
And there's his room, the first door on the left.
How can we see into it if there's no light in there?
Well, there's plenty of moonlight.
Let's see. Good heavens. Something damnable. You take a look, Watson.
He's just sitting there with a horrible smile on his face. He looks inhuman.
Oh, dear me.
The door must come down.
Right. Together, then.
Again.
Now, this time. Now we shall see.
Oh, dear. Oh, dead. Oh, terrible.
Why was that so?
The Sign of the Four is one of the Sherlock Holmes stories by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. We're presenting it in 3 parts. You've just heard part 1. My name
is Norman Shelley. My friend Carlton Hobbs played Sherlock Holmes, and I was Dr. Watson. Michael Hardwick wrote the script for this BBC production from London. Of course, I look forward to the pleasure of your company again very soon for part 2 of The Sign of the Four. He's just sitting there with a horrible smile on his face. He looks inhuman.
The door must come down.
Right. Together, then.
Again.
Now, this time. Look.
Sign of the Four.
So, was the sign of the four again to be the sign of death? A further mystery for my friend Sherlock Holmes. My name is Watson, Dr. Watson, and I was privileged to share the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. First, I will refresh your memory on the case so far, and then I will tell you what happened next in our investigation of the sign of the four. Sherlock Holmes, the first by most suitably attractive young lady, Miss Mary Morstan, concerning the disappearance of her father, Captain Morstan, 10 years earlier. Each year since then, she had been receiving through the post a single large pearl. And now the anonymous sender had expressed a wish to meet her. We accompanied her to the rendezvous and heard from an eccentric fellow, Sir Dearest Sholto, how his father and Captain Morstan had gained a fabulous treasure which had disappeared after both their deaths. Now it had been rediscovered by his brother, Bartholomew Sholto, whom we were to visit to claim Miss Morstan's rightful share. Arriving at Bartholomew's house, we found him sitting in a chair, a horrible smile on his face, and quite dead.
Oh, what on earth does it all mean, Mr. Holmes?
It means murder.
Murder?
Ah, just as I expected. Look here, Watson. Stuck in the skin just above his ear.
A long, dark thorn.
Be careful. He's poisoned.
Poisoned? Oh!
What a fantastic mystery, Holmes.
On the contrary, my dear Watson, I only require a few missing links and I shall have an entirely connected case.
Oh!
Mr. Sholto, what is it?
The treasure! It's gone!
Are you sure?
Oh, there is the hole in the ceiling. We lowered it through. I helped him to do it. I left him here last night, and I heard him lock the door. The treasure was locked in this room with him.
What time did you leave?
It was 10 o'clock. Oh, dear me. Now the police will suspect me of having a hand in it.
Take my advice, Mr. Sholto. Drive down to the police station and report the matter.
The police station?
Offer to assist them in every way. We shall wait here until you return.
But
now, please do as I say. It will be for the best.
Oh, very well. I suppose you know best. Oh, dear.
Now, Watson, we have a little while to ourselves. Let us make good use of it.
Very well, Holmes.
In the first place, let us consider how these folk came and how they went.
Now, Sholto reckoned the door hasn't been opened since last night.
Then how about the window? No, it's fastened on the inside. Solid framework. I'll just open it. No water pipe near. Roof quite out of reach. Yet a man mounted by the window.
How do you know?
Here is the print of a foot in the mold upon the sill. And here is a circular muddy mark. See here again on the floor. And here again by the table.
But that's not a footmark.
It's something much more valuable to us. These are the impressions of a wooden stump.
A wooden-legged man.
But there's been someone else here.
Oh?
Could you scale that wall yourself?
Let's see. Whoa, certainly not. A good 60 feet from the ground and not a foothold all the way.
But supposing you had a friend up here who lowered you that good stout rope which I see in the corner, then, if you were an active man, you might swarm up wooden leg and all. Of course, you'd depart in the same fashion, and your ally would draw up the rope, shut the window, secure it from the inside, and depart in the way that he originally came.
Yes, but look here, this accomplice, how did he get in? The door's locked, the window is inaccessible. Did he come down the chimney?
The grate's much too small.
Well, then, how?
My dear Watson, how often have I said to you that when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. He didn't come through the door, the window, or the chimney. He couldn't have been concealed in the room as there is no concealment possible. Then where did he come from?
Through the hole in the roof.
Of course he did. Now, if you will have the kindness to hold the lamp for me, we shall now extend our researches to the secret room above where the treasure was found.
Can you manage to get up?
I fancy I can just get up. On this rafter.
Good. Now I'm coming up, too. 10 minutes?
Yeah. Here you are, you see. Oh, there's a flat door leading out onto the roof. I fancy I can press it back. Yes. And the roof slopes at a gentle angle.
This is how he got in, then.
Now, let's see if we can find some other traces of this queer individual.
It doesn't look as though this place has been entered for years. Confounded dust.
But even dust has its uses. Look at these footprints. As clear as we could wish.
But these are the prints of a child's naked foot. Holmes, a child has done this horrid thing.
Come along, Watson. There's nothing more to be learned here. If my memory hadn't failed me, I should have been able to forestall this. Now, where did I put my lens?
Here it is.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, we're certainly in luck.
What is it now?
Our naked-footed friend has had the misfortune to tread in this creosote that has leaked out of the carboy there in the corner. You can see the outline of the edge of his small foot here.
What then?
Why, we've got him, that's all. I know a dog that would follow that scent to the world's end. Hello, here come the accredited representatives of the law. Now, before they come, Watson, just put your hand here on this poor dead fellow's arm.
Yes.
And here, on his leg?
Yes.
What do you feel?
The muscles are as hard as a board.
Quite so. They're in a state of extreme contraction, far exceeding the usual rigor mortis. Coupled with this distortion of the face, what conclusion would it suggest to your mind?
Oh, death from some powerful vegetable alkaloid, some strychnine-like substances which produce tetanus.
As you saw, I discovered a thorn which had been driven or shot with no great force into the scalp. You observed that the part struck was that which would be turned towards the hole in the ceiling if the man were erect in his chair. Now then, examine this thorn.
You go first, Mr. Shoulder. It looks as though some gummy substance has dried on it.
Quite so. But is that an English thorn?
Oh, no. No, it certainly is not.
Then with all these data, you should be able to draw some inference. Now, but here, the regular, so the auxiliary forces may beat a retreat.
Here's a pretty business. The house seems to be as full as a rabbit warren.
Ah, Mr. Jones. You must recollect me.
Indeed I do. It's Mr. Sherlock Holmes, the theorist. Remember you? I'll never forget the Bishopsgate jewel case. But what's all this? Bad business. Stern facts here. No room for theories. Lucky I happened to be out at Norwood on another case. What do you think the man died of?
Oh, this is hardly a case for me to theorize.
No. Still, we can't deny that you hit the nail on the head sometimes. Door locked, I understand. Jewels worth $500,000 missing. How was the window?
Fastened. But there are footmarks on the sill.
Well, if it was fastened, they could have had nothing to do with the matter.
Oh, I see.
I've got it. These flashes come upon me at times. Just step outside, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
And you, please, Mr. Sholto?
Oh, very well. I shall go mad. I'm sure I shall go mad.
Inspector, this is my friend Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
He's assisting me. May he remain?
Yes, I suppose so. Now, Mr. Holmes, Sholto was with his brother last night. The brother died in a fit, and Sholto walked off with the treasure. How's that?
Upon which the dead man very considerately got up and locked the door on the inside.
Yes, there's a flaw there.
You're not in possession of all the facts here. This splinter of wood, which I have every reason to believe to be poisoned, was in the man's scalp, where you still see the mark. There, you see?
Ah, yes.
This card, inscribed the sign of the fall, was on the table. How does all that fit into your theory?
If this splinter's poisonous, the deuce may well have made murderous use of it. The card is some hocus-pocus, blind as like as not.
I see.
The only question is...
Oh, there is a question, then.
The question is, how did he get out? Ah, of course. Here's a hole in the roof. You see, facts are better than theories after all. There's a trap door communicating with the roof, and it's partly open.
I opened it.
You? Oh, well, no matter. It shows how our gentleman got away. Sergeant!
Yes, sir?
Ask Mr. Sholto to step this way.
Yes, sir. This way, sir, if you please.
Mr. Thaddeus Sholto?
Yes?
It's my duty to inform you that anything which you say may be used against you. I arrest you in the Queen's name as being concerned in the death of your brother.
Oh, there now. Didn't I tell you what they would say?
Don't trouble yourself, Mr. Sholto. I think I can engage to clear you of this charge.
Oh, you can, Mr. Holmes.
Don't promise too much, Mr. Theorist. You may find it a harder matter than you think.
Not only will I clear him, Mr. Jones, but I'll make you a free present of the name and description of one of the two people who were in this room last night. His name, I have every reason to believe, is Jonathan Small. He's small and active, with his right leg off, and wearing a wooden stump which is worn away on the inner side. He's been a convict. As for the other man...
Ah, the other man.
He is a rather curious person. I hope before very long to be able to introduce you to the pair of them. Oh, a word with you, Watson, please.
Yes, coming, Holmes.
Watson, you must escort Miss Morstan home.
Oh, delighted.
Then I want you to go to number 3, Pinchin Lane.
Yes.
Down near the water's edge at Lambeth. The third house on the right-hand side is a bird stuffer's. Sherman is the name.
Sherman, yes.
Knock old Sherman up and tell him with my compliments that I want Toby at once. You'll bring Toby back in the cab with you.
Toby?
A queer mongrel with the most amazing power of scent. I'd rather have Toby's help than that of the whole detective force of London.
But I want a dog.
I won't be arguing with now. Stand clear. When I says 3, there goes this viper snake on your head.
Mr. Sherlock Holmes,
What?
A friend of Mr. Sherlock is always welcome.
Thank you.
Step in, sir. Just keep clear of the badger, sir. He bites. Now, sir, what was it Mr. Sherlock Holmes's wanted? He wanted a dog of yours. Ah, that will be Toby. Yes, Toby Watson, then. Toby lives at number 7 on the left here. Thank you. Well, Mr. Sherman, I'm much obliged. Come on, Toby. There's a good fella.
you have him then, Watson. Leave the dog here and come up.
Yes, I better tie him to this banister, I suppose. Oh, boy. Unprepossessing brute, isn't he?
Ah, Toby and I understand one another. Oh, Sergeant, lend me your bullseye, please.
Certainly, sir.
Thank you. Now then, I must kick off my boots and socks. Watson.
Yeah?
Just carry them for me, will you, please?
Where to, Holmes?
I'm going to do a little climbing. Oh, yes, and I must dip my handkerchief into this creosote. There. That'll do. Now, come up through the hole in the ceiling with me for a moment. Now, do you observe anything noteworthy about these footmarks?
Well, they belong to a child or a small woman.
Apart from the size, what's the chief difference?
Well, your toes are all cramped together. The other print has each toe distinctly separated.
That is the point. Now, would you kindly step over to that roof window and smell the edge of the woodwork? I shall stay over here, as I have this handkerchief in my hand.
Yes. By Jove, yes, this is a strong, tarry smell.
That's where he put his foot in getting out. If you can trace him, I should think Toby will have no difficulty.
Thank you.
Now, while I get out onto the roof, you run downstairs and wait for Toby in the garden below.
Very well, Holmes.
That you, Watson?
Yes, Holmes.
Have you got the dogs?
Well, I let him loose.
This water pipe feels pretty firm, so here goes.
No, careful, Holmes. Oh, do be careful. Oh, well done.
My boots and stockings, if you please.
There you are.
Thank you. It was easy to follow his course across the roof.
No?
Oh, yes. Tiles were loosened the whole way, and... Oh, yes. In his hurry, he dropped this.
Some sort of a pouch made out of beads. Anything inside? Ah, some more of those thorns.
They're hellish things. Now, Watson, will your legs stand a 6-mile trudge?
Certainly.
Then here you are, doggy. Good old Toby. Smell it, Toby, smell it.
What's that you're showing you, Holmes?
A handkerchief with a creosote on it. And watch him go. What? Come on, Watson. He's going to set us a stiff pace. Well, I think we can allow ourselves a breather. We've had no very heavy rain since yesterday. They had 28 hours fast, but their scent will still lie upon the road.
Holmes, how would you describe the wooden-leg man with such confidence?
The simplicity itself. 2 officers who were in command of the convict guard learned an important secret as to buried treasure. A map drawn for them by an Englishman named Jonathan Small.
Jonathan Small?
You remember we saw the name on the chart Miss Moulton showed us.
Oh, that's right, yes.
Small had signed it on behalf of himself and his associates. The sign of the four, as he somewhat dramatically called it.
Ah, yes.
Well, aided by this chart, the officers, or one of them, gets the treasure and brings it to England. Now then, why didn't Jonathan Small get the treasure himself? The answer is obvious.
Oh? Is it?
You haven't a pistol with you, have you?
No, I have my stick.
I shall leave Jonathan to you, but if the other turns nasty, I shall shoot him dead. Come along now. Toby's anxious to be getting on.
Well, he's baffled again. There's nothing but the river from here.
Yes, but out of luck. They've taken to a boat.
Stolen it?
No. These fellows are sharper than I expected.
Daddy! Daddy!
Oh, what, Mom?
You come back to me, Walt. Come back, you youngin. If you found some form of fighting like that, let us hear about it.
Oh, dear little chap. A fine child, Mrs. Smith.
Oh, bless you, sir, he is that. Here, how do you know my name?
The signboard over your door. Mordecai Smith.
Oh, that.
Away, is he? I wanted to speak to Mr. Smith.
He's been away since yesterday morning, sir. But if it was about a boat, sir, maybe I could serve as well.
I see from the board that he has a steam launch. That's what I'd like to have.
Why, bless you, sir, it's in the steam launch that is gone. That's what puzzles me. I know there ain't more coal in there than would take her to about Woolwich and back.
He might have bought some at a wharf downriver.
He might, sir, but it weren't his way. Many a time I've heard him go on about the prices they charge for a few odd bags. Besides, I don't like that wooden-legged man with his ugly face and outlandish talk.
A wooden-legged man?
I roused him up yesterday night, I did.
Oh, then I'm unlucky, Mrs. Smith. Oh. I wanted a steam launch, and I've heard good reports of the, let me see, what is her name?
The Aurora, sir.
Ah, yes, of course, yes. She's not an old green launch with a yellow line, very broad on the beam.
No, indeed. She's as trim a little thing as any on the river, black with 2 red streaks.
Ah, yes. Well, I hope you'll soon hear from Mr. Smith. I'm going down the river. If I should see anything of the Aurora, I shall let him know that you're uneasy. A black funnel, you say?
No, sir. Black with a white band.
Oh, of course, yes. It was the sides which were black. Well, good morning, Mrs. Smith.
Good morning, sir.
Clever Holmes. The main thing with people of that sort is never to let them think their information can be of the slightest importance to you. If you do, they'll instantly shut up like an oyster.
Well, our course seems pretty clear now.
What would you do, then?
Well, I would engage a launch and go down the river on the track of the Aurora.
My dear fellow, it would be a colossal task. She may have touched at any wharf on either side of the stream between here and Greenwich.
Try the police, then.
Worse and worse.
What are we to do, then?
I want you to take a hansom and return Toby to his owner with my compliments. Then drive home, have some breakfast, and get an hour's sleep. It's quite on the cards that we may be afoot tonight again.
Very well.
I must send a wire.
To whom?
You remember the Baker Street irregulars whom I employed in our study in Scarlet Gate?
Oh, those little ragamuffins.
This is just where they might be invaluable. The wire will be to my dirty little Lieutenant Wiggins. I expect he and his gang will be with us before I have time to finish my breakfast. In future, they can report to you, Wiggins, and you to me. I cannot have the house invaded in this way.
Horrible rabble, sir.
Stay in, Ron, I'm warning you.
However, it's just as well that you should all hear the instructions. Now then, I want to find the whereabouts of a steam launch called the Aurora. Black with 2 red streaks. Funnel, black with a white band. Owner, Mordecai Smith. She's downriver somewhere. Is that clear?
Yes, Governor.
The old scale of pay and a guinea to the boy who finds the boat.
Thank you, Governor.
Oh, here's a day in advance. Now, off you go.
Oh, thank you, Governor. Come on, you lot, all out. And quiet down that stairs there. Come on, all of you. Get one.
Horrible rabble, all right.
If the launch is above water, they'll find her. In the meanwhile, we can do nothing.
You going to bed, Holmes?
No, I'm not tired. I never remember feeling tired by work, though idleness exhausts me completely. No, I'm going to think over this queer business to which our fair client has introduced us. Wooden-legged men are not so common, but I should think the other men must be absolutely unique.
Oh, that other man again.
Diminutive footmarks, toes never fettered by boots, naked feet, great agility, small poisoned darts. Now, what do you make of all this?
Perhaps he's one of those Indians who associated with Jonathan Small.
Hardly that. Some Indians are small men, but none could have left such marks as that. Now, let's consult the gazetteer. Now, then, what have we here? Antananarivo is too far. Andes, no. Andaman Islands, situated 340 miles to the north of Sumatra and the Bay of Bengal. A moist climate, coral reef, sharks, convict barracks. The Aborigines of the Andaman Islands may perhaps claim the distinction of being the smallest race upon this earth. The average height is rather below 4 feet. There are fierce, morose, and intractable people who are capable of forming most devoted friendships. Now then, listen to this. Their feet and hands are remarkably small. They have always been a terror to shipwrecked crews, braining the survivors with their stone-headed clubs or shooting them with their poisoned darts.
Amiable fellow.
Watson, you look done. Why not lie down there on the sofa and see if I can put you to sleep?
Oh, well, Holmes. I don't mind admitting I could do with a few winks.
Oh, my dear Watson. You slept soundly. I was afraid our talk would wake you.
Talk? I heard nothing.
Old Wiggins has just been up to report. He says no trace can be found of the launch.
Can I do anything? I'm perfectly fresh now.
We can only wait. If we go ourselves, the message might come in our absence, and that would cause delay.
Yes, but...
Well, you can do what you will, Watson, but I must remain on guard.
Well, then I shall run over to Camberwell and call on Mrs. Cecil Forrester. She asked me to yesterday.
On Mrs. Cecil Forrester? I see.
Well, of course, on Miss Morstan, too. They were anxious to hear what's happened.
I understand. I wouldn't tell them too much, though. Women are never able to be entirely trusted. Not the best of them.
What's an atrocious sentiment, Holmes?
Don't be too late back, my dear Watson. I expect to hear something definite before the night's out.
The Sign of the Four was one of the Sherlock Holmes stories by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. We're presenting it in 3 parts, and you have just been listening to part 2. My name is Norman Shelley. My friend Carlton Hobbs played the part of Sherlock Holmes, and I was Dr. Watson. Michael Hardwick wrote the script for this BBC production from London. And, of course, I look forward to the pleasure of your company again very soon for the 3rd and last part of The Sign of the Four.
The BBC, The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
He ready to part. He raises his hand.
I'm ready, Holmes. Action and danger were a frequent climax to the investigations of Sherlock Holmes. My name is Watson, Dr. Watson, and it was my privilege to share the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. First, let me refresh your memory concerning the case so far, and then I will tell you what happened in the end of The Sign of the Four. Sherlock Holmes and I were upon the track of Jonathan Small, the one-legged ex-convict responsible for the theft of the Agra treasure, which we were endeavoring to recover on behalf of our charming young client, Miss Mary Morstan. The scent had led us to the River Thames, upon which it seemed the thief and his mysterious accomplice were preparing to escape in the steam launch Aurora. After instructing his young Baker Street irregulars to find where this vessel at present lay, Holmes restlessly awaited the news that would lead to the resumption of the chase. Oh, here I am, Holmes. Anything happened?
Nothing yet, Watson. You're just in time to take over watch, though.
I say, what's the idea of the sailor outfit?
I'm off down the river, Watson. I've been turning it over in my mind, and I can see only one way out of it.
Well, surely I can come with you, then.
No. You can be much more useful if you remain here as my representative. Some message may come early in the morning. I want you to open all notes and telegrams and act on your own judgment. Can I rely on you?
Certainly.
Well, get some sleep while you can. If we're in luck, you may have news of some sort before I get back.
Well, Holmes, I should be going with you, but best luck to you.
Here's your breakfast, Dr. Watson.
Thank you, Mrs. Hudson.
Oh, and Mr. Anthony Jones is here to see you, sir.
Come in, Mr. Jones. Thank you, Mrs. Hudson.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Dr. Watson. Mr. Sherlock Holmes is out, I understand.
Yes, he's been out all night, and I can't be sure when he'll be back. Take that chair and join me in a cup of coffee.
I don't mind if I do.
How's that? There you are. Now, may I know what brings you here so early?
Well, I got a wire from Mr. Holmes this morning.
Yes. What does he say?
Go to Baker Street at once. If I have not returned, wait for me.
Uh-huh.
I am close on the track of the Sholto gang. You can come with us if you want to be in at the finish. Sent from Poplar.
He's evidently picked up the scent again.
Then he's been on a false chase too, has he? Well, even the best of us are thrown off course sometimes. This may prove to be a false alarm, you understand. But it's my duty as an officer of the law to allow no chance to slip. Isn't that someone come to the door? Perhaps it's Mr. Holmes.
I say, who are you, my man? What do you mean coming in like...
Is Mr. Sherlock Holmes here?
No, but I'm acting for him. If you've a message for him, you can tell it to me.
It was to himself I was to tell it.
I tell you, I am acting for him. Was it about Mordecai Smith's boat?
Yes. I knows well where it is, and I knows where the men he's after are. And I knows where the treasure is.
Look here, my man.
It was to Mr. Sherlock Holmes I was to tell it.
Well, then you must wait for him.
No. I ain't going to lose a whole day to please no one.
Wait a bit, my friend. You have important information, and you're staying here whether you like it or not.
All right.
I think you might offer me some coffee, though.
Really?
I thought my disguise was pretty good, but I hardly expected it would stand that test.
You rogue. You'd have made a rare actor. Those weak legs of yours would be worth, £10 a week on the stage. But I thought I knew the glint of your eye, though.
Oh, did you, Jones? Well, it's nice to get these whiskers and things off for a while. I've been working in that get-up all day. You see, a good many of the criminal classes begin to know me, especially since our friend Watson here took to publishing some of my cases. So I can only go on the warpath under some simple disguise like this. You got my wire, Jones?
That was what brought me here.
Here's a coffee, Holmes.
Thank you. And how's your case prospered, Inspector?
I've had to release 2 of my prisoners, and there's no evidence against the other 2.
Never mind. We shall give you 2 hours in the place of them. But you must put yourself under my orders.
Oh, now, look here.
You are welcome to all the official credit, but you must act on the lines that I point out. I shall want a fast police boat to be at the Westminster Stairs at 7 o'clock this evening.
Well, that's easily managed.
Good. Then I shall want 2 good men in case of resistance.
There'll be 2 or 3 in the boat. What else?
When we secure the men, we shall get the treasure. I think it'll be a pleasure to my friend here to take the box round to the young lady to whom half of it rightfully belongs. Let her be the first to open it. Eh, Watson?
It will be a great pleasure to me, Holmes.
Rather an irregular proceeding. However, the whole thing is irregular. I suppose we must wink at it.
Exactly.
The treasure must be handed over to the authorities afterwards, until after the official investigation.
Certainly.
Is there anything else?
Only that I insist upon your dining with us before we set out.
Oh, well...
I have oysters and a brace of grouse with something a little choice in white wines. Watson, you never yet recognized my merits as a housekeeper. Oh, by the way, Watson.
Yes, Holmes.
You'd best clean that old service revolver of yours. It's as well to be prepared.
Tidy-looking craft.
Is there anything to mark her as a police boat?
Well, yes, that green lamp on the side.
Then take it off.
Oh. All right.
You can tell them to cast off now.
Right. Cast off. Yes, sir. Where to?
To the tower. Tell them to stop opposite Jacobson's yard.
Opposite Jacobson's yard.
All right, sir.
Splendid craft. We ought to be able to catch anything.
Get that river steamer well behind us.
There aren't many launches to beat this, I can tell you.
Still, she'll need to be smart to catch the Aurora. She has a name for being a clipper. Now, I'll tell you how the land lies.
Yes?
Howard Small concealed the launch until he knew how the police inquiries were shaping. If I were in his shoes, I might hand her over to some boat repairer with directions to make a trifling change in her. She would then be removed to his shed or yard, and so be effectually concealed, while at the same time she'd be available again at a few hours' notice.
Yeah, that seems logical enough.
At Jacobson's yard, I learned that the Aurora had been handed over to them by a wooden-legged man with some trivial directions as to her rudder. At that moment, who should come down but Mordecai Smith, the missing owner?
But how did you recognize him?
Oh, he bellowed out his name and the name of his launch. I want her tonight, said he, at 8 o'clock sharp, for I've two gentlemen who won't be kept waiting. I was lucky enough to pick up one of my boys on the way, so I stationed him as a sentry over the launch. He's to stand at the water's edge and wave his handkerchief to us when they start.
I should have had a body of police in Jacobson's yard and arrest them when they came down.
Which would have been never. Eh? This man Small is a pretty shrewd fellow. If anything made him suspicious, he'd lie snug for another week.
If you might have stuck to Mordecai Smith, Holmes, he would have led you to their hiding place.
I think it's 100 to 1 against Smith knowing where they live. Why should he ask questions?
Well, there's Jacobson's yard anyway. Where those masts are standing up.
Ah, yes, I see.
Ah, yes. Yes, I can see my sentry through these night glasses. There's no sign of a handkerchief yet.
Suppose we go downstream a short way and lie in wait for them.
It's 10 to 1 that they'll go downstream, but we can't be certain. It'll be a clear night and plenty of moon. Now, we must stay where we are. Will you give instructions, please?
Very well, as you say.
Look, Watson. See how the folks swarm over yonder in the gaslight?
Yes, they're coming from work in the yard.
Dusty-looking rascal. But do I see a handkerchief? There, surely there is a white flutter over yonder.
Yes, I can see it plainly.
Yeah, and there's the Aurora, and going like the devil. Full speed ahead, engineers. Make out to that launch for the yellow light. By heaven, I shall never forgive myself if she proves to have the heels of us.
She's very fast, Miss Holmes. I doubt we shall catch her.
We must catch her. Keep it on, Stoker. Make her do all she can. If we find the boat, we must have them. Hold it on, men. Hold it on. Get every pound of speed we can.
We're gaining a little.
I'm sure that we shall be up there in a very few minutes.
Look at this. That duck right on here. It's blundering straight in between. The Aurora will gain good 200 yards while we're dodging round.
We must have more speed. Hold it on, men. Keep it up.
Catching up on them again, Holmes. I can see them plainly now, can't you?
Yes, that old Smith's something close for his dear life.
Who's that in the stern?
Looks as though he's busy. He seems to be waving his arms about. Jove, I've had some sport in my time, but nothing of such with.
What's that next little chap in the stern? Looks like a Newfoundland dog.
I can tell.
We're getting close to the pumpkin marshes. Now we're really gaining on them. Look, see!
What?
That chap standing up on the stern. A wooden leg.
Oh, you're right, Holmes. That thing next to him, he's a little black man. I've never seen anything like it. Give them a child. I'll give them a hand. He's too there. He's too in the name of the Lord.
Yes, Miss Holmes.
Keep after the launch. Look, wooden leg pulling the tiller over.
He's making for shore. You're on his line.
Off it! Make a run for it. Hold fast then. As soon as we touch, over we go.
They found him. Wooden leg jumps out. He's running. He's stopped. He's wooden leg. He's falling about. He had you. Hold on.
Mr. Jonathan Small, I fancy.
Ah, damn this mud.
I'll come quietly. Give me that. Well, Jonathan Small, I'm sorry that it's come to this. And so am I, Mr. Holmes. But I don't believe I can swing for the job. I'll give you my word, I never raised a finger against Mr. Sholto. It was that little Alan Tonga who shot one of his darts into him. You're under the charge of Inspector Ethelned Jones of Scotland Yard. He's going to bring you up to my rooms, and I shall ask you for a true account of the matter. If you make a clean breast of it, I may be of use to you.
No, I shall never fear.
I think I can prove that the poison acted so quickly that the man was dead before ever you reached the room.
That he was, sir. You seem to know as much as if he'd been there.
Pity we didn't take that alive, but there was no choice.
All's well that ends well.
We'll be at Vauxhall Bridge presently. Dr. Watson.
Yes, Inspector?
I shall land you with the treasure box. It's most irregular, but an agreement's an agreement. And you shall take it round to the young lady yourself. You, where's the key?
At the bottom of the river.
We've had work enough already through you. Well, Doctor, Miss Mawson might at least see her box. Bring it with you to Baker Street as soon as you can.
Greatest pleasure, Inspector.
It's you.
Yes, Miss Mawson.
I thought I heard a cab drive up. Well, what news have you brought me?
I brought something better than news.
Oh?
I've brought you a fortune.
Is that the Agra treasure?
The great Agra treasure. Half of it is yours and half is Thaddeus Sholto's. You'll have a couple of 100,000 each. There'll be few young ladies in England richer than you.
If I have it, I owe it to you.
No, it's my friend Mr. Sherlock Holmes whom you must thank.
When do you sit down? No, here, beside me, and tell you all about it.
No, I have to get round to Baker Street with it as quickly as I can. I just got leave to bring it so that you should be the first to see it.
Where's the key, then?
It's been mislaid. The police will soon have it open.
You don't like to see into it now, Dr. Watson.
Well, I don't really think that would be...
Oh, but you can't treat a woman's curiosity in this way. Oh, come on, I insist.
The police might...
Oh, as part owner of the contents.
Would you really?
Of course. Now, what should we use?
Well, I think that's okay.
Well, you have my permission, Doctor.
Now then, get the end of it under the heart. Good. Now, use it as a lever.
Bravo! Well done.
And now, you must lift the lid.
Very well. No, I feel quite nervous. It's empty.
Thank God.
Why'd you say that?
Because it puts you within my reach. Because I love you, Mary, as truly as ever a man loved a woman. Because this treasure, these riches, sealed my lips. Now that they're gone, I can tell you how I love you. That's why I said, thank God.
Then I say, thank God, too, John.
Whoever has lost the treasure this night, I know that I have gained one.
Empty? Empty, did you say, Dr. Watson?
Yes, Inspector.
This is your doing, Small.
Yes. The only man has any right to it, say 3 men who are in the Andaman convict barracks and myself. And I know they'd have me do just what I done, rather than let it go to Kip or Kim or Sholto or Morstan.
Cut out that bragging. Where is it?
You'll find the treasure where the key is, and where little Tonga is.
In the river. You're deceiving us, Small. Why didn't you throw the box in as well?
The man that was clever enough to hunt me down is clever enough to pick an iron box from the bottom of a river. But trying to pick up what's scattered over 5 miles or so may be a harder job.
This is a very serious matter, Small. If you'd had justice instead of hindering us like this...
Justice? Talk about justice. Look how I earned that treasure. 20 long years in that fever-ridden swamp, chained up all night, bullied by every native guard who left to take it out of a white man.
You forget that we know nothing of all this. Until we've heard your story, we cannot tell how far justice may originally have been on your side.
Well, that's true, Mr. Holmes. Now, you've been very fair-spoken to me. If you want to hear my story, I'd no wish to hold it back. If you please.
Keep it short. I shall want it in full when we get to the station.
Very well. Well, it begins when I was 18, and soldiering in India with the 3rd Bucks. A crocodile in the Ganges nipped off my right leg. With this piece of timber strapped to my stump, I was useless for anything active. But lucky for me, I got a good job as overseer on an indigo plantation. And that was all right till the mutiny. I got into Agra just before the siege closed it off. Well, to cut a long story short.
That's right. Get on with it.
I joined up with 3 Indians. Major Abdullah Khan, Muhammad Singh, and Dos Akbar in a bit of a plot to get some treasure off a refugee merchant. Mind, it wasn't none of my idea.
No, of course not.
They couldn't work it without me, and they put it to me at the point of a knife. Join them, or get them in. Well, I killed the merchant. I never touched him, mind. I hid the body in the fort. Well, there was no use dividing the treasure while we were under siege, so he had that too. I drew 4 plans of where it was, and we put the sign of the 4 of us at the bottom and swore that we should each always act for all.
Leave out the fine sentiments.
Well, the mutiny was broken, and we thought we were safe. But the merchant's body was found, and so now we were suspected. We were brought to trial. We all got penal servitude for life.
Wasn't the treasure found then?
Not a word of it came out at the trial. But there we were, shipped off to the Andamans to serve our time, and worth a fortune we couldn't touch. Well, after a few years, I was put to dispensing for the surgeon. They gave me a little hut next to his quarters. Now, some of the officers used to come and play cards with him in the evenings. There was Major Sholto and Captain Morstan and some others. Well, I used to overhear them talking, and it pretty soon struck me that Major Sholto was falling in for some pretty big losses.
That was it.
And one evening I heard him say, "It's all up, Morstan. I'm a ruined man." So when the captain had walked off to his quarters, I nipped out and asked the Major if I could have his advice. "What about?" says he. "Oh, well, sir," I said, "I happen to know where $500,000 in hidden treasure lies. And I thought if I told the proper authorities, it might get my sentence shortened for me."
Get on with it.
I could see him think it over, like. Well, the upshot of it is that he comes back next day with Captain Morstan and a little, what you might call, unofficial proposition.
You don't mean to say it.
Mind, I didn't betray my friends. We held a little meeting, the 3 Indians and the 2 officers and me, and it was decided Major Sholto would go to Agra and recover the treasure. Then he'd send a small yacht provisioned for a voyage. The Indians and I would get away in it. Captain Morstan would apply for leave to go to Agra, and we'd all meet there for a final share out of the treasure.
Say this way, Small, if this is a yarn you're spinning, I've never heard the like of it before. What do you say, Mr. Holmes?
I fancy we're hearing the truth. And you can guess what happened next. That villain Sholto went off to Agra, but he never came back. No yacht to fetch us, nothing.
Well, what else did you expect?
An officer's word, sir. If 4 convicts could keep faith with each other, then you might have thought that...
let's hear the rest of it.
Well, from that day I lived only to escape and track down Sholto. But it was weary years before my time came. One day, a little Andaman Islander was picked up in the woods, sick nearly to death with fever. He was venomous as a young snake. But as I nursed him round, he took quite a fancy to me.
Was this Tonga?
That's right, sir. He was a fine boatman, and he owned a big roomy canoe. He didn't need much talking into getting me away from that place. Now we got to Singapore. From there, we wandered about the world until we reached England 3 or 4 years ago. I earned our living showing Tonga off at fairs as a cannibal. He used to eat raw meat and do a war dance. He was staunch and true, was little Tonga.
That's enough about him. Get back to Sholto.
It wasn't long before I found where he lived, but I was too late. We went to his place and looked through the window of his room. He was lying in bed with his sons at either side of him. Even as we watched him, he died. Well, I got into the room that night. I searched his papers, but there wasn't a line about where the treasure might be. And before I left, I thought of my poor Indian friends still back there in the Andamans. I wanted to leave our mark behind, so I scrawled down the sign of the 4 of us on a piece of paper, and I pinned it on him.
Oh, that explains that then, Holmes.
Yeah. Pray continue, Small. Well, after a while, I heard that the treasure had been found at the top of Pondicherry Lodge. Well, I couldn't hope to get up there, not with this leg, so I brought Tonga with me, with a long rope wound round his waist. He could climb like a cat. But as ill luck would have it, Bartholomew Sholto was still in the room when Tonga got in. Little devil killed him with his blowpipe. Thought he'd done something very clever until I gave it to him with the rope's end.
Anyway, there was nothing else to do but lower the jewels down, leave the sign of the floor on the table, and get away as quick as we could. And there you are, gentlemen. I told him all. And every word the truth, I swear. A fitting wind-up to an extremely interesting case. There's nothing at all new to me in the latter part, except that you brought your own work. That I didn't know. By the way, I had hoped that Tonga had lost all his dart, yet he managed to shoot one at us in the boat. I had it here. Did you find that, Holmes? You'll examine your hat when you have a moment, my dear Watson. I managed to pick it out without your noticing. Well, sir, he did lose them all, except the one he had in the blowpipe ready, do you see? Ah, of course. Well, Mr. Holmes, you're a man to be humoured, but duty's duty. I feel more at ease when we have our story till here, safe under lock and key. All right, I shan't make any trouble. Of course, you'll both be wanted at the trial. Good night, dear. Good night, gentlemen both. Good night. Well, Holmes. There's the end of our little drama. Thank you, Watson. Well, good health. And to you. I'm afraid it may be the last chance I shall have of studying your methods, Holmes. Oh? Why, sir? Miss Morstan has done me the honour to accept me as a prospective husband. I feared it much. I really cannot congratulate you. Any reason to be dissatisfied with my choice? Oh, not at all. I think she's one of the most charming young ladies I've ever met. But love is an emotional thing. And whatever is emotional is opposed to that true cold reason which I place above all things. I should never marry myself lest I bias my judgment. I trust my judgment may survive the ordeal. You're weary, Holmes. Yes. The reaction is already upon me. I shall be as limp as a rag for a week. Strange how terms of what in another man I should call laziness alternate with your fits of splendid energy and vigor. Yes. So I need the makings of a very fine loafer. And also of a pretty surprise, actually. Is one of the stories of Sherlock Holmes written by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. And now you know how it ended. My name, my real name, is Norman Shelley. My friend Carlton Hobbs played Sherlock Holmes, and I was Dr. Watson. Wedding bells are ringing for me now, it seems. Michael Hardwick wrote the script for this BBC production from London. And need I say I look forward to the pleasure of your company again, and soon, for more of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
Story Dramas, brought to you by Nelson Olmsted. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another story drama, presented by NBC's outstanding narrator, Nelson Olmsted. The narrative tonight is included in Nelson Olmsted's list of the 10 best short stories ever written, representing one of the finest tales of the supernatural ever to appear in the English language. Here is Charles Dickens' The Signal Man and Nelson Olmsted.
Hello, below there!
When the signalman heard my voice calling to him, he was standing at the door of his little hut with a flag in his hand furled around its short pole. One would have thought, considering the nature of the ground, that he could not have doubted from what quarter the voice came. But instead of looking up to where I stood at the top of the steep man-made cutting nearly over his head, he turned himself about and looked down the railway line.
Hello, below there!
From looking down the line, he turned himself about again, and raising his eyes, he saw my figure above him.
Is there any path by which I can come down and talk to you?
He looked up at me without replying, and I looked down at him without pressing him too soon with the repetition of my idle question. Just then there came a vague vibration of the earth and air as a train passed over the line beside him at the bottom of the cutting and roared into the tunnel at the far end. Then the signalman pointed to a round, zigzag descending path now out of the side of the cutting, down which I made my way. The cutting was extremely deep and unusually precipitate. It was made through a clammy stone that became oozier and wetter as I went down. When I came down low enough upon the zigzag descent to see him again, he was standing between the rails on the way by which the train had lately passed. He was a dark, sallow man with dark beard and rather heavy eyebrows. His post was in as solitary and dismal a place as ever I saw. On either side, a dripping wet wall of jagged stone, excluding all view but a strip of the sky, one end terminating in a gloomy red light, and the gloomier entrance of a black tunnel in whose massive architecture there was a barbarous, depressing, and forbidding air. So little sunlight ever found its way to the spot that it had an earthy, deadly smell, and so much cold wind rushed through it that it struck chill to me. He just looked at me. Didn't talk. So I said something about the lonesome post he had to occupy and that it had riveted my attention when I looked down from up yonder. He directed a most curious look around the red light near the tunnel's mouth and looked all about it as if something were missing from it. I said, that light is part of your charge, isn't it? Don't you know it is? He answered in a low voice. Well, you look at me as if you had a dread of me. I was doubtful whether I'd seen you before. Oh, where? He pointed to the red light he'd looked at. There, I asked. Yes. Oh, my good fellow, what should I be doing there? However, be that as it may, I never was there, believe me. I think I believe you. Yes, I'm sure I do. His manner cleared like my own. And I questioned him about his duties in that lonely spot and about those many long and lonely hours spent there. He was friendly enough and took me into his little hut where there was a fire, a desk, a telegraphic instrument, and a little signal bell. We talked easily, and from the conversation I found that he had once been in college but had run wild for a while, misused his opportunities, gone down, and had never risen again. He had no complaint to offer about that. He'd made his bed, and he lay upon it. Several times we were interrupted by the little bell, and he had to read off messages in the telegraph and send replies. In the discharge of his duties, I observed him to be remarkably exact and vigilant. As I rose to leave him, I said, well, you almost make me think that at last I met with a contented man. I believe I used to be so. But I'm troubled. I'm troubled. Oh, what do you mean? It's very difficult to tell, sir. It's very, very difficult to speak of. Let me ask you, what made you cry, hello, below there tonight? Oh, heavens knows, I cried something to that effect. Not to that effect, sir. Those were the very words. I know them well. Well, if they were, I said them no doubt because I saw you below. For no other reason. What other reason could I possibly have? You had no feeling that they were conveyed to you in any supernatural way? No. Oh. I took you for someone else this evening. That troubles me. Oh. Who is this person? I don't know. Is he like me? I don't know. I never saw the face. The left arm is always across the face, and the right arm is waved, violently waved. This way. I followed his action with my eyes, and it was the motion of an arm gesticulating with the utmost vehemence. An action, if interpreted into words, would probably say, For God's sakes, clear the way. One moonlit night, I was sitting here when I heard a voice cry, "Hello, below there!" I jumped up and looked from the door and saw this someone else standing by a red light near the tunnel, waving as I just now showed you. The voice seemed hoarse with shouting, and it cried, "Look out! Look out!" And then again, "Hello, below there! Look out!" I caught up my lamp and turned it on red and ran toward the figure, calling, "What's wrong? What's happened? Where?" It stood just outside the blackness of the tunnel. I advanced so close upon it that I wondered at its keeping the sleeve across its eyes. I ran right up to it and held out my hand, stretched out to pull the sleeve away. When it was gone. What? Gone? Gone where? Into the tunnel? No. I ran on into the tunnel, 500 yards, but saw nothing. Then I ran back here. I telegraphed both ways. An alarm has been given. Is anything wrong? The answer came back both ways. All well. Within 6 hours after that appearance, the memorable accident on this line happened. And within 10 hours, the dead and wounded were brought along through the tunnel over the spot where the figure stood. A disagreeable shudder crept over me, but I did my best against it. It was not to be denied, I rejoined, that this was a remarkable coincidence, calculated deeply to impress his mind, but it was unquestionable that remarkable coincidences did continually occur everywhere. He interrupted to say that he wasn't yet finished. This was just a year ago. 6 or 7 months passed, and I'd recovered from the surprise and shock when one morning, as day was breaking, I, standing at the door, looked toward the red light and saw the specter again. Did it cry out? No, it was silent. Did it wave its arm? No, it leaned against a shaft of light with both hands before the face, like this. Once more I followed his action with my eyes. It was an action of mourning. I'd seen such an attitude in stone figures on tombs. He continued, "That very day, as a train came out of the tunnel, I noticed at the carriage window on my side what looked like a confusion of hands and heads, and something waved. I saw it just in time to signal the engineer to stop. He shut off and put his brakes on, but the train drifted past here 150 yards or more. I ran after it, and as I went along, heard terrible screams and cries. A beautiful young lady had died instantaneously in one of the compartments and was brought in here and laid down on this floor. Now, sir, mark this, and judge how my mind is troubled. The specter came back a week ago. Ever since it has been there, now and again by fits and starts." Well, at the light? Yes, at the danger light. It calls to me for many minutes together in an agonized manner. "Below there! Look out! For God's sakes, clear the way!" By this time you will fully understand, sir, that what troubles me so dreadfully is the question, what does the specter mean? No, I'm afraid I don't understand. What is the warning against? What is the danger? Where is the danger? There's danger overhanging somewhere in the line. Some dreadful calamity will happen. It's not to be doubted this third time after what's gone before. But surely this is a cruel haunting of me. What can I do? He pulled out his handkerchief and wiped the drops from his heated forehead. His pain of mind was most pitiable to see. It was the mental torture of a conscientious man oppressed beyond endurance by an unintelligible responsibility involving life. I offered to stay through the night with him, but he wouldn't hear of it. So I took leave of him while an uncomfortable cold finger seemed to make traces up and down my spine. Well, the next evening was lovely. I walked out early to enjoy it, heading for the deep cutting. Upon arriving, I stepped to the brink and mechanically looked down. There was a group of men standing by the danger light, which was not yet lighted. With an irresistible sense that something was wrong, I descended the notched path with all the speed I could make. What's the matter? I asked one of the men. A signalman killed this morning, sir. What? Not the man belonging to this place? Yes, sir. You'll recognize him, sir, if you knew him. So saying, one of the men solemnly uncovered the face of my strange friend. I was horrified. How did this happen, I asked. He was cut down by an engine, sir. No man in England knew his work better. But somehow he wasn't clear of the outer rail. It was just at broad day. He'd struck the light and had the lamp in his hand. And as the engine came out of the tunnel, his back was toward her, and she cut him down. That man drove her, and he was showing us how it happened. Show the gentleman, Tom. Tom, who wore a rough, dark suit, stepped to the mouth of the tunnel. Well, coming round the curve in the tunnel, sir, I saw him at the end. There was no time to check speed, and I knew him to be very careful. As he didn't seem to take heed of the whistle, I shut it off when we were running down upon him and called to him as loud as I could call. Oh, well, what did you say? I asked. I said, below there, look out! Look out! For God's sakes, clear the way! I was astounded. Oh, it was a terrible time, sir. I never left off calling to him. I put this arm before my eyes not to see, and I waved this arm to the last. But it was no use.
This has been another of the world's greatest stories presented by Nelson Olmsted, who now has some closing comments.
Well, Charles Dickens, a 19th century English author, was an astounding man. With practically no formal education, he took his experiences in life and set them on paper with such spontaneous humor and abandon that he became, in his day, one of the most popular characters in England. He's best known for his Pickwick papers, David Copperfield, and The Tale of Two Cities. He wrote quite a few short stories, and yet his Signalman, which we presented tonight, is probably one of his least known works. Why, I don't know. Because the Signalman, to me, represents one of the most polished examples of the perfectly formulated supernatural fiction. It's a story which builds its mood from the first line and carries a plot through to a breathtaking and imaginative climax. I only wish that Dickens had written more like it. Our next story, Wednesday night, is by the Russian Leonid Andreyev, entitled Silence. Until tomorrow night, then, good night and good reading.
NBC presents Nelson Olmsted and his story dramas 3 nights each week over most of these same stations. This program has come to you from our Chicago studios, and this is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
Now it's time for our afternoon theatre play. It's by Geoffrey Siegel, based on the novel of the same name by J.D. Beresford, and it's called The Hampdenshire Wonder.
Oh, excuse me.
Only just in time, eh?
Afraid so. But there's no other train that stops at Aylesworth for an hour or so.
Quite. Yes, that's where I'm bound for, Aylesworth.
Ah. My heart sank a little at the information. I'm not one who particularly enjoys the conversation of fellow travellers, and I was happy to have the excuse of my breathlessness for making no more than a brief rejoinder. By the time I'd recovered, I was deeply immersed in the book I had with me, and I barely noticed the woman with the child who got on at one of the train's frequent stops. They had been sitting in one of the seats opposite me for some time before I became aware that I was reading and rereading the page open before me. The words there conveyed no meaning to me. My attention was being pulled irresistibly elsewhere. As I looked up, the eyes of the infant sitting demurely on his mother's lap caught my own and held them. Its gaze was steady and clear as that of a normal child, but what differentiated it was the impression one received of calm intelligence. The child turned its head, and I felt my muscles relax. Until then, I had not been conscious that they'd been stiffened. My gaze was released, pushed aside, as it were, and I found myself watching the object of the child's next scrutiny. This was my would-be loquacious travelling companion. He, too, had been reading, until the child's gaze claimed his attention, and he, too, was held motionless by that strange, appraising stare. When he was released, his surprise found vent in words.
That's a remarkable child, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
The woman who answered him, if she was indeed the child's mother, was older than one might have expected, well into her 40s, and while dressed soberly and becomingly, had an air of belonging to an older fashion. Her face was not that of a countrywoman. The thin, high-bridged nose, the untidy black eyebrows, the shadows under her pale, introspective eyes denoted the town and confinement within doors. The child, meanwhile, its great bald head shining resplendently like a globe of alabaster, now focused indefinitely on some point outside the carriage window. It seemed remote, utterly unconcerned with any human being.
Very remarkable. Can it talk?
No, sir. He's never made a sound.
Dumb, eh?
He's never spoke, sir.
Not water on the brain, eh?
Oh, no, sir, no. He's got more sense than an ordinary child.
How old is he?
1 year and 9 months.
Ought to have spoken before that, oughtn't he?
Never even cried, sir.
Have you had a doctor for him?
Oh, yes, sir.
And what do they say?
At this point, the child turned its head and looked the interrogator full in the eyes. Never in the face of any human being have I seen such an expression of sublime pity and contempt. My fellow passenger, his mouth open, leant quickly back into his corner, and the infant, satisfied perhaps with its victim's ignominy, turned and looked at me with a cynical smile. I was, as it were, taken into its confidence. I felt undeservedly, yet enormously flattered.
Right it him down! Right it him down!
Oh, this is where we get out.
Allow me.
Oh, thank you, sir. Oh. Good day, sir.
Good day. Good day. Well, what do you make of that?
Aye.
Water on the brain. Don't care what anyone says.
She, the mother, seemed certain it was not.
Well, what's your opinion then, sir?
Well, it certainly is a very remarkable child. By profession, I am a journalist, and it has been my good fortune to have avoided the drudgery of the mere reporter, in that those matters upon which I have been called to write have always been of particular concern and interest to me. In the case of cricket, this has at times amounted to a passion. The town of Aylesworth, for which I was bound when that encounter on the train took place, will always be associated for me with the Hamptonshire side in their brief hour of glory as county champions, and with the principal instrument of their victory, Ginger Stott. His phenomenal technique, in some measure the result of his having taught himself to bowl in the narrow strip of yard behind his mother's paper shop, involved getting the ball to swerve. No easy task when bending the arm at the elbow is forbidden. He did this by spinning the ball with a twist of his immensely powerful middle finger and thumb at the same time as his arm, lithe and flexible, was rapidly on the move. No batsman ever succeeded in standing up to him for any appreciable length of time, and there were many who feared that as long as he held sway, it could mean an end to first-class cricket. But, as history knows, it was not so. Stott's accident saw to that. During a match against Notts at Trent Bridge, Stott, at cover point, had gone for a rising ball, and the seam had caught his vital middle finger, splitting the skin of its tip. A series of unlucky circumstances led to the finger becoming infected, and by the beginning of the following week, the only course open to the doctors was to amputate. Stott's career as a cricketer was over. The club stood by him, and he continued with them as groundsman and bowling coach, a position that occasioned him considerable chagrin and frustration.
Oh, look at that.
That's the third six he's been hit for this over.
I can't learn him nothing. Half volleys and long hops and then a full pitch. He's a disgrace, that flower.
They've knocked him off his length. On a wicket like
I've been trying to learn him, but it's no use. He's got habits you can't break him of.
I suppose it is difficult.
It's the same with me. I've been trying to learn myself to bowl without my finger. Or left-handed. but I can't. Now, if I'd started that way... No. I'm always feeling for that finger as is gone. In time, maybe. But second class, no better than that.
It's early days, yeah?
I'm not going to kid myself. I know. Fact, I've been looking around.
Huh?
Well, as I see it, if I could get hold of some youngster and learn him, only he must be young. No habits, you know?
Oh, I see what you're getting at.
Oh, God. I can hardly bear to look at this. If you'll excuse me, Mr. Davis.
I'll come with you. I'm afraid it's a foregone conclusion.
Do you know Stoke-Underhill, Mr. Davis?
A couple of miles from here, up the valley.
That's right.
Pretty place.
I've took a cottage there.
Oh. You're leaving your mother's place?
I'm to be married in a few weeks' time.
Oh, well, that's very nice. Of course, you've your place here as a groundsman.
Yes. And the money from the benefit. That's invested. I reckon I can afford it, all right.
I'm sure you can.
Yeah.
Let me offer my congratulations. I hope you're very happy.
Well, as to that, sir, better wait and see.
It is a lottery, of course.
Huh? Oh, that. Well, I take my chance on that. Oh, it's the kid I'm thinking of.
The kid?
Well, what else would I tie myself up for? I must have a kid of my own and learn him from his cradle. It's come to that.
I see. Teach him to bowl.
That's it. Have him right from his cradle before he's got habits.
And you hope a boy of your own?
Oh, not hope. It's a cert. I'll see no boy of mine touches a ball afore he's 14. And then he'll learn from me, and learn right from the first go off. My God. He'll be a bowler such as has never been.
I was unable to attend Stott's wedding. I was, in fact, in America, and the ensuing 2.5 years broke up for a time many of my old habits of thought, among them, amazingly, my devotion to cricket. True, I wondered occasionally about Stott and how his marriage had turned out. Indeed, on the day of that train journey to Aylesworth, passing through Stoke-Underhill, he had briefly crossed my mind. But the encounter with the child eclipsed all else. Another couple of months of English life, however, and I found myself reverting to old tastes and interests. And although the season had virtually ended, cricket once more began to occupy my thoughts, and with it, curiosity about Stott and his ambition. On inquiry, I learned that he had left Stoke-Underhill for the village of Pym, and it was a fine Sunday in late September when I set out on the 4-mile walk from Great Hittenden Station. Some distance up a little lane which had been pointed out to me at the side of the pond, I came upon Stott's dwelling. The door was open, and I peered in. Sitting in a rocking chair was a woman with black, untidy eyebrows, and on her lap, held with rigid attention, was the remarkable baby I had seen in the train 2 months before. As I stood, doubtful, and, I will confess it, intimidated, the child opened his eyes and honoured me with a cold stare. Then he nodded, a reflective, recognizable nod.
He remembers seeing you in the train, sir. He never forgets anyone.
Cigarette, Stott?
Oh, sir.
That's a very remarkable baby of yours.
How
old is he?
Nearly 2 years.
Can he talk yet?
He can, but he won't.
Oh. How do you know? Well, I'm sure he can. Look, don't you want to talk about the child? Sure.
I've heard him speak, once. And speak proper, too. Not like a baby.
What did you hear him say?
I don't know. Something about learning and talking. I didn't get the rights of it. And the missus near fainted. She thinks he's God Almighty or something.
Why don't you make him speak?
Make him? Oh, make him. Well, you tried on.
Well, why not?
'Cause he'd look at you. That's why not. And you can't no more face him than a dog can face a man.
Yes.
I shan't stand it much longer.
Curious. Very curious.
He's a blasted freak, that's what he is. Just to think of all the trouble I took when he was coming. There was nothing the missus fancied as I wouldn't get. Oh, not as she was difficult. I mustn't get habits, George, she used to say. Caught that from me. I was always on about that then. You know, the thinking of learning him to bowl.
Yes, I remember.
Learn him bowling. Oh, my God.
Well?
No fear. The game's off. Oh, I could have done it if he'd been a decent, ordinary child instead of a blasted freak.
Can he walk?
Yeah, gets about easy enough. For all his body and his legs is so small. When the missus tries to stop him, she's afraid he'll go over like. He just looks at her. And she has to let him have his own way.
The time he spoke, was he alone?
In the garden, practicing walking all by himself.
And was that the only time?
Only time I've heard him.
Lately, was this?
About 6 weeks ago.
But he never made a sound otherwise? Cried? Laughed?
Hardly. He gives a sort of grunt sometimes when he wants anything. And points.
He's very intelligent. Abnormally so.
Worse than that. He's a freak, I tell you.
Well, I must be on my way.
Oh, you're not coming up? Take a bite or something?
Well, I have to catch that train.
Of course. We don't have many visitors.
No, you are a bit remote here.
I'll walk back to the road with you.
I suppose, leaving all personal considerations of friendship for the man aside, what was aroused in me most by this strange situation was the journalist, the observer and interpreter. Knowledge of a unique phenomenon had come my way, and, so far as I knew, my way alone. Here was something for me to tell the world about. But it must be something more than the bald facts. And the very next day found me in the reading room of the British Museum looking for precedents, for similarities to which I might relate Ginger Stott and his blasted freak. There had, as I suspected, been similar cases of precocity, but the Stott child, Victor, they had christened him, was somewhat different. At 2, he had done no study, gathered no knowledge from books, nor from any other person, and yet appeared possessed of a wonderful intellect with great powers of memory and deduction. Was he perhaps withholding his energy deliberately, keeping prodigious faculties in reserve? And then it came to me, from a few remembered phrases of his father's.
No habits. I learn him from the cradle before he's got habits. That's what I'll do. No, George. I mustn't get habits, George, she used to say. Not if he's to have none.
That was it. The great restraining force in the evolution of man has been the restriction imposed by habit. What we call instinct is an hereditary habit, and upon this instinct, already there in the human infant, we immediately superimpose the habits of conformity, all the bodily and intellectual conventions that have been handed down from generation to generation. And the child learns by the hereditary simian habit of imitation. And yet here, by some freak of nature, was a child born without that. And I would have some part in his life, in submitting knowledge to his reason, in standing between him and the delimiting training of the pedagogue. But circumstances in the immediate event dictated otherwise. This is not my own story, and the nature of the sudden upheaval in my own life, which took me to the other side of the world, need not concern us here. Suffice it to say that it was 6 years before I was in England again, and found my life intertwined with that of the wonder child. What you will now learn of the life of Victor Stott in those years comes from the first-hand experience of a number of people, not least his mother, Ellen Mary. And we must go back now to the occasion of her first meeting with the man who was to be her husband and to father upon her the Hamptonshire wonder.
I've seen your mother, George.
Where?
She was telling me, well, she gave me her confidence, like.
What about?
You.
Me?
This here plan of yours, since your accident.
Oh. Well, I don't suppose there's no harm you knowing. You're a friend of hers. Still,
You done anything about it?
What do you mean?
Well, you want to have a son. You want to be the greatest cricketer in the world.
Well, the greatest bowler, yeah.
Well, you done anything about it? Do you have anyone in mind?
Oh,
Or his mother? You're not keeping company with anyone?
No.
Well, that's what your mother said. Not much opinion of women, she said.
No, not really. I mean, you see a girl try to throw a cricket ball, huh? Put you off women for life.
So how are you going to have a son then?
Oh, well, that's different.
Is it? He'll need someone to bear him, won't he? Bring him up, look after him.
You mean...
Someone who knows about your plan for him? Well, go along with it, keep it in mind all the time she's carrying, not to mention when he's born. No habits. That's what your mum said you wanted, that right?
Yeah. And did she tell you that you might...
Oh, no. Don't worry, there is some young flighty piece of goods getting her hands on your benefit money. No, what I've come to offer's only my idea.
Come to offer? You mean... God, you're a cool one.
And a bit forward, eh?
Yeah. Well, I mean to say, you're not all that...
Pretty? No, George, but I'm not a fool. Not much book learning, I grant you, but I'm not a fool, never have been. Still, by the time I was 35, I knew for certain I wasn't likely to get a husband. And even if I had, would I have been likely to keep him? This is different. You want something special, George. Only thing is, I'm 42 now, so there's not much time.
My God. You are a cool one and no mistake.
And you hold that against me?
You don't care what people will say?
No. I know what it is you've set your eye on, George. I'll be a good wife to you. And all being well, I'll give it to you. What do you say?
Oh. I don't know. Still, I don't know why not.
She'll do, nurse, if there are no complications. Let her sleep as long as she likes.
Yes, Doctor.
She's a wonderful woman to have delivered such a child alive, especially at her age.
Can't live.
Never cried after delivery. The worst sign. To be sure, it's a freak of some kind. Nurse.
Yes, Doctor?
Come here.
Yes, Doctor.
There seems to be complete paralysis of all the motor centres, but the child is not dead. We'll try artificial respiration.
Is it worthwhile? Wouldn't it be better to let it die?
Let's have none of that talk, nurse.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Quite outside my experience. No heartbeat, no breath, yet it is indubitably alive. There's the heart. Yes, beating now. But still no breath. Come along, nurse. Let's move its arms. You know how?
Its arms. Poor little thing.
It's more like twigs, I grant you, but come along.
There now. I saw its chest move.
Yes, it's breathing. Quite well, too. Right now, let's have a look at his eyes. Glory be.
Doctor.
Yes. Well, let's see. We'd better keep it separate from the mother for the time being. The next room is prepared, is it?
Yes.
Yes, well, you take it in there. I'll go and tell the father he can come up.
But, Doctor...
What? Now, come on, nurse, pick him up.
Yes, Doctor, but... Oh, his eyes are shut again.
Of course they are. He's a newborn baby. I'll be back later.
Come in, Mr. Stott.
Doctor didn't seem all that happy.
Didn't he?
Oh, my God. What a head. Here, nurse, it's a wrong one, isn't it?
Oh, I'm sure I can't tell you, Mr. Stott.
More like a tadpole than anything else.
Oh, Mr. Stott, for goodness sake, don't. If only you knew.
Knew what?
Well, there's something. You'll know when it opens its eyes.
Oh, what are you talking about?
Mr. Stott, the woman who's going to look after them, Mrs. Reed, shouldn't she be here by now?
She'll be here directly, but what do you mean, something? Something what?
I don't know. Uncanny.
Are you there?
Mrs. Reed? Yes, up here.
What do you mean, uncanny? How uncanny? What do you mean?
I'm not as quick as I'd like. Not upstairs.
Shh, quiet.
Oh, God.
Mrs. Stott's sleeping still, but the baby's in here.
Here. In here. Now, let's have a look at him. Oh, dear. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Oh, how unfortunate. And her first, too. Oh, it'll be an idiot, I'm afraid.
What?
Oh, that head. Mrs. Harrison's third was the very spit of it. Oh, healthy, I dare say. It'll live. But helpless. Learn him everything. Learn him to open his mouth. Learn him to close his hands. Learn him everything.
Oh, God.
Lord help us. Did you see that? When he opened his eyes, he looked... Oh, Lord help us. He might have been 100 years old, and wise with it. A look like that.
Nurse, I don't think it'll be necessary for me to come again.
Not come again?
I've seen them both every day for a week now, and they're both doing perfectly well.
Perfectly well?
Well, that's what is to be expected. It's hydrocephalus with the baby, no doubt of that. There's nothing we can do.
Perhaps. I don't know, Doctor.
No doubt at all. But everything else is normal. Heart, breathing, taking nourishment. Not from the mother, I know, but you and Mrs. Reed are looking after that. So, if I wanted, you can easily send for me, all right?
Yes, Doctor.
I'll bid you good day, then.
Good day, Doctor.
Good day, good day.
Lord have mercy on us all.
Gone, has he?
Yes. And he won't be back unless we need him.
Right then. It's time she was told. Nay more, it's time she saw him. I've never held with keeping it from her myself, and I've had more experience than many.
But is she strong enough? Do you think she can bear the sight of him? I'm afraid it may turn her head.
She's his mother, and I can't say I haven't prepared the way. Never mind what you and the doctor have told me. Drop the odd hint I have here and there. She knows he's not normal. But all the same, it's time she saw him, time she held him.
Very well. Will you take him to her?
Oh. All right, while he's sleeping. Let's have him then. Here he is. Here's your son, dear, at last. Oh.
Well?
I don't know. Didn't seem to worry her at all what he looked like.
Yes?
It was like... I don't know, it was like she was in church, like she'd seen a vision. Not that I'd say as much before the rector, you know what he's like, but I don't know. I never see anything like it, that look on her face. Never in all my born days.
Not yet baptized, Mrs. Stott?
Well, no, Mr. Crayshaw, sir.
What is the child now, 6 weeks old?
Come this Thursday, yes.
A shameful neglect, Mrs. Stott. But then, as I recall, you were not married in the church here.
No, we was married in Aylesworth.
In church?
No. But we do want him baptized.
So I should hope.
We were thinking, though, my husband and me, that we'd like it private.
Private? Why?
Well, we both had a bad time, and he's not... Well, he's not very strong.
Even if he were at death's door, there would still be no reason to avoid dedicating him to God before the whole congregation.
Oh, he's not ill, sir.
Then I don't see why the recognized practice should be altered, shall we say? It's coming Sunday.
But if we could leave it a little while yet...
Leave it? Have you no thought of his immortal soul? Every day delayed puts it in greater peril.
Yes, I know,
Let me see the child. Where is he?
He's just in here, sir. in his cot.
Yes.
He's asleep. Sleeps a lot, he does. No trouble.
Yes. Well, perhaps on second thoughts, a private ceremony might be arranged after all.
Do you think so, sir?
Yes, to exhibit the child before the congregation yes, if you or your husband would let me know when will be convenient, I'll make the necessary arrangements. Godparents, is there anyone?
Just me and my husband. I think that's all right, isn't it?
Yes, that is permitted. Yes. Well, then.
Hello there. How do you do, Crashaw?
Why, Mr. Chalice, this is quite a surprise.
I suppose it is. Mind you, I've been back at Chalice Court for more than a week.
I hadn't heard. You were away a long time.
Best part of 3 years. Tell me, don't you have a new and distinguished parishioner?
Oh? Who is that?
Such is fame. Ginger Stott, the cricketer.
Ah, yes.
He'd just had his accident when I left. Are the good folk of Stoke Underhill basking in his former glory, or is it all forgotten?
I'm afraid the Stott family have a certain notoriety in the parish, but not for that reason.
Oh? What then?
You don't know about the child.
Oh, they have a child?
If you can call it that.
Tell me.
Oh, I baptized it. I'm aware of my Christian duty, privately, of course. And even there I have my doubts as to whether I was right in administering that holy sacrament.
Why? What is it? An idiot? Deformed?
I would allow, I think, more latitude to medical men. Such a child becomes a burden on the community. I might even say a danger.
What on earth do you mean, man?
The growth of lunacy is an ever-present danger.
The child's an imbecile, then?
I would say more than that. You probably have no belief in the positive existence of evil, of malign possession and incarnation.
No, you're right, Crashaw, I haven't. Do the rest of the people of Stoke share your view?
To a greater or lesser degree. The Stotts keep to themselves, of course. But the others give them as wide a berth as is possible in a small community.
I should like to see this black swan. It sounds exceptional, and anything exceptional interests me.
No doubt Mrs. Stott would be proud to exhibit the horror to you.
Oh, forgive me for calling again so soon, Mrs. Stott.
Oh, not at all, Mr. Chalice, sir. Won't you come in?
Oh, thank you. Mr. Stott, good evening.
Evening.
Now, please don't let me interrupt your meal. Just carry on, both of you, and I'll sit down here, if I may.
No, not in that old armchair,
No,
sir.
really, this is fine. Since I came to see you and your son with the rector yesterday, I've been thinking, would you say you were happy here?
Well,
Your neighbours, would you say you got on with them?
Don't waste my time on them.
They're not highly intelligent, I suspect. Even Mr. Crashaw, I fancy, doesn't appreciate the peculiarities of the situation.
He's worse than any.
A little narrow, a little dogmatic, no doubt. Well, I was going to propose that you might like to live at Pym.
Oh.
There's an excellent cottage there, which I can have put in repair for you right away.
Pym? That's much further for me. We're getting to the ground in Aylesworth.
No doubt, but you have other interests to consider. I understand that Mrs. Stott hardly takes the child out at all here.
Yes, sir. Well, I don't care to make an exhibition of him.
Quite right. But the child should have air, and you must be free, Mrs. Stott, to take him out in it. In Pym you will have few neighbours, and you need not, I'm sure, fear their criticism.
They got one idiot up there already.
Oh, you surely don't regard your own child as likely to develop into an idiot?
Dr. O'Connor says it will.
When did he see him last?
Not since he were a week old.
Well, in that case, his authority goes for nothing. Oh, by the way, has the child been vaccinated?
Not yet, sir.
Well, better have that done. Oh, would you like me to arrange it? Dr. Walters, a very good man and a friend of mine.
Oh, well, it's very good of you, sir, to take the trouble.
Not at all. And I'll set things in train, shall I, as regards the cottage at Pym?
Yes.
Now,
well,
please, don't get up. I'll be on my way. Good evening to you both, for the present.
Good evening, sir. Well, you ain't fair on that child, George. There's more there than you or anyone else sees. More than Mr. Chalice, even. And it won't be so out of the way for you at Pym, not with your bike. And it's true, we can't stop here.
We might have taken a place in Aylesworth.
But it'll be so much healthier at Pym. It'll be fine air up there for him.
Oh, yes. All right for him. Just so long as it's all right for him. Right for him.
Well, he's done it up real nice for us, Mr. Chalice. Hasn't he, George?
Yeah. Still, it has got us away from that lot down there. And I didn't see no one about when we arrived.
Well, I spoke to the old couple next door. They seem to want to keep themselves to themselves.
Yeah? Well, suit me. What did I just say? Nobody about? Who's that hanging about down there?
Where?
Out in the lane, down by our fence.
Oh, that must be him.
Who?
Mrs. Harrison's boy. One what Mrs. Reed was always on about.
Oh, yeah. Great lolling head. You clear off, will you? Just get out of it before I take a stick to it.
It's all right, George. You can't get in. The gate's fastened.
All the same, I don't want him hanging about here.
He's going.
A great balmy lout.
George. What? Well, I ask you, George, is he anything like him in his cradle there?
Yeah.
Of course he isn't. You'll see. Grow up good and strong and healthy up here, this one will.
I'm here. It's my tea.
George, thought I heard you. Just getting your tea.
That child's in my chair.
Still, is he?
Huh?
I did mention it, but he hasn't moved then.
Take him out.
Does it matter, George? Tea's just ready. Time that's done, he'll be ready for his bath.
Why can't you just move him? He knows that's my chair.
Oh, what a fuss about that old armchair. Don't know how you sit in it anyway.
That's neither here nor there. That's my chair. He should know that by now. First thing when I come in of an evening, I have a sit down in that chair.
I know.
And so does he know. He's old enough. He's seen me do it often enough.
George, he's only 2.
Plenty old enough to have a bit of respect.
There's a tea made. Now come and sit at the table.
Just look at him. Just sitting there. Like we wasn't here at all.
Oh, sit down. Leave him be.
I'll be hanged if I will. Now look here, you. Just get out. That's my chair. Do you hear me?
George.
Look, I'm talking to you. You have got to get out of my chair. Don't you look at me like that. You've got to get out of my... I'll make you.
Oh, no.
God damn him. God damn him!
Who is God?
So that's what it comes to, I reckon. I've had enough. After what happened earlier, I reckon that's it.
You never going to teach him then?
What? To be a bowler?
Ah.
Him? Oh, I gave up that idea long ago.
What will you do, George?
Find a room in Aylesworth near the ground, near my work. I can understand that, cricketing, you see. Not this, though. Not him.
I know.
How could you? I mean, you and me, we're just ordinary.
Not you, George. You're not ordinary. Greatest bowler ever, isn't that what they say?
Oh, that, not anymore. It's all finished. But you've no cause to worry, Ellen. I know my responsibilities. You should have enough to keep you and him. I can make it 30 shillings a week with no trouble. But I've got to go. I got to get out.
I see.
You say I married you, and it's my duty to stay by you, but there it is.
I see.
Well?
Well, I'm sorry it's come to this, George. I knew it had to be sometime, but I don't think there's need to be any hard words over it.
My God. You always was the cool one.
Well, I don't mean to offend you, George.
Oh, I ain't offended. At least not that way. It's just that with him, there's that about him that I don't know.
I don't expect you to understand him, no more than I do myself. It ain't nature as you should, but all said and done, there's no bones broken. Well, if we have to part, why shouldn't we part reasonable?
Fair enough. I'll go tomorrow.
George, don't wish him no harm. He's different to us, and we don't understand him proper. Someday...
I don't wish him no harm.
You mayn't never see him again.
I suppose not.
You must forgive me, Mr. Crayshaw, for not having been able to receive you before.
I was not even aware until recently that you had returned to Chalice Court.
Well, I have been back for some months, but occupied in a task that has required my undivided attention.
Indeed.
A work of scholarship, Mr. Crayshaw. It's time I put something of what I've gained from my travels to good use. I'm preparing a monograph for the Royal Anthropological Institute. Mr. Lewis, whom I think you've met, is assisting me. Oh, but there. So much for my excuses for not seeing you before. Your letter implied that it was a matter of some moment.
Yes, it is. Not perhaps entirely unconnected with the work you mentioned.
Oh? No Polynesians come to settle in Stoke, have they?
On broad lines connected. Anthropological lines.
Go on.
You may remember that abnormal child of the Stotts. They were my parishioners.
Oh, yes. They moved to Pym, 3 years ago. And the child?
Its development has upset me in a most unusual way. I really believe you are the only person who can give me any intelligent assistance in the matter.
Oh, very good of you.
You see, I happen to be the child's godfather.
Really?
By the merest accident. The baptism was a private ceremony, just the parents present, and therefore I, as the rubric ordains, stood as second godfather.
So you have responsibilities?
Undoubtedly. I am aware that on one point I can expect little sympathy from you, but I make an appeal to you, nevertheless, as a man of science and as a magistrate, for assistance.
What do you want me to do, Mr. Crayshaw?
Have the child certified as an idiot and sent to an asylum.
On what grounds?
He is undoubtedly lacking mentally, and his influence is, or maybe, malignant.
Oh, yes, you hinted as much, I remember, when you first told me about him. In what way does this malignity manifest itself?
He has denied God.
I see.
I have myself heard this infant of 4 years utter the most abhorrent blasphemy.
That's bad.
I think you'll agree with me that something should be done.
Well, can you give me some details?
They are most repugnant to me.
I understand, but if you want my assistance...
Although they are no longer my parishioners, I thought it my duty as his godfather to see to his spiritual welfare. However, when I went to Pym some months ago, the mother would not permit me to see him. However, a few weeks back, I met him on the common alone.
And then?
I spoke to him, and he replied with an abstracted air, and without looking at me. He has not the appearance in any way of a normal child.
No, that's true. A very large head, almost hydrocephalic, as I recollect, but with an abnormally intelligent expression.
You may have seen it as that. However, I asked him if he knew his catechism. He replied that he did not know the word. I may mention that he speaks the dialect of the common people hereabouts, but he has a much larger vocabulary. His mother has taught him to read, it appears.
Well, at 4 years of age, that would argue some degree of intelligence.
I then spoke to him of some of the broad principles of the Church's teaching. He listened quietly, and then when I stopped, he began asking me questions.
What sort of question?
I don't remember precisely. One, I think, was as to the sources of the Bible, questions which betrayed an unusual curiosity in a child so young, but...
But no signs of idiocy.
Worse. At the end of my instruction, this creature shook his misshapen head and informed me that what I had said was not true and could not be true.
This is the blasphemy you spoke of?
Isn't it enough? To defy a minister of the Church, to pour scorn on its teaching, to repudiate the very conception of the deity. What is it but the clearest indication of maleficent possession? Oh, I wonder I didn't strike and injure the child.
I hope you didn't.
I was too overcome. Overcome by the implication of what was happening. Just think. If it became known that an unlettered infant, the child of ignorant parents, was freely questioning the authority of the Church and its place in society, then anarchy, revolution, chaos could not be far away.
Nevertheless, you cannot confine a child in an asylum on those grounds. The law does not permit it.
The church is above the law.
I'm afraid not, Mr. Crashaw. Not in these days.
It should be.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt. However, I must obviously see this child for myself.
Tell me, though, are you going as a magistrate, or is it by way of scientific investigation?
Both. And in both capacities, I'd like you to be there, Lewis.
I must say, I find it hard to credit. A child of, what, a few months?
3, when I saw it.
And with the power to... well, to what exactly?
The power to make one feel in its presence just like a schoolboy. Harvey Walters, who vaccinated it, felt it too.
How did it do that, for heaven's sake?
By the way it had of looking at you, of sizing you up, and then, having stared you out of countenance, rejecting you.
It couldn't have been a trick of the light, say, or your imagination, or a combination of both?
Or affecting myself and Walters in the same way, not to mention Crashaw when he first encountered the infant.
But you 3 are the only ones to have experienced this phenomenon.
To the best of my knowledge. Oh, apart from the parents, who were also aware of, well, something special about the child. That's why I'm particularly anxious for someone else to be there when I visit.
It's now 4 or 5?
4.5.
You've not mentioned it to anyone in the interim?
No. I suppose I thought it would die. After I'd made life easier for the parents by offering them the cottage at Pym, I must confess I'd not thought about it again until Crashaw appeared just now.
It certainly appears to have confounded him.
It did more. It provoked him to fury. How dare it make light of his divine authority?
What did Crashaw do, shake him?
No. He appears not to have laid hands on the child. What did he say? He didn't know how it was that he did not do the child an injury. Now, that's one of the things that interests me enormously. That power must have been retained. Along with the other developments, I really am most eager to see for myself.
I'm sure. But for the moment, I'll keep an open mind.
Oh, please sit down, Mrs. Stott, and go on with your tea.
Oh, thank you, sir, but I just finished.
We seem to be fated to intrude upon you when you're at table.
It's no intrusion, Mr. Chalice, sir. But if you'll excuse me, I'll just refill his cup. He likes a second cup.
Oh, please, go on. I hear your son has been engaging in religious controversy with Mr. Crashaw.
Yes, sir.
Your son told you?
Oh, no, Mr. Lewis, sir. He never told me. It was Mr. Crashaw. He's been here several times lately.
He seems rather upset about it.
I'm sorry, sir, but... well,
Oh, please, speak freely, Mrs. Stott. I assure you we shall respect your confidence.
Well, I can't see as it's any business of Mr. Crashaw's.
He's been worrying you and your lad here.
Oh, he's not seen Mr. Crashaw again.
Sonny, you're not particularly interested in Mr. Crashaw, I suppose? I say you're not interested in Mr. Crashaw. Doesn't he hear me?
Oh, we can hear you, Mr. Chalice, sir.
Mr. Crashaw is the rector, someone important, and you've been arguing with him.
Begging your pardon, take no heed, sir. He won't answer unless he's a mind to. He doesn't... well, he doesn't speak unless he needs to. He just draws my attention and points. It's his way, sir.
Yes, I see. Well, I hope that the matter of Mr. Crashaw can be settled and that you won't be bothered further.
Oh, thank you, sir. I'm very much obliged to you.
I've been wondering if I might not be able to help your son in some other way. I understand he can read.
Well, I learned him what I could, sir. Ain't much.
Well, perhaps I could lend him a few books.
Oh, yes. We've no books, and we never hardly see a paper now either.
But you taught him?
Well, we've a Bible, and there's 2 copies of Lily White's Cricket Annual as my husband left behind.
And has he read those?
The Bible he has, I believe.
All of it?
I believe so.
I'm sorry, but I find this most disconcerting. Your son obviously has an unusual power of intelligence, and we talk about him as if he wasn't here. Do you want to read? I have between 40 and 50,000 books in my library. I think it possible you might find 1 or 2 which would interest you.
What would I learn out of all them books?
Well, now... well, it's a difficult question, that, eh, Lewis?
If you take the question literally.
Well, how else can we?
Well, he might learn the essential part of all knowledge that has been discovered by mankind so far.
Should I learn what I am?
No. No, that you won't learn from the books in my possession, or indeed from any book. But you will find grounds for speculation.
Grounds for speculation.
Material from which you can formulate theories of your own.
Don't know them words. Going out now. I'll come to your library.
You let him go out by himself?
Oh, he likes to be in the air, sir.
You have to let him go his own way.
Oh, yes, sir.
Well, I'll send the governor's cart for him tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Oh, that is, of course, if you've no objection to his coming.
He said he'd come, sir.
I wonder if letting him browse in my library may not be such a wise thing after all.
Why not?
Well, if that child has all the powers I credit him with, think of the possibilities of original thought if he's kept unsullied by our traditional habits of learning.
But surely some groundwork is necessary.
Is it? I wonder. I sometimes doubt whether we've ever learned anything at all that is worth knowing. Perhaps that child, if he were kept away from books...
The thing is done now.
Yes, indeed. And in any case, he'd never have been able to dodge the school attendance officer.
Have you read all these?
In effect, perhaps.
Everyone?
No, but I might say I have a nodding acquaintance with what's contained in the greater part of them.
Book about words.
A dictionary? Of course. What do you think, Louis?
Why not? You've the latest production of the century. All the volumes are there.
Why not?
Chair. There.
Oh, no, it'll be a bit low for you. Something to raise him up, Louis.
Books to sit on, too, eh? The Britannica should be about the right size. 6 volumes, the India paper edition. Here, these should do it.
Yes, splendid. Now, if you can climb up, or shall I lift you up? Fine. Now, this is volume 1, starting with letter A.
Go.
But don't you want me to explain? Oh, if you've never seen a dictionary before...
Leave me.
But...
I should leave him to it, Mr. Chalice. He's taking no account of us. We might just as well not be here. Well?
He took a biscuit and drank some milk without even looking up.
How far has he got?
Well on in letter A.
Still with volume 1 in front of him?
Yes.
He's consistent.
Ah. You've changed your view, then?
No. He could be humbugging us. See, he's admitted he knows very few words, yet when we saw him start on the introduction, he didn't stop to look up any of the new words he must have met there. He just ploughed on, like an adult reader.
Precisely.
Is it possible he could actually be reading as fast as that? No, he's pretending for our benefit whenever one of us is near.
I don't think so.
What's your explanation, then?
I think he's committing it to memory.
What?
They say that Macaulay had a phenomenal memory as a child. It's conceivable that this one outclasses him. The boy is in effect learning the whole dictionary by half from page 1, intending to collate it all later in his mind.
Oh, come.
Why not? The concentration is there. A child of 5 couldn't simulate that.
It's too far-fetched.
Think of the gap between your intellectual powers and that of, say, a Polynesian savage. It's possible that this child's powers equally transcend our own.
I think you're theorizing on too little evidence.
Ah, yes, you're right. We must wait. Ah, Heathcote, tell me, has the Stott child left the house?
I've not seen him, sir.
Well, then someone must have opened the library door. The handle's too high for him to reach.
The maids are off this afternoon, sir, and I certainly didn't.
This window's open.
What? Well, he could hardly...
He has, though. His footprints are in the flower bed. There.
By Jove, yes.
And see what he's done to the daffodils. Cheeky little brute.
Yes, but the logic of it. He didn't waste time trying to attract attention, just decided it was time to go and went by the shortest route. Heathcote, you'd better send Jessup over to Pym. See if he's home safely.
Yes, sir. Begging your pardon, sir.
Yes?
Will the child be coming again?
I hope so. Jessup has been told to collect him each morning, and you don't look very happy, Heathcote.
I'm sure it's not my place to comment, sir.
Regard it as another of my eccentricities. Eh, Heathcote?
Very good, sir. I'll go and tell Jessup. A glass of milk and a plate of bread and butter every day at lunchtime. That's the order. To be taken to the library. Though I don't mind telling you, it gives me the creeps. And never in all my born days did I think to see a melon-headed imp in a cricket cap ordering the master about like that. I just don't know what we're coming to, I'm sure.
The dictionary from A to Z in 5 days. Already at M in the Britannica, and still that same concentration, same rate of reading, always the same. I can't resist looking in on him time and time again. When he left last evening, he was at the end of W. He's obviously just finishing the last article in the final volume. Have you finished?
All this. All this?
Yes?
All this.
Yes. Yes, tell me. Tell me, what do you think of all this?
So elementary, inchoate, a disjunctive patchwork. If this presents, in essence, the sum of human knowledge, then...
It means nothing to you, then?
I find no relationship. Concepts of space and time are postulated, come to be taken as absolute. Yet how reconcile them with the physical and material universe that is described here? Leading to philosophies which are no longer systems of thought, analyzing, specifying, working deductively or inductively. Ethical basis for conduct, when all the time the spheres in which these creeds operate. And that same history, which forms so critical an element in politics, how is it used? How does it function? And as to the underlying motivations, what function? What purpose? Why? These appear not to be cared about. Only how is a matter of concern, and even there, such answers as may be presented are irrelevant, or at best non sequiturs. If this is all, there is a great void, a great emptiness here.
I find... Well, I cannot dispute your analysis, and yet all you've seen, all you've described, it's not like that.
Yes, to me, from the outside.
From the outside?
I find no comprehension of the infinite oneness of space and time, of the wholeness of being. I see no appreciation of ultimate finality or of infinity, both of which coexist.
How can we appreciate either?
How can you not?
It isn't in us. Not yet.
Not yet. Is there then no one else that sees? Is there none of my kind? Is this all?
There is none of your kind.
May I introduce Mr. Foreman?
Oh, how do you do?
How do you do? Fine day.
Yes, indeed. Well, Mr. Crayshaw, you asked me to call.
Yes. The child Victor Stott. I gather that for some time now he's been spending the greater part of his day playing in your library.
If you remember, I undertook to find some way of diverting his mind, so as to prevent him speaking against religion to the yokels.
Seems quite a character, if I may say so.
He hasn't been offending in that way.
No, but neither does he receive instruction in any sacred subject, nor, for that matter, attend Sunday school or any place of worship.
Well, what is it you want me to do now?
Possibly you've realized that the child is well past his 5th birthday.
I suppose he must be.
Past the age at which the state requires him to receive the elements of education.
Eh?
Time he went to school. I've been after him, you know. I'm the attendance officer for the district. It's a serious matter. Come now.
Oh, forgive me. Of course you don't know, you can't possibly know the utter absurdity of putting that child to recite the multiplication table with village infants of his own age.
I fail to see any absurdity in the proposition, Mr. Chalice.
5 is the age fixed by the state.
Well, how can I explain? Let me take an instance. You teach him the elements of arithmetic.
It's part of the curriculum.
Well, I've only had one true conversation with this child, but in the course of it he had occasion to refer, by way of illustration, to some abstruse theorem of the differential calculus. His aim was to make his meaning clear on a particular point, though I may say the illustration was utterly beyond me.
God bless me. You don't say so.
The reference was an act of intellectual condescension.
If the child is, as you infer, some sort of mathematical genius, and it's true there have been instances in history, he would not, of course, receive elementary instruction in that subject.
You would not find any subject, believe me, Crashaw, in which he could be instructed by any teacher in a council school.
There I cannot agree with you. He is sadly in need of some religious instruction.
He would not get that in a council school.
No, indeed. Why not bring the child here and let the Reverend Mr. Crashaw or myself put a few questions to him?
If I brought him, he wouldn't answer your questions. He's very difficult to deal with.
Oh, is he? Of course, I've not spoken to him.
In any case, the decision does not rest with us.
No. No, it rests with the local authority.
Which has the right to prosecute.
The parent is responsible, may be brought before a magistrate and fined for the first offence.
I shan't fine her if she comes before me.
Well, of course, no one wishes to proceed to extremes, but you, Mr. Chalice, are the one who has most influence in the matter. I cannot believe that you will go against the established authority of both church and state, if only for the sake of example.
Mr. Crashaw, regulations, laws, religious and lay authorities come into existence in order to deal with the rule, the average. But if we are reasoning, intelligent people, we must also have some means of dealing with the exception, for whom a particular law can have no application. Are we to exhibit a crass stupidity by enforcing it? Or are we, as reasoning, intelligent men, going to take the case into our own hands and act according to the dictates of common sense?
I don't agree with you. I don't consider this an exception.
You must agree with me, Crashaw. I have a certain amount of influence, and I shall use it.
In that case, I shall fight you to the bitter end. I am determined that this infidel child shall go to school, that he shall find and occupy his preordained place in the order of society.
Quite right. Very right.
I think you would be better advised to let the matter rest.
It's possible.
I shall fight.
Very well. As you think best. I don't know if you're aware, Mrs. Stott, that the English education system requires every child to attend school from the age of 5, unless the parents are able to provide approved instruction elsewhere.
No, sir, I didn't know.
The Elementary Education Act of 1870 and its subsequent amendments. Yes.
Ah. Now, there is an individual... Oh, well, why shouldn't you know? It's the Reverend Mr. Crashaw again, who insists that you should attend the elementary school.
Oh, I thought we were shot of him, sir.
I have argued with him. I've also seen this afternoon, in point of fact, a friend of mine, who is chairman of the Education Authority. What has emerged is that you can't be exempted unless you're able to convince the authority that you should be.
Cannot you stand in loco parentis?
Oh, in that I'm providing you with an education.
Yes.
There's still Crashaw to deal with.
Inform me.
He can't or won't understand. I know these things must seem to you utterly absurd, but I'm sure you realize that you are an exception to the world about us. People like Crashaw, like myself, indeed all of us, from the meanest to the greatest minds of the day, are not subject to the fine logic you exercise. Well, that being so, you must also realize that whatever your wisdom, you have to live in this world of comparative ignorance. A world that cannot appreciate you, which could fall back on compulsion, even the use of physical force.
You suggest, then?
That you consent to answer certain elementary questions which a few selected members of the local authority will put to you.
What are these members?
There are 4 of them. Their chairman, he's the friend I mentioned, Sir Dean Elmer. He's a man of open mind, an amateur scientist of some note, with a progressive outlook. And then there's the former mayor, Councillor Purvis. Oh, he's the grocer, Purvis and Company. You'll know the shop, Mrs. Stott, in the square at Aylesworth.
Oh, yes, sir. Well, ain't he another churchman, though?
A lay preacher, I believe. But on the authority, he represents the trading interest.
The other 2?
The headmaster of the grammar school, Mr. Stephen. So that's another man of learning. And finally, there's Mr. Standing, who's the political appointee.
Will you be there, sir?
Yes. Oh, and Crashaw, I'm afraid.
Oh.
But the examination will be conducted here, in the library, so there will be minimal interruption in your studies. Now, will you consent?
I'll answer their questions. Let them come.
Well, I think, Stephen, you're best placed to conduct the examination. Will you open the proceedings?
Yes, very well. Now then, tell me, what is the square root of 226?
15.03329 to 5 places.
Dear me. Is that right?
I think so. 225 is 15 squared.
What's
so,
that book he's got in front of him? It's not a crib, is it?
May I see? Ah, yes, Spinoza, the short treatise. Van Floten's Dutch text and Latin translation.
Huh? Well, what's all that about, then?
It has nothing to do with elementary arithmetic. Mr. Stephen will reassure you on that point.
Certainly.
All right, then. What does half a stone of loaf sugar at 2 3 farthings come to?
Don't recognise the terminology employed.
What is 7 times 2 3/4?
19.25.
What's that in shillings?
1.60416.
Wrong.
I think not, Mr. Purvis. The examinee has given the correct mathematical answer to 5 places of decimals, so far as I can check him mentally.
Well, seems to have gone a long way round. Just to do a sum as any 5th standard child could do in his head.
Yeah.
I'll give him another.
I thought Mr. Stephen had been delegated to conduct the first part of this examination.
Yes, will you go on, Mr. Stephen? Perhaps something a little more advanced.
What is the binomial theorem?
A formula for writing down the coefficient of any stated term in the expansion of any stated power of a given binomial.
I am satisfied under this head.
Oh, beyond me, I don't mind saying so.
I think, Mr. Chairman, we've had enough theoretical arithmetic. There's a few practical questions I'd like to put.
Yes, Mr. Purvis.
Yeah. How old was our Lord when he began his ministry?
Uncertain.
Well, come now. Any Sunday school child knows that.
Of course.
Mr. Crashaw, please.
Are you sure, Mr. Purvis, you've understood the purport of the answer?
Oh, of course I am. I asked how old our Lord was when he began his ministry, and he says he is uncertain.
He meant that the answer to your question is uncertain.
Well, how's that? I have always understood
Quite, but what we've always understood does not always correspond to the actual fact.
If you don't mind, Chalice. Now, what did you intend by your answer?
The evidence rests mainly on Luke's Gospel, but the phrase "a hominos Jose eton tria conta" is vague. It allows latitude in either direction. According to the chronology of John's Gospel, the age might have been about 32.
Well, it says 30 in the Bible, and that's good enough for me.
Heresy.
Well, it sounds like blasphemy to me, doubting the word of God. I am for sending him to school.
All in good time, Mr. Purvis. Now tell me, how many elements are known to chemists?
81 well characterized, others have been described.
And which has the greatest atomic weight?
Uranium.
And the weight is?
On the oxygen basis of 16, 238.5.
If nothing else, extraordinary powers of memory.
What's your opinion of tariff reform?
An empirical question that cannot be decided from a theoretical basis.
What are you to say to that, Standing?
I say that tariff reform is the only way to save the country. And if this government is not...
For mercy's sake. Are we here to argue the trivialities of present-day politics? Aren't you satisfied? What more evidence do you need?
I'm not satisfied. And nor is the Reverend Crayshaw, I fancy.
He has no vote. Elmer, what do you say?
I think we may say that the child has been and is being educated satisfactorily elsewhere, and that he need not attend the elementary school.
On a point of order, Mr. Chairman, is that what you put to the meeting?
Well, this is quite informal. Our findings will be put to the full education committee.
That's all very well.
Well, shall we argue the point in the other room?
Yes, certainly. And our examinee can get back to his Spinoza.
I apologize for my fellow children.
No more.
What do you mean?
They are the last. Your kind have no interest in truth. So no more.
Of these events in the life of Victor Stott, the Hamptonshire wonder, I, of course, at the time knew nothing. Now, on my returning, however, it was to that corner of Hamptonshire and to Pym itself that my steps turned. The vagaries of fortune had provided me with the means and the leisure to fulfill an old ambition, to write a book, a work of philosophy which would attempt to reconcile a conflicting variety of viewpoints and theories. Those former visits of mine to Pym had established it, by its very isolation, as an ideal place to embark on such a task, and I had engaged a room for the summer at a local farm.
Hold on to your luggage, Mr. Davis. We're going to have to pull over to the side here. Let this lot pass us by. Come on, girl.
There's not a lot of room on the road.
Can't rightly call it a road. Disgrace it is. Whoa, no, girl.
They're well and truly loaded. Someone moving house?
Ah.
I say, Bates, that's not the Stott child.
Where?
On that cart. Didn't you see? Great swollen head, slobbering mouth.
Come on, girl. Lord bless you, no. That's the Harrison boy, with his mother. Old Harrison's dead. Wrong on he were. Moved away from here 5 or 6 years ago. Now she and the boy have come back. Worse luck. Thought we was shot of them.
The boy's an idiot, is he?
Yeah, horrible. Can't speak nor nothing. He goes about bleating and barring like an old sheep.
And the Stotts? Do they still live at Pym?
Not Ginger. He's over at Aylesworth. But Mrs. Stott and her son lives here.
Oh, the boy's still alive then?
Ah.
Intelligent child?
So they say, for an 8-year-old. Book learning and such. They say he's read every book in Mr. Chalice's library.
Does he go to school?
Oh, no, they let him off. Leastways Mr. Chalice did. They say Reverend Crayshaw down at Stoke were fair put out about it.
My memory had been stirred. And as I crossed the common next day, passing the pond where Ginger Stott had told me of his dwindling hopes, I remembered his ambition for the child, to teach it to become the world's greatest bowler, to ensure it stayed uncorrupted by any habit that might interfere with that aim. And I remembered, too, my resolve to be a part of that child's life, its protector and mentor. May I come in?
Mr. Davis, yes, please do.
How are you, Mrs. Stott?
Oh, we're both very well, thank you. And yourself? It's a long time.
It is indeed. I had to go abroad suddenly and have only recently returned.
Oh, I see.
And this is your boy. I hear he's a great scholar.
Oh, yes, sir.
You won't remember me, I shouldn't think. You were still in baby clothes the last time I saw you.
Oh, yes, sir, he remembers. He never forgets anything.
I hear you're a great reader. What have you been reading? I've come to spend the summer here. I'm staying at Bates Farm.
Oh, yes, I go there for our milk and eggs and things.
I brought a great many books with me. I thought perhaps he might care to read some of them.
Oh, he's given up reading the past 6 weeks, sir, but I dare say he'll come and see your books.
Would you?
No.
I beg your pardon?
He'll go with you. Now.
Oh, Splendid. Ah, Mrs. Stott.
Oh.
Just calling for your provisions.
That's right, sir.
The lad got home all right last evening.
Oh, yes, he's used to coming and going as he pleases, ever since he could first walk.
Mrs. Stott, I want to understand about your son.
Yes, well, he hardly ever speaks to me.
But you understand each other.
In some ways, sir.
What perturbs me is... Well, what is he going to do? When he grows up, I mean.
I can't say, sir. We must leave that to him.
Well, I wonder, is there any way in which I could be of use to him?
Well,
Yes?
there is a way you could help him if you would.
Well, tell me.
Well, I hope I'm not asking too much.
What is it?
It's the Harrison boy. He's a brute beast, if you know what I mean, sir, and since he come back, he's been hanging round my boy, like he did before they went away.
He was here yesterday. I sent him packing.
Was he? Here at the farm?
Yes. He didn't molest the lad on his way home.
No, I don't think so. He never said, but then he wouldn't. Thing is, though, he don't seem to have the same hold over that boy as he does over others. What I was thinking, sir, was that if you go with him when he takes his walks, well, I think he'd be glad of your company.
You do?
He seems to have taken a fancy to you, sir. He won't say as much, but I sometimes know his meaning without the need of any words.
I see. Yes, certainly. I'll come and fetch him. Who knows? It may be a way of coming to understand him a little better. The principal reason for my presence on those walks, however, the Harrison oaf, was rarely in evidence, although there was one occasion when he summoned up courage enough to approach us. Oh.
Let him be.
But I thought... The idiot's behaviour was that of a nervous puppy wishing to propitiate some as yet unknown master. He was within a few feet of us, crouching and wriggling in the grass, when the wonder gave him one of his deliberate, devastating stares that I remembered so well from that first encounter on the train. The idiot, however, regarded this as a sign of encouragement, and he came nearer still, at last reaching out a hand to touch the boy he so curiously regarded as a playmate.
No. Send him away.
All right, that'll do.
Send him away.
Get away, will you? Go on, or you'll feel my stick about you. The wonder made no comment on the incident as we walked home. He had shown no sign of fear, and it occurred to me that my guardianship of him was merely a convenience, not a protection from any danger. Moreover, doubts began to grow in my mind as to the wonder's learning and intelligence. Perhaps it was no more than an unprecedented memory, manifesting itself in some kind of freak pedantry. Nevertheless, I could not break away. I was grappled to the wonder by bonds whose nature I could not fathom. I resolved to consult the one other person who had some intimate awareness of the wonder's abilities. And this is where he acquired the main body of his knowledge.
I suppose so. As far as I know, he's had no other access to books.
No wonder he spent so little time on the meagre collection I brought with me. He probably read them all here.
And in their original languages. He learns a language as you or I would learn a page of history.
Do you really believe that he's assimilated all this?
It defeats the imagination. But yes, I do.
You say he did talk to you at length on one occasion?
Yes, in the early days. Later he was happily less forthcoming.
Happily? Why do you say that? What did he talk about?
To tell you the truth, I have a very confused memory of what he said, and what little I might remember I prefer to leave undisturbed.
But why?
I suppose partly vanity. I don't enjoy being made to feel like an immature schoolboy.
I'm with you there. It's like being confronted with some elaborate theorem of the higher mathematics. Is it possible, one says, that anyone can understand these things?
Precisely.
But in fact, I suppose someone does. The mathematician, whose trained mind is far in advance of us, the non-mathematicians.
I don't think that you could compare that knowledge gap with the one that exists between us and the Stott child.
Can't we try to bridge it? Learn from him.
There are no data to bridge the gap.
He used those words to me once.
Oh, you've been favoured then.
So it would seem.
In man's few thousand years on earth so far, it's only a feeble store of knowledge that he has accumulated. I suppose this library contains a fair summary of it. Over the years, other books will be added to it as step-by-step knowledge is increased. But it is only step by step.
Nevertheless, it seems to me that this child knows a great many things which we have been patiently trying to discover since the dawn of civilization.
I admit that. But, well, I don't think I want to know.
He could give us the key, I'm sure of that.
We're not ready for it. You can't teach metaphysics to children.
I shall go on. There are those moments of almost comprehension, occasional flashes of illumination. Somehow this vast resource must be tapped. Yes, I shall go on. This newly found resolve had taken the best part of a day to grow in me. I had gone to Chalice Court early in the morning, stayed for lunch, and as a result missed my afternoon appointment to accompany the Wonder. As I entered my lodging at Bates Farm, I was confronted by an anxious figure.
He's not with you?
Mrs. Stodd.
Have you seen him?
No. I'm sorry I didn't come to collect him today, but I was
He
delayed.
hasn't been into his tea. I've been up on the common looking for him.
Well, he may have made a mistake in the time.
He never makes a mistake in the time. He always knows the time to the minute without clock or watch. Why did you leave him alone?
I have said I'm sorry, and it isn't as if he's not used to going out on his own.
He's never been late before, not a minute. And now it's an hour after his time.
Come now, calm yourself. He may even be at home by now. Let's go and see. But the child was not there, and it was not long before the woman's agitation began to affect me. I sent a neighbour to notify Chalice, and meeting Bates in the lane, told him to find out if any of his people had seen the boy, and if not, to start searching the common. When I arrived back at the cottage, the sun was already setting. I met Chalice in the lane. Has he come back?
No. There'll be a mad woman in that cottage if we don't find him by nightfall.
I've been up Dean Hill. There was no sign of him there.
Ah, Heathcote, any news?
Not between here and the court, sir.
Well, take our people and try the woods.
Well, I shan't be able to do much tonight, sir. It'll be dark in half an hour.
Well, do what you can in half an hour.
Oh, very good, sir.
He's such a little chap. It would be easy to miss him if he were unconscious.
Darkness fell, and with it the rain came, and still the Wonder had not been found. Mrs. Bates stayed with Ellen Mary, and the two kept their silent vigil. I pictured them in the cottage, and wondered how near the latter was to the limit of human endurance. But, lulled by the rain, I eventually fell asleep. Once during the night, I awoke suddenly, and thought I heard a long, wailing cry out on the common. But when I got up and looked out, and the cry was not repeated, I wasn't sure whether or not I had dreamed it. Another image, between sleeping and waking, had me sitting bolt upright as the daylight streamed in. The pond. No one had looked in the pond.
Can you see anything, sir?
No. Wait. If I hang on to the tree, I can lean out.
Careful, sir. Yeah. All right, I've got your arm. See something, sir?
Well, I'm not sure. It's white in the mud on the bottom. It could be a bit of a broken basin or something. Give me that torn branch there.
Here you are, sir. Kids have been using it by the look of it.
Yes, it's long enough to reach the bottom. Oh, my God.
What is it, sir?
Pull me back, Bates. Pull me clear. I'm afraid I'm going to be sick. The men made a chair of their arms as they carried him down the lane. No one had any fear of him now. That little body, with its pale head, still too large for it, drooping now. I was reminded, disgustingly, of Children with a Guy. Then from nowhere, the Harrison idiot shambled up.
Now then, you. Cut along half. Keep away. Keep your hands off him.
He passed me as he ran, stumbling and scrambling, and I saw his face suffused with terror. The one creature who had never feared the Wonder living now feared him horribly when he was dead. The coroner's jury returned a verdict of accidental death. But I knew perfectly well that the wonder did not fall into the pond by accident. He was too perfectly controlled. I know that he was pushed into the pond. I know that he was held down and pressed into the mud, probably with that very branch from the ash tree which I had used to discover him. I hope it was the Harrison idiot who was to blame, but I doubt it. So there is but one other person who could have been implicated, one who went beyond fear into hatred. I recall all the terrifying acts of misapplied courage and ferocious brutality that the fanatics of history have been capable of when their creed and their authority have been set at naught. And how many of those hateful deeds had been done in the name of a cause whose founder preached a doctrine of love. So I said nothing, and indeed I hesitate even now to name him, but I know it was the Reverend Percy Crashaw who destroyed what he feared and hated. As for the others in this story, Ellen Mary Stott was broken quite by the death of her God. She never recovered her sanity and died not long after in the county asylum. I heard that her husband attended the funeral. And Henry Challis, the only one whom the Hamptonshire wonder had favoured with an adumbration of the world into which he had found himself born. Tell me, why do you not want to talk about what you heard from him that afternoon?
I glimpsed a finality, and that appalled me. Ignorance is the means of our intellectual pleasure. It's the solving of the problem that brings enjoyment. The solved problem has no further interest. When all is known, the stimulus for action ceases.
And for Victor Stott, all was known.
Precisely. Pity the child for whom there could be no mystery. The first and greatest joy of life. In our childhood, there is unexplained mystery, just beyond the gate. When that is explored, there are new and wonderful possibilities beyond the hills, and then beyond the seas, beyond the known world, and so into the world of imagination, of speculation.
And he reached that point in a few weeks.
And even further beyond. His vision of the world, of the cosmos itself, was something utterly beyond our comprehension. And in our present infantile state, what we cannot comprehend, we must fear.
I believe he was beginning to understand that.
Too late, though. Someone feared him enough to destroy him. And we breathe again. Relieved. Suppose that unique brain, that pure, untrammeled intellect, had not been burdened with all the dead weight of information, of facts. What then?
We can never know. Now.
No. Still, the world is young yet. Let's play in the nursery of our times. The day will come when humanity has grown to his mental stature. But not in our day. Not for 1,000 years.
The wonder is buried in the churchyard over at Chilborough, well away from the Reverend Percy Crashaw's parish. The stone bears the initials V.S. and a date. People speak of him as that poor little boy of Mrs. Stott's. No one remembers that he had been in any way different from other poor little fellows who had died an untimely death.
That was The Hamptonshire Wonder by Geoffrey Siegel, based on J.D. Beresford's novel of the same name. The narrator, John Davis, was played by Jonathan Newth. Ginger Stott was Steve Hodson, Mary Ellen Stott, Carol Boyd, and Victor Stott, Vicky Ireland. Henry Challis, Richard Herndl, the Reverend Percy Crashaw, Hugh Dixon, Dr. O'Connor, Crawford Logan, the nurse, Penelope Brownjohn, Mrs. Reed, Catherine Parr. Gregory Lewis was Richard Gibson, Heathcote, John Forbes Robertson, the Harrison boy, Robin Langford. Mr. Stephen, Frank Ellis, Mr. Foreman, Bruce Alexander, Sir Dean Elmer, Geoffrey Siegel, and Bates and the man on the train, David Goodison. Mr. Purvis and Mr. Standing were played by Steve Hodson and Crawford Logan. The Hamptonshire Wonder was directed by Christopher Venning.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Brian Roberg, www.brianroberg.org. The Innocence of Father Brown by G.K. Chesterton. The Sign of the Broken Sword. The 1,000 arms of the forest were grey, and its 1,000,000 fingers silver. In a sky of dark green-blue like slate, the stars were bleak and brilliant like splintered ice. All that thickly wooded and sparsely tenanted countryside was stiff with a bitter and brittle frost. The black hollows between the trunks of the trees looked like bottomless black caverns of that Scandinavian hell, a hell of incalculable cold. Even the square stone tower of the church looked northern to the point of heathenry, as if it were some barbaric tower among the sea rocks of Iceland. It was a queer night for anyone to explore a churchyard. But, on the other hand, perhaps it was worth exploring. It rose abruptly out of the ashen wastes of forest in a sort of hump or shoulder of green turf that looked grey in the starlight. Most of the graves were on a slant, and the path leading up to the church was as steep as a staircase. On the top of the hill, in the one flat and prominent place, was the monument for which the place was famous. It contrasted strangely with the featureless graves all round, for it was the work of one of the greatest sculptors of modern Europe. And yet his fame was at once forgotten in the fame of the man whose image he had made. It showed, by touches of the small silver pencil of starlight, the massive metal figure of a soldier recumbent, the strong hands sealed in an everlasting worship, the great head pillowed upon a gun. The venerable face was bearded, or rather whiskered, in the old, heavy Colonel Newcome fashion. The uniform, though suggested with a few strokes of simplicity, was that of modern war. By his right side lay a sword, of which the tip was broken off. On the left side lay a Bible. On glowing summer afternoons, wagonettes came full of Americans and cultured suburbans to see the sepulchre. But even then they felt the vast forest land, with its one dumpy dome of churchyard and church, as a place oddly dumb and neglected. In this freezing darkness of midwinter, one would think he might be left alone with the stars. Nevertheless, in the stillness of those stiff woods, a wooden gate creaked, and 2 dim figures dressed in black climbed up the little path to the tomb. So faint was that frigid starlight that nothing could have been traced about them, except that while they both wore black, one man was enormously big, and the other, perhaps by contrast, almost startlingly small. They went up to the great graven tomb of the historic warrior, and stood for a few minutes staring at it. There was no human, perhaps no living thing, for a wide circle, and a morbid fancy might well have wondered if they were human themselves. In any case, the beginning of their conversation might have seemed strange. After the first silence, the small man said to the other, "Where does a wise man hide a pebble?" and the tall man answered in a low voice, "On the beach." The small man nodded, and after a short silence said, "Where does a wise man hide a leaf?" And the other answered, "In the forest." There was another stillness, and then the tall man resumed, "Do you mean that when a wise man has to hide a real diamond, he has been known to hide it among sham ones?" "No, no," said the little man with a laugh. "We will let bygones be bygones." He stamped his cold feet for a second or two, and then said, "I'm not thinking of that at all, but of something else, something rather peculiar. Just strike a match, will you?" The big man fumbled in his pocket, and soon a scratch and a flare painted gold the whole flat side of the monument. On it was cut in black letters the well-known words which so many Americans had reverently read: "Sacred to the memory of General Sir Arthur St. Clair, hero and martyr, who always vanquished his enemies and always spared them, and was treacherously slain by them at last. May God in whom he trusted both reward and revenge him." The match burnt the big man's fingers, blackened, and dropped. He was about to strike another, but his small companion stopped him. "That's all right, Flambeau, old man. I saw what I wanted. Or rather, I didn't see what I didn't want. And now we must walk a mile and a half along the road to the next inn, and I will try to tell you all about it. For heaven knows a man should have a fire and ale when he dares tell such a story." They descended the precipitous path, they re-latched the rusty gate, and set off at a stamping, ringing walk down the frozen forest road. They had gone a full quarter of a mile before the smaller man spoke again. He said, "Yes, the wise man hides a pebble on the beach. But what does he do if there is no beach? Do you know anything of that great St. Clair trouble?" "I know nothing about English generals, Father Brown," answered the large man, laughing. "Though a little about English policemen. I only know that you have dragged me a precious long dance to all the shrines of this fellow, whoever he is. One would think he got buried in 6 different places. I've seen a memorial to General St. Clair in Westminster Abbey. I've seen a ramping equestrian statue of General St. Clair on the Embankment. I've seen a medallion of St. Clair in the street he was born in, and another in the street he lived in. And now you drag me after dark to his coffin in the village churchyard. I am beginning to be a bit tired of his magnificent personality, especially as I don't in the least know who he was. What are you hunting for in all these crypts and effigies?" "I'm only looking for one word," said Father Brown. "A word that isn't there." "Well?" asked Flambeau. "Are you going to tell me anything about it?" "I must divide it into 2 parts," remarked the priest. "First, there is what everybody knows, and then there is what I know. Now, what everybody knows is short and plain enough. It is also entirely wrong." "Right you are," said the big man called Flambeau cheerfully. "Let's begin at the wrong end. Let's begin with what everybody knows, which isn't true." "If it's not wholly untrue, it is at least very inadequate," continued Brown. "For, in point of fact, all that the public knows amounts precisely to this. The public knows that Arthur St. Clair was a great and successful English general. It knows that after splendid yet careful campaigns both in India and Africa, he was in command against Brazil when the great Brazilian patriot Olivier issued his ultimatum. It knows that on that occasion St. Clair, with a very small force, attacked Olivier with a very large one. and was captured after heroic resistance. And it knows that after his capture, and to the abhorrence of the civilized world, St. Clair was hanged on the nearest tree. He was found swinging there after the Brazilians had retired, with his broken sword hung round his neck. "And that popular story is untrue?" suggested Flambeau. "No," said his friend quietly. "That story is quite true, so far as it goes." "Well, I think it goes far enough," said Flambeau. "But if the popular story is true, what is the mystery?" They had passed many hundreds of grey and ghostly trees before the little priest answered. Then he bit his finger reflectively and said, "Why, the mystery is a mystery of psychology. Or, rather, it is the mystery of two psychologies. In that Brazilian business, two of the most famous men in modern history acted flat against their characters. Mind you, Olivier and St. Clair were both heroes. The old thing, and no mistake. It was like the fight between Hector and Achilles. Now, what would you say to an affair in which Achilles was timid and Hector was treacherous?" "Go on," said the large man impatiently, as the other bit his finger again. "Sir Arthur St. Clair was a soldier of the old religious type, the type that saved us during the mutiny," continued Brown. "He was always more for duty than for dash, and with all his personal courage was decidedly a prudent commander, particularly indignant at any needless waste of soldiers. Yet in this last battle he attempted something that a baby could see was absurd. One need not be a strategist to see it was as wild as wind, just as one need not be a strategist to keep out of the way of a motor bus. Well, that is the first mystery. What had become of the English general's head? The second riddle is, what had become of the Brazilian general's heart? President Olivier might be called a visionary or a nuisance, but even his enemies admitted that he was magnanimous to the point of knight errantry. Almost every other prisoner he had ever captured had been set free or even loaded with benefits. Men who had really wronged him came away touched by his simplicity and sweetness. Why the deuce should he diabolically revenge himself only once in his life, and that for the one particular blow that could not have hurt him? Well, there you have it. One of the wisest men in the world acted like an idiot for no reason. One of the best men in the world acted like a fiend for no reason. That's the long and the short of it. And I leave it to you, my boy." "No, you don't," said the other with a snort. "I leave it to you, and you jolly well tell me all about it." "Well," resumed Father Brown, "it's not fair to say that the public impression is just what I've said, without adding that two things have happened since. I can't say they throw a new light, for nobody can make sense of them. But they threw a new kind of darkness. They threw the darkness in new directions. The first was this. The family physician of the St. Clairs quarreled with that family, and began publishing a violent series of articles in which he said that the late general was a religious maniac. But as far as the tale went, this seemed to mean little more than a religious man. Anyhow, the story fizzled out. Everyone knew, of course, that St. Clair had some of the eccentricities of Puritan piety. The second incident was much more arresting. In the luckless and unsupported regiment which made that rash attempt at the Black River, there was a certain Captain Keith, who was at that time engaged to St. Clair's daughter, and who afterwards married her. He was one of those who were captured by Olivier, and, like all the rest except the general, appears to have been bounteously treated and promptly set free. Some 20 years afterwards, this man, then Lieutenant Colonel Keith, published a sort of autobiography called A British Officer in Burma and Brazil. In the place where the reader looks eagerly for some account of the mystery of St. Clare's disaster may be found the following words. Everywhere else in this book I have narrated things exactly as they occurred, holding as I do the old-fashioned opinion that the glory of England is old enough to take care of itself. The exception I shall make is in this matter of the defeat by the Black River. And my reasons, though private, are honourable and compelling. I will, however, add this in justice to the memories of two distinguished men. General St. Clare has been accused of incapacity on this occasion. I can at least testify that this action, properly understood, was one of the most brilliant and sagacious of his life. President Olivier, by similar report, is charged with savage injustice. I think it due to the honour of an enemy to say that he acted on this occasion with even more than his characteristic good feeling. To put the matter popularly, I can assure my countrymen that St. Clare was by no means such a fool, nor Olivier such a brute as he looked. This is all I have to say, nor shall any earthly consideration induce me to add a word to it. A large frozen moon, like a lustrous snowball, began to show through the tangle of twigs in front of them, and by its light the narrator had been able to refresh his memory of Captain Keith's text from a scrap of printed paper. As he folded it up and put it back in his pocket, Flambeau threw up his hand with a French gesture. Wait a bit, he cried excitedly. I believe I can guess it at the first go. He strode on, breathing hard, his black head and bull neck forward, like a man winning a walking race. The little priest, amused and interested, had some trouble in trotting beside him. Just before them the trees fell back a little to left and right, and the road swept downwards across a clear, moonlit valley, till it dived again like a rabbit into the wall of another wood. The entrance to the farther forest looked small and round, like the black hole of a remote railway tunnel. But it was within some 100 yards, and gaped like a cavern, before Flambeau spoke again. I've got it, he cried at last, slapping his thigh with his great hand. 4 minutes thinking, and I can tell your whole story myself. All right, assented his friend. You tell it. Flambeau lifted his head, but lowered his voice. General Sir Arthur St. Clare, he said, came of a family in which madness was hereditary, and his whole aim was to keep this from his daughter, and even, if possible, from his future son-in-law. Rightly or wrongly, he thought the final collapse was close, and resolved on suicide. Yet ordinary suicide would blazon the very idea he dreaded. As the campaign approached, the clouds came thicker on his brain, and at last in a mad moment he sacrificed his public duty to his private. He rushed rashly into battle, hoping to fall by the first shot. When he found that he had only attained capture and discredit, the sealed bomb in his brain burst, and he broke his own sword and hanged himself. He stared firmly at the grey facade of forest in front of him, with the one black gap in it, like the mouth of the grave, into which their path plunged. Perhaps something menacing in the road thus suddenly swallowed reinforced his vivid vision of the tragedy, for he shuddered. A horrid story, he said. A horrid story, repeated the priest with bent head. But not the real story. Then he threw back his head with a sort of despair, and cried, "Oh, I wish it had been." The tall Flambeau faced round and stared at him. "Yours is a clean story," cried Father Brown, deeply moved. "A sweet, pure, honest story, as open and white as that moon. Madness and despair are innocent enough. There are worse things, Flambeau." Flambeau looked up wildly at the moon thus invoked, and from where he stood one black tree bough curved across it exactly like a devil's horn. "Father, father," cried Flambeau with the French gesture, and stepping yet more rapidly forward. "Do you mean it was worse than that?" "Worse than that," said Paul like a grave echo. And they plunged into the black cloister of the woodland, which ran by them in a dim tapestry of trunks, like one of the dark corridors in a dream. They were soon in the most secret entrails of the wood, and felt close about them foliage that they could not see, when the priest said again, "Where does a wise man hide a leaf? In the forest. But what does he do if there is no forest?" "Well, well," cried Flambeau irritably, "what does he do?" "He grows a forest to hide it in," said the priest in an obscure voice. "A fearful sin." "Look here," cried his friend impatiently, for the dark wood and the dark saying got a little on his nerves. "Will you tell me this story or not? What other evidence is there to go on?" "There are 3 more bits of evidence," said the other, "that I have dug up in holes and corners, and I will give them in logical rather than chronological order. First of all, of course, our authority for the issue and event of the battle is in Olivier's own dispatches, which are lucid enough. He was entrenched with 2 or 3 regiments on the heights that swept down to the Black River, on the other side of which was lower and more marshy ground. Beyond this again was gently rising country, on which was the first English outpost, supported by others which lay, however, considerably in its rear. The British forces as a whole were greatly superior in numbers, but this particular regiment was just far enough from its base to make Olivier consider the project of crossing the river to cut it off. By sunset, however, he had decided to retain his own position, which was a specially strong one. At daybreak next morning he was thunderstruck to see that this stray handful of English, entirely unsupported from their rear, had flung themselves across the river, half by a bridge to the right, and the other half by a ford higher up, and were massed upon the marshy bank below him. That they should attempt an attack with such numbers against such a position was incredible enough, but Olivier noticed something yet more extraordinary. For instead of attempting to seize more solid ground, this mad regiment, having put the river in its rear by one wild charge, did nothing more but stuck there in the mire like flies in a treacle. Needless to say, the Brazilians blew great gaps in them with artillery, which they could only return with spirited but lessening rifle fire. Yet they never broke, and Olivier's curt account ends with a strong tribute of admiration for the mystic valor of these imbeciles. "Our line then advanced finally," writes Olivier, "and drove them into the river. We captured General St. Clair himself and several other officers. The colonel and the major had both fallen in the battle. I cannot resist saying that few finer sights can have been seen in history than the last stand of this extraordinary regiment. Wounded officers picking up the rifles of dead soldiers, and the general himself facing us on horseback, bareheaded and with a broken sword." On what happened to the general afterwards, Olivier is as silent as Captain Keith. "Well," grunted Flambeau, "get on to the next bit of evidence." "The next evidence," said Father Brown, "took some time to find, but it will not take long to tell. I found at last in an almshouse down in the Lincolnshire fens an old soldier who not only was wounded at the Black River, but had actually knelt beside the colonel of the regiment when he died. This latter was a certain Colonel Clancy, a big bull of an Irishman, and it would seem that he died almost as much of rage as of bullets. He, at any rate, was not responsible for that ridiculous raid. It must have been imposed on him by the general. His last edifying words, according to my informant, were these: 'And there goes the damned old donkey with the end of his sword knocked off. I wish it was his head.' You will remark that everyone seems to have noticed this detail about the broken sword blade, though most people regard it somewhat more reverently than did the late Colonel Clancy. And now for the third fragment. Their path through the woodland began to go upward, and the speaker paused a little for breath before he went on. Then he continued in the same businesslike tone. Only a month or two ago, a certain Brazilian official died in England, having quarrelled with Olivier and left his country. He was a well-known figure both here and on the continent, a Spaniard named Espado. I knew him myself, a yellow-faced old dandy with a hooked nose. For various private reasons, I had permission to see the documents he had left. He was a Catholic, of course, and I had been with him towards the end. There was nothing of his that lit up any corner of the Black St. Clair business, except 5 or 6 common exercise books, filled with the diary of some English soldier. I can only suppose that it was found by the Brazilians on one of those that fell. Anyhow, it stopped abruptly the night before the battle. But the account of that last day in the poor fellow's life was certainly worth reading. I have it on me, but it's too dark to read it here, and I will give you a resume. The first part of that entry is full of jokes, evidently flung about among the men, about somebody called the Vulture. It does not seem as if this person, whoever he was one of themselves, nor even an Englishman. Neither is he exactly spoken of as one of the enemy. It sounds rather as if he were some local go-between and non-combatant, perhaps a guide or a journalist. He has been closeted with old Colonel Clancy, but is more often seen talking to the Major. Indeed, the Major is somewhat prominent in this soldier's narrative, a lean, dark-haired man, apparently, of the name of Murray, a North of Ireland man and a Puritan. There are continual jests about the contrast between this Ulsterman's austerity and the conviviality of Colonel Clancy. There's also some joke about the Vulture wearing bright-colored clothes. But all these levities are scattered by what may well be called the note of a bugle. Behind the English camp, and almost parallel to the river, ran one of the few great roads of that district. Westward, the road curved round towards the river, which it crossed by the bridge before mentioned. To the east, the road swept backwards into the wilds, and some 2 miles along it was the next English outpost. From this direction there came along the road that evening a glitter and clatter of light cavalry, in which even the simple diarist could recognize with astonishment the general with his staff. He rode the great white horse which you have seen so often in illustrated papers and academy pictures. And you may be sure that the salute they gave him was not merely ceremonial. He, at least, wasted no time on ceremony, but, springing from his saddle immediately, mixed with the group of officers, and fell into emphatic, though confidential speech. What struck our friend the diarist most was his special disposition to discuss matters with Major Murray. But, indeed, such a selection, so long as it was not marked, was in no way unnatural. The two men were made for sympathy. They were men who read their Bibles. They were both the old evangelical type of officer. However this may be, it is certain that when the general mounted again, he was still talking earnestly to Murray, and that as he walked his horse slowly down the road towards the river, the tall Ulsterman still walked by his bridle rein in earnest debate. The soldiers watched the two until they vanished behind a clump of trees, where the road turned towards the river. The colonel had gone back to his tent, and the men to their pickets. The man with the diary lingered for another 4 minutes, and saw a marvelous sight. The great white horse which had marched slowly down the road, as it had marched in so many processions, flew back, galloping up the road towards them as if it were mad to win a race. At first they thought it had run away with the man on its back, but they soon saw that the general, a fine rider, was himself urging it to full speed. Horse and man swept up to them like a whirlwind, and then, reining up the reeling charger, the general turned on them a face like flame, and called for the colonel like the trumpet that wakes the dead. I conceive that all the earthquake events of that catastrophe tumbled on top of each other rather like lumber in the minds of men such as our friend with the diary. With the dazed excitement of a dream, they found themselves falling, literally falling, into their ranks, and learned that an attack was to be led at once across the river. The general and the major, it was said, had found out something at the bridge, and there was only just time to strike for life. The major had gone back at once to call up the reserve along the road behind. It was doubtful if even with that prompt appeal help could reach them in time. But they must pass the stream that night, and seize the heights by morning. It is with the very stir and throb of that romantic nocturnal march that the diary suddenly ends. Father Brown had mounted ahead, for the woodland path grew smaller, steeper, and more twisted, till they felt as if they were ascending a winding staircase. The priest's voice came from above, out of the darkness. There was one other little and enormous thing. When the general urged them to their chivalric charge, he half drew his sword from the scabbard, and then, as if ashamed of such melodrama, thrust it back again. The sword again, you see. A half-light broke through the network of boughs above them, flinging the ghost of a net about their feet, for they were mounting again to the faint luminosity of the naked night. Flambeau felt truth all round him as an atmosphere, but not as an idea. He answered with bewildered brain. "Well, what's the matter with the sword? Officers generally have swords, don't they?" "They are not often mentioned in modern war," said the other dispassionately. "But in this affair one falls over the blessed sword everywhere." "Well, what is there in that?" growled Flambeau. It was a 2-pence coloured sort of incident, the old man's blade breaking in his last battle. Anyone might bet the papers would get hold of it, as they have. On all these tombs and things it's shown broken at the point. I hope you haven't dragged me through this polar expedition merely because 2 men with an eye for a picture saw St. Clare's broken sword." "No," cried Father Brown, with a sharp voice like a pistol shot. "But who saw his unbroken sword?" "What do you mean?" cried the other, and stood still under the stars. They had come abruptly out of the grey gates of the wood. "I say, who saw his unbroken sword?" repeated Father Brown obstinately. "Not the writer of the diary, anyhow. The general sheathed it in time." Flambeau looked about him in the moonlight, as a man struck blind might look in the sun, and his friend went on, for the first time with eagerness. "Flambeau," he cried, "I cannot prove it, even after hunting through the tombs, but I am sure of it. Let me add just one more tiny fact that tips the whole thing over. The colonel, by a strange chance, was one of the first struck by a bullet. He was struck long before the troops came to close quarters. But he saw St. Clare's sword broken. Why was it broken? How was it broken? My friend, it was broken before the battle." "Oh," said his friend with a sort of forlorn jocularity. "And pray where is the other piece?" "I can tell you," said the priest promptly. "In the northeast corner of the cemetery of the Protestant cathedral at Belfast." "Indeed?" inquired the other. "Have you looked for it?" "I couldn't," replied Brown, with frank regret. "There's a great marble monument on top of it, a monument to the heroic Major Murray, who fell fighting gloriously at the famous battle of the Black River." Flambeau seemed suddenly galvanized into existence. "You mean," he cried hoarsely, "that General St. Clare hated Murray and murdered him on the field of battle because—" "You are still full of good and pure thoughts," said the other. "It was worse than that." "Well," said the large man, "my stock of evil imagination is used up." The priest seemed really doubtful where to begin, and at last he said again, "Where would the wise man hide a leaf? In the forest." The other did not answer. "If there were no forest, he would make a forest. And if he wished to hide a dead leaf, he would make a dead forest." There was still no reply, and the priest added, still more mildly and quietly, "And if a man had to hide a dead body, he would make a field of dead bodies to hide it in." Flambeau began to stamp forward with an intolerance of delay in time or space, but Father Brown went on as if he were continuing the last sentence. "Sir Arthur St. Clare, as I have already said, was a man who read his Bible. That was what was the matter with him. When will people understand that it is useless for a man to read his Bible unless he also reads everybody else's Bible? A printer reads a Bible for misprints. A Mormon reads his Bible and finds polygamy. A Christian Scientist reads his and finds we have no arms and legs. St. Clare was an old Anglo-Indian Protestant soldier. Now, just think what that might mean, and for heaven's sake don't cant about it. It might mean a man physically formidable, living under a tropic sun in an Oriental society, and soaking himself without sense or guidance in an Oriental book. Of course, he read the Old Testament rather than the New. Of course, he found in the Old Testament anything that he wanted: lust, tyranny, treason. Oh, I dare say he was honest, as you call it. But what is the good of a man being honest in his worship of dishonesty? In each of the hot and secret countries to which the man went, he kept a harem, he tortured witnesses, he amassed shameful gold. But certainly he would have said with steady eyes that he did it to the glory of the Lord. My own theology is sufficiently expressed by asking, which Lord? Anyhow, there is this about such evil, that it opens door after door in hell, and always into smaller and smaller chambers. This is the real case against crime, that a man does not become wilder and wilder, but only meaner and meaner. St. Clare was soon suffocated by difficulties of bribery and blackmail, and needed more and more cash. And by the time of the Battle of the Black River, he had fallen from world to that place which Dante makes the lowest floor of the universe. "What do you mean?" asked his friend again. "I mean that," retorted the cleric, and suddenly pointed at a puddle sealed with ice that shone in the moon. "Do you remember whom Dante put in that last circle of ice?" "The traitors," said Flambeau, and shuddered. As he looked around at the inhuman landscape of trees, with taunting and almost obscene outlines, he could almost fancy he was Dante, and the priest with the rivulet of a voice was, indeed, a Virgil leading him through a land of eternal sins. The voice went on. "Olivier, as you know, was quixotic, and would not permit a secret service and spies. The thing, however, was done, like many other things, behind his back. It was managed by my old friend Espado. He was the bright-clad fop, whose hook nose got him called the Vulture. Posing as a sort of philanthropist at the front, he felt his way through the English army, and at last got his fingers on its one corrupt man, please God, and that man at the top. St. Clair was in foul need of money, and mountains of it. The discredited family doctor was threatening those extraordinary exposures that afterwards began and were broken off. Tales of monstrous and prehistoric things in Park Lane. Things done by an English evangelist that smelt like human sacrifice and hordes of slaves. Money was wanted, too, for his daughter's dowry, for to him the fame of wealth was as sweet as wealth itself. He snapped the last thread, whispered the word to Brazil, and wealth poured in from the enemies of England. But another man had talked to Espado the Vulture as well as he. Somehow the dark, grim young major from Ulster had guessed the hideous truth, and when they walked slowly together down that road towards the bridge, Murray was telling the general that he must resign instantly, or be court-martialed and shot. The general temporized with him till they came to the fringe of tropic trees by the bridge, and there by the singing river and the sunlit palms, for I can see the picture, the general drew his sabre and plunged it through the body of the major. The wintry road curved over a ridge in cutting frost, with cruel black shapes of bush and thicket, but Flambeau fancied that he saw beyond it faintly the edge of an aureole that was not starlight and moonlight, but some fire such as is made by men. He watched it as the tale drew to its close. St. Clair was a hell-hound, but he was a hound of breed. Never, I'll swear, was he so lucid and so strong as when poor Murray lay a cold lump at his feet. Never in all his triumphs, as Captain Keith said truly, was the great man so great as he was in this last world-despised defeat. He looked coolly at his weapon to wipe off the blood. He saw the point he had planted between his victim's shoulders had broken off in the body. He saw quite calmly, as through a club window-pane, all that must follow. He saw that men must find the unaccountable corpse, must extract the unaccountable sword point, must notice the unaccountable broken sword, or absence of sword. He had killed, but not silenced. But his imperious intellect rose against the facer. There was one way yet. He could make the corpse less accountable. He could create a hill of corpses to cover this one. In 20 minutes, 800 English soldiers were marching down to their death. The warmer glow behind the black winter wood grew richer and brighter, and Flambeau strode on to reach it. Father Brown also quickened his stride, but he seemed merely absorbed in his tale. Such was the valor of that English 1,000, and such the genius of their commander, that if they had at once attacked the hill, even their mad march might have met some luck. But the evil mind that played with them like pawns had other aims and reasons. They must remain in the marshes by the bridge, at least till British corpses could be a common sight there. Then for the last grand scene, the silver-haired soldier saint would give up his shattered sword to save further slaughter. Oh, it was well organized for an impromptu. But I cannot prove, I think that it was while they stuck there in the bloody mire that someone doubted, and someone guessed. He was mute a moment, and then said, "There is a voice from nowhere that tells me the man who guessed was the lover, the man to wed the old man's child." "But what about Olivier and the hanging?" asked Flambeau. Olivier, partly from chivalry, partly from policy, seldom encumbered his march with captives, explained the narrator. He released everybody in most cases. He released everybody in this case. "Everybody but the general," said the tall man. "Everybody," said the priest. Flambeau knit his black brows. "I don't grasp it all yet," he said. "There is another picture, Flambeau," said Brown in his more mystical undertone. "I can't prove it, but I can do more. I can see it. There is a camp breaking up on the bare, torrid hills at morning, and Brazilian uniforms massed in blocks and columns to march. There is the red shirt and long black beard of Olivier, which blows as he stands, his broad-brimmed hat in his hand. He is saying farewell to the great enemy he is setting free, the simple, snow-headed English veteran, who thanks him in the name of his men. The English remnant stand behind at attention. Behind them are stores and vehicles for the retreat. The drums roll, the Brazilians are moving, the English are still like statues. So they abide till the last hum and flash of the enemy have faded from the tropic horizon. Then they alter their postures all at once, like dead men coming to life. They turn their 50 faces upon the general, faces not to be forgotten." Flambeau gave a great jump. "Ah!" he cried. "You don't mean—" "Yes," said Father Brown, in a deep, moving voice. "It was an English hand that put the rope round St. Clare's neck. I believe the hand that put the ring on his daughter's finger. They were English hands that dragged him up to the tree of shame, the hands of men that had adored him and followed him to victory. And they were English souls, God pardon and endure us all, who stared at him swinging in that foreign sun on the green gallows of palm, and prayed in their hatred that he might drop off it into hell." As the two topped the ridge, there burst on them the strong scarlet light of a red-curtained English inn. It stood sideways in the road, as if standing aside in the amplitude of hospitality. Its 3 doors stood open with invitation, and even where they stood they could hear the hum and laughter of humanity, happy for a night. "I need not tell you more," said Father Brown. "They tried him in the wilderness and destroyed him. And then, for the honor of England and of his daughter, they took an oath to seal up forever the story of the traitor's purse and the assassin's sword blade. Perhaps, heaven help them, they tried to forget it. Let us try to forget it, anyhow. Here is our inn." "With all my heart," said Flambeau, and was just striding into the bright, noisy bar when he stepped back and almost fell on the road. "Look there, in the devil's name!" he cried, and pointed rigidly at the square wooden sign that overhung the road. It showed dimly the crude shape of a sabre hilt and a shortened blade, and was inscribed in false archaic lettering, the sign of the broken sword. "Were you not prepared?" asked Father Brown gently. "He is the god of this country. Half the inns and parks and streets are named after him and his story." "I thought we had done with the leper," cried Flambeau, and spat on the road. "You will never have done with him in England," said the priest, looking down, "while brass is strong and stone abides. His marble statues will erect the souls of proud, innocent boys for centuries. His village tomb will smell of loyalty as of lilies. Millions who never knew him shall love him like a father, this man whom the last few that knew him dealt with like dung. He shall be a saint, and the truth shall never be told of him, because I have made up my mind at last. There is so much good and evil in breaking secrets, that I put my conduct to a test. All these newspapers will perish. The anti-Brazil boom is already over. Olivier is already honored everywhere. But I told myself that if anywhere, by name, in metal or marble that will endure like the pyramids, Colonel Clancy, or Captain Keith, or President Olivier, or any innocent man was wrongly blamed, then I would speak. If it were only that St. Clair was wrongly praised, I would be silent. And I will." They plunged into the Red Curtain Tavern, which was not only cozy, but even luxurious inside. On a table stood a silver model of the tomb of St. Clair, the silver head bowed, the silver sword broken. On the walls were colored photographs of the same scene, and of the system of wagonettes that took tourists to see it. They sat down on the comfortable padded benches. "Come, it's cold," cried Father Brown. "Let's have some wine or beer." "Or brandy," said Flambeau. End of The Sign of the Broken Sword.
Johnson Wax Program. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Company with Jim Jordan as Fibber, Donald Novus, the Four Notes, and Billy Mills Orchestra. And tonight, we're delighted to welcome to this program the listeners to 27 stations of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. We open the show tonight with A Shine on Your Shoe. Of real importance to any housewife. This is the week when millions of women are making their homes bright and attractive for Easter Day. If you're wise, you'll start with your floors. Give them new beauty with Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat. You know, of course, how easy it is to apply Glow Coat. It takes only a few minutes to do a whole floor. You don't even have to soil your hands. No rubbing or buffing is necessary. Glow Coat dries in 20 minutes to a wonderful gleaming polish that everyone admires. Right now, there's a special sale on Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat and Johnson's Wax. Ask your dealer for the giant-size cans that give you 1/3 more for your money. A pint and 1/3, or a pound and 1/3 for the regular price of 1 pint or 1 pound. It will pay you to go to the store tomorrow morning and get a supply of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat in the money-saving giant-size cans. contentment reign over the McGee menage today, our hero has just had a good breakfast and is lingering over his second cup of coffee and the morning papers. And here in the dining room at 79 Wistful Vista, we find Fibber, Japers, Crapers. Where'd you get those papers, McGee?
What's all this stuff about them college students swallowing live goldfish? Bet they're just trying to wiggle out of examinations. Well. Maurice Chevalier expected to make American comeback. Well, good for you, Maurice. You can do it, too, if you try hard and keep a stiff lower lip. Come in. Oh, hi, Harpo. Have a cup of coffee?
Did you make it?
Yep.
No, thanks. Say, I see you've got the morning papers. Did you read about that collector of antique furniture who's in town, Junius C. Fortgill?
No, what about him?
Well, I was just thinking. He's in town buying up old furniture, and I thought you might make a little dough. Your furniture's pretty old, isn't it?
Well, now, say it is at that. I wonder
Look at that old sofa of yours in the living room, and that four-poster bed you have upstairs. Didn't you tell me that Napoleon once slept on that bed?
Well, sure I did. That's what the dealer told me. Judging from the bumpy mattress that come with it, I'll bet Napoleon's horse slept on it, too. Say, I bet I can sell that guy some stuff at that.
Well, I thought you'd be interested. Of course, I don't know if your stuff is antique.
Oh, don't worry about that there, Harpo. By the time he gets here, it'll look antique. Sure you won't have a cup of coffee, Harpo?
No, thanks. It smells too strong for me.
Mm-hmm.
How do you make coffee, anyway?
Well, how does anybody make good coffee? I get a can of coffee, take the cover off, dump half the coffee out, and fill the can up with boiling water. Makes enough coffee for 8 or 10 days if you warm it up good.
Well, what do you do with the coffee you have left? Throw it out or use it for fly spray?
That's no good for that. I tried that, Harpo. It's no good for fly spray. It eats holes in the draperies. Well, thanks for tipping me off to Fothergill, Harpo. And say, if you're going past the hotel, you drop a hint to this antique collector Fothergill and guy and tell him I got a house full of antiques.
I'll do that, Fibber. I owe you a favor for not insisting that I have a cup of that sheep dip. So long, pal.
Well, now, let's see. Now, how can I make this furniture look antiquer than it is? I better scratch it up a little. Maybe shoot some wormholes into it with a shotgun. Boy, won't Molly be happy when she comes home and finds I got rid of all this old junk. That ain't Fothergill, folks, so we ain't built up enough suspense yet. Come in.
Hello there, Johnny. Want any fresh eggs today?
No, thanks, old-timer.
Hey?
I says, no, we don't want any eggs. Not on this show. We lay our own.
That's pretty good, Johnny. But that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says to the other feller, he says, see where Jim Farley might run for vice president. Is that so, says t'other feller. Vice president ain't much of a job for a feller like Farley, is it? No, says the first feller. But if you start out as a mailman, you gotta expect to hold the bag. Sure you don't want any eggs, Johnny? I fed one of my hens on violets this week, and she laid some nice purple ones for Easter.
No, thanks.
All righty.
She laid purple eggs for Easter. I wonder if she laid any for that old buzzard. He's got a face that would stop a cluck. What was I going to do? Oh, yes, I got to get this furniture ready. I'll bust the glass in that desk so it'll look a little older. That looks more antique. Tear the upholstery a little on this footstool. Yeah. Rip that right leg off this footstool. Oh, they cut down the old pine tree, and they hauled it away. Come in. Hello, Pepper. What are you doing? Oh, kicking the furniture around, Billy. There's an antique buyer in town, and I'm adding a few years to the life of all my stuff. It looks battered enough now. Are you familiar with antiques? Oh, yes, enough anyway. For instance, you see that love seat there? That's a genuine, authentic antique, William. That's the very love seat where Paul Revere proposed to Cleopatra. Go on. Cleopatra was 1,000 years older than Paul Revere. Oh, well, what difference does it make if they really loved each other? There's a lot of romance in a piece of furniture like that there, Billy. Can't you just imagine a young lover sitting there on pins and needlepoint?
Well, never mind that. How about hearing John Novus sing This Night?
Well, that'll be swell, Billy. Let him go ahead while I load my shotgun.
Your shotgun?
Yeah, I got to shoot a few wormholes in this furniture. That's a trick I learned from my grandfather with him. He was an antique dealer. Poor old guy. What happened to him? Oh, he tried to saw the legs off his old secretary, and she swore out a warrant. This Night. Take it, Don.
This night was made for dreaming. This night was fashioned for you. This night my arms enfold you. My eyes have told you that I adore you. This night is filled with music. My heart will always love something for sweet remembrance. This night will be my
Nice going, Don. You can sing This Night for me any day.
Well, thanks, Fibber. But please don't point that shotgun at me.
Oh, don't worry about that shotgun. It ain't loaded. I was just going to show you.
Gee, that was wonderful, Fibber.
It was?
You knocked out the front window. What could you do with a loaded gun?
We all make mistakes.
Most people don't make more than one with a shotgun.
Oh, so you don't think I know anything about firearms, eh? I guess you didn't know I used to be a champion skeet shooter.
No, did you?
Well, sure I did. Well, I used to go out in the morning with my dog and gun and come back just loaded down with skeets. They was good eating, too. A little gamey, but good.
You ever try a clay pigeon with wild rice?
Now you're joshing me, no.
Well, what were you going to use the shotgun for anyway?
I'm going to shoot some wormholes in the furniture to make it look more antiquer. Sit down, Don, and watch me.
No, thanks. I've been allergic to shotguns ever since I was a kid and stole watermelon. The farmers used to fire rock salt at us.
Did you ever get hit?
Yes, once.
I thought so. They say the best way to tame a bird is to put salt on it. Oh, you're going, Don?
Yeah, I gotta go. See you later.
Okay. Let's see now. I better start with the piano. I'll saw the top off that so it'll look like an old-fashioned melodeon. And they cut down the old steinway, which made it much harder to play. I'm going to have a fine bunch of antiques here very shortly. Now, if I can only get... What's that? That couldn't be Fothergill. He wouldn't be riding up on a horse. Or maybe he expects to jockey me on the price. Come in. Well, for goodness sakes, a Royal Canadian Mounted Policeman. What you want, tall, dark, and handsome?
Are you Fibber McGee, sir?
Yes, I am, Bud. But what's he
Well, I'm Sergeant Wilcox, sir, of the Mounted.
Oh.
Just rode down to welcome you to the Canadian network tonight.
Oh, thanks.
Hands across the border and all that sort of thing, you know?
Well, thanks, Sergeant. It's nice to know there's two countries who can reach their hands across the border without shaking their fists at each other. Certainly appreciate your coming in.
Well, I'm delighted, sir. And may I ask what you're doing with a saw and hammer?
I'm antiquing some furniture, Bud. Getting ready to sell some old stuff to a collector.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting lot of stuff. Hey, those old manuscripts on the desk there should be worth a lot. May I see them? Why, a collection of old jokes, isn't it? Imagine anyone laughing at those old quips.
Hey, put that down, Bud. That's our next week's program.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
You familiar with our show up there, Sergeant?
Oh, yes. Splendid product you have, too, old man.
Okay.
So it makes hard work for us policemen.
Well, how can that be? Johnson's wax makes work a lot easier.
No, not for us. Why, just last month, I trailed a criminal for 300 miles. Just as I was closing in on him, he walked through a house in Saskatchewan and disappeared.
Disappeared? Is that
Yes.
that one?
Yes. The owners of the house had used Johnson's wax, and we couldn't find a single fingerprint on the furniture or woodwork or a single footprint on the floor.
Well, I suppose you heard about the special limited offer Johnson's Wax has on sale now. A giant-sized can, paste or liquid, with an extra third free.
No, but I'll speak to Inspector McTavish about it. He's a rare one for a bargain.
Inspector McTavish, eh? Wonder if he's the same one I worked with when I was a mounted policeman up there.
Oh, were you a Mountie?
Was I? You mean to say you never heard of me up there?
Yeah.
Why, shucks, Sergeant. I was once known from Vancouver to Quebec for my capers up there. Canadian Capers McGee, I was known as in them days. Canadian Capers McGee, the coolest, cleverest, crimson-coated cop who ever crept carefully through the keen, cutting cold to capture a crook, continually cantering across country to crack a conspiracy or keep constant control of criminals coming into Canada, and the continent's craftiest constable from Columbia's colossal trees to the colorful caverns of Lake Louise. Yes, sir, and the way I used to run out of the barracks and leap onto the back of my horse for a dead run was something to see. Hey, you got your horse outside there?
Yes, sir. Tethered to the porch, sir.
Well, open the door and I'll show you how I used to leap into the saddle.
Well, I'd like to see it, sir.
Well, here I go. Watch this.
Oh, good heavens. What happened, sir?
Oh, what do you mean, what happened? There ain't no horse out there.
Oh, no, sir, not out there. I tied the animal to the back porch.
Oh, dear.
Sorry you misunderstood. Well, I must be going now, sir. Welcome to Canada, old man.
Oh.
Cheerio.
Oh, boy, oh, boy. First time I ever been saddle sore without even being on a horse. Well, I better get busy before old Fothergill comes to look at my antique. Oh, they cut down the old pine tree and they hauled it away to the mills. Hey, this stuff is beginning to look like something. Maybe I better check up and see if old Fothergill is really coming over here before I batter up any more of this stuff. Call him up. Hello, operator. Give me the commercial house. I want to... Oh, is that you, Mert? Hi, Mert. Sir McGee. How's everything, Mert? Say, I seen your brother on the street this morning. Yeah, he sure looked proud in that new sweater of his with the big HC on it. Where's he going to school, Mert? Harvard College? Huh? Oh, House of Correction. Say, give me the commercial house, will you, Mert? Thanks. Oh, they chopped down the old pine tree and hauled it away. Hello? Commercial house? Let me talk to Mr. Junius P. Fothergill, will you? He's gone out where? To see a man named McGee. Uh-oh. Well, never mind. Oh, boy, he's on his way. Hot dog. Come in, Fothergill.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. McGee?
Hi, Effie. I mistook you for an antique collector. A guy named Junius P. Fothergill. I expect him over here any minute.
Oh, really? Well, now, that's exactly what I wanted to see you about, Mr. McGee. You see, I'm selling him a few pieces of my own collection. You know, the Uppington family is simply full of antiques.
Uppy, you just issued an engraved invitation to a wise crack there, but I ain't got the heart. Did you come over here to tell me about Fothergill?
Oh, no, Miss McGee. You remember that footstool you borrowed from me last week?
The footstool? Oh, yes, the footstool. Shucks, I kind of forgot that was yours, Uppy.
Oh, my relatives.
Yes,
Oh, good heavens, Mr. McGee. Why, you've ruined it. And that's been an Uppington heirloom for generations.
Oh.
Why, there hasn't been a heel in our family that hasn't rested on that footstool. Really, Mr. McGee, how could you?
Oh, it wasn't hard. I just took the hammer and went to it. But you just leave it to me, Uppy. I'll sell it for you for a lot more than you could.
Oh, dear. Well, all right. I don't mean to be a silly girl about it, Mr. McGee, but I do hope you know what you're doing.
You trust me, Uppy. I know my antiques. For instance, you see that little wooden clock up on the wall there?
Oh, yes. Cuckoo, isn't it?
Little, but it's cute. My great-great-grandfather made that clock, Uppy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was always tinkering with clocks. Made one for a friend of his once, a barber, and put a little hen into it instead of a cuckoo. And every morning the little door would fly open and the little hen would pop out and say, cut, 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 cut. And the barber would get up and go to work.
Well, now, that's very interesting. But do you think Mr. Fothergill will be...
Quiet, Effie. I want to hear how that cuckoo clock sounds. It's going to strike. Cuckoo. Cuckoo. Well, imagine that. Wasn't that clever of Grandpa? He put a quartet in it. What you going to sing, kids? The cuckoo and the clock. Okay, give it the works.
Parlor was the only sound. Tick-tock on the mantel, nothing else around. Boys over close and make a scene. Never dreamt that they had company. There they were, he was baby talking her, and the cuckoo and the clock went cuckoo. Every 15 minutes he crew. Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. See a bell, said the fella to the gal. The cuckoo and the clock went cuckoo. I believe they're starting to woo. Woo, 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 woo. They didn't know that everything they said was overheard. They didn't hear that little birdie giving them the bird. So he said with a sigh, who's your little cuckoo pie? The cuckoo and the clock went cuckoo. So I'm just a little cuckoo. I'm not as cuckoo as you. Then he closed the door and went through. The birdie cuckoo. The birdie cuckoo. Every 15 minutes he crews. Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. I believe they're starting to woo. Woo, 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 woo. They didn't know everything they said was overheard. They didn't hear that little birdie giving them the bird. He said with a sigh, who's your peachy pie? The cuckoo and the clock went cuckoo. So I'm a little cuckoo. I'm not as cuckoo as you. Yeah, he closed the door. We're through cuckoo. Cuckoo. Cuckoo night.
Well, that was great, Four Notes. Remind me to give you a little extra birdseed this week. Well, I guess I better get back to work. Oh, I cut down the coffee table to make it as old as I was able. Oh, I cut... Better hide these tools. Come in.
Oh, hello there, Fizzer. Why is your face being so full of perspiration?
I've been working, Nick. I've been aging my furniture. Want to sell it to a big antique collector.
I don't mean to tell you.
Yeah, I've been kind of doctoring it up so it'll look older.
Well, for scrim's sake, would you be guilty of deceiving an appearance for the sakes of making a profit, Fizzer?
Why, certainly, wouldn't you?
Sure, every time.
Incidentally, Nick, have you got any antiques? Any period furniture?
Period furniture? Oh, sure. We're having a little stuffed over Sioux City, that is.
A little what?
A little stuffed over Sioux City.
Stuffed over Sioux City? Oh, you mean an overstuffed Davenport. Stuffed over Sioux City.
Sure. Well, I stand connected. I knew it as being someplace in Iowa, but this little stuffed over Davenport is being a nice thing, Fizzer. It has got upholstery with polka dots all over it. There has been enough periods in that one piece of furniture to make a great...
No. By period furniture, Nick, we mean, like William and Mary, and Hepplewhite and Colonial and early Americans, Louis the 14th and all stuff like that there.
Oh, but I think that is all being a lot of saucy apples, Fizzer. If a chair is being a good place to sit on, what difference is it making whether it is William and Marion, early colloquial, Heppelpuss, or lousy the 14th?
I'm afraid you just don't appreciate nice things, Nick.
Yes, it would be a nice thing if I appreciated nice things, but I haven't, so I don't. But speaking of her furniture, it is like I was saying to Mrs. DePopulis last night, when she is saying she would like to go downtown and buy a new ornamental rug.
Oriental.
Why not? Anyway, when she is saying that to me, I'm saying, listen, Mrs. DePopulis, I'm saying, while she is having the radio on very loud and listening to the Lone Rangefinder. Listen, Mrs. DePopulis, I'm saying, and then she is turning the radios to hear Robert Cray.
Robert Cray? Oh, you mean Bob Hope?
Sure. Oh, well, Hope and Pray, what is the difference?
Well, what did you tell Mrs. DePoplis about buying the Oriental rug?
Nothing. Just then she's getting some pretty music by the Philadelphia Symphony Orchestra. And is marking me to be quiet with the rolling pin. So I guess I know when I'm well off to the drugstore to buy me some cigars. Well, so long, Scissor. Don't forget to come and see us sometime. Anytime you're dropping in, pass by.
Well, I guess I'm just about all set for old Fothergill. I'll take one more whack at that easy chair. Uh-oh, I bet that's him. Come in.
How do you do? Do you need any frock?
Not now, sis. The show's nearly over. We could have used some in the first 20 minutes.
Well, you don't understand. I represent the Wilkie Silky Socky Corporation, and I'm taking orders for our new spring line. May I show you some samples?
No, thanks, sis. I go barefoot starting 1st of May.
Well, don't stub your toe, Junior.
Yeah. Wilkie Silky Socky Corporation. I should have told her I represented the Johnsy Wansy Waxy Company. Oh, I better get these splinters picked up before Fothergill gets here. I'll have to take up a collection to buy our sound effect man some new knuckles. Come in.
Good day, sir. Mr. McGee, I believe.
You betcha, Bud. You the gentleman who wanted to look at the furniture?
Yes, I am. How did you know?
Oh, I've been expecting you. Have a cigar?
Thank you. I have one.
You got two? Thanks.
They tell me you have a very valuable collection of antiques here, Mr. McGee.
Oh, I have. Very valuable.
What would you estimate its value, Mr. McGee?
Oh, I don't know, Bud. Aside from the sentimental value, I'd say it was worth at least, well, in the neighborhood of, roughly speaking, about, well, at a guess, somewhere near... Well, what would you say?
Well, I'd much rather you put your own price on it, McGee.
You would? Oh, that's swell. Well, now you take that desk there. I'd say about $3,000 for that one piece.
$3,000? Is that all?
Is it? Well, that's without the drawers, of course. With the drawers, I'd say $5,000. Now, how about that footstool, Bud? That's interesting, ain't it?
Oh, yes, it certainly is very interesting. Fairly modern, isn't it?
Oh, no, that's a genuine Uppington. I know the Uppington family personally. Remember the old furniture designers, Uppington, Downworthy, and Roundweather? Their trademark was up, down, and around. That footstool is worth at least $2,000, Bud.
Is that so? Well, that seems like a fair price.
It does? Well, what do you think of the rest of the stuff, Bud?
Well, frankly, I don't know when I've seen such a motley collection of furniture.
I guess you know your stuff, Bud. There ain't a piece in the lot that ain't a genuine motley.
Yeah, that's very good. Or is it? Now, what value would you place on the entire lot, McGee?
Oh, the whole mess, eh? Well, frankly, Bud, I'm making the estimate low on account of you seem to be a nice guy. Let's make it a fair and square $20,000. No, $25,000. That's it. That's my final figure.
That's very fair. I'll settle for $25,000.
Done. We better close the deal quick because this stuff is getting more antique every minute.
Yes. Deal? What deal?
Well, you're buying this stuff, ain't you?
Buying it? Why, no. Who do you think I am?
Ain't you Fothergill, the antique collector?
No, I'm Wallaby, the tax assessor.
The tax one of the... Oh, God.
We'll be back in just a moment. We know that all you women are thinking about spring house cleaning, so it's a good time to remind you again of the special sale of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat in giant-sized cans that give you 1/3 more for your money. It's important that you make your home clean and attractive for spring, and that you protect your prized possessions from dirt and wear. Remember, it's very much to your advantage to buy Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat now, while you can get the special giant-sized cans that contain 1 1/3 or 1 1/3 pounds, and yet cost no more than the regular pint or pound sizes. Now, if you can't go to your dealers, phone him in the morning and ask for the money-saving giant-sized cans of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat. When the present supply of these giant cans is exhausted, there won't be any more, and we don't want you to be disappointed.
Wilcox has already welcomed our new listeners tonight on the Canadian network, and I want to extend the welcome on behalf of our little company and myself. We hope our northern neighbors will enjoy our shows and will join us each Tuesday night from now on. Incidentally, our next week's broadcast is our 200th program for Johnson's Wax, and we're happy to announce that we'll have another visit from our old friend, Zazu Pitts. Good night, folks.
Speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, Racine, Wisconsin, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Barbara Stanwyck and Fred McMurray in Remember the Night with Elizabeth Patterson, Beulah Bondi, and Sterling Holloway. And ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Fine acting, a good story, and superb direction each contribute to the success of a motion picture. And we'll have to combine all three to explain the resounding success of the current Paramount picture, Remember the Night. As it happens, I take a personal pride in the success of this picture, because Mitchell Lyson, who directed it, served his apprenticeship with me. Consequently, it's with a special bow in Mitch's direction that I introduce our radio adaptation of his screen hit, Remember the Night. A triumphal return engagement for the same two stars who played it on the screen, Barbara Stanwyck and Fred McMurray. And with them, we have Beulah Bondi, Elizabeth Patterson, and Sterling Holloway of the picture cast. Remember the Night is a play you'll remember, and Lux Toilet Soap is a product you'll remember. When our feminine listeners remember to think of their appearance, and that's at least, part of the time, they know Lux Toilet Soap is a real aid to loveliness. Just why Barbara Stanwyck and Fred McMurray have never been teamed before is one of Hollywood's unsolved mysteries. But the results in this picture call loudly for more of the same. So we were very insistent on having these stars of the picture in our production tonight. Barbara dropped in to visit my Northwest Mounted Police set, but I sent her home right away to get her script of Remember the Night. And I had to break into something to get Fred McMurray. I had to break into his vacation in Mexico. It was the same vacation which we interrupted a few weeks ago to bring him back to this microphone. However, he took our persecution very amiably and buckled right down to work. Ordinarily, I don't suppose a courtroom is the most promising place in the world for a love story, especially if the party of the first part is the prosecutor and the party of the second part is the girl on trial. But Remember the Night is delightfully original from beginning to end, with a love story that begins in a law court. So once more, it's curtain time in the Lux Radio Theater as we start Act One of Remember the Night, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Lee Leander, Fred McMurray as John Sargent, with Beulah Bondi as his mother, Elizabeth Patterson as Aunt Emma, and Sterling Holloway as Willie. A jewelry store on New York's Fifth Avenue. In the glittering showcases, 1,000 precious stones sparkle in their brilliant settings. Although it's just a few weeks before Christmas, there's only one customer in the store this afternoon, a pretty girl in costly furs. On her wrist is a diamond bracelet, placed there by an enthusiastic clerk. He smiles happily, sensing the sale is practically complete.
Glorious, madam, isn't it? One of our most beautiful bracelets, really.
Yes, it is beautiful.
You won't regret taking it, madam.
I'm sure I won't. What's the price, please?
Only $5,000.
$5,000, that's reasonable.
You won't find another one like it in New York, madam. Shall I have Mr. Meyer make out the papers?
Just a moment, please. I think I'd like to see one or two more before I make up my mind. That one in the lower tray, please. Let me see that.
Oh, of course, madam. Personally, I prefer the one you're wearing, but this one's quite beautiful, too. The emeralds set the diamonds off very nicely. Now, if you'll just place this one on your... Madam! Where? Why, she's gone! Mr. Meyer! She's gone! Police!
Jones, what is it?
Oh, that girl. She went out the door while my back was turned. She went out with a $5,000 bracelet.
Calling car number 17. Car number 17. Pickup girl about 23 years. Dark complexion, silver fox furs. Vicinity 5th Avenue, 54th Street. Search for diamond bracelet stolen from Meyer and Company. That is all.
Hello. Oh, this is Officer Cassidy reporting to headquarters. Say, we picked up that girl on call 17. Yeah. Caught her cold with the goods in a hock shop over on 3rd Avenue. She was trying to pawn the bracelet. Yeah. Okay. I'm bringing her in now.
District Attorney's office. Who? Oh, just a moment.
Who is it?
Commissioner's office. It's about that acquittal yesterday in the shooting case.
Tell him I'm busy.
Hello? Can the district attorney call you back? Thank you.
Is that all they have to do? Beef about acquittals? All right, Tom, let's get going.
Okay, boss.
What's the first case today?
That's a cinch. Dame by the name of Lee Leander cops a bracelet out of Meyer and Company on 3rd Avenue in Hoxton. Open and shut.
First offense?
Nah, she's got a record. This is a third offense.
Well, that's good. The first offender at Christmas time is tougher than tiger meat. Tom, look at that chart. Convictions only 78% as against 82% last year.
Hey, can I handle this case, boss? I'll get you conviction.
You probably could handle it as well as some of these dopes, but when the right case comes along, I'll give it to you. Wife beater or something like that. Your face isn't right to prosecute a woman.
Oh, boss, listen.
Nothing doing, Tom, nothing doing. We'll get Sergeant on this one.
Sergeant? What's his face got that mine hasn't got?
Whatever it is, he's never lost a case for me yet.
Yeah, but he's gone home for Christmas. Ohio, Oklahoma, someplace like that. Now, listen, I could get you a conviction so
quick.
Take it
easy, Tom. Take it easy. Miss Day, get me John Sargent on the phone.
Yes, sir.
Now, boss, now that ain't fair.
Stop moaning. Sargent's terrific with these pretty girls, John.
Oh, Mr. Sergeant. Phone's ringing.
Well, answer it, will you? I'm trying to get packed up in here.
Okay, I'll answer. Hello.
Hey, wait a minute, Rufus.
Huh?
Listen, if that's the office, tell him I've already left.
Okay. Hello. Yes, sir. Yes. Well, this is the office. He's already left.
Oh, you blockhead. Give me that phone.
I just said...
Shut up. Good morning. Who all wants to speak to Master Sergeant, please?
Hello, Sergeant. Who do you think you're kidding?
Oh, all right, never mind. Who is this?
This is your boss. You know, it's a good thing you didn't take up acting for a living.
Yeah? Well, what do you want?
Well, listen, we got a case to try this morning. I'll see you at the office in 15 minutes.
Now, wait a minute. I'm supposed to be going home for Christmas.
Sure. You can leave here this afternoon.
Yeah, but I've got 730 miles to drive. You told me I could...
Now, look, Jack, don't argue. It's a female case, and I need you. Now, come on.
Oh, I was afraid of this. Who's defending?
Oh, Leary?
That windbag? He'll give us the Gettysburg Address and the Declaration of Independence.
Oh, no, he won't. Now, I'll have Tom meet you in court, and you'll be out of there by noon. Now, get right down here. Goodbye.
Now, listen, boss. Hello. Oh, O'Leary. He'll talk all day long.
When you leave, Mr. Sergeant.
Shut up.
Quiet, please. Proceed with your summation, Mr. O'Leary.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, during the course of this trial, you've heard the prosecuting attorney, Mr. Sargent, attempt to prove that a valuable bracelet was taken from the premises of Meyer and Company by the defendant. All this has been a waste of time, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, of your time and mine. Time we could spend to better advantage in last-minute Christmas shopping. At least I know that's what I'd like to be doing.
May it please the court, we object, Your Honor. The jury's Christmas shopping has nothing to do with the case.
Objection sustained.
I withdraw the illusion, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, when I say that time has been wasted, I mean the state has gone to great lengths to prove that Anna Rose Malone, sometimes known as Lee Leander,
sometimes known as a lot of other things,
did on the afternoon of December 3rd walk out upon 5th Avenue with a bracelet which was still the property of Meyer and Company. To prove something she freely admits, as if the proof of this constituted a proof of guilt. Since the dawn of civilization, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, since the beginnings of jurisprudence, wise men and women have refused to be hoodwinked by circumstantial evidence. The contents of a whiskey bottle.
Hey, Jack, I don't like the smile on that jury's pan.
All juries get soft-hearted at Christmas, Tommy. If you ever get a case to prosecute and you see that peace on earth, goodwill toward men look come in their eyes, get a continuance. Even if you have to fall down and tell the judge you ate green apples.
That a young woman walking out of a store with something not her own is necessarily an evildoer. Oh, how flimsy is this argument. How unfair. But on it, and because of it, you have been asked to take away the liberty of a fellow human being. Now, the truth is simple. The bracelet was removed during a temporary loss of will and consciousness, now known as schizophrenia, but formerly known as hypnotism.
Holy mackerel, that's a sweet one, hypnotism.
Shut up, Tommy.
You mean you're not going to object?
Shut up. He's just postponed the case till after Christmas.
Yeah? How do you figure that?
Hypnotism.
Oh.
Yes, I said hypnotism, and that's exactly what I meant. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I want you to gaze upon this girl's face. Is this the face of a hardened criminal? An outcast from society? No. But the prosecution would have you believe that she willingly and in her right mind stole a bracelet. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you what really happened. The truth. This girl, this poor unfortunate creature, went into that jewelry store, not to buy, not to steal, but only to look. A salesman showed her the bracelet, urged her to clasp it around her wrist, begged her to examine it under a more powerful light, and then excused himself. The bracelet is under a powerful light. The young girl stares at it closer. The great central stone flashes blindingly in her eyes. Blue, green, purple, orange, closer, still closer. Suddenly, the colors are gone. Everything is dark. A breath of cold air brings her to her senses, but what's this? Where is the jewelry store? Where is the light she was standing under? What is she doing on Fifth Avenue, blocks away from Meyer and Company? She doesn't know. She can't remember. Her mind is a blank. And why? Why? This girl, this poor, unfortunate creature, was a victim, an unwilling victim of hypnosis. Your Honor, the defense rests.
All right, now, Tommy, watch. Your Honor.
Yes?
Your Honor, the hypothesis of hypnotism is a very interesting one. Let me be the first to admit it. But unfortunately, I am no Svengali, nor are you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. The people of the state of New York will require the expert testimony of Dr. Kindness, the psychiatrist. For this purpose, the people will request a continuance be granted till after the Christmas holidays.
We object, Your Honor. The defense has already summed up. The case was practically closed.
Objection overruled.
But, Your Honor...
The defendant will remain in custody, subject to giving a $5,000 bond. And all jurors, parties, and witnesses are instructed to return to the court Tuesday, January 3rd. Court adjourned, and a very Merry Christmas to you all.
Just a minute, Sergeant. That was a dirty trick you played on me. It means another day in court. And I don't get paid by the state. I have to earn my money.
No more sense of humor than a gravestone.
Huh?
Well, Merry Christmas, Francis.
Why, you...
Take it easy, Miss Leanne.
Let me go. I want to speak to my lawyer. Mr. O'Leary, this guard says I have to have a bond or stay in jail.
That's right.
Is it right? You ought to know, Mr. District Attorney.
I'm afraid it is.
Well, how can I get a bond? I haven't any more money, and I don't want to spend Christmas in jail. Please don't let them do that.
What do you mean you haven't got any more money? What have I been talking for, to hear my own voice?
If you hadn't talked so much, I'd be out of here right now.
What do you mean by that?
Hypnotism. That gag's so old it's got whiskers. Oh, please don't let them keep me here over Christmas.
What's the difference? What could you do if you haven't got any money?
I could walk around, couldn't I?
Come on, miss. It ain't as bad as you think. You get a nice little room and a nice turkey dinner on Christmas.
Yes, I know. Never mind the build-up. Let's go. I hope you have a Merry Christmas, Mr. Sergeant.
Hey, she's kind of sore at you, Jack.
Yeah. Say, Tommy, on your way out, send Fat Mike in here, will you?
Huh? Fat Mike the bondsman?
If you know any other Fat Mikes, you can send them, too.
I get it.
You don't, but let it pass.
Okay, I'll send him right away.
Hey, Mike. Sure? Mr. Sergeant wants to see you right away. Sure. Coming.
Hello, Mr. Sergeant. You want to see me?
Yeah. What'll you charge for 5,000 bail from now till January 3rd?
Did they pin something on you, pal?
No, it isn't for me. It's for the young woman who's in here today.
Oh, I see.
How much?
For a friend of yours? Nothing. Not a red Samilka.
I didn't ask you for any favors.
Favors? It's a privilege. You still living at the same place?
Yeah. Why?
How soon you want her out?
Right away.
Okay, she's out.
Thanks. So long. Hey, Rufus, you got those other grips packed? Rufus!
Yeah, I am, boss.
What's the matter with you?
She's here, boss.
Who's here?
I don't know.
Then how do you know she's here?
I just let her in the living room.
You let who in?
The lady.
You mean there's a lady here in the apartment?
Yes, sir.
Oh, what'd you let her in for? I told you I wasn't home to anybody.
Yes, sir. I told him that. But he shoved the door open anyhow and pushed the lady in with his compliments.
Who did?
A man, Fat Ike.
Fat Ike? You mean Fat Mike?
Yes, sir. He's showing Thin Mike.
What did he bring her here for?
I don't know.
Guess I'll have to go and speak to her.
Yes, you will.
Well, hello.
Hello.
What are you doing here?
I don't know yet, but I've got a rough idea.
Well, anyway, I'm glad you're out.
Mm-hmm. Now what do I have to do for it?
Well, for one thing, you could say thank you, but if that doesn't fit in with your plans, just skip it. My motives in this matter...
Here you are, boss. Here's the drinks.
What drinks? I didn't tell you
Got some soda mints?
Thanks.
Drink, boss?
Get out of here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I know.
You know, one of these days, one of you boys is going to start one of these scenes differently. And one of us girls is going to drop dead from surprise.
What are you talking about?
I suppose you do this with all the lady prisoners?
Oh, yes. My life is just one long round of whoopee.
Well, you're in a good spot for it.
Wonderful. I have only to wave a finger and I can satisfy my slightest whim.
And I suppose if anybody says no, you just put them right back in the cooler.
That's right. Now, look. When court reconvenes, I'm going to try to put you in jail for a good long time. That's my business. But you haven't been convicted yet, so I don't see why you shouldn't enjoy Christmas like the rest of us. That's why I told Mike to get you out.
And bring me up here.
I did not tell him to bring you up here.
Then why did that gorilla bring me up here?
Because he's got a mind like a sewer.
Thanks.
Now, look, I'm very glad to have been of service to you. Now, if
You mean I don't have to stay here if I don't want to?
You most certainly do not.
Oh, then I'll stay. But I won't be forced.
Now, wait a minute.
You know, there's nothing as dangerous as a square shooter. If all men were like you, there wouldn't be any nice girls left.
Yes, well, all this is leading into a very interesting subject that I haven't time to pursue at the moment. I'm going away on a little trip, and it's quite a drive, and I haven't had my dinner yet.
Oh, you mean you want me to go?
Well, yes.
Where?
Where what?
Well, I was on my way to a nice, comfortable jail with 3 meals a day and turkey for Christmas, and now
Don't you live someplace?
No.
Well, where have you been living? In a tree?
I had a room at a hotel, but they locked me out.
Oh. Well, how much do you owe this hotel?
$126.40.
Oh. Well, that doesn't solve any problem.
Look, why don't you just put me back in the clink? That solves lots of problems.
Well, for one thing, I'm not sure I can't. And, well, that wasn't the idea. Have you had dinner?
Not yet.
Now, come on, then. I'll take you to dinner, and we'll figure something out.
You really didn't want me to come here at all, then?
I'm sorry to say I did not.
I see. Well, shall we go?
Here's your hat, boss. Going out, huh?
Yes, I am.
Hot dog. But don't forget you got to see your mom.
Shut up. Want anything else?
No, thanks. It's been nice up to now.
Yeah. You know, I was thinking I might lend you my apartment while I'm away.
Oh, that sounds like a play, doesn't it?
Yeah, sounds like a flop.
Don't worry about me. I can always chisel a hotel for a week or so.
That's a nice, cheesy idea.
Well, I'm not going to sleep in the subway. And as far as the holiday's concerned, I guess I'll get plenty of that when you get through with me. Oh, not that I mean it in a disagreeable way, you understand.
I understand.
Your business is your business. Of course, some people wouldn't care for that kind of business, but somebody has to do the dirty work.
Thanks.
Just too bad it had to be somebody as nice as you.
How long have you been swiping things?
Always.
Have you been caught before?
Uh-huh.
Did you take things you didn't need?
Sure.
In the presence of beautiful things, did you feel a sudden irresistible urge to take them in your hands and hurry away with them?
Oh, you mean was I hypnotized?
No, I mean maybe you're a kleptomaniac.
Oh, no. They tried that, though. Now, you see, to be a kleptomaniac, you can't sell any of the stuff afterwards or you lose your amateur standing.
I don't understand it.
Oh, I don't think you ever could understand because your mind is different. Right or wrong is the same for everybody, you see, but the rights and the wrongs aren't the same.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Is it? All right, try it like this. Suppose you were starving to death.
Yeah?
And you didn't have any food, and you didn't have any money, and you didn't have any place to get anything.
Mm-hmm.
And there were some loaves of bread out in front of a market, and, well, now remember, you're starving to death, and the man's back was turned. Would you swipe one?
You bet I would.
That's because you're honest. You see, I'd have a 6-course dinner at the table d'hote across the street and then say I'd forgotten my purse. Get the difference?
I think you're way smarter.
Yeah, that's it. We're smart. Very smart.
Well, we're all finished. Waiter, check, please.
Right away, sir.
Well, Miss Leander, I got a couple of extra bucks I don't need. Here's my Christmas dinner I promised you, and a room and a couple of breakfasts.
Oh, thanks. Thanks a lot.
Check, sir.
Oh, here you are. Oh, will you ask the band to play my Indiana Home?
Oh, yes, sir. I'll ask them.
Thank you.
Why do you want them to play that?
Because that's where I'm going.
No. Are you a Hoosier?
Yeah, Wabash, Indiana. That is a farm just outside of Wabash.
Wabash, Indiana? Oh, no wonder I liked you. I'm from Eltonville.
No.
Uh-huh.
Why, that's only about 50 miles from...
Yes, sir?
Well, I'll be darned. And we have to come here and meet like this.
It's funny, isn't it? So, you're going back home, huh?
Yeah, I go home every Christmas.
You do. Oh, gee, that's great.
My mother still runs the farm. She does all right, too. She raises partridge, Wyandottes, Poland chinas.
Oh, we never had anything that swell.
We never did either till lately. How long since you've been home?
Never.
Why?
I ran away.
Well, I don't know what the circumstances were, of course.
Not so hot.
Well, time takes care of those things. Do they write to you?
I had a letter from my mother when my father died.
Oh, your mother's alive then, huh?
I hope so. That song, it's awful pretty, isn't it? Kind of does things to you.
Yeah. Say, look, how would you like to go home for Christmas?
What?
I mean it. I could drop you off at your place and pick you up on my way back.
Home? Oh, gee, I don't know.
Now, come on, it'll do you good. What do you say?
All right. Unless, aren't you afraid?
Afraid of what?
How it might look. Rising young district attorney and me.
Oh, I didn't think of it.
I know. You never think of anything wrong, do you? That's what makes you such a swell guy.
The curtain falls on the first act of Remember the Night, with Barbara Stanwyck, Fred McMurray, Elizabeth Patterson, Beulah Bondi, and Sterling Holloway. Over on Rockwell Street, in a little white bungalow, the first guest has just arrived a bit early for one of those bridge get-togethers the ladies have from time to time. We're going to let you hear what this guest says, and what she thinks, too.
Why, hello, Ellie. How nice you look.
Where did she find that dress, I wonder? She has the best taste.
Excuse the way I look, Ellie. I'm a little early. Came right straight from the office. I worked late and I didn't really have time to go home and change.
Gosh, do I feel grimy. I could only take a quick bath.
My, how lovely the living room looks. Those flowers are just the right color.
I wonder if she'd think me nervy if I asked to take a bath.
Tired? Oh, well, not exactly, Ellie. I'm just sort of, well, messy, you know. A bath? Oh, how lovely of you. I hadn't thought of it, but it would make me feel better. Oh, thanks. That's awfully kind. What a pretty negligee.
Will I feel good in this? Everything she has is perfect.
Yes, thanks so much, Ellie. Don't wait. I have everything I need.
She's got Lux toilet soap. I ought to have known she would. She's got such taste. Everything is perfect. Gosh, does this feel good? This nice Lux soap will do the trick all right. I love the way it lathers.
Yes, a Lux toilet soap beauty bath will do the trick. Leave Ellie's guest feeling fresh from head to toe. This luxurious white soap that 9 out of 10 screen stars use has creamy, active lather that swiftly carries away perspiration, every trace of dust and dirt. You'll find a daily Lux soap beauty bath a wonderful way to protect daintiness, make you sure of fresh, fragrant skin. And it's true that Lux toilet soap in your bathroom has come to be one of those little things that mean good housekeeping, good taste. The superlative quality of this fine white soap, its delicate, distinctive perfume, makes it a joy to family and to guests. It's luxurious, and yet not a luxury. For it's sold by so many thousands of cakes that its price is kept low. Now, the economical way to buy it is 3 cakes at a time. And you might try leaving a cake you aren't using in among your linens or underthings. It'll leave them delightfully fragrant. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Remember the Night, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Lee and Fred McMurray as John Sargent, with Beulah Bondi as his mother, Elizabeth Patterson as Aunt Emma, and Sterling Holloway as Willie. Westward, along the snow-banked highways from New York, more than 20 hours of steady driving have brought Lee Leander and Jack Sargent to Eltonville, Indiana, and the front gate of Lee's former home. A bright moon softens the outline of the ramshackle house that stands cold and dark on the outskirts of the town. From within the house comes the warning wail of a dog as Jack swings the car up to the sagging front porch.
This is it, huh?
Yes.
Well, all out then. End of the line.
Oh, please, let's wait till... Well, my mother might not even live here anymore.
Hey, don't be so nervous.
Will you go in with me?
Sure, I'll go in with you. Come on, I've got your bag.
See that tree?
Yeah?
I fell out of it when I was 12. Oh, I was a terrible tomboy. See, from that branch right up there. Landed on my head, too.
That's a better gag than hypnotism. Your lawyer should have used that. As a matter of fact, you should have had me for your lawyer. Come on now, smile. Here we are.
Oh, gee, I didn't mean to knock so loud. Oh, that sounds like Mickey barking. Oh, it couldn't be. He'd be too... Here's somebody coming.
Yeah. Now, look, I'll pick you up on New Year's Day in the afternoon. Don't forget.
No. Gee, you've been sweet.
Will you shut up? Yes?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Doesn't Mrs. Malone live here?
Oh, I guess you want my wife.
Oh, I didn't know.
What is it, Henry? Somebody want me?
Mama. Oh, Merry Christmas, Mama. Well, you know me, don't you?
Come in.
This is Mr.
Sergeant, how do you do?
Sit down.
You're looking fine, Mama.
What did you come here for? What do you want?
Oh, I don't want anything, Mama. It was just Christmas, and Mr. Sargent happened to be driving
You
past...
see, I live in Wabash. It's just about 50 miles from here. I knew you'd be glad if
Glad? Why should I be glad? Good riddance to bad rubbish, I said the day she left.
Oh, Mama, please, Mr. Sargent...
Just like her father, she is. Always laughing at serious things she was. Never doing what she's told till she winds up stealing. Stealing my mission money. Money I'd put by with the sweat of my brow, that's what.
I didn't steal it. I told you 1,000 times I only borrowed it. I was going to pay you back.
But you didn't pay me back, did you? And you never paid me back.
Well, how could I after you called me a thief in front of the whole town? Nobody would give me a job.
And you left here. The great lady. We weren't good enough for you. A decent home, a hard-working mother, and a crook for a daughter.
Oh, Mama.
Look, Lee, I don't want to tear you away, but we still have 50 miles to go.
Oh.
Are you ready?
Oh, yes.
It's been very interesting to meet you, Mrs.
A name doesn't concern you.
It most certainly does not. Come on, kid.
I've forgotten how much that woman hates me. And how much I hate her. That's a terrible thing to say, isn't it?
No.
But ever since I was little, she was always so right and I was always so wrong. Thanks for getting me out. I'll stay anywhere. Any old place will do if I'm far enough away from her.
Hey, take it easy.
I wish I'd broken my neck when I fell out of that tree.
It's a little too late to think about that now, isn't it?
You won't make me stay in Eltonville. You'll find me a room somewhere else.
Sure I will.
Any old dump will do.
That's just what you're going to get. It's only got one window, and the mattress is stuffed with rocks, and it's got a painting of the cross-eyedest old man you ever saw in your life.
How do you know?
How do I know what? Oh, that my grandfather was cross-eyed?
You mean you're taking me home with you?
Why not?
Oh.
Well, forget. Now what? Hey, anyone home? Hey!
John!
Hello, Mother.
Oh, my,
my boy, my boy.
Gosh, Mother, it's good to see you.
Oh, I just can't believe you're here at last. Well, Jack Sargent.
Aunt Emmy, hello, Aunt Emmy. How about a kiss, huh?
Oh, I declare I'm glad you're here. If only to stop your mother from taking leave of her senses.
Oh, boy, I'll say. Hello, John. Welcome home.
Hello, Willie. The girl still chasing you?
Oh, John.
What made you so late, dear? We thought you'd be here by 6 at least.
Well, you see...
Hey, who's that in the front seat?
Oh, I'm sorry. Mother, this is Miss Leander. She's come to spend Christmas with us.
How do you do? Oh, how nice. Well, I'm so glad to know you, my dear.
And this is my Aunt Emmy. Knows more about flannel cakes than the guy who invented them.
Hello. I'm right pleased to meet you, Miss Leander.
And this is Willie Sims, our hired boy. He's crazy about the girls, and the girls are crazy about him. Willie Sims.
Pleased to meet you.
Hello. I hope I won't be too much trouble, Mrs. Sargent.
Trouble? Why, bless your child, it's a joy to have you here. Not a speck. But, John Sargent, why didn't you send me a telegram?
Well, you see, Mother, this was rather unexpected.
Well, never mind all that. Now, come along, child. You must be near freezing to death. And here we are, cackling like a couple of... Emmy. What? Did you leave those cookies in the oven?
Oh, jeepers creepers.
Oh. Come along now, everyone. This way, Miss Leander.
Thanks.
Oh, boy, John.
What?
Ain't she a peacherino?
Who? Oh.
All I can say is hot dog.
Come on, grab a grip, Willie. I want to thaw out in a hurry.
Go on, Jack. Now, don't stop. Play that other piece you used to do so good.
I can't remember it anymore, Mother.
Oh, well, try, dear. Don't you think he plays nice, Miss Leander?
You don't have to answer that, Lee. I had $14 worth of piano lessons once, and they've never forgotten it.
Willie, hand me that popcorn. We've got to have it all strung for the tree tomorrow.
Yes'm. Here you are.
Well, here, you can help me. You haven't done a thing all night.
Oh, gee, didn't I help Miss Leander with all them dinner dishes?
You should have done them yourself, Willie. Miss Leander's a guest.
Oh, I like doing them, Mrs. Sargent. I've lived in hotels and places so long, I haven't been around the house as much as I'd like.
Your folks dead?
Willie.
Ma'am?
Oh, I don't mind. My father's dead. My mother's remarried.
Well, that's too bad, my dear. I always say it's so hard on the children. It just isn't the same with a new parent. Go on, Jack. Now, just one more piece.
No, that's all the next year, Aunt Emmy.
Oh, please, dear.
I'll play you a piece if you want.
Oh, that'd be fine.
Oh, gee, can you play?
Well, I used to play in the dime store. What would you all like?
It doesn't make any difference.
I can sing The End of a Perfect Day.
Now, Willie.
Well, I can.
So can everybody else, Willie.
The End of a Perfect Day. I think I remember it.
Oh, boy. Give us a downbeat, please, Miss Leander. When you come to the end of a perfect day, and you sit alone with your thought, while the chimes ring out with a carol gay for the joy that...
Well, son, time for bed. Gracious, the evening's gone fast. The rest went up long ago.
Wait, Mother. There's one thing you must be curious about.
What, dear?
Miss Leander.
Yes?
I don't know whether to tell you this or not, but I don't like to bring somebody under your roof without you knowing exactly who she is.
Oh, John, I think I can guess.
What? Oh, no, not at all, Mother. She isn't even a friend of mine.
Well, she certainly should be. I think she's charming.
She is charming, Mother, but...
She reminds me of your father's cousin, Winifred, who died when her second was born. The lovely, sweet thing. I was just saying to Emmy...
Wait a minute, Mother. Unfortunately, the girl's a crook. I'm going to put her in jail when we get back to New York.
What?
But in the meanwhile, she had no place to go for Christmas, so I...
the poor lamb. You'll do no such thing, John Sargent. Why, that girl's as honest as all outdoors. I can tell by just looking at her face. Well, if she did take some little thing, I'm sure it was entirely by mistake. She's probably a hypochondriac.
Hypochondriac, huh? Well, she might be at that.
She hasn't really taken things, has she, dear? You're just making a bad joke now, aren't you?
No, Mother. I'm afraid this isn't even her first offense. But that doesn't mean she wasn't unhappy and lonely and a human being like the rest of us.
Well, the poor thing probably didn't get enough love as a child. Do you remember how bad you were? Well, not really bad, but do you remember the time you took my egg money I was going to buy a new dress with? And then how hard you worked to pay it back when you understood.
You made me understand.
Oh, it was love, dear, that made you understand. Well, I do hope she enjoys her stay here. Now, we must do everything to make her happy and comfortable and to feel like one of the family. Do you think we ought to lock up the silver? Well, good night, son.
Good night, Mother. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, dear.
Oh, this is lovely.
I've never seen so many presents in all my days.
Well, here's another one for you, Mother.
For me? Oh, John, another bottle of perfume. Ecstasy, too. Well, I haven't even started on that bottle of ecstasy you gave me last year.
And Aunt Emmy, here's a present for you. Willie, what have you got there?
I don't know yet. Getting her open. What, Jack?
Huh? What?
Oh, what's this supposed to be?
Why,
A
that's-
nightgown, Emmy.
Oh, Jack Sargent, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Gee, you can see right through it.
Willie. It's lovely, isn't it?
Gee, we've got all our stuff open, and, well, I'm sorry about the present situation, Lee. If we'd only known sooner.
Why, John, there's some presents for Miss Leander over there on the sofa.
Oh.
Why, of course, Jack, you must have forgotten.
Oh, well, guess you can always trust Santa Claus. 3 packages, Lee. Here. Merry Christmas.
Oh, no. Oh, you shouldn't have gone to all that trouble. Open them up now, dear. Oh, what a lovely pincushion. It's so pretty.
Oh, it's nothing at all. Just scraps and things I've been collecting for years.
Here's the next one. Very Merry Christmas to Miss Leander from Jack's Aunt Emmy.
Stockings. Oh, thank you so much. Bed socks. Oh. Not so fancy, but wonderful on a cold night for a spinster lady. Oh, it's awfully sweet of you all.
Here's another, Miss
Oh,
Leander.
no, not really.
Yeah. Who's that from, Willie?
From you big dunce. Don't you remember anything?
Well, but I didn't.
Gracious sakes, Oh, perfume. Oh, thank you.
Oh, it's nothing. Just a bottle of perfume.
And ecstasy, too.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, you're all much too kind. I don't think I've ever met anyone so thoughtful and so...
Oh, nonsense, child. We're so happy to have you and so anxious for you to enjoy your stay. Of course, there isn't much to do here, except tonight we're bobbing for apples, and tomorrow the young folks have a treasure hunt, and Thursday's the charity bazaar. Then we rest up for a day. And the next day is New Year's. That's the big event. And this year we're having a real old-fashioned barn dance like the Hicks were supposed to be.
That's all there is. Farmers' wives don't die of boredom anymore. They die of heart failure.
I declare this is the best barn dance we've ever had.
Yes. Oh, they dance beautifully together, don't they?
It reminds me... What? Who?
Jack and Miss Leander. Like they were made for each other.
If you're hinting that John's in love with her, well, he isn't, Emmy.
Fiddlesticks, Lucy, fiddlesticks. She's in love with him, too.
I tell you they're not. You don't know anything about these things, Emmy.
Lucy Sargent, if you're referring to the fact that I never married, I'd like to point out that you don't have to be a horse to judge a horse show. If ever I saw 2 people in love...
They're not. They can't be. They just can't be.
Almost over, isn't it?
Yeah, just about. We'll be pulling out for New York in the morning.
And the 3rd will be one day nearer.
The 3rd?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you mean that 3rd?
When my case comes up again.
I hadn't thought of it.
I have. But you've all been so sweet no matter what happens after we get back. It won't matter so much. I'll have some wonderful memories.
So will I.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to wish you all a very happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Lee.
Happy New Year, Jack.
You know, it's an old-fashioned custom, but people always kiss each other. Well, at this time.
I know it.
Well, what am I waiting for?
I don't know. Why are you?
time's right early, children. You better get your sleep.
What time's breakfast, Aunt Emmy?
Time for you to leave early. What'll it be, flannel cakes or fried mush?
Well, how about it, Lee?
Oh, I think we'll ride better on the mush.
Fried mush, then. Good night, children.
Good night, Aunt Emmy. You sleepy?
Not very.
How about a good night cigarette?
Well, I'd love it. I'll meet you downstairs.
Swell. I'll be waiting for you.
Just a minute, Jack. I was just... Oh, Mrs. Sargent.
I'm sorry to disturb you, dear, but you'll be in such a rush in the morning.
Oh, no, you're not disturbing me. Come in.
Thank you. First of all, I want you to know how glad we've been to have you here, and how much I hope you've enjoyed your stay.
You'll never know how much.
And then, well, I want you to know how sorry I am that you're in trouble, and how much I hope it'll come out all right.
I didn't know you knew about that.
Oh, you poor child. You can be sure I never would have mentioned it now, only, well, has Jack ever told you anything about his childhood?
No, why?
We were very poor after my husband died. In fact, we had nothing. Jack had to do chores before school and after school, and then after chores, he studied in the evening so he could go to college. Then he had to work his way through college and through law school. Oh, I don't mean there's anything unusual about it, but I'm only trying to tell you that he worked very hard to get where he is. Very, very hard. And, well, he's my son, and I wouldn't want anything or anyone to spoil it for him now.
I see. But I don't see why anything should spoil it for him, do you?
He's in love with you.
Oh, no, he isn't in love with me. He's never had any more interest in me than, well, some panhandler he'd buy a meal for.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure.
He kissed you tonight.
Well, not exactly ugly. Oh, he might have had a little fever for me, but it isn't going any further, and it hasn't been any place either.
I see.
He's no fool. And even if he was, I wouldn't hurt him or you, Aunt Emmy, or even Willie.
Thank you, dear. And good night. But you do love him, don't you?
I'm afraid so.
I knew you did.
Lee? Lee?
Yes?
How about that good night cigarette?
No. No, thanks. I'm too sleepy.
Oh, okay. See you in the morning. Good night.
Good night. I'll see you in the morning.
The curtain falls on the second act of Remember the Night, with Barbara Stanwyck, Fred McMurray, Elizabeth Patterson, Beulah Bondi, and Sterling Holloway. Before our stars return in Act 3, let's hear from our studio reporter, Libby Collins.
Well, Mr. Roig, I'm much impressed with the young Warner Brothers star who's attracting a great deal of attention right now, Jane Wyman.
Oh, yes, Jane Wyman. Say, she did Warner Brothers proud in Brother Rat and a Baby. And let's see.
And in Angel from Texas, a new picture which will be out in a few weeks. Young Jane Wyman distinguished herself so in those two parts, Mr. Roig, that all the wise money in Hollywood is betting that she'll be one of the biggest stars in pictures in a year or two.
What's Jane like personally, Libby?
She's one of the all-round nicest girls I've ever met. And a regular dynamo of energy. In fact, her nickname at the studio is Dynamite.
That's interesting.
She's just been married to Ronald Reagan, who has a romantic interest in several pictures.
Yes, I remember that.
Incidentally, Jane is another of that army of models who've made good in pictures. She makes good use of that experience now by designing her own clothes. Do you know what a Hollywood makeup man told me about Jane Wyman?
No, what was it, Libby?
That she's one of the most naturally beautiful girls in Hollywood. And so I thought what she has to say about complexion beauty ought to be especially interesting.
Well, I think you're right about that, Libby. What does she say?
She says she thinks the most important single thing a girl can do for her complexion is to use Lux soap every night at bedtime for an active lather facial. Jane says she herself never misses out on this, no matter how tired she is. It only takes about 3 minutes, and she sleeps better because her conscience is clear. She knows she done right by her skin.
Thank you, Libby. It's evident that Jane Wyman is a clever little girl. She's not going to risk spoiling her complexion, the good looks that mean so much to her success, through carelessness. Now, what about your complexion? Is it as lovely as it ought to be? You'll find Lux Toilet Soap a wonderful beauty aid. You'll find, if you use it regularly, this soap with active lather really works. Now, perhaps without realizing it, you've been careless about removing stale cosmetics, dust, and dirt. And so your skin is, well, not what it might be. Why don't you make sure of thorough cleansing? Why don't you begin tonight to give your skin the gentle beauty care that Lux Toilet Soap's active lather gives? Take your first active lather facial tonight, and then keep it up for 30 days. See what it can do for you. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The curtain rises on the third act of Remember the Night. It's early the following morning. In the half-light, just before dawn, Jack and Lee are ready to leave for New York. As they come down the steps of the old house, Mrs. Sargent takes Lee aside.
Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye, Mrs. Sargent.
Remember, there's always a room upstairs for you, and we'll be only too glad to have you. That is, if everything turns out. I mean, of course it will.
I know it will.
And don't drive too fast, Jack Sargent. If you get tired, just drive into a field someplace and go to sleep.
No, thanks. Anyway, we're going up through Canada. I've never seen the place.
Canada? What are you talking about?
Oh, just a different way of getting there.
Well, whatever you do, John, take good care of yourself.
I will, Mother.
Bye, Jack.
Goodbye, Aunt Emmy. So long, Willie.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, dear. Let me hear from you often.
I will, Mother.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Miss Leanne.
Goodbye, Willie. Goodbye, all.
Hey, don't forget to write.
And don't you forget to chop some wood. Christmas is over.
Oh, ain't it the truth? Ain't it the truth?
What's the idea of stopping?
Lee, you know where we are?
Of course.
We're in Canada.
We should be. We crossed the border 3 hours ago.
No, you don't get it. Look, this is Canada. Over there's the United States. Stay here, Lee. Don't go back.
Oh, stop talking nonsense.
It isn't nonsense. I'm not a policeman. I can't make you go.
Is your conscience gnawing at you?
What do you think it was when I got bail for you?
Oh, that. That seems like 80 years ago. I didn't even know you were against me. Oh, I did know you were supposed to be trying to put me in jail or something, but... Oh, you were so gentle about it.
Yeah, that's part of the technique. If you don't treat a woman with kid gloves, every man in the jury wants to punch you in the nose. And you have to handle a jury with kid gloves, too. You'll get it right in the verdict. You know, it's very hard to put a woman in jail no matter what she's done. I'm supposed to be kind of a specialist at it.
No, you're not.
Sure I am.
You're just trying to make me hate you so you won't feel so bad when you give me the business, aren't you?
Look, are you going to stay in Canada?
A fine district attorney you are, telling me to jump bail.
You know I love you, don't you?
Don't say that.
And you love me.
No.
I suppose that's why you've looked at me the way you have, and kissed me the way you did. And why your hand has always found mine, and mine has always found yours whenever they were anywhere near each other.
Oh, Jack, don't be a fool. Look, I'm only human. But you've got to remember how hard you worked to get where you are. You've got to think of the hours and the days and the years you spent getting through college.
I see. Mother's been talking.
Well, why shouldn't she? She got everything to be proud of. And you've got to be proud and think about it, too, instead of telling people to jump bail
Lee.
and tell...
I love you, Lee.
Oh, Jack.
I love you.
Oh, darling, it'll be awfully hard to lose you.
You know what I wish?
What?
I wish the case was over and you'd been acquitted. And
Oh, then you shouldn't have had it postponed.
if I hadn't, I'd never have met you.
That's true.
So the case is dismissed and you've been acquitted.
Knock wood.
And I pull out a marriage license.
Oh, gee.
And we march right into the judge's chambers and have him marry us.
You know, you're talking like a madman, don't you?
Yeah, I guess so. Come on, let's go.
Jack, the courtroom's less than a block away. Or don't you care if the jury and the rest of them see you with me?
Oh, so I'm not good enough to be seen with you, huh? You don't love me anymore.
I never loved you.
Were you just toying with
Oh,
me?
shut up.
You'll have to develop more courtesy and respect for your future husband, or I shall fall back in strong measures. A woman, a dog, and a hickory tree, the better you beat 'em, the better they be.
Oh, quit it, will you?
All right. What?
I can't argue with you. Imagine being married to a man who argues for a living. But you know all this isn't right. Can't you see the papers? District attorney marries girl crook. I'd only hurt you, Jack.
But you won't be a crook. You'll be acquitted.
How do you know?
Well, I don't know, but I think you've got a good chance.
You wouldn't do anything to make them acquit me, would you?
What could I do?
I don't know, but you could throw the case if
Listen,
you...
you're being tried by a judge and a jury. It's up to them. They know the facts. They speak for themselves. There's nothing I can do about it, not a thing.
I hope there isn't. It would be a fine thing, wouldn't it?
Now, don't worry. Everything's going to come out all right. So long, darling. I'll see you in court.
You may proceed, Mr. Sergeant.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, well, if this jury will let me, they've been mumbling to themselves all morning.
I'll take care of the jury, Mr. Sergeant.
Thank you. Now, Miss Leander, I believe you have testified that you were hypnotized at the time you left the jewelry store and walked up Fifth Avenue. Didn't you? Did you or didn't you? Answer the question, Miss Leander.
Well, my lawyer said so.
Oh, your lawyer said so. Are we to understand, then, that you and your lawyer do not agree as to exactly what happened?
Don't answer that question. Object, if Your Honor, please. Question's entirely improper, and I ask it to be stricken from the record.
Sustained. The jury will disregard the question.
I was only trying... Your Honor, those jurors are at it again. If they'd listened to the testimony instead of whispering among themselves...
Proceed with the case, please.
You can't hear yourself think. Well, Miss Leander, were you hypnotized or weren't you?
I suppose...
We don't want your suppositions. We want to know whether or not you were hypnotized.
Yes.
Guess what?
I guess I was hypnotized.
You guess you were hypnotized. First you suppose you were hypnotized, now you guess you were. Kindly remember you're under oath. Do you know the penalty for perjury?
If Your Honor, please, I object.
Sustained.
Tell me, Miss Leander, just how many times have you been hypnotized by beautiful jewelry?
I guess quite a lot of times.
Did you hear by any chance Dr. Keimlitz's opinion concerning hypnotism? Well?
I'm trying to think.
You don't treat a woman with kid gloves, every man on the jury wants to punch you on the nose.
Oh,
Will the witness please answer my question? And will the juries please stop mumbling?
Jack, you...
You have to handle the jury with kid gloves, too. You'll get it right in the verdict.
He's my son.
All right, it's all right. Just take all the time you want, Miss Leander.
He's worked so hard. I wouldn't want anything to spoil it for him now.
Well, Miss Leander?
Oh.
Nothing must spoil it for him.
Well, Miss Leander, what is it? What is it?
Your Honor, I object to the tactics being pursued by the district attorney. He's harrying the defense.
No, wait. Wait, I want to plead guilty.
Your Honor, I don't believe this young woman is well. I request a 5-minute recess.
I want to plead guilty.
Your Honor, it must
please, it must be perfectly
Your Honor, a few
apparent
minutes
the
recess,
witnesses
please.
made
She's obviously
hysterical
not
by the
responsible
tactics
for
of
what
the
she's
district
saying.
attorney. I ask that Your Honor intercede in this matter.
Why do you wish to plead guilty?
Because I am guilty. You see, when you work hard for something and promises are made, you just can't toss it away, no matter what.
Your Honor, it must be perfectly clear now that this is not normal behavior.
Perfectly clear, of course. And the state has no desire to take advantage of a temporary aberration.
There isn't anything temporary about this. Your Honor, you can see that I'm in my right mind. I plead guilty.
You leave me no other alternative. The court at this time will fix next Friday, January 6th at 10 a.m. as day for passing sentence. The prisoner is remanded to the city jail The jury is dismissed.
Mr. Sargent, to see you, Miss Leander.
All right. This way, Mr. Sargent. 10 minutes.
Thanks.
Hello.
Do you realize what you've done?
Yes.
Do you realize it can't be undone?
Yes.
You understand there's no appeal, nothing but jail.
How long will I get?
Oh, how do I know? Maybe not very long, but if you'd kept your trap shut, you wouldn't be in here at all.
There wasn't anything else to do. You're so strong, and you argue so well, and I love you so much.
Yeah, you certainly proved that.
I'd always do what you wanted, even if it wasn't good for you. I'd never have a chance against you, and you'd never have a chance with me. Like just now when you were trying to lose the case. Oh, aren't you ashamed?
Oh, stop it. Oh, I know what you were trying to do. Save little Jackie's career from the bad, bad woman. Don't you think I'm the best judge of what's good for me and what I want most in this world?
No.
And while you were making your big gesture, did you stop to think how much you'd be hurting me? Do you think I'll stop loving you just because they lock you up with a bunch of hoodlums and hopheads for the next few years?
I'm not much better.
Well, you were good enough for me.
Will you come and see me sometime?
Come and see you. I'm going to send for the judge and marry you right this minute.
Oh, no. Thanks, but if you still wanted me afterwards, you'd be a sucker if you did, but if you did, it wouldn't be the same. I'd be all square, and you would have had plenty of time to think things over.
I don't have to think. I'll be waiting for you, Lee. No matter how long it is, I'll be waiting.
Jack, will you stand beside me and hold my hand when I'm sentenced?
You know I will.
Then I won't be afraid. It'll be kind of like a marriage at that, won't it? And the other part won't be so bad. Or so long. With your voice always in my ear. Your smile always before my eyes. And the feel of your hand always in mine.
Oh, Lee.
I love you so. I love you so.
Lee Leander and John Sargent will meet again in the not-too-distant future. Right now, we meet Barbara Stanwyck and Fred McMurray again as they take a curtain call.
CB, I think Fred ought to run for district attorney. A jury would be putty in his hands.
Oh, not me, Barbara. I'd be scared to death making speeches in front of a lot of people.
Oh, you'd get over that, Fred. There's a trick to it. You pick out one person in the audience and talk to him. Forget about the crowd.
Oh, that doesn't work, CB.
Oh, you can't be sure until you try.
I've tried it. You know, I used to play the saxophone in an orchestra.
Well, that's nothing to be ashamed of, Fred.
You never heard me play the saxophone. Well, what I was going to tell you was that whenever one of us did a solo, we had to stand up. But I couldn't do it because I was so scared my teeth chattered. You ever played the saxophone with your teeth chattering, CB?
Fred, I'm ashamed to say I've never played a saxophone. With or without my teeth chattering.
Well, somebody told me about that trick of looking at one person and forgetting about the crowd. So one night when my saxophone solo came along, I picked out a girl that was dancing just in front of the orchestra, and I played the saxophone right to her.
Did it work?
No, she stuck her tongue out at me. Guess she must have been a music lover.
Well, seriously, Fred, I enjoyed doing Remember the Night with you both for the screen and here in the Lux Radio Theater this week. And now I want to say just a word about Lux Soap. I think it's a grand complexion care. I wouldn't be surprised if I said something like that before, CB, but it's still true because I still use Lux Soap just as I have for years.
I'll never get tired of hearing you say that, Barbara.
What's the play for next week, CB?
Next Monday night, our play is the great motion picture hit, Love Affair. And our stars will be Irene Dunn and William Powell. Love Affair, produced by Leo McCary for RKO, is one of the finest love stories the screen has given us in many years. A drama that begins on shipboard and ends, well, I'll leave that for next Monday night, when we'll have William Powell and Irene Dunn as the lovers in our production of Love Affair.
I'll take 2 seats on the living room aisle for that one, C.B. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. The jury finds you both guilty of a great performance. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Irene Dunn and William Powell in Love Affair. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in tonight's play were Lou Merrill as O'Leary, Jack Carr as Rufus, John Fee as Judge, Edward Marr as Tom, Wally Mayer as District Attorney, Celeste Rush as Mother, Arthur Q. Bryan as Mike, Walter White as Clerk, Sidney Newman as Cassidy, Ann Lee as Secretary, and Warren Rock as a policeman. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Now, Frank Sinatra, transcribed.
It all started when I answered a Christmas ad for a department store. The ad said, young man of good character as auxiliary store detective and other duties, 2-week employment. So, next day I am an auxiliary shamus for Quackenbaum's department store. Kind of a high-class Fifth Avenue dispensary where for only $50 you can buy your girl a mink toothbrush. And for an extra $5,000 you can get her a coat to match.
This way, Mr.
Fortune, Rocky Fortune, Mr. Prim.
Yes. This is 5th floor, children's toys. Note, please, Santa's workshop and the enchanted igloo. This will be your post.
What do I do?
Just keep an eye on the merchandise. Quackenbaum's has had a good deal of shoplifting recently.
Yeah, especially in the jewelry department, eh?
We don't like to talk about that, Mr. Fortune.
Mister, it's been on the front page of all the newspapers for a week. $8,000 worth of pearls.
Wow. The thief will be apprehended in good time, have no fear. Well, I must get back to my office.
Just a minute, Mr. Prim.
Yes?
What happens if I see a gun?
A what?
A lifter, a thief.
Apprehend the criminal with the merchandise and bring both to my office behind the elevators. The name Lysander Prim is on the door.
Check.
Oh, and one other thing.
Yeah?
At lunch hour, you will relieve Santa Claus.
You mean put on a beard and everything?
Oh, it's just for half an hour. As a matter of fact, you start in exactly 5 minutes.
I'm not exactly built for this.
Neither is our present Santa. They're running thin this year. Just ask Big Elf to help stuff you.
Big Elf?
Santa's helper. The large fellow in the elf suit.
Oh, sure.
Good luck, Mr. Fortune. The honor of Quackenbaum's is in your hands.
At $44.50 a week, Mr. Quackenbaum is getting a bargain. Big Elf, whose name is Marty, weighs about 250. He helps me into Santa's suit, and I take over inside the magic igloo while Santa goes out for some chowder. I embarrass a couple of mothers by promising everything the kids ask for, and I'm really living it up, having the time of my life when a little girl about 6 comes in all by herself. She's a pretty little thing, too, with blue eyes and freckles. On one leg is a light steel brace. Jingle bells, jingle all, and that's what I want for Christmas. Well, hello, honey. You here all alone?
Yes, sir.
Well, what can I do for you?
I have a note for you.
A letter for old Santa, huh? Ho, let's have a look. Dear Santa, you know what we want for Christmas. We better get it or you'll never live to make those Christmas Eve deliveries. Signed, you know who. Well, did you write this letter yourself, honey?
No, sir. A man gave it to me.
What did he look like?
A big man with a black mustache. He gave me a nickel, too.
Heavy spender, huh? Honey, what's your name?
Gail. Gail Grayson.
And what would you like Santa to bring you for Christmas, Gail?
I'd like your elf.
You mean Big Bonehead out there?
Oh, no. Not the man in the elf suit. I mean the elf doll. The one with the red silk suit and the green hat.
Oh, well, that's pretty expensive, honey. Maybe your mommy and daddy can't afford it.
I don't have any mommy and daddy.
Oh. Well, you leave your name and address with Santa, and I'll see if we can't arrange for something. It might not be that same doll, but...
That's the one I want.
Yeah, I can see that. Well, look, Gail.
Gail?
Here, there you are. I told you to wait outside the man's office.
I wanted to talk to Santa about getting that elf doll.
Honey, I told you that doll cost too much.
Santa says maybe he can arrange something.
Santa's wrong. Look, mister, I just been seeing a man about trying to get a job in this place so we can afford to eat. I don't have money for expensive dolls.
Well, I'm sorry, miss.
Well, you've no business building up false hopes in children. They put so much faith in this.
Well, if you just let me explain...
Come around and explain Christmas Eve if you can.
Well, I'd like to, but I don't even know your name.
This is my sister Laura, and we live at 65 Bleakman Street, 5 flights up Santa.
Gail, for heaven's sake. Come along.
You won't forget the doll, will you, Santa? Please, please don't forget, please.
Lose a customer, Jack?
I'm afraid I lost a friend, too.
Cheer up. Maybe you won't live long, then you won't need a friend.
Why don't you just stick to being a big elf, huh, Marty?
Don't be a wise guy, Fortune.
Me? I'm never a smart aleck. By the way, how do they spell elf? O-A-F? After lunch, the real make-believe Santa Claus comes back, and I turn over the suit, beard, and stuffing. I'm glad to get back to being a store detective. A big elf is no pleasure to work with. I keep thinking of little Gail. Well, let's face it, I keep thinking of her big sister, who's got eyes like Dresden china and a figure like a Lamar's teapot. I wonder if I'm ever going to see her again. I don't have to wonder long, because right away things begin to happen.
Help! Don't be Santa! Santa!
All right, hold it.
Oh, let me go.
Take it easy. Well, Laura Grayson.
Who are you?
Santa Claus, remember? My name is Rocky Fortune. I'm also the store dick in this
Oh,
department.
Mr. Fortune, please. I don't know why. I took it.
Well, let's see what we've got here.
It's the elf doll. The one Gail wanted.
Oh, baby, if you're going to shoplift a doll, they got better ways worked out than just pick it up and run with it.
I had to take it. I couldn't disappoint her. I couldn't.
Yeah, I guess it was partly my fault.
I suppose you'll turn me over to the police now.
Well, hold it. Lady, this ain't for general publication. Between you and me, I'm the world's worst toy store detective. Too much larceny in my blood. So I'll just turn around for 20 or 30 minutes, and if you're not gone when I turn back, I'm going to put the pinch on you.
You're letting me go?
Please, let's not be vulgar.
Well, thank you, Rocky.
Hey.
What?
You forgot the doll.
But...
I was going to buy it for her anyway. Besides, I get it for only $3 because it's a display model. Now, beat it.
Oh, Rocky, I could kiss you.
Go ahead.
I will. Merry Christmas.
And a Happy New Year to you. Wow. The kid slips down the stairway with the elf doll, and I am still wearing a lipstick on my cheek, and Mr. Prim boils over. He looks so much like a clothing store dummy, we expect to find a price tag on him. Right behind him is Marty, the big oaf elf.
Mr. Fortune.
Oh, hi.
Where is she?
Where is who? Whom? He.
The dame who stole the doll from Santa's workshop.
Oh, you are a little elf, aren't you?
Mr. Marty here tells me he saw you catch her. Where is she?
Overpowered me. She must be a lady wrestler or something.
Mr. Fortune.
Tell you what, though, Mr. Prim, just to make everything okay, I'll pay for the doll.
What?
No kidding. You see, I know the young lady, and I was going to buy it for her anyway, so I...
Well, this is highly irregular.
Oh, come on, Mr. Prim. Think of how proud Mr. Quackenbaum will be when you tell him you unloaded that shop-worn display model. Huh?
Well, it's highly irregular, but go ahead. The sales clerk will make out the proper form.
Well, thanks, Mr. Prim. I'll do that.
Hey, Fortune.
Yeah.
What was the dame's name?
What's it to you?
Just curious, you know.
I know. Stay just as you are. After closing time, I go into the employee's dressing room for a quick wash-up and a change of linen. Place empties out when my pal, the store Santa, flops in after a hard day at the igloo. He takes off his red suit, and I see he's built like a Japanese wrestler with a nose like Rudolph the reindeer, only it ain't from drinking melted snow.
Well, good night, everybody.
Good night, Herm. Looks as if the detectives and the Santa Clauses are the late workers in this department, huh?
Yeah, just you and me now.
Just you, Santa. I'm blowing right now.
Just a minute.
Yeah?
That girl who stole the elf doll.
What about her?
Mr. Prim mentioned that you know her.
So?
I'd like to know her name.
You're the second guy in a half an hour. What is this?
Just what I said, Fortune. What's her name and where does she live?
Look, I know you've been making a list and checking it twice, Uncle, but just why do you want to know?
I had my eye on that elf doll myself for my kid. I'd like to get it for her.
They got brand new ones in stock.
I'm interested in that one. So the name, huh?
Sorry, Uncle.
Fortune. Maybe I don't make myself clear. I want that girl's name and address. I want it very bad.
You know you shouldn't use that tone of voice. You don't sound like you got the holiday spirit.
I'm going to use more than a tone of voice if you don't unclaim.
Sorry, Sam.
Okay, Fortune.
Okay, boy. You want to fight?
I'll fight. What's her name?
Why, you bitch, I'll punch you.
Gentlemen, please, just what is going on here?
Well, let Samson here tell you.
I was just showing Mr. Fortune here a couple of judo holds that might come in handy next time a young girl overpowers
This
him.
is not a gymnasium, gentlemen. I'll thank you to leave and report back promptly tomorrow morning. Good evening.
I managed to stagger out of my own power and head back to my flat. I figure I'll have some supper and then locate Laura Grayson for another look at that elf doll that everybody wants to get his hands on. Also, for another look at Laura Grayson. Yeah. I stopped to line my flu at a local cafeteria and go up to the flat. I walk in like I live there, which I do, and discover I have guests.
Hello, Rocky.
Well. Sergeant Hamilton J. Finger. If I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake with poison in it.
A cake with a file in it would be more useful where you're going, Rocky, my old pal.
You are referring to the House of Detention?
The same.
Well, sir, if my days as a processor serve me correctly, they make mention of a thing titled due process, which means you don't arrest a guy without you can make some kind of charge, right?
Right.
So?
So we would like to revolve the wheel of our conversation around the axle of your understanding down at the Irish Clubhouse.
Concerning?
Concerning a murder.
You said a murder?
Yeah.
Who?
Rocky. This is going to come as a shock to a naive young boy like yourself. But there ain't no Santa Claus.
How come?
How come? Because somebody stuck a knife in him. He's laying on his face over in Quackenbaum's department store. Let's go.
I spent the next few hours as a guest of the city in the squad room, or sweat box, as it is affectionately remembered by inmates of various steel academies in this state. And mine host is Sergeant Finger.
All right! Now for the last time. You had an argument with him, right?
He had one with me.
Okay. He socked you.
Yes.
You socked him.
Right.
You got interrupted.
Right.
You left.
Right.
Then you come back and stabbed him.
Wrong.
Okay. Let's have your story.
Somebody was after him, Sarge. I got a threatening note that was supposed to go to him.
Where is it?
Here.
This is kid stuff.
You ever hear of a kid threatening Santa Claus? Come on.
Okay. So it ain't kid stuff. Who sent it and why?
That's what the taxpayers hire you to figure out. Maybe it's got some connection with a jewel robbery.
What do you know about the jewel robbery?
Just what I read in the papers. Somebody snatched $8,000 worth of pearls.
You, maybe?
Don't be ridiculous. I wasn't even working there when it happened.
What makes you think it was an inside job?
The newspapers. They got the opinion from the police. You familiar with this organization?
Don't get funny.
Did it ever occur to you that maybe Santa Claus was in on that jewel job?
As a matter of fact, Rocky, the guy in that Santa Claus suit has a record as long as your arm. Only one thing is wrong.
Yeah?
We can't arrest him for his own murder.
So why pin it on me?
You're available. Also, whoever stabbed him was in on the inside. It happened after the store closed. Also, there's $8,000 worth of pearls floating around someplace and a reward for 1,000 to whoever finds them.
No kidding.
Yeah, you want to claim it? All you have to do is confess you killed a guy, turn in the pearls, collect the reward.
And go to the chair. I'll tell you what, Sarge. You do me a favor and I'll confess to the murder. The jewel robbery and all of the other old crimes you're too stupid to solve.
What's the favor?
Drop dead.
Rocky, someday, pow! Right in the toy department.
Come on, Finger. You know as well as I do I couldn't have done it.
What makes you think so?
That note the lieutenant handed you a few minutes ago. You checked my alibi, and I was feeding my face in the cafeteria when he got stabbed. So stop giving me the needle and let me go home.
Fortune, someday.
I know. Pow! Can I go now?
Don't you like it here?
It's great, but I got a date with a doll. Finger turns me loose, and I jockey my way right down to Laura Grayson's apartment in the cheap village flat. It's about 9 p.m. when I get my finger in the doorbell.
Just a moment. Rocky.
Hi. Can I come in a minute?
Of course.
Where's Gail?
Sleep. I hope so, anyway.
Listen, honey, I have to ask you something.
Well?
Have you got the doll?
Of course. Gail's so happy about it, she's ready to fly.
Look, I'll have to ask you for it back.
You what?
Well, I'll get another one to replace it, a brand new one, really. But right now, I got to have that one.
Sure, Rocky. Sure.
It sounds kind of funny, and I can't explain it now, but you tell the kid I'll get her another one, huh?
It isn't necessary, Rocky. Wait a minute, I'll get it for you. Here.
Thanks. I have to get back to the store. I'll call you tomorrow, maybe for dinner, huh?
Uh-huh.
Good night, Laura.
Good night, Rocky.
I knew what she was thinking, so I didn't try to make any excuses. I just took the doll and headed back to my flat to take a look inside. It was as empty as an eggshell in a fox farm. I was just reaching for the phone when it rang. Hello.
Rocky?
Yeah.
But this is Laura. Rocky, something terrible's happened.
What's wrong? What's the matter?
Well, just after you left, a man came, a big man with a black mustache, and he asked for the doll. Said he was from the department store police. I told him you'd taken it back to the store, and he left.
Well, what's so terrible?
Well, he must have awakened Gail, and she overheard it. Anyway, when I went into her room just now, she was gone. Rocky, I don't know what to do.
She heard you say I was taking a doll to the store?
Yes.
Maybe she's on her way over there now to try to get the doll back.
At this hour?
Honey, 6-year-old kids don't know from the wages and hours law. Look, I'll take a run over there just in case she shows up. You notify the police and meet me. I stuffed the kid's doll in my overcoat pocket and flagged a cab over to Quackenbaum's department store. There's no sign of the kid out front, so I leg it around to the delivery entrance. No sign. I decided to check inside and show my pass to the night watchman at the entrance.
Hold it, mister.
Hiya, Pop. I work here.
Let's see your card.
Here, right here.
Yeah, store dick, huh?
That's right, Pop. Now, listen, I'm looking for a little girl about 7 years old. Wears a brace on one foot. You seen her?
What would a kid like that be doing here after hours?
Her mother thinks she got lost in the store.
Oh. Well, I only been on a couple of minutes. I ain't seen her.
I'm going up to check the toy department on 5. You keep an eye out, will you? If she comes along, send her up to 5. I'll be waiting.
Okay. I'll keep watch, Fair.
Thanks. I go up to the toy department. In the darkness, it looks as eerie as a graveyard on Halloween. I figure maybe Gail managed to slip in past the watchman, so I give a yell. Gail! I want to scare myself to death. What's that?
Nobody here but us toys, boss. Get 'em up, Fortune.
I assume that ain't a lollipop stick in my spine.
That's right, smart boy. Step over here in the light.
So what do I owe the pleasure?
Just a little shopping trip. I'm looking for a doll.
You don't say.
I do. So hand it over.
Help yourself. It's in the coat pocket.
Toss it here.
There.
Now stand still while I have a look inside. Okay, wise guy, where's the stuff?
Stuff?
Don't play dumb. With $8,000 worth of pearls from last week's job inside this doll, where are they?
Search me, pal. Maybe you got the wrong doll.
I got the right doll, Buster.
What makes you so sure?
Santa Claus stole me. Before he died.
Looks like you and Santa Claus were in on that robbery.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Until he tried to double-cross me.
What happened?
I heisted this stuff and gave it to Santa Claus to hide. He hid it so good I couldn't find it. He wasn't going to tell me where it was until I gave him more than half. Only I changed his mind for him.
Yeah, with a 4-inch blade.
Uh-huh. You should be a store detective. You're real smart.
I take it the stuff was in the doll.
That's right, Rocky. Only it ain't there now. And you had that doll.
Which means?
Unless you unclam, I may have to give you the same treatment I gave Santa Claus.
I'm telling you, the pearls were gone when I got that doll home.
And I'm telling you, if they were gone, it's because you took them.
I don't have them. Sue me.
Rocky, old man, it's Christmas time and goodwill to men and all that, and I hate to knock off 2 guys in the same day. But if you don't spill them pearls in 5 seconds, I'm going to put lead in your brain. Now, where are they?
I don't know.
1, 2, 3, 4. What the...
Gail, hi.
Come back here, Fortune.
Here's a football for Christmas, boy.
I let Big Elf have it in a puss with a football from the toy counter and grab the kid. We duck into the maze of counters and crawl along until we get behind some packing crates. Marty's cursing and looking for it. And he's still got a gun, too.
Rocky, I had to find you alone.
Don't let him hear us. Crawl into this packing case.
Rocky, I'm scared.
Do as I say.
Okay, Rocky.
Fortune? It's no use, Fortune. I'm going to find you, and when I do... Come on out, Fortune. Come on out.
I'm scared.
So am I, kid. We got to do something. But let's see what they got in these boxes. Mighty Mike mechanical police car. Oh, there's a big help. Hey.
What?
Let me have one of those.
Here. What are you going to do, Rocky?
You'll see.
I'm coming, Fortune.
Look out, Marty.
What's that?
It's 2 shots. He's got a revolver that holds 6. 4 to go. Let's see now.
There's something, Rocky. Super rocket ship.
Fine. Let's try this on. Ready? Go.
Fortune, are you crazy? I'm going to get you.
2 of 5. One more. What's in that box?
There's a atomic blaster, junior space cadet size.
Why not? Let's try it.
I hear you, Fortune. I hear you now.
Try this, Crunch. You missed, Marty. That's pretty bad shooting.
Maybe, punk, but this ain't going to be. What's it?
Those things got to be loaded before you can shoot them, Marty, remember?
You dirty...
There's something else for Christmas. My gift to Santa's helper was a Louisville slugger right on top of the noggin. And just as he went out, the lights went on. Suddenly the place was crawling with humanity.
Rocky. Gail, are you all right?
We're fine, baby. Well, look who's here, late as usual.
No wisecracks. This the missing kid, lady?
Yes, officer. Thank you.
Who's the stiff?
This is the bum who killed Santa Claus.
Boy, you should have seen Rocky beat him with that bat.
By the way, Gail, where's the stuff that was inside the doll?
You mean the pretty marbles? I thought they came inside the doll, Rocky. It was a sort of surprise.
Some surprise. Do you have them?
I think so. In my pocket someplace. Oh, here they are.
Sergeant? Here you are, sir. Just in case you ain't got all your marbles.
Marbles? Hey, those are the pearls that were heisted last week.
He's got a magnificent mind, this Sergeant Finger, doesn't he? Gail, I'm sorry about the doll, honey, but unless I'm mistaken, you got about a $1,000 reward coming for this stuff.
$1,000? Rocky, it's too good to be true. I must be dreaming.
Want me to pinch you?
Couldn't you just kiss me instead?
Why not? Yeah. Merry Christmas.
Happy New Year.
Yeah.
NBC has presented Frank Sinatra as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune. Others in tonight's cast included Ted Von Eltz, Mary McGovern, Kay Stewart, Frank Gerstle, Jim Nusser, Barney Phillips, Bill Justine. Tonight's script was written by George Lafferts. Andrew C. Love directed. And now, to tell you about next week's adventure, here's Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Next week, I managed to get involved in a fixed fight. Some gamblers want me to stay down for the long count, from here to eternity. Tune in and I'll tell you all about it. Till then, I'll see you around.
Visit with Fibber McGee and Molly tonight on the NBC Radio Network.
We present Bernard Horsfall as Harry Lawson and Geoffrey Banks as Professor von Hardwig in A Journey to the Center of the Earth, the novel by Jules Verne, adapted for radio in 8 parts by Howard Jones. Part 3, Lost.
Yes, my name is Harry Lawson. I am a nephew by marriage to that celebrated, brilliant, eccentric German scientist, Professor von Hardwig. It was he who planned our unforgettable journey, a journey to the center of the earth. But I, in a sense, was responsible for it, for I hit upon the clue which enabled us to decipher some runic writing on an ancient parchment. It was the writing of one Arne Saknussemm, an Icelandic alchemist of the 16th century. And he told how he had journeyed to the center of the earth by descending the crater of the volcano Snæfellsnes in Iceland. My uncle was determined that we should follow in Saknussemm's footsteps. So, with our faithful Icelandic guide, Hans Bjelke, we descended the crater of Snæfellsnes. Presently, we reached a spot where 4 subterranean galleries opened up before us. My uncle chose to follow the eastern gallery. We marched for days and days. Our water supplies were exhausted. At last, we ran up against a solid wall of rock. We had followed the wrong road. We turned back on a nightmare march, during which I became delirious with thirst. We reached the junction of the galleries, where it seemed we were doomed to die. But Hans, exploring a little on his own account, heard the rush of water beyond a granite wall. With his crowbar, he hacked at the wall. He had been at work an hour, and I was wild with impatience. I am sure my uncle was thinking of more violent measures. He had, in fact, just taken hold of a crowbar when...
Water, master! Here is much water! My clever, faithful Hans! Hey, water! Water!
Give me some!
No! Do not touch!
What do you mean, do not touch?
My hands! See, they are scalded! This water is boiling!
Boiling? Then we can't drink it!
Let us wait a little. It will soon get cool.
The tunnel began to be filled by clouds of vapor, and a small stream trickled away from us towards the depths of the earth. In a short time, it was sufficiently cool to drink, and we gulped it down in great mouthfuls. I remarked that it tasted of iron.
Yes, indeed, my boy. An excellent tonic for the stomach. Hans can congratulate himself on a rare discovery. What do you say, Harry, to naming this stream after Hans? It is the usual custom with explorers.
Of course.
Agreed, then. This stream henceforth shall be known as the Hansbach. Does this please you, Hans?
I thank you, master. It seems a pity to let all this lovely water run to waste. I think first we should fill the goatskin and our gourds.
Oh, yes. I have done this.
Good. Then we should dam up the stream. Can you stop up the hole, Hans?
I will see. But it is hot. Very hot. No, wait. When we have drunk all the water in the goatskin and the gourd, are we certain that we can refill them? Well, are we, Harry?
Now that you mention it.
Let the water run away, I say. It is inexhaustible. Also, it will follow naturally the road to the center of the earth. It will serve to guide and refresh us on our way.
You're right, Uncle, and with this stream always beside us, we're bound to succeed. Let's push on.
Oh, have you forgotten that it's night time? First we must sleep. And then, as you say, Harry, let us push on.
We resumed our march on the following day at 8 in the morning. The granite tunnel, with its sinuous and winding way and its occasional sharp turns, had all the appearance of a labyrinth. Its direction, however, was generally towards the southeast. All the time, the stream flowed quietly at our feet. My uncle began to complain of the horizontal nature of the road. Our calculations showed a fall of about only 2 inches in every furlong. But this did not seem important to me. So long as the road led towards the center of the earth, there was no reason to complain. Besides, we had no choice. On the evening of Friday, the 10th of July, our calculations showed us to be some 30 leagues southeast of Reykjavik, and about 2.5 leagues beneath the surface. Hans, who was leading, suddenly gave a warning cry.
Beware! Take care there! Take great care! What is the matter? A hole! Right here. Right under my feet.
A horrible well!
A beautiful well. Oh, it makes you dizzy to look down. Eh, Harry? Yes. Yes, this will take us down quickly. And it will take us a very long way. It is a veritable staircase.
A staircase? We can't get down there.
They have plenty of ropes. Have we not, Hans?
Plenty. I have them all here in my pack. Not one is lost.
Splendid. But why do we delay with talk? Let us go down.
The well into which we descended was a narrow opening known as a fissure. We were, in fact, descending a kind of a spiral staircase. Down, down, down. It was exhausting work, and we were compelled to rest every quarter of an hour on some projecting rock or ledge. All the while, the Hansbach fell beside us in a cascade. For 2 whole days, we followed the staircase down, penetrating 2 leagues deeper into the crust of the earth. On the 3rd day, however, at about 12 o'clock, the fissure suddenly assumed a gentler slope, still tending in a southeasterly direction. The road became comparatively easy, and at the same time, dreadfully monotonous. It would have been difficult for matters to have turned out otherwise. Our journey had no chance of being diversified by landscape and scenery. We pushed on steadily. 3 days later, on Saturday, the 18th of July, we reached a kind of vast grotto. My uncle paid Hans his wages, his usual 3 rix dollars, and declared the next day a day of rest. On Sunday morning, after breakfast, he decided to put his scientific notes and calculations in order.
Yes, when we return to the surface, I shall want to make a map of our journey. It would not be too difficult. I have noted with the greatest care the angles and slopes we have followed. Hans, take the compass. Tell me how it indicates.
It points east, 1/4 southeast.
So, excellent. I calculate we have traveled 250 miles from our point of departure.
That means that the Atlantic Ocean is over our heads.
Certainly.
At this very moment, perhaps storms are raging above us. Men and ships are battling with high winds. Perhaps whales are up there, playing in shoals, thrashing our roofs.
Possibly. But don't worry. There's no danger of them breaking through. But let's get back to our calculations. We are 250 miles southeast of Sneffels. And according to my previous notes, we have come 16 leagues in a downward direction.
16 leagues? 50 miles into the earth?
I'm sure of it.
50 miles down? That's the limit allowed by science for the thickness of the Earth's crust.
I agree.
And according to all known laws on the increase of heat, the deeper you penetrate, there should be here a temperature of, let me see now. Yes, a temperature of 1,500 degrees on the Rheomer scale. In which case, these granite walls all about us shouldn't be here at all. They should be in a molten state.
So, do you see, my boy? Facts are very stubborn things and overrule all theories. Hans, what temperature does the thermometer indicate on the Rheomer scale?
He indicates... wait, please. He indicates 27 6/10 degrees.
Yeah, so science is wrong by 1,474 degrees and 4/10 of a degree. Harry, your great Sir Humphrey Davy, who repudiates the central heat theory, here shines forth in all his glory. He is right, and I have done well to believe in him. Eh, Harry?
Your calculations lead me to a stupendous conclusion, Uncle.
Then what is that?
Look at it in this way. From this spot where we are now to the center of the Earth is about 1,583 leagues.
1,583 and a quarter.
We'll call it 1,600 in round numbers. Now, out of a journey of 1,600 leagues, we have completed 16.
What then?
Hans, how long has our journey occupied us so far?
It is 20 days.
You're sure of that?
Oh, yes, I'm sure. It is exactly 20 days.
Uncle, you hear that? Exactly 20 days to complete 100th part of our journey. If we go on at this rate, we shall be journeying on for 2,000 days, 5.5 years. To descend 16 leagues, we have made a horizontal journey of 85 leagues, so that we shall have to go about 8,000 leagues.
No, you and your calculations. How do you know that this road will not carry us directly and quickly to our journey's end? Besides, what I have undertaken to do, and never has done before me.
Arne Saknussemm?
Yes, the great Arne Saknussemm. Why should not we be equally successful?
I hope we shall, Uncle, but still, if I may be allowed to suggest...
You are allowed to hold your tongue. And you talk so stupidly.
I was only pointing out...
My boy, whatever objections you raised, whatever fine theories you put forward, we shall go on. Hans,
Yes, master.
We shall go on, shall we not?
We shall go on, if you say so, master.
I do say so. So there you are, my boy. We shall go on. We shall go on.
For several days thereafter, the slopes ahead of us became steeper. Some were frightful, almost vertical. And it seemed that we were forever going down through the solid rock. On some days we descended 1.5 leagues and even 2 leagues, that is 6 towards the center of the earth. These descents were sufficiently perilous, and as we made them, we learned to appreciate to the full the marvelous coolness of our guide. This grave and dispassionate Icelander had become devoted to us, and he got us over many a dangerous situation where, but for him, our little expedition must have foundered. During the 2 weeks following our last conversation, there occurred nothing worthy of record. But the next event, which I must relate, is indeed quite fearful. And even now, the memory of it makes me tremble and my heart to falter. Our constant and successive descents had taken us quite 30 leagues into the earth. That is to say, that there were above us nearly 100 miles of rocks, oceans, continents, and towns. In a horizontal direction, we were about 200 leagues southeast of Iceland. The 7th of August. On that unforgettable day, the tunnel had taken an almost level course. I was walking in front. My uncle had charge of one of the Ruhmkorff coils. I had the other. By means of its light, I was examining the different layers of granite. Presently, I halted and turned round. Uncle? I had been completely absorbed in my engrossing occupation and had failed to notice. I was alone. Uncle? No reply. I've certainly been walking too fast, or perhaps the others have stopped to rest. Well, the best thing I can do is to go back and find them. I must have walked back for at least a quarter of an hour. Not a living soul. Uncle! 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 No reply. My voice was lost in the myriad cavernous echoes it aroused. For the first time, I began to feel seriously alarmed. A shiver ran through my body. I broke out in a sweat. Keep calm. I must keep calm. I shall find them all right. Of course I shall. There can't be 2 roads to the center of the earth. It's certain that I'm a long way ahead of them. All I have to do is to go back and find them. I ascended the tunnel for half an hour. I couldn't make up my mind whether or not I recognized certain markings and projections on the walls. Every now and again I paused and listened in case my uncle and Hans were calling, knowing well that in that still atmosphere I should hear them a long way off. But no, there was nothing to be heard. Nothing in all that immense gallery except the echoes of my own footsteps. At last I stopped. Even now I could scarcely believe that I was lost. I was quite willing to think that I had made a mistake, but not that I was lost. If I had made some silly mistake, then surely I should find my way back to my companions. But if I was really lost... No, I would not think of it. I said to myself, "Buck up, now it's all right. Since there's only one road to be followed, they must come by it, and we shall meet. All I have to do is to go back up the slope. Just a minute, though. It's possible that having missed me, they, too, may have started to search for me. In that case, I must make haste, and I shall catch up with them. Of course I shall catch up with them. There's no doubt about it." But I was by no means convinced of what I said. And as I stood pondering, another fearful doubt assailed me. Was I, after all, really ahead of the others? Well, yes, of course I was. Hans was certainly following behind me, preceded by my uncle. Why, I perfectly recalled how Hans had stopped for a moment to adjust the baggage on his shoulders. It's a trifling detail, but I recalled it clearly. And then I thought, there's another sure means of not losing my way. There's a thread to guide me through all this twisting passage. The Hansbach, our faithful little stream. Come along now, I said. Be on your way. Catch up with them. This wonderful little spring, our little river, which had spared us from thirst for so long, would now lead me straight back onto the right road. But first I thought I would refresh myself with a wash. I stopped to plunge my hands into the waters of the Hansbach stream. But there was no Hansbach stream. There was only the hard and dusty road of granite. No words can describe the despair that seized me. I went down on hands and knees, feeling the hard and arid floor. No stream, not the slightest trace of dampness. "Uncle!" I was lost, and I was powerless to help myself. Kneeling there, I asked for heaven's help, little as I had a right to be remembered by God. I prayed earnestly and sincerely. I felt calmer after that. I remembered I had with me provisions for 3 days. I remembered that my water gourd was quite full. I must not give up. I must try to find my companions. Which way should I go? Up the slope? Or down? I would go on up the slope, I decided. In that direction, I should eventually reach the point where I had lost the stream. Once there, I could regain the crater of Mount Sneffels. Why hadn't I thought of this before? I had a bite of food and a drink and started on the ascent of the gallery. An hour had passed. I tried to recall the shape of the tunnel to persuade myself that I had come this way before. But I could recognize nothing. And then I stumbled against something solid. Impossible rock. This was the end of the passage. It was a mere blind alley. My last hope was now gone. I was lost in this vast labyrinth without a guide, without a clue, without a compass. When I stumbled, I had damaged my lamp, and I had no means of repairing it. Its light was already becoming fainter. Soon it would go out altogether. I seemed to see a procession of shadows flickering over the granite wall, and I scarcely dared to lower my eyes, fearing to lose this last precious glimmer of light. I completely lost my head. I rose, hammering my fists in despair against the cold stone wall. Madness must have seized me. I knew not what I did. I began to run, rushing willy-nilly in this inextricable labyrinth, tearing down the slope like some crazed inhabitant of the underworld, screaming, roaring, howling, bruised by the projecting rocks, falling and getting up and falling. Where was I going? I did not know. Hours passed, perhaps many. At last, my strength exhausted, I dropped senseless to the floor. When at last I opened my eyes, my face was wet with tears. How long I had lain there, I did not know. I had no means of knowing. I was alone. Alone. Never since the creation of the world had there been such solitude as mine. Overcome with pain and grief, I crouched against the granite wall, endeavoring to compose my mind. Faintness came upon me again, and I thought this must be the of death. Then, suddenly there reached my ears a confusion of sound, like a distant rumbling of thunder. And in it, resounding far, far off, voices. What was it? I listened. A quarter of an hour passed. All about me was so silent that I could hear the throbbing of my own heart. And thus I waited, strangely hopeful. Then, by accident, my ear brushed against the wall, and I appeared to hear the faintest echo of a sound, as if I was listening to vague and incoherent voices. I cried aloud, "It can't be, it isn't true, it's delirium. I'm imagining it." But I listened all the more intently. Now I convinced myself that I heard human voices. I could make out no meaning, no sense in what I heard, but somewhere somebody was speaking. I felt sure of it. Could it be myself? Could it be that my own words were echoing back to me? I bit my lips and again put my ear to the wall. Yes, it was the sound of human voices. So now I dragged myself along the sides of the tunnel until I reached a point where I could hear more distinctly. Even so, I could only distinguish strange and uncertain words which, for me, had no meaning. Words whispered, as it were, far, far away. And at last I made out a word. For Laura? What did it mean? I didn't know. I didn't care. It was Danish. It must be either my uncle or Hans who was speaking. I yelled at the top of my voice, "Help! Help!" Then I listened, scarcely daring to breathe. I listened for the slightest sound, a cry, a sigh, a question. But no, all was silence. And now I began to fear that my voice was so weak that my companions who were in search of me would never hear me. It must be they, it must! What other men can be buried down here, 100 miles under the surface of the earth? Then again I listened. I moved my ear over to the wall and found a spot where the voices appeared to be at their loudest. And I heard, too, a noise like the rolling of distant thunder. Now, at last, I understood what was happening. These sounds were not reaching me through the solid mass of granite. They were coming along the gallery itself. The place where I lay had some peculiar acoustic property of its own. A whispering gallery. I heard my own name distinctly pronounced, cast, as it were, into space. It was my uncle, the professor, who was speaking. It was clear that shouting would not help me. In order to make myself heard, I, too, must speak along the wall of the gallery, which would carry my voice as effectively as a wire carries electricity from one place to another. But there was no time to lose. If my companions were to move only a few feet from where they now stood, there would be no acoustic effect, no whispering gallery. I put my lips to the wall, and I said as clearly and as distinctly as I could, "Uncle! Speak!" I waited. I knew that sound did not travel very fast. And besides, I thought the density of the air at this great depth could only tend to slow it down. I waited. Many seconds passed. Seconds which to my distracted mind appeared an eternity. And then... Uncle!
That was the third installment of A Journey to the Center of the Earth, adapted by Howard Jones from the novel by Jules Verne. The cast was as follows. Harry Lawson was played by Bernard Horsfall, Professor von Hartwig by Geoffrey Banks, and Hans Bielke by John Daglish. It was produced in the north of England by Trevor Hill. Next Thursday, at 5:25 in story time, you'll be able to hear the fourth installment of A Journey to the Center of the Earth. And this is called The Central Sea.
From South Bend, Indiana, Minneapolis, Minnesota, and New York City, New York, the National Broadcasting Company presents the College Quiz Bowl. Here again transcribed is the All-American Quiz Game, which pits against each other the varsity scholars of two great American colleges in the College Quiz Bowl. Tonight we'll hear the University of Minnesota, Quiz Bowl winner for 6 consecutive weeks, on the air from Minneapolis to defend its title against the challenging varsity scholars of Notre Dame University, broadcasting from South Bend, Indiana. And here in Radio City, New York, is your master of the quiz, Alan Ludden.
Hello there, everybody. It's good to have you with us. We're ready to go with another intercollegiate battle of the brains. Tonight, Notre Dame tackles an assignment which has proved to be too much for Northwestern, Radcliffe, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Illinois, and NYU. They're out to beat Minnesota. And Notre Dame might do it. On the other hand, with 6 scalps already tucked under their belts, the Gophers are confident they can outfight the Fighting Irish. Well, we'll know the outcome in 30 minutes, but now, let's get out to the Minnesota team at Minnesota campus and meet the Minnesota team. With them to serve once again as the Minnesota referee is Ben Layton of station KSTP in Minneapolis. Are you there, Ben?
Right here, Alan, and all set to introduce the Minnesota team, which will be gunning for victory number 7. Here they are.
Tom Clayton, Winona, Minnesota.
Roger Feinstein, Pelham, New York.
Colleen Helgeson, Excelsior, Minnesota.
And Jack Davies, Coleraine, Minnesota.
Yay! Rah-rah! Gophers! Okay, and we've met the Minnesota team. Now let's skip down to the Notre Dame campus in South Bend, where Charles Chan of NBC Chicago is on hand to act as referee for the Notre Dame team. How are you, Chan?
Well, Alan, I came out here with laryngitis, but I feel better since meeting these Notre Dame representatives in the Quiz Bowl. Somebody's got to wallop that Minnesota team, and here to introduce themselves are the Notre Dame students I think can do it.
Tom Calder, Worcester, Massachusetts.
Joe Imbriaco, Elizabeth, New Jersey.
Dave Burrell, Akron, Ohio.
And John Griffin, Salem, Massachusetts.
Okay, Howard Reed, we've met both teams. Now, before we get started, will you give us the rules in this battle of wits?
Right, Alan? Well, the quiz is set up to determine how much these varsity scholars know and how quickly they can call upon their knowledge. And so we have toss-up questions. This is the way they work. Alan Ludden asks a question, and the first team to signal it has the answer gets a chance to answer. When Notre Dame signals, you'll hear. When Minnesota signals, you'll hear. By means of a special electronic selector, the team which signals first, even by a split second, activates its light here on the board in front of Alan and makes it impossible for the other team's light to flash. Now, if the team winning a chance at the toss-up question gives a wrong answer, the question goes to the other team. And whichever team gives the right answer gets a bonus question. Each question is worth a designated number of points, and the team with the most points at the end of the game is the winner and returns next week to defend its title in the College Quiz Bowl. Well, that's the way the game is played, so let's play it.
Okay, and that's the opening whistle, and here's the first toss-up question. Before I read it, may I remind you that if you get a chance, if you win the toss-up, you'll get a chance at a 20-point bonus. All right, here is the first toss-up question. We're going to give you 10 points. If you can name the mythical kingdom in which horses were kings and yahoos were slaves. Notre Dame.
Dave Burrell.
Prester John.
Can you take it, Minnesota?
Yes, Tom Clayton.
Brobdingnag.
I'm sorry, you were near Minnesota, but not right. It was from Gulliver's Travels, but it was from the mythical kingdom was the Winnims. Remember the Winnims? Supposed to pronounce it like you do a horse's whinny, I think. Okay, here's another toss-up question. See if you can get this. The 20-point bonus is still coming up. Tell us for 10 points, when is the next leap year? Minnesota.
Jack Davies has his hand up.
1956.
Right, Minnesota, and you win a chance now at a 20-point bonus. For 20 points, anybody on the Minnesota team, tell us, in the solar system, which planet is the furthest from both the sun and the earth?
Pluto.
Pluto. Everybody on the Minnesota team knows that. You're right for 20 points. Okay, coming up next is a 30-point bonus, so on your toes, Notre Dame, Minnesota. Here we go. Here's your toss-up. For 10 points, tell us, what poet wouldn't think of taking his girl out without bringing his lunch along? Oh, nobody's going to take this? I'll take it. Omar Khayyam. A loaf of bread, a jug of wine, and thou from the Rubaiyat. Okay, here we go with another toss-up on your toes. Tell us for 10 points why the following numbers made headlines recently. 275 against 244. Minnesota.
Tom Clayton.
It was the vote by which the president's policy in France was approved, the vote of confidence.
That's right. Premier Laniel was given his vote of confidence by that. Okay. You have a chance now to 30-point bonus, Minnesota. Now, history and literature are full of allusions to brave men and gallant ships. Now, for 5 points each, you are to name the famous and in some cases infamous commanders of the following celebrated ships. You get 5 points each time. Let's go. Anybody on the Minnesota team, and let's go fast. Commander of the Half Moon.
Hudson.
Right. The commander of the Cane. Captain Queeg. All right. The commander of Bono.
We got that, didn't we? Roger said it.
Oh, did you hear it? I didn't hear it, and I was too late.
I said it just as you were saying.
Oh, okay. Mr. McGregor says okay. We'll accept it for 5 points. The Bonhomme Richard.
John Paul Jones.
Right for 5 points. The Flying Enterprise.
Captain
Kurt Carlson.
That's right for 5 points. The Victory. The Victory.
Nelson.
Right for 5 points. Almost. Man. The wooden shoe which had 3 commanders.
Lincoln, Blinken, and Nod.
Right for 5 points, Minnesota. Well, what do you know? Now, before we move along to another toss-up question, let's find out what the stakes are in this quiz game. Howard Queeg?
Well, each week, NBC will award to the school of the winning team a $500 gift to be administered by the college. It may go to a scholarship fund or to a campus activity. And each member of the losing team will receive an attractive, dependable Whitnor wristwatch, a distinguished member of the Longines Whitnor family of fine watches, since 1866 maker of watches of the highest character. Those are the stakes, and now with the score Minnesota 70, Notre Dame 0, we go back to a toss-up question. Remember, the team answering it correctly gets a chance at a bonus question. Alan Queeg.
Thank you, Howard Breed. Okay, here is your toss-up question. Now, on your toes. In the woods of Powhatan, a princess used her royal prerogatives to save the life of a captain. For 10 points, name the princess. Minnesota.
Colleen Helgeson has her hand up.
Okay, Colleen.
Pocahontas.
Pocahontas, right for 10 points. And Colleen, you won a chance at a 25-point bonus question for the Minnesota team. Now, here it is. The first, 4th, and 24th letter in the alphabet, along with the numeral 2, has caused quite a lot of controversy in scientific circles and some embarrassment to the Republican administration of late. Now, you're going to get 25 points if you can tell us what these 3 letters and numbers stand for and what's the controversy. Anybody on the Minnesota team?
It was ADX. I forget that last number.
Well, the number...
ADX4.
ADX2, that was in the question.
And it was a battery additive.
Yeah?
And the government was buying it, and I think the Bureau of Standards or some government bureau that checks up on the value of...
The Commerce Department, Secretary Weeks.
Yeah.
Yes, well, it was under the Commerce Department.
Yeah.
And the head of this Bureau of Standards, who goes about seeing if it's worthwhile, said that it wasn't worthwhile. And its manufacturer said it was, and I think Senator Thigh from Minnesota says that American businessmen who are using this know that it's good, and therefore it must be good.
Yeah. So what was the outcome? The latest outcome?
They found out that it really wasn't good.
Yes.
And it was quite useless. And it didn't help the batteries at all. And
all right. I think you've got the controversy pretty well outlined. Aston was reinstated after this latest finding. You did then understand that the first, fourth, and 24th letter of the alphabet along with the numeral 2 referred to the ADX2 battery controversy, okay? And for doing that, Minnesota got 25 points. Okay, here we go back to a toss-up question. Are you ready, Notre Dame?
We're ready.
Are you on your toes? Because here we go. Don't answer that question. For 10 points, what famous Reformation priest-turned-family man wrote the children's Christmas carol, Away in the Manger? Sorry, you answered before I finished the question. You pushed the button, and so I will disqualify the question. It was, of course, Martin Luther who wrote Away in the Manger. Here's another toss-up question. Men have often been made to look like monkeys. Now, for 10 points, how recently did the reverse of this make news? Minnesota.
Tom Clayton.
The Piltdown skull found in England was found to be almost a counterfeit. Only the cranium was actually belonged to prehistoric man. The rest of it belonged to a modern ape.
You put your finger right on it, Tom Clayton, for 10 points. And for doing so, Tom Clayton, you won Minnesota a chance at a 30-point musical bonus question. Now we're going to play 3 musical numbers which mention exact times of day in their titles. For 10 points each, what time is mentioned in the following titles? First.
I think it's the 1 o'clock jump.
No. Just keep playing it. High noon?
High noon, right for 10 points. Okay, here we go. What time of day is mentioned in this title?
3 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, well, thank you for getting that one. Okay, now what time of day is mentioned in this one?
That's the 1 o'clock jump?
That's the 1 o'clock jump. I had an awful time there not saying you think it was. Okay, here we go back to a toss-up question. Are you ready, Notre Dame?
Ready.
All right, here we go. During World War I, a man called Nicky sent a lot of telegrams to a man called Willie. For 10 points, who were Willie and Nicky? Minnesota.
Roger Feinstein.
Nicholas was the Tsar of Russia, and Wilhelm was the Emperor of Germany.
Kaiser Wilhelm of Germany. You're right for 10 points. And for getting it right, Minnesota, you've got a chance at a 20-point bonus. 20 points if you can identify the U.S. Air Force Base, which bears the name given by ancient geographers to the northernmost part of the habitable world. You know it? The Air Force Base, which has the same name as the name the ancient geographers used to call the northernmost part of the habitable world.
They haven't heard that it was reduced from top secret yet.
Well, you will when I tell you. It's Thule, Greenland. And you may remember that Ultima Thule means end of the world in Latin. Okay, let's go back to a toss-up question. For 10 points, tell us the names of the couple in the famous opera who were married as a result of a singing contest. Notre Dame.
Joe Imbriaco.
In a Meistersinger,
the names of the couple. You're right for the opera, but I've got to take it if you don't know the names. Do you know the names, Minnesota?
Yes, Colleen Helgeson has it.
Elizabeth and Walter.
No, I'm sorry. Ava and Walter. You would have got it right if you'd said Ava. Okay, let's go back to a toss-up question. It was from Die Meistersinger by Wagner, though. All right. Here we go back to a toss-up question. Everybody remembers that Dolly Madison saved the Declaration of Independence when the English burned the Capitol. Some say she saved the White House silver. We're going to give you 10 points now if you can tell us what else Dolly saved. Minnesota.
Roger Feinstein.
The portrait of General Washington.
Right. Stewart, portrait of General Washington. 10 points. Okay, you want a 30-point bonus, Minnesota, and I'm going to ask you to complete the following statements. You are to complete the following statements of relationship, so think very carefully, for 10 points. World War II was chronicled by Winston Churchill as the Peloponnesian War was chronicled by whom? What?
Thucydides.
You're right for 10 points. Thucydides.
That was Clayton, by the way.
Tom Clayton. That's very good. You remember that? Can you describe that war, Tom, incidentally?
It was a war between the Spartan League and the Athenian League.
That's right. Who lost?
The Spartan League. No, the Athenian League.
The Athenian League, that's right. Okay, here's another statement of relationship. Mona Lisa was to Leonardo da Vinci what the famous Olympia painted in 1863 was to whom?
Manet.
Manet, right. Edward Manet for 10 points, you're right. Now let me know if you're going to get this one. For 10 points, I want you to complete this statement of relationship. Dialectical materialism was to Karl Marx what hedonistic calculus was to whom?
Jeremy Bentham.
You got it right. You got it right for 10 points. Okay.
Hold it, Alan. That's the halftime whistle, which calls for a 1-minute timeout.
All right, here we go now. With 60 seconds to go, I want to spend 30 seconds talking to you, Colleen, out in Minnesota campus. Because I have heard, my spies out there have told me, Colleen Helgeson, that tonight you're wearing a very attractive corsage. What does it mean?
Well, this corsage is from the Brothers of Sigma Chi, and it's a congratulatory message on my being on the Quiz Bowl.
Uh-huh. Why would the Brothers of Sigma Chi send you a corsage?
Well, I'm engaged to a Sigma Chi.
Oh, I see. That makes you a sweetheart of the Sigma Chi.
But I'm sitting next to her.
Oh, Okay, tell me about the corsage, Colleen. Anything to identify it?
Well, it's made of white roses, and it has blue and gold ribbons, the colors of Sigma Chi.
Very good, and congratulations, Colleen. Now I'd like to move down to South Bend and the Notre Dame campus and talk to Dave Burrell. Because, Dave, I noticed a very interesting fact after your name here. I noticed that you are called a Great Books Major. Now, I'm sure a lot of our friends don't know what that means, and I'd like to have you explain it. What is a Great Books Major at Notre Dame?
Well, the Great Books program is a 4-year program of study integrated about the Western tradition of philosophy, literature, and the natural sciences. And we spend most of our time studying the primary source material. We seldom see a textbook. We spend 4 hours of our study a week in seminars, which are concerned with reading the great books from the Greeks to the moderns in the first 2 years, and then more comprehensively from the Greeks to the moderns in the last 2 years. That's it in a capsule.
Well, that's fine, and I'm very glad...
Okay, Alan, it's time to get back to the quiz. And now with the score, Minnesota 195, and Notre Dame, a sheer unmentionable. Let's get back, and how about another toss-up question?
Okay. You mean the score is 0 for Notre Dame? Okay. I would like to tell you before I read the next toss-up question that coming up is a bonus question worth 50 points. It'd do a lot for you, Notre Dame, so let's go. Here we go. Just 52 years ago today, December 12th, the letter S resounded throughout the world. Now, for 10 points, why? Notre Dame.
Dave Burrell.
Was it Morse inventing the telegraph?
Can you take it, Minnesota?
Was it a volcanic eruption?
No, neither one of you can take it. In 1901, in December 12th, 1901, was the day that Marconi sent the first transatlantic message from England and Newfoundland. And the message consisted in part of 3 dots, the letter S. Okay, here, let's go with another toss-up question. Coming up yet is a 50-point bonus. Here we go. For 10 points, what nursery rhyme animal went in for interplanetary space travel? Minnesota.
Colleen Helgeson.
That would be the cow that jumped over the moon.
That would be right, Colleen Helgeson. for getting that nursery rhyme animal, Colleen, you won for Minnesota a chance at a 50-point bonus. Now, the lines of many famous poets have been set to music. Now, here are 5 well-known songs, and for 10 points each, I want you to tell us what famous poet wrote the words. First of all, Auld Lang Syne.
Burns.
Robert Burns, right, for 10 points. The Recessional, God of Our Fathers, known of old.
Kipling.
Rudyard Kipling, right, for 10 points. Believe me if all those...
Ben Jonson.
No. Thomas More.
You're right, Colleen. Believe me if all those endearing young charms was written by Thomas More. All right, now for 10 points, tell us what poet wrote the words to the song, Who is Sylvia?
Shakespeare.
Right, from Two Gentlemen of Verona. Right, for 10 points. Now, for 10 points more, tell us what poet wrote the words to Drink to Me Only
Ben
with Thine
Jonson.
Eyes. Ben Jonson. Right, for 10 points. Okay, here we go back to a toss-up. Coming up is a 30-point bonus. A 30-point musical bonus, incidentally. We've all heard of the Daughters of the American Revolution, but for 10 points, we want you now to identify the Sons of Liberty. Minnesota.
Roger Feinstein.
That was an organization in New York at the time of the American Revolution.
All right. Can you tell us any of the members in that organization?
John Jay.
Yep. Okay, we're going to leave it there. You got it right. It is a secret organization that sprung up in the American colonies to protest the Stamp Act, and it included all the colonies. Okay, you got 10 points, Minnesota, and a chance at a 30-point musical bonus. Here is a 30-point bonus question about villains. Now, we're going to play 3 arias from great operas, each sung by a dyed-in-the-wool villain. You're going to get 10 points each time you identify the villain and the opera. Here we go first of all. What villain is singing that? Well, you'll know it when I tell you. It's the Iago's Creed from Othello by Verdi. I believe in a cruel God. That was Iago, a black villain if there ever was one. Now, what villain is singing this song from opera?
Oh, up, galop, galop, my broomstick nag can do not lag at dawn of day.
The Witch.
From Hansel and Gretel.
Right for 10 points. The Witch from Hansel and Gretel. That was the Witch of the Witch song. Hansel and Gretel by Humperdinck. All right. Now, what villain from opera and what opera, incidentally, is this song?
I would say that was Mephistopheles from Faust.
You would say right, Colleen Helgeson, for 10 points. Here we go to a 10-point bonus question coming up. What 2 Major League Baseball teams might have been named by an ornithologist? Minnesota.
Jack Davies.
The St. Louis Cardinals and the Toledo Mud Hens.
Is there a Toledo question? No.
Major League.
Major League. Can you take it, Notre Dame?
Baltimore Orioles.
Right, Notre Dame.
That was Minnesota.
Can you take it, Notre Dame? Can you take it, Notre Dame?
Joe Embriaco.
St. Louis Cardinals and the...
Go on. All right, I'm going to throw it out. They gave you the answer of Minnesota, Notre Dame. It was the Baltimore Orioles and the St. Louis Cardinals. You remember on a toss-up question, we have only one answer from one member of a team. They gave you the answer there, but I realized that it was a bit confusing. Well, here we go back with another toss-up question. Now, for 10 points, tell us what known Stoic philosopher was also a Roman emperor? Notre Dame.
Dave Burrell.
Marcus Aurelius.
Right for 10 points, Notre Dame. And you won for Notre Dame. Well, here we go, Notre Dame. You got a chance now at a 40-point bonus. A long list of literary characters have languished in jails, dungeons, and assorted kinds of pokies. Now, for 10 points each, give us the names of the following prisoners of fact and fiction. First of all, the prisoner, the English playwright prisoner who wrote the Ballad of Reading Jail. Notre Dame.
Who wants to do it?
Anybody in the Notre Dame team? The Ballad of Reading Jail.
Oscar Wilde.
Right for 10 points. All right. The American poet prisoner who wrote The Enormous Room. The Enormous Room. For
Edgar Allan Poe.
No, anybody in the Notre Dame team?
E.E. Cummings.
Right for 10 points, Notre Dame. All right, for 10 more points. The Russian ex-commissar of the people who was an inmate of cell number 404.
Dostoevsky.
Anybody in the Notre Dame team?
Turgenev.
No, I'm sorry. It's Rubishov from Kessler's Darkness at Noon. All right? For 10 more points, the French doctor who, as a prisoner of the Bastille, spent 18 years as an occupant of number 105 North Tower.
Dr. Manet.
Right. In what book?
This was in Tale of Two Cities.
That would be right for 10 points. And here we go back to a toss-up question. What's the score, Howard?
Well, right now the score is Notre Dame 40, Minnesota 285 with 4 minutes left to play.
Okay, here we go with a toss-up question. For 10 points, tell us. What story with a holiday theme commences with the statement, Morley was dead to begin with? Notre Dame.
Christmas Carol.
What?
Christmas Carol.
Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens. Right, Notre Dame, and for that you won a chance at a 35-point bonus question. Here we go for 15 points. What mythical character gave fire to mankind and was punished by Zeus for 13 years?
Dave Burrell.
What was that?
Prometheus.
Right for 15 points for 13 centuries. I thank you very much. All right, but you got the answer right. Now, for 10 more points, I want you to name a Greek author who created a classical tragedy based on this myth around 470 B.C.
Aeschylus.
Aeschylus is Prometheus Unbound.
Prometheus Bound, yeah.
Prometheus Bound. All right, now, in 1820, I kind of jumped my question, didn't I? In 1820, another writer created a lyric drama titled Prometheus Unbound. Now, for 10 points, give me the name of this writer.
Shelley.
Shelley, right for 10 points, Notre Dame. Okay, here we go back to a toss-up question. Tell us for 10 points, what was Galileo attempting to prove when he dropped the cannonballs off the Leaning Tower of Pisa? Minnesota.
Jack Davies.
That unequal weights of equal mass will fall to the ground at an equal rate.
That's right. I couldn't have said it better if I'd read it off the card myself. And you won from Minnesota, Jack Davies, a chance at a 20-point bonus. What sport would I be describing if I said some of them babbled and were disqualified, others were tossed out for running cunning, but even so, 2 grays were killed and a red cornered? What sport?
Fox hunting.
Fox hunting, right for 20 points, Minnesota. Babbling, you know what babbling is, incidentally? Who is this, Jack?
I don't know what it is, but it's Jack.
Okay, Jack. Babbling is baying before the scent is picked up, and running cunning is working the wrong trail. Here we go. For 10 points, here's a toss-up question. Tell us, what 2 pre-adolescents ascended an incline to obtain a vessel of H2O? Minnesota.
Colleen Helgeson.
Jack and Jill.
Right for 10 points, Minnesota. And here you go with a 25-point bonus question. You need your pencils and papers for this one, Minnesota. Anybody on the team work as a team. Now, first of all, it's a mathematical question. You are to start with the date of the Norman conquest of England. And from that number, you are to subtract the number of Beethoven's Pastoral Symphony. Now, divide by the number of peppers, in the series of stories by Harriet Lothrop. Divide by the number of peppers in the series of stories by Harriet Lothrop, and give me your numerical answer. Anybody on the Minnesota team?
212.
Right for 25 points, Minnesota. 166. 1066 was the Norman conquest, of course, minus 6, which is the number of Beethoven's Pastoral Symphony, divided by 5, which was the number of peppers in the Harriet Lothrop series, equals 212. Okay, here we go back with a toss-up question for 10 points. Is the mythological animal Pegasus omnivorous, carnivorous, or herbivorous? Minnesota.
Colleen Helgeson.
Herbivorous.
Right, he's herbivorous. He's an animal, meat-eating animal, right? He meets both animal and vegetable food. All right, I want you to call out your cook now, Minnesota, because I'm going to read you the ingredients of a souffle, and I want you to find the missing ingredient in the list. Butter, flour, egg yolk, salt, milk, and cheese. Now, what essential ingredient is missing for 20 points in a souffle? Butter, flour, egg yolk.
That's it. Time's up. Sorry, Alan. The game's over for this week.
All right, may I say, though, the missing ingredient was, of course, egg whites, which would give the souffle lightness.
Okay, Alan, and the final score in the College Quiz Bowl tonight is Notre Dame 85 points and 360 points for the winner, Minnesota. To each member of the Notre Dame team, it's our pleasure to award an attractive and dependable Whitnor wristwatch, a distinguished member of the Longines Whitnor family of fine watches. Since 1866, makers of watches of the highest character. For fielding the winning team tonight, Minnesota will receive a $500 gift to be administered by the college. And these varsity scholars from Minnesota will return next week to compete in this new All-American quiz game with the varsity scholars of the University of Georgia. Now here once again is your master of the quiz, Alan Ludden.
Congratulations to Minnesota, and may I say thanks to the Notre Dame team. Tom Calder, John Griffin, Dave Burrell, Joseph Imbriaco. You did a great job. Now, in the weeks to follow, we'll have varsity scholars from Brown University, the University of Michigan, Georgetown University, and other outstanding colleges and universities all over the nation. So won't you be with us again next week and every week for an exciting quiz game here in the College Quiz Bowl. This is Alan Ludden saying see you tomorrow on Weekend, and so long, everybody.
Your referees tonight were for Notre Dame, Charles Chan of NBC Chicago, and for Minnesota, Ben Layton of station KSTP in Minneapolis. College Quiz Bowl is a transcribed NBC Radio Network production, originated and produced by John Moses and Don Reed, directed by Ken McGregor. Howard Reed speaking.
Tonight, enjoy a salute to the Queen of Roses on the NBC Radio Network.
Which way did he go?
That way. Down through the garden.
The storm. It's so dark you can't see. Dr. Rudd. There, at the bottom of the terrace.
Professor Laborde. Laborde, why Oh, good Lord.
What is it?
He must have fallen down the steps, broken his neck. He's dead.
Midnight, the witching hour when the night is darkest, our fears the strongest, and our strength at its lowest ebb. Midnight, when the graves gape open and death strikes. How? You'll learn the answer in just a minute in The Kabbalah. And now, Murder at Midnight. Tales of mystery and terror by radio's masters of the macabre. Our story by Robert Newman is The Kabbalah. A rambling house on the outskirts of a small university town. And in the house, a room that seems more like the cell of a medieval alchemist than the study of a college professor. Its walls lined with ancient volumes and astrolabes and other curious instruments. Bent over his desk, Dr. Rudd does not hear the knock on the door at first. But when it's repeated, he says, "Come in."
Alan's going, Father. He wanted to say goodnight to you.
Oh, yes, Alan. Good night.
I was terribly sorry to hear about the decision of the Board of Trustees, sir. I mean, they're refusing to give you a grant to go on with your research.
Oh, that.
Well, it doesn't matter. I've about decided to give up the whole project anyway.
Your book?
Yes.
Father, you're not serious. I thought you were almost finished with it.
I am. All but the last chapter. I just can't seem to write that without additional research. And without the last chapter, why, the rest of the book is meaningless.
Well, isn't there anyone you could talk to about it, sir? Anyone who could help you?
I doubt it, Alan. I think I know as much about the occult as anyone in the world. Except perhaps one man.
Who was that, Father?
The man I studied under at the University of Paris. And I haven't heard from him in over 10 years. I'm not even sure that he's still alive. Too bad this is the 20th century, not the 12th.
How so, Dr. Rudd?
Oh, it would have been very simple then. A pentacle, a pair of corpse candles, and I could summon up someone who would make things very easy for me. Yes, right now I really believe I would sell my soul for the help I need.
Father, you mustn't say things like that, even as a joke.
Well, you're right, Barbara. And no one knows it better than I. Well, good night, Alan. See you in the morning.
Right, Dr. Rudd. Good night.
I'll walk you down to the road, Alan.
Oh, fine, dear. Pretty depressed, isn't he?
Father? Yes. Not that I blame him. 4 years' work. The definitive book on occultism, the supernatural. Alan!
Yes, I see it, too. Someone or something lying in the road. Come on.
An old man, and he's dressed so strangely.
He looks like an Arab. Wonder what he's doing around here. Anyway, he seems in a bad way. Here, I'll carry him into the house. You run ahead and tell your father.
All right.
In here, Alan, in my study.
All right.
They put him on the couch. What's wrong with him?
Well, it's hard to say, but I think it's just exhaustion.
Oh, his pulse is very weak. Barbara, call Dr. Stevens.
Of course, Father. He's opening his eyes.
Where? What is this place?
No, it's all right. You're among friends. We're sending for a doctor.
A doctor? Oh, you're kind, but it's too late. Allah stretches his hand out for me.
Nonsense. All you need is some food, rest.
No, I'm dying. But if you are indeed friends, one last request. Will you grant it?
If we possibly can.
I am a Hajj, a Sufi. I come of a long, ancient line. Will you see that I get proper burial?
Oh, yes, of course.
I have no gold, money, but...
He's fainting. Loosen his robe, Alan.
Right. Say, he's got something hidden here. A parchment scroll.
The Kabbalah. You've taken the Kabbalah.
It's all right.
No, you must not. It's accursed. Into the fire. Destroy it. If you use it...
Father.
Yes. Yes, he's dead. May his soul rest in peace.
Tonight, Dr. Rudd? Thinking about the funeral?
Huh?
Our Arab friend?
Oh, yes, Alan. Partly. And partly about this parchment he had hidden in his room. It seems to be a form of the Kabbalah.
That's right. That's what he called it when he got so excited. Wanted you to destroy it. But the Kabbalah is just the science of letters and numbers, isn't it?
It's much more than that, Barbara. It's the science of the mystical attributes of letters and numbers, the basis for almost all occultism. But this system is different from any I ever saw before.
Different? How?
Well, this particular system tells how a question can be written out The letters changed into numbers and manipulated. And when the numbers are changed back into letters, they will answer the question.
Listen, Professor, what do you say we try it?
Try it?
Sure. Of course, it's a lot of nonsense, but, well, why not?
Oh, well, all right. There's paper and pencils on my desk.
What are you going to ask, Father?
Oh, something simple, something we can check.
Me, I'm going to ask something really practical. Okay, Professor, let's go.
How are you coming, Father?
Almost finished. Now, let's see. Zadek, Mem, Vav. Great Scott.
What is it?
Look at this. Here's my question. Will we have any visitors today?
Mm-hmm.
And here's the answer. 2 visitors. Professor Laborde and someone else.
Professor Laborde?
Do you remember my telling you yesterday that there was one person in the world who could give me the help I needed to finish my book?
Yes.
That man was Professor Laborde.
Father, you don't really believe it, do you?
I don't know. I told you I haven't seen or heard from him in 10 years. But just the same...
Dr. Rudd, look.
Hmm?
Look here, I got something, too.
What is it, Alan?
Well, here's my question. How can the professor get the money to continue with his research?
Yes.
Here's the answer. Call Mark Endicott.
What?
Of course. Why don't you, Father? He's always been interested in you and your work.
Well, I just never thought of it. I'll go in and call him right away.
Well, Father, did you get him?
Yes. Yes, it's very strange.
In what way?
He said that he'd been thinking about me a good deal lately, and he's driving out here this evening to see me.
There. That's the answer to your question. 2 visitors. Professor Laborde and someone else. Well, he must be the someone else.
You think so?
Oh, of course.
Somehow I don't.
Well, what do you mean, sir?
I don't know. Except that I don't like it.
It's beginning to look as if our Kabbalah's a washout after all.
What makes you say that?
Well, 11 o'clock and no sign of either Laborde or Endicott.
I can't understand it. Endicott definitely said that he was driving out here and that he was leaving immediately.
He probably changed his mind because of the storm. Well, it's still pretty bad out, isn't it?
Yes, but it's not like him. You'd think he'd phone us and let us know. Oh, perhaps that's he now. Hello? Yes? This is Professor Rudd speaking. Who? Oh, yes. What? But that's impossible. I spoke to him only a few hours ago, and... Why, I can't believe it. You're sure? Oh, I see. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Who was it, Father?
That was Mark Endicott's attorney.
His attorney? What did he want?
Mark Endicott was killed at about 6 o'clock this afternoon.
Killed?
On his way here, an auto accident. His attorney called to tell me Endicott had left me a $5,000 bequest for research.
What?
Father, the Kabbalah. It said you were to call him for the money to continue your work. It didn't actually say he was coming out here.
No.
Wait a minute. You mean you really think that...
I don't know, Alan. But I do know that if I hadn't called him, he wouldn't have started driving here in the storm. He wouldn't have had the accident and been killed. And I probably wouldn't have gotten the money.
But, Father, if it's true, if it has some sort of supernatural power, then what about Professor Laborde? It did say he was coming.
Oh, please, Barbara, I told you I don't know. Endicott was my friend. Now he's dead. And somehow I feel as if I...
Father, the door.
Yes. Yes, let's see who it is.
Great Scott, Professor. If it is Laborde, do you realize what this means?
Yes, Alan.
If it is, Why, the thing's priceless, absolutely priceless. Why, I don't...
I beg your pardon. I'm sorry to trouble you, but...
Come in, Professor Laborde. Come in. We've been expecting you for some time now.
An ancient manuscript which can foretell the future. A dead man and a visitor from the dead. As the clock strikes 12 for murder at midnight.
And now, back to Murder at Midnight and the Kabbalah.
It's just a moment or two later, and Professor Laborde is being shown into Dr. Rudd's study.
In here, Professor Laborde. Barbara, will you take the professor's things?
Of course, Father.
Thank you, my dear. You're very kind. But there's something I do not understand, Dr. Rudd. When you opened the door, you said you had been expecting me.
Since early this afternoon.
But that is impossible. Completely impossible. I'm here entirely by accident. I had no idea you lived here or anywhere near here. I lost my way in the storm, knocked at your particular door by chance to ask for directions.
Nevertheless, we've been expecting you.
But excuse me, how could you have been?
Alan.
Yes, sir?
Show Professor Laborde the Kabbalah, will you, please?
Right, Professor. Here you are, sir.
Kabbalah?
Look at it, Professor. Tell me what you think of it.
Interesting. Very interesting. Of course, I cannot be sure without examining it thoroughly. But it appears to be even older than the Black Grimoire. And its form resembles that of the Key of Solomon.
Professor Laborde, it's my belief that it is the Key of Solomon.
What? But it can't be. It's been written about for centuries, of course, mentioned in hundreds of works, from Trismegistus down. But there's never been any proof that it ever actually existed. And still, where did you get it?
From an old Arab who came here last night and died here.
The main thing is we tested it.
Tested it?
Yes, we asked two questions. The answer to one of them prophesied your coming here, and the other, well, that came true, too.
But this is beyond words. If it's true, then it's the most priceless discovery that has ever... Professor Rudd, may I try it? Use it to ask a question, too?
Well, I don't know, Professor Laborde.
Please. For years now, ever since I began studying the supernatural, there's been something. One thing I've always said I'd give my very life to know. If it can tell me that... You must let me, Rudd. And you must let me do it while I'm alone.
Well, all right.
Good.
Come on, Alan, Barbara. We'll wait outside.
What time is it now, Professor?
It's 20 hours.
He's been at it for quite a while.
Yes. If he doesn't call us in another minute or two, we'll go in.
I'm probably being very silly, but I don't like this, any of it.
Why not, Barbara?
I don't know, but... What's that?
Professor Laborde. Come on. Professor Laborde, what is it? What's happened? What are you doing?
He's burning something in the fire.
Father, it's his hands. He's holding them in the fire, burning
Great Scott, Professor Laborde, stop. Stop. Have you gone mad?
Fire! Only fire can burn my hands clean again. I asked. Now I must pay.
Laborde.
Let me go. Let go. I am coming. I'll pay.
Professor Laborde, come back. Quick, Alan.
Okay. Which way did he go?
That way. Down through the garden.
This storm. It's so dark you can't see. Dr. Rudd. There, at the bottom of the terrace.
Professor, the board. The board, why... Oh, good Lord.
What is it?
He must have fallen down the steps, broken his neck. He's dead. All right now, Alan. Put him down. Now, gently.
Yes, sir.
Father, are you sure that...
Yes, Barbara, I'm sure. He's dead.
But what made him do it? Go running out there that way?
It must have been something to do with the Kabbalah. He was going to ask it a question.
Yes, Alan, it has something to do with the Kabbalah.
And standing there with his hands in the fire, as if he were trying to burn them clean. Father, what was the question he asked? What answer did he get?
I think perhaps I can guess.
The old Arab, he warned us, remember? He said it was accursed, evil, that if we used it... Wait a minute, Dr. Rudd. The board said he'd give his life to know the answer to that question, and now he's dead.
Yes, Alan, that's what was in my mind, too. That and one more thing. Do you remember what I said just before you found the old Arab in the garden? That I'd make a pact with the devil, sell my very soul for the help I needed to finish my book?
No, Father, you're not serious. You don't mean you really believe
I've lived too long, my dear, seen too many strange things to disbelieve anything. If the Kabbalah is everything we think it is, if it is the key to the future, to all knowledge, if it can answer any question we put to it, then there are only two sources from which it can draw its power. One good and one evil.
And you think...
If God had wished us to be able to foresee the future, we should be able to foresee it. On the other hand, if it's evil, well, there's usually a penalty involved.
The board. He said something about paying, too. Who must be paid, and how?
There's only one way to find out, through the Kabbalah itself. Give it to me, Alan.
No, please, no.
I'm sorry, Barbara, I must. There's no need for you to stay here, or Alan.
No, Father. We'll stay, both of us.
Very well. Then, here goes.
You're shivering, darling. Are you cold? Shall I build up the fire?
No, Elma. I'm not cold. What was that?
It sounded like the outside door opening. Maybe
Father, what is it? Are you finished?
Yes. Yes, I'm finished.
And what?
Look. Here's the question.
Who must be paid, and how?
And here's the answer.
Turn around, and you will see.
Father, the door behind us, it just opened.
Yes.
I don't dare turn around.
You needn't. Right in front of you, there on the wall. Look.
Something black, like a stain, a blot. But it's spreading, moving.
Like an octopus, or like...
It's shadow. It's coming toward us.
What in heaven's name is it?
Whatever it is, whatever happens to us, no one shall ever again be cursed as we've been cursed. The Kabbalah, give it to me.
Father, what are you doing?
What I should have done when I first saw it. Destroy it. Throw it into the fire.
It's coming closer. Closer. Professor, isn't there anything we can do? Anything that...
Father, look. The parchment burning. There on the wall.
The shadow of the andirons. In the shape of the crux on Sata. The first cross.
Good Lord. The shadow, it's wavering. Drawing back, retreating. I'm going to turn around, see what...
No, wait. Wait until... All right. Now.
There's nothing there.
Laborde? Laborde? Dr. Laborde?
Someone just came in. Who's there? Who is that?
Oh, excuse me. I'm terribly sorry. I'm looking for someone. An old man with white hair and white beard. His name's... Holy smoke, there he is, Dr. Laborde. Dr. Laborde.
I can't answer you. He's dead.
Dead?
Who are you, anyway?
Well, an attendant at a private hospital in town. We've been taking care of him ever since he got to this country. Nervous breakdown. He disappeared this afternoon, and he'd been talking about you so much lately that I had a hunch he might have come out here.
Talking about me? But he said he had no idea I lived here.
Of course he knew. I told you he wasn't right in the head. That was one of the signs.
Father, if it's true, if his mind was going, that would explain what he did. Burning his hands, running away like that.
You mean the Kabbalah didn't have any occult power? What about the money from Endicott?
Oh, just a coincidence.
And what just happened? That shadow we saw on the wall?
Well, it was only a shadow. It could have been just our imagination.
Yes, Barbara, it could have been. But somehow, I don't think it was.
An old professor stands next to the body of his friend, staring at the fireplace where the secret of the ages has gone up in smoke as the clock strikes 12 for...
Murder at midnight.
Remember to be with us again when death whispers from the darkness in an unknown tongue, and the clocks strike 12 for...
Murder at midnight.
The part of Dr. Rudd was played by James Van Dyke. With music by Bert Berman, Murder at Midnight was directed by Anton M. Leader.
Peace be to you. Now, there actually is such a thing in the world as authoritarianism. It is communism. What is the essence of authoritarianism? Well, I would say it was threefold. First, it subjects the mind to dogmas. Two, it makes fear the basis of obedience. Three, it destroys freedom of thought. Now, the church has none of these qualities. It could not have them. Because remember that our blessed Lord lived in the midst of authoritarianism. The people among whom he moved were under the power of the Romans. Furthermore, all of the Pharisees were authoritarian. So when, therefore, our blessed Lord founded his church, naturally, he made it a bulwark against all forms of authoritarianism. Notice how he even contrasted his church and what would be likened to communism. He said, "You know that among the Gentiles, those who bear rule lord it over them, and great men vaunt their power over them. But with you, it must be otherwise. And whoever has a mind to be first among you must be your slave." Now, how did our Lord save us in His church from authoritarianism? We're going to contrast here the three characteristics of communism with three characteristics of the church. First, our blessed Lord established a church in which, one, we do not obey a system, but a person. Two, in the church, the basis of our obedience is not fear, but love. And thirdly, in the church, freedom of thought is saved by reverence for